Chapter 1. Traversing the journey to the west, seizing the monkey. Ding, the host has traversed to the journey to the west, activating the Great Tao word system, binding prerequisites. Ding, the Great Tao word system, binding successful. On an expansive, boundless island, ancient trees towered high, enshrouded in mist. Lin Fan opened his eyes, feeling somewhat bewildered. In his mind, a voice echoed, one he once longed for immensely. Having graduated from university, yet toiling away in a mundane world. Surely, no one would wish against the arrival of a system. With a system in hand, the world is at one's feet. Beef, lamb, chicken choices abound. He could confidently declare, I do not eat beef. System, do enlighten me about your offerings. Since he was here, he might as well make himself comfortable. Lin Fan quickly adjusted his mindset and silently communicated with the system. The Great Tao word system sounded remarkably sophisticated. If it could allow him to traverse the lands of the journey to the west with ease, his descent into the mortal realm would not be in vain. The Great Tao word encompasses 3,000 paths, possessing 3,000 words. It can provide the host with various extraordinary abilities. Lin Fan listened with great excitement. Incredible. Did this mean that possessing 3,000 words equated to being accompanied by 3,000 paths? At that point, who could stand against him, whether Tao ancestors or saints? Host, Lin Fan. Race, human. Cultivation, postnatal mortal. Words, 0 bestow a word to gain the abilities it conveys. Shock points, 1,000 points can be exchanged for words. The simple yet straightforward system panel made everything clear to Lin Fan. He then turned his attention to the system shop. The indomitable battle body boasts extraordinary physique, transforming forms, born for battle. With a hard outer shell, it possesses immense resilience, 100 retaliation, and boundless defense. Sunbathing to grow stronger is self-explanatory. Wherever sunlight shines, one can continually enhance. Taunting to grow stronger, studying to grow stronger, slacking to grow stronger, 100 deflecting blades. I may become bald, but I will grow stronger. A dazzling array of words dazzled his eyes, leaving him awestruck. System, your prices are exorbitant. Lin Fan gazed at the various words in the system shop, then at his shock points. It seemed he could only redeem the word for the indomitable battle body. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality, fair to young and old alike. The host may choose not to redeem. A voice that seemed remarkably human-like echoed, leaving Lin Fan exasperated. Not redeeming? Was he to wait for death? He found himself on an unknown island, in the world of the journey to the west. Who knew if ferocious beasts would suddenly appear? Aside from ferocious beasts, there were also spirits and monsters. He felt exceedingly precarious at this moment. System, no more nonsense. Hasten to bestow the word upon your host. Lin Fan was highly motivated by the prospect of gaining double attributes, but preserving his life was the most prudent choice at present. Celestial, celestial. I beseech the celestial to accept me as a disciple. I shall devote myself to cultivation. Suddenly, a monkey that spoke human language appeared before him. Realizing he was in the world of the journey to the west, Lin Fan pondered. Could this possibly be the Ling Ming stone monkey, the future great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? It had to be. The monkey before him possessed such spirit, truly a manifestation of the Lingming stone, monkey born from the Water Curtain Cave in Huagua Mountain of Ally Country. Where do you hail from? Lin Fan inquired while silently communicating with the system. For now, he would refrain from bestowing the indomitable battle body word. In response to the celestial, I have come from the Water Curtain Cave in Huagua Mountain of Ally Country, crossing the seas. Upon seeing the celestial light radiating from this island, enveloped in mist and purple chi, it must be a place inhabited by deities. Hence, I have come to seek a master and ask for the path to immortality. The monkey lifted its head, sincerely answering Lin Fan's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan confirmed that the talking monkey was indeed Sun Wukong. He then fell into silence, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Sun Wukong was a crucial element in the journey to the west. If he were to seize the disciple of Patriarch Bodhi, would he not be held accountable? With the host bearing the Great Tao word system, no one can calculate the host's affairs. Rest assured, host. The system's voice resonated in his mind, and upon hearing it, Lin Fan's expression brightened. Since no one could predict his existence, then Sun Wukong could very well become his disciple. He then smiled slightly, looking at the still bowing monkey. Monkey, do you have surname? The monkey shook its head, replying, I have no father or mother. I was born from the earth, emerging from stone. Monkey, your arrival here indicates a faithful connection with me from this day forth. You shall be my chief disciple. I shall bestow upon you the name Sun Wukong. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, the Lingming stone monkey leapt joyfully, jumping 10 zhong high. I have a name now. I'm called Sun Wukong. I am called Sun Wukong. Thank you, master, for the name. Upon landing, Sun Wukong bowed to Lin Fan once more. Lin Fan responded with a simple N, acknowledging Sun Wukong's gratitude. After accepting Sun Wukong as his disciple, the system's voice resonated again. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exclusive word, everything is 50-50. Lin Fan suddenly felt a sense of clarity wash over him, a refreshing sensation as his soul ascended. With everything is 50-50 in the world, none could defeat him, none could defeat him. Lin Fan was greatly delighted with the exclusive word, everything is 50-50. His safety was assured. Even if the heavenly Tao were to discover his existence, he would remain unfazed. No one could defeat him, that was no jest. However, the word everything is 50-50 did have its drawbacks. That is, no one could defeat him. Wukong, step forward, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Lin Fan called out to Sun Wukong with a beaming smile. Master, shall you impart to your disciple the methods for attaining immortality? Sun Wukong inquired eagerly, looking toward Lin Fan. Wukong, immortality can still lead to death. True immortality relies on one's own strength to change fate. If one's own power is feeble, what good is learning the methods of immortality? If one day someone seeks to destroy what you wish to protect, how will you defend them? Lin Fan earnestly instructed Sun Wukong, aiming to alter his perception. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. He had left the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and traveled across the seas to cultivate the methods of immortality. However, listening to his master's words, they seemed exceedingly reasonable. He wished to learn the methods of immortality to ensure the monkeys of Huagua Mountain would not perish like that old monkey. Yet if he were to encounter a situation as his master described, what should he do then? Master, can I learn both? Sun Wukong inquired, his eyes glimmering as he looked at Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan chuckled. Wukong, when you become strong enough to reverse the river of time and change fate, immortality will be within your grasp. Chapter 2. Bestowing words, double attributes. When one reaches a certain level of strength, can one attain immortality? Sun Wukong fell into deep contemplation, his thoughts racing. If the sole aim was to attain immortality, then encountering someone who sought to destroy Huagua Mountain would leave him defenseless. However, by continually growing stronger, he could fend off enemies while protecting his homeland and simultaneously attain immortality. After weighing the options, Sun Wukong soon came to a conclusion. Master, I wish to learn the methods of becoming stronger. A teachable child indeed. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, placing his hand atop Sun Wukong's head. Silently, he thought, system, bestow the indomitable battle body word upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong eagerly anticipated what methods Lin Fan would impart to him. Suddenly, he felt a jolt. A surge of vitality erupted within him, his blood vessels pulsating. Unfathomable memories surfaced in his mind. The indomitable battle body boasts an extraordinary physique, transforming forms, born for battle. Form 1. Activate the bloodline, battle power surges by 50 times. Form 2. Activate the essence, battle power surges by 100 times. Form 3. Bloodline essence fusion, battle power surges by 400 times. Ding! The indomitable battle body word has been successfully bestowed. The host may gain double attributes. Lin Fan gently withdrew his hand. He looked at Sun Wukong, who had tightly closed his eyes. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring aura erupted from Sun Wukong, and as he opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light shot skyward. Endless mysterious energy swirled around Sun Wukong. Chaotic energy radiated, revealing boundless laws. Congratulations to the host, disciple Sun Wukong, for activating the chaotic demon ape bloodline and awakening the demon ape 9 techniques. The host gains fragments of the law of battle, the 18 techniques of the demon ape, and the double attributes of the indomitable battle body. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Fan felt his body undergoing a remarkable transformation. It was truly exhilarating. He initially believed that he would merely gain double attributes from obtaining the unbeaten battle body entry, but it turned out that anything influenced by the entry could be acquired in double measure. What delighted him most was the acquisition of the battle law of the chaotic demon ape, although it was merely a fragment. Once the fragments were gathered, he would be able to obtain a complete battle law. The law is something that only a sage can master. One can only imagine the immense value of grasping such a law. This will resolve the issue of Sun Wukong's cultivation methods, he mused. I wonder if I need to cultivate at all. If I wait for Sun Wukong to cultivate, I could also gain his cultivation. Lin Fan pondered silently, feeling the need to verify this. Thank you, Master, for imparting the law and granting me the battle body. Sun Wukong sincerely bowed once more to Lin Fan and spoke. The unbeaten battle body provided him with dozens of times the combat power, while the 9 styles of the demon ape law granted him the techniques for cultivating strength. There is no need for thanks, go and cultivate. Lin Fan gestured, indicating that Sun Wukong should practice the 9 styles of the demon ape. He wished to verify whether, upon Sun Wukong's breakthrough in cultivation, he would similarly gain double the cultivation. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately rose and sat cross-legged nearby to begin his cultivation. Lin Fan sought a suitable position to sit down and observe Sun Wukong. Now, with the entry of all things 50-50, no one in the world of Journey to the West could harm him. He had no fear of encountering danger on this island. Sun Wukong immersed himself in the cultivation of the 9 styles of the demon ape. Surrounding spiritual energy coalesced, and a fierce wind suddenly howled, rustling through the air. The wind brushed against Lin Fan's cheek, yet he felt no discomfort. Indeed, time seems to stand still during cultivation. Lin Fan sighed slightly. More than half a month had passed since Sun Wukong entered his meditative state for cultivation. During this time, Lin Fan had witnessed the terrifying power of all things 50-50. Even the feeling of hunger could be halved. The stars shifted, and the sun and moon changed. A new day dawned. Congratulations to the host, disciple Sun Wukong, for breaking through the refining essence into Qi and refining Qi into spirit levels. The host receives the refining spirit returning to void and refining void merging with Tao levels. The system's voice rang out, and Lin Fan turned in surprise to look at Sun Wukong, who was still immersed in his training. He had indeed guessed correctly. When Sun Wukong broke through, he gained cultivation as well, and it was on top of his original base doubled. Then why should I bother to cultivate? If I gather more disciples, I can just let them cultivate for me to break through. Lin Fan suddenly felt a desire to slack off. Although he had not yet broken through to the immortal realm with the refining void merging with Tao level, possessing the unbeaten battle body entry made him feel capable of slaying even immortals. After all, the ability of the unbeaten battle body entry granted him double attributes. What was originally 50 times combat power 100 times or 400 times, for him became 100 times, 200 times, or 800 times the combat power. The refining void, merging with Tao level, was merely a step away from the immortal realm. With his combat power soaring to 100, 200, or 800 times, were immortals not easily defeated with a mere wave of his hand? There's no way I could cultivate effectively. Relying on my disciples to get stronger is far easier than arduous training. Lin Fan made up his mind to take it easy. Given his own foundation and aptitude, he realized it would be faster to supervise his disciples' cultivation. Meanwhile, in the western bull heaven, at the Ling Tai Fong Cun Mountains slanting moon 3 stars cave, the patriarch Bodhi sat cross-legged on a mat, looking around in confusion. He felt somewhat bewildered. The appointed time had passed, yet the Lingming stone monkey had still not appeared. The patriarch found this very strange. At this hour, the Lingming stone monkey should have already arrived at the cave. However, the disciples assigned to wait outside the cave had not returned. How odd, how odd. Why do I feel such a sense of unease? The patriarch, possessing peak Kwasasang cultivation, felt an unusual disquiet. Inside the cave, the gathered disciples waited for the patriarch to speak, but he remained silent for a long time, occasionally glancing outside. They were all puzzled. Wasn't the purpose of gathering them to impart teachings? Master, will you not teach today? One bold disciple ventured to ask. Upon hearing this, the patriarch shot him a glare, anger flashing in his eyes. How could he be so tactless? Whether to teach or not was not something for him to question. Seeing the patriarch's ire, the disciple quickly fell silent. Today, the patriarch was anything but benevolent, radiating an aura of celestial detachment. Time passed second by second. Before long, the incense was nearly burnt out. The disciples were left feeling utterly bewildered, filled with doubt. Why had the patriarch gathered them, if he had no intention of teaching? Master, I have not seen the monkey you mentioned coming up the mountain. The disciple who had been tasked with guiding the Lingming stone monkey returned to report to the patriarch. Upon hearing this, the patriarch furrowed his brow tightly. Logically, the Lingming stone monkey should have reached the Ling Tai Fong Cun mountain by now, having departed from the East Victory Divine Continent's Flower Fruit Mountain. Under the guidance of those he arranged, it should have arrived at the Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave. Inside the cave, the disciples finally understood that the patriarch intended to take on another disciple. Moreover, it was a monkey. What kind of monkey could attract the patriarch's attention to such an extent that he gathered all the disciples for just this purpose? How could this be? After hearing the disciples' report, the patriarch fell into deep self-doubt. Chapter 3. Unbeaten Battle Body, Super Saiyan. The flourishing of the Buddhist sect was decreed by heaven, a direct edict from Tao ancestor Hongjun. The Lingming Stone Monkey's apprenticeship was a crucial element for the prosperity of the Buddhist sect. Most importantly, naming the Lingming Stone Monkey and imparting the teachings of its transformative merits was of utmost significance. After the canonization, merits became scarce, and cultivation progressed with great difficulty. The Patriarch Bodhi was willing to descend into the fray, all for the merit of accepting a disciple and bestowing a name. To avoid raising suspicions among others, he even took on several disciples. Yet at the final moment, the Lingming Stone Monkey vanished. Master, I have yet to see the monkey you mentioned at the foot of the mountain. The disciple, sent to guide the Lingming Stone Monkey back to the cave, also returned. After listening to the reports of the two disciples, the patriarch's brows furrowed deeply, his mind filled with uncertainty. Could it be that the Lingming Stone Monkey encountered some unforeseen event on the way? It should have been guided directly to the Ling Tai Fong Cun Mountain. If it were not for an accident, why would the Lingming Stone Monkey's figure still be absent? Master, what kind of monkey is worthy of your grand efforts? One brave disciple dared to ask again. All the disciples raised their heads in anticipation. They were filled with curiosity. It is a naturally born spiritual monkey, and it has a destined bond with me as its master. The Patriarch Bodhi looked down at the gathered disciples and explained. Upon hearing this, the disciples suddenly understood. Naturally born meant it had no parents, likely a primordial spiritual being nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. No wonder the Patriarch was going to such lengths to gather them early in the morning. Master, where is that spiritual monkey now? When will it ascend the mountain? Listening to the disciples' inquiries, the Patriarch fell into silence. Had it not been for such circumstances, why would he resort to rampant robbery, abduction, and the plundering of spirit stones in the realm of immortals? Inciting the wrath of many and ultimately facing his master's condemnation to this Canglan continent? Su Taixu snorted coldly. Humph, in this Canglan realm. There is no one whom I cannot protect. As long as you take me as your master, I assure you, not only minor misfortunes, but even if the heavens were to shatter, I would be there to shield you. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with delight, and a surge of joy filled his heart. If such a formidable backing truly existed, then traversing the Canglan Realm would be an effortless endeavor. It was settled. Ye Chen readily agreed. At that moment, Su Taixu felt a sense of being deceived. Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. Ye Chen knelt down with a beaming smile, bowing his head in reverence. Su Taixu shook his head in resignation. This lad was indeed quite the clever one. Su Taixu, a concealed powerhouse, mused that having Ye Chen as his disciple might not be such a disadvantage after all. This thought was best kept to himself. For if Su Taixu were to learn of his musings, he would undoubtedly give him a kick, sending him plummeting back to the mortal realm. All right, rise, Su Taixu said, helping Ye Chen to his feet. He then turned to the gathered crowd and declared, from this day forth, Ye Chen shall be my direct disciple. No one is to treat him with disdain. Those who do will be expelled from my sect. Understood. Although the crowd harbored feelings of discontent, they dared not defy Su Taixu's command. Ye Chen, come with me, Su Taixu instructed, leading him away from the square to begin introducing him to the affairs of the Tianxuan Sect. On the surface, Ye Chen feigned attentiveness, yet his mind wandered elsewhere, already conjuring various schemes to amass spirit stones. It seemed that the heavenly profound sect held no particular allure that day. As Ye Chen listened to Su Taixu's introduction, he inwardly scoffed while discreetly noting various details about the Tianxuan Sect, preparing to seize an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Su Taixu led Ye Chen to a mist-shrouded mountain peak, known as Qingzhou Peak, which would henceforth serve as Ye Chen's sanctuary for cultivation. He presented Ye Chen with 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones and a jade slip containing a martial arts technique. Little Chen, he cautioned, this technique must remain a secret from outsiders. Should you have any questions, seek me out at the back mountain. With that, Su Taixu took his leave. Ye Chen casually tossed aside the cultivation technique, internally scoffing. What cultivation method is there that cannot be revealed to outsiders? Back in the immortal realm, he had even auctioned off celestial-grade techniques in exchange for spirit stones. Ye Chen cast all 3 million spirit stones into the celestial pearl as his cultivation was sealed, leaving him to rely solely on the pearl to ascertain if it could break the seal. Sitting cross-legged, he watched as the celestial pearl absorbed the spiritual energy from the stones to assault the confines of his power. After the incense had burned down, the spirit stones were entirely depleted, and Ye Chen's cultivation had only risen to the 5th level of qi refinement. Enraged, he fumed inwardly, cursing the imperishable immortal emperor 1,000 times. 3,000,000. 3,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and this is all I regain? To recover fully. How many spirit stones would I need? That old codger, punishing me to descend to the mortal realm was one thing, but sealing my cultivation as well? Does he truly wish for no one to send him off in his final moments? In this realm, the levels of cultivation are categorized as follows: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing, with each level further divided into 9 sublevels. In this narrative, it is established that all significant worlds, including the immortal realm, commence cultivation from Chi refinement. After calming his emotions, Ye Chen picked up the jade slip of martial arts given by Su Taixu. Although he held it in contempt, it was prudent to examine it. After all, if Su Taixu inquired, it would be quite unacceptable to feign ignorance. As his consciousness swept into the slip for a moment, Ye Chen was taken aback and leaped to his feet. Astonishingly, it contained the secret techniques of the imperishable immortal palace from the immortal realm. Ye Chen was no longer calm. The Wuji immortal palace only imparted its techniques to direct disciples. How could Su Taixu possess such a technique while in the mortal realm? Could it be that this Su Taixu is a clandestine offspring of the old man, raised in the lower world? Indeed, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could one account for his possession of the secret arts of the Wuji immortal palace? Ye Chen decisively made a firm resolution. How cunning of you, old man, to feign virtue while secretly raising an illegitimate child in the mortal realm. Ye Chen felt a surge of inner discontent and self-reflection. But wait, something feels amiss. Ye Chen suddenly realized something was amiss. The infinite celestial emperor, the illustrious sovereign of the celestial realm, should have nothing to deny. Even if he chose to disavow, he should not have concealed his own son in the mortal world. The more Ye Chen contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss. On the surface, Su Taixu appeared to possess only the cultivation of the transformation stage, yet he subtly emanated the power of laws and an ethereal aura. Could it be that this Su Taixu is one of my senior brothers, similarly reduced to this realm for performing virtuous deeds, as decreed by the old master? Upon contemplating this, Ye Chen abruptly slapped his thigh and leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "Indeed, it must be so. Have I not unwittingly taken my own senior brother as my master? This cannot stand. I must seek him out to dissolve our master-disciple relationship and compel him to return my bow." Ye Chen hurriedly raced towards the back mountain and arrived before a wooden cabin. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and entered. Su Taixu was inside the cabin, preparing tea. Upon noticing Ye Chen's abrupt entrance, he halted his movements, his eyes fixated intently on Ye Chen. Ye Chen felt a sense of unease under Su Taixu's penetrating gaze, and the words he was about to utter were forcefully swallowed back. The 5th level of Chi refinement. A genius. A prodigy. Having only practiced for a short while, he had already advanced to the 5th level of Chi refinement. Su Taixu regarded Ye Chen as though he were an unparalleled treasure. Yet Ye Chen could not help but silently grumble. Isn't it merely the 5th level of Chi refinement? Yet it cost me 3,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The thought alone caused him considerable distress. What brings you to seek my guidance? Su Taixu inquired, attempting to compose himself. Well, I wanted to ask. Ye Chen was uncertain about how to address Su Taixu. Referring to him as master felt rather awkward, while calling him senior brother seemed overly direct. Perhaps it would be more prudent to inquire delicately first. Have you ever committed a grave mistake? One that could lead to lifelong regret or have a profound impact on your existence? Ye Chen added another remark. Chapter 4. The Senior Brother Who Was Kicked. Su Taixu appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why Ye Chen posed such a question, yet he found himself ensnared in memories from years past. A dashing young gentleman accompanied by a fairy-like maiden, whose skin resembled fine jade, frolicked together, sharing laughter and joy. However, the fairy soon departed, leaving the handsome youth engulfed in profound sorrow. As Su Taixu delved deeper into his reminiscence, a faint smile initially graced his face, but it was swiftly overshadowed by an expression of anguished grief. Ye Chen observed the transformation of Su Taixu, and at this moment, it was unequivocally confirmed that he was indeed a certain senior brother of his, who had been cast down to the mortal realm by the old man. A sense of shared suffering surged within Ye Chen, and he cursed the Wujixian Emperor 1,000 times in his heart. Meanwhile, the Wujixian Emperor, far away in the celestial realm, sneezed repeatedly today. That old man truly does not regard others as human. As Ye Chen pondered, he inadvertently exclaimed, "What did you say?" Su Taixu, jolted from his reverie by Ye Chen's shout, inquired, "What did you say?" "I said, that old man is no longer human." Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Traitor!" Su Taixu mistakenly believed that Ye Chen was insulting him. In a fit of rage, he shouted and kicked Ye Chen out. "Ah, my backside!" Ye Chen let out a resounding cry, his hands clasped tightly over his posterior as he soared through the air in a parabolic arc. Propelled from the wooden cabin, the sound of thunder followed. Ye Chen descended onto the plaza of the Tianxuan Sect, creating a substantial crater in the shape of a human figure, leaving him covered in dust and utterly disheveled. A multitude of disciples gathered around, gazing at Ye Chen, who lay in the pit, each sporting a look of bewilderment, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. Ah, how absurd. The way he kicked was strikingly reminiscent of that old man. This was irrefutable evidence that he was indeed the disciple of that elderly figure. Ye Chen turned over, rising from the pit while muttering to himself, "This can't be right. He hasn't even bumped his head yet. So how could he have kicked me out?" Upon contemplating the purpose of his visit to Su Taixu, Ye Chen was abruptly kicked out before he could utter a word. Alas, it seems that, as the saying goes, an elder brother is akin to a father. He shall simply endure this slight and accept his misfortune. Ye Chen felt a profound sense of helplessness and could only console himself. At that moment, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted from the distant arena, capturing his attention. The onlooking disciples ceased their scrutiny of Ye Chen, the eccentric fool, and turned their gazes toward the arena, eager to witness the unfolding battle. Ye Chen inquired with a disciple and soon discovered that the contest was between the 5th and 6th elders of the sect, who were vying for a cultivation cave. The victor would claim the cave as their own. Ye Chen, adhering to the belief that one should not miss the excitement when it is at hand, joined the crowd to observe the commotion. Oh, it appears that this 6th elder is quite the trickster. Ye Chen gazed at the contest on the arena, murmuring to himself. The 6th elder concealed his true cultivation. On the surface, he appeared to be one minor realm beneath the 5th elder. In reality, however, the 6th elder surpassed the 5th elder by 2 minor realms. On the stage, the 5th elder pressed the 6th elder with relentless attacks. Yet the 6th elder adeptly countered each move, clearly indicating that he wished to keep his cultivation hidden. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to amass spirit stones. Swiftly, he retrieved a table from his Tianxuan bag and placed it on the ground with a resounding thud. Come, place your bets. Wager on Elder 5 for a 10-fold return. Bet on Elder 6 for a 1-fold return. Ye Chen raised his voice, shouting with fervor, his cries echoing with a desperation that might lead one to believe he was a wandering minstrel. The onlooking disciples of the Tianxuan Sect regarded him with expressions of bewilderment. As if he were a fool. It was abundantly clear that Elder 5 was destined for victory. Such fortuitous events were rare indeed. Could this lad truly be so naive? Elder 5's triumph seemed assured, accompanied by odds of 10 to 1. Yet, why not seize the opportunity when someone was so graciously offering spirit stones? As these thoughts coursed through their minds, a throng of disciples gathered, eager to place their bets. "I wager 1,000 low-grade spirit stones on Elder 5, exclaimed one disciple, promptly producing a pouch of stones and tossing it onto the table. "I bet 500. I wager 2,000. The fervor escalated as all the disciples placed their bets on Elder 5, fearful of missing out on the opportunity. Ye Chen gazed at the towering pile of spirit stones, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of cunning. "Esteemed senior brother, are you quite certain you do not wish to purchase the victory of the 6th elder?" Ye Chen spoke earnestly to a disciple of the 5th elder who had placed a bet. "It's a 1-to-1 payout, a guaranteed win." The disciple cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chen. "Do you take me for a fool? The 6th elder is on the verge of being defeated." Sighing, he added, "Don't say I didn't warn you later." Ye Chen feigned a lamenting shake of his head, wearing an expression that seemed to convey, "I had already forewarned you. You are Ye Chen, are you not?" A robust young man with a muscular physique approached Ye Chen, his tone somewhat unfriendly. "Indeed, I am. What business do you have with me?" Without lifting his head, Ye Chen replied indifferently, expressing that if this was merely a provocation, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson. "I am Canglan, and the one you struck, Xiao Hogang, is my junior brother. I challenge you." Canglan glared fiercely, pointing a finger at Ye Chen, his muscles taut as if he were poised to strike at any moment. "Dung beetle?" Ye Chen's lips twitched slightly. An image of a beetle rolling a small yellow ball flashing through his mind, instantly invoking a sense of revulsion. Indeed, it was a name befitting a teacher's grandiosity. "Dung beetle, heel." Ye Chen silently scoffed. He had no interest in fighting. Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly, his hands spread wide, wearing an expression of utter indifference. In his eyes, Canglan was merely a child. What significance was there in engaging in a conflict with someone so juvenile? unwilling to accept the challenge. You are nothing but a coward. How dare you, a mere cultivator at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, challenge me, who has only just embarked upon the path of chi refinement at the 1st level? Do you possess no sense of shame? Ye Chen cast a disdainful glance at him, mocking him directly. You. Shiklang's face flushed with anger. His fists clenched tightly as he glared at Ye Chen. However, the sect had regulations in place that prohibited arbitrary violence within its confines. The consequences could be severe, including expulsion from the sect. Any grievances must be resolved through challenges in the arena. Ye Chen, unwilling to accept the challenge, found himself at an impasse, his frustration manifesting in the throbbing veins upon his temples. Shiklang cast a glance at the duel in the arena before producing a pouch of spiritual stones, slamming it onto the table. Young man, 100,000 spiritual stones wagered on Elder Five's victory. Can you afford such a sum? 100,000 spiritual stones? Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with joy, a radiant smile adorning his face. This senior brother is truly affluent. Conducting business with integrity, he is honest to both young and old. And he would certainly never shortchange you by even a single coin. Ye Chen smiled mischievously as he rubbed his hands together, seemingly envisioning the arrival of 100,000 spirit stones. However, junior brother, with certainty, Elder Six shall prevail. Are you truly resolved to wager on Elder Five's victory? Ye Chen inquired earnestly, his eyes glinting with a mischievous sparkle. Are you not betting on Elder Six's victory? Shi Kulang snorted in disdain, utterly unconvinced by Ye Chen's whimsical words. Humph. Cease your deceptive rhetoric. Elder Five shall undoubtedly prevail. With a forceful motion, Shi Kulang placed the bag filled with spirit stones heavily upon the table. Ye Chen ceased his persuasion and swiftly stored the spirit stones into his cosmic bag. Do not blame me for not having forewarned you when the time comes. Ye Chen murmured softly. Chapter 5. Under the cover of night. A violent confrontation with the 5 elders. After stowing away the spirit stones, Ye Chen ceased his clamoring, and all attention shifted to the combat taking place on the arena. Ye Chen observed the duel on the arena, shaking his head in disapproval. The contest between the 5th elder and the 6th elder appeared to him as nothing more than children playing house. Although the 6th elder seemed to handle the situation with ease, achieving victory without revealing his cultivation level proved to be quite a challenge. He consistently missed the optimal moments to strike. Ye Chen stroked his chin, contemplating the situation on the arena. Old Six. Kick him in the rear. Ye Chen could no longer contain himself and suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. This outburst startled the onlooking disciples. Goodness, has this lad lost his mind? He dares to shout during the elder's duel? This fool is courting disaster. The crowd cast peculiar glances at Ye Chen. Meanwhile, the 6th elder, upon hearing Ye Chen's voice, instinctively raised his leg and kicked the 5th elder squarely in the rear. Bang! The 5th elder, taken completely by surprise, was sent tumbling off the stage, landing in an undignified heap. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as everyone gaped in disbelief at the scene, as if time itself had frozen. Did I win? The 6th elder was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated winning without revealing his cultivation level, let alone winning in such a manner. You dare to thwart my triumph, boy? I will not let this go. The 5th elder scrambled to his feet, seething with rage and fury. He directed all his frustration at Ye Chen, blaming him for his loss. Had it not been for Ye Chen's interruption, he would never have been defeated. With that, he prepared to strike at Ye Chen. If you cannot match another's skill, do not embarrass yourself here. Losing and blaming others? Ye Chen is but a newly accepted disciple of the Grand Elder. Do you dare to lay a hand on him? The 6th elder stepped protectively in front of Ye Chen, warning the 5th elder against any rash actions. Upon learning that Ye Chen was the Grand Elder's disciple, the 5th elder's raised hand froze mid-air, yet the fury on his face remained unabated. With a murderous glare fixed upon Ye Chen, he ultimately scoffed and departed with a flourish of his sleeve. Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly, observing the departing figure of the 5th elder, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He had just gleaned from the disciples' discourse that this 5th elder presided over the resource hall, from which the cultivation resources for all sect disciples were dispensed. This 5th elder frequently abused his authority to enrich himself, depriving the disciples of their rightful cultivation resources. Ye Chen had already formed a resolution in his heart. How could such immense wealth possibly be relinquished? The 5th elder, being narrow-minded, could very well resort to underhanded tactics against you. After watching the 5th elder depart, the 6th elder cautioned Ye Chen. If you are unafraid of the repercussions, then come forth. Ye Chen shrugged his shoulders and smiled nonchalantly. The 6th elder gazed at Ye Chen, momentarily taken aback, surprised that Ye Chen seemed utterly indifferent. Indeed, it was no wonder that he had been chosen as a disciple by the Grand Elder. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at Sword Peak." With that, the sixth elder turned and departed. Ahem, I appreciate your understanding, esteemed guests. Ye Chen smiled broadly as he gathered the mountain of spirit stones on the table into his cosmic bag, observing the bewildered expression on Shi Kulang's face. His grin grew even more radiant. Shi Kulang's countenance darkened. He never anticipated that the fifth elder would be defeated by the sixth elder, whose cultivation was inferior to his own. 100,000 spirit stones, just like that, vanished. Shi Kulang felt as though his heart were bleeding. He shot Ye Chen a fierce glare before turning to leave. "Humph, boy, you shall wait and see." Shi Kulang gritted his teeth and muttered. Ye Chen gazed at the departing figure of Shi Kulang, a subtle smirk of cunning playing upon his lips. "Seeking vengeance? By all means, come forth. I await your arrival." As night fell, the entire Tianxuan Sect descended into tranquility. A middle-aged man clad in dark attire appeared before the cave dwelling of the fifth elder. This man was none other than Ye Chen, having altered his appearance. Ye Chen forcefully kicked the door of the fifth elder's abode into a state of disarray. "Who dares?" The fifth elder, who was seated cross-legged on his bed and meditating, suddenly opened his eyes wide and gazed warily at the doorway, where Ye Chen stood, having transformed his appearance. Ye Chen entered the cave and slowly approached the fifth elder. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon this elder's sanctuary at night?" The fifth elder gazed at Ye Chen in terror, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "It is nothing of great significance. I merely wish to borrow a few items for my own purposes." Ye Chen smiled and said, raising his fist to strike at the fifth elder's eye. The fifth elder could only see a fist gradually enlarging before him. "Ah!" He cried out in agony as one of his eyes transformed into a swollen panda eye. "Wait. My friend, have I ever wronged you?" The fifth elder, unable to retaliate, hastily begged for mercy. "You have wronged me not. I merely wish to give you a good beating." Ye Chen laughed mischievously, relentlessly delivering blows to the face of Elder Wu. Elder Wu was utterly defenseless against Ye Chen's onslaught, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Within moments, Elder Wu succumbed to the beating, falling unconscious. Such fragility. And yet he was a cultivator of the nascent soul realm. Ye Chen furrowed his brow and scoffed with disdain. Ye Chen casually tossed the fifth elder to the ground, thoroughly stripping him of all his magical artifacts in his spatial pouch. Subsequently, he ransacked the fifth elder's cave dwelling, collecting every valuable item he could find. Before departing with a sense of triumph, Ye Chen returned to his dwelling and commenced the meticulous inventory of the treasures he had seized from the fifth elder. Some readers have expressed skepticism regarding the protagonist's ability to effortlessly overpower supporting characters regardless of their realms. To clarify, the protagonist hails from a higher dimensional world and has descended into a lower dimensional realm as a prodigy. In the immortal realm, he was already at the void refinement stage, albeit temporarily sealed. However, having comprehended the laws, a cultivator who grasps such principles can typically dominate those who have not. Therefore, the author finds it quite justifiable for the protagonist to subdue cultivators from the lower realms. Should there be any further inquiries, feel free to leave a comment. The author will endeavor to address them as best as possible. Thank you for your support. Chapter 6. Stealing Spirit Minds and Explosive Performances. The ordinary grade spirit stones alone numbered in the millions, accompanied by a plethora of various magical artifacts. In his heart, Ye Chen vehemently chastised the fifth elder. It was astonishing how many cultivation resources he had siphoned from the sect's disciples to amass such a considerable fortune. Yet now it all fell into Ye Chen's hands. Ye Chen could not help but reveal a broad smile. For the fifth elder had devoted half of his life to serving him. Ye Chen gathered all the magical artifacts, for he held them in little regard. He merely awaited an opportunity to sell them in exchange for spirit stones. Ye Chen subsequently placed all the spiritual stones, totaling over 10 million, into the heavenly Tao Pearl, attempting to break through the seal on his cultivation. Once all the spiritual stones were depleted, Ye Chen found that his cultivation had only recovered to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Infuriated, he silently cursed the Wajixian Emperor, his heart bleeding and his face contorted with pain. After venting his frustrations, Ye Chen concealed his cultivation once more, revealing only the 1st level of qi refinement. The next morning, the anguished cries of the fifth elder echoed throughout the Tianxuan Sect. The disciples rushed to the scene, only to find the fifth elder's cave in disarray, with him battered and bruised, lying on the ground. Who did this? The fifth elder roared in fury, his voice laced with sorrow and despair. The disciples exchanged glances, none daring to speak. At that moment, the sect leader, Xuanji Jinren, hurried over. Upon witnessing the fifth elder's plight, His expression darkened ominously. What on earth happened here? The sect leader demanded. I don't know, sect leader. Last night, a mysterious figure broke in and assaulted me, stealing my magical artifacts and my bag of holding. The fifth elder struggled to rise, lamenting to the sect leader. Did you see the appearance of this person? Xuanji Jinren inquired. It was a middle-aged man I had never seen before, not one of our sect, and his attacks were exceptionally ruthless, the fifth elder replied. His face filled with grief, his eyes reddened as he shook his head helplessly. Xuanji Jinren furrowed his brow, troubled that an unknown intruder had entered the sect without anyone noticing. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. For now, focus on your recovery. Meanwhile, the instigator, Ye Chen, awoke leisurely as the sun climbed high in the sky. He stretched languidly, yawning as he stepped out of his room, embodying an air of carefree nonchalance. Ye Chen observed the anxious patrolling disciples surrounding him, a silent chuckle escaping his heart. Surely, the news of Elder Wu's defeat had spread. However, he feigned an expression of perplexity and curiosity on his face. What could be the matter? Why were the sect disciples so agitated? Ye Chen deliberately inquired of the disciple beside him. Are you not aware? Elder Wu was severely injured by someone last night. The disciple beside him appeared incredulous. What? Ye Chen feigned surprise. The fifth elder has been attacked? Who could be so audacious? The disciple shook his head in response. We have no knowledge of the perpetrator. The sect is conducting a thorough investigation. An exhaustive inquiry was launched throughout the entire sect. However, after meticulous examination, no traces of an intrusion were found within any of the formations. Ye Chen remained utterly indifferent to these matters, meandering leisurely within the confines of the sect. For there were no outsiders intruding. He was, after all, the sole perpetrator of any altercations. He engaged in conversations with various disciples, subtly probing for information regarding the sect's circumstances, such as who among them possessed the greatest wealth. Ye Chen derived immense pleasure from aiding others, particularly those of affluence. Indeed, it was an act of assistance, certainly not a robbery. However, during his dialogues with the disciples, Ye Chen learned of a forbidden area located at the rear of the sect, shrouded in mystery, with no one aware of the secrets it harbored within. Ye Chen resolved to investigate further. Upon infiltrating the forbidden area, he discovered that it was, in fact, a vein of spirit stones. Such unimaginable wealth. A broad grin spread across his face. Ha ha, if I excavate this spirit stone mine, it will be sufficient for me to restore my cultivation. At that point, I shall traverse the Canglan continent with unfettered confidence. Ye Chen circled the spiritual stone vein, his brow slightly furrowed. Alas, this is indeed a vein that supplies energy to the protective formation of the sect. If all the spiritual stones are excavated, the formation will surely collapse into ruin. Ye Chen pondered whether to excavate. With the protective formation of the sect dismantled, the Tianxuan Sect lay utterly vulnerable, exposed to potential assaults. Digging a small portion posed little concern. Once I regained my cultivation, I could effortlessly re-establish a modest protective array. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen ultimately resolved to dig, for the immense wealth lay tantalizingly before him, and to abandon it entirely was not in his nature. He retrieved his tools and began to excavate the spirit stones, yet as he toiled, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Good disciple, what are you up to? Su Taixu appeared silently behind Ye Chen, greeting him with a mischievous tone. Ye Chen was startled, causing the mining tool in his hand to fall to the ground. He turned around and, upon seeing Su Taixu, let out a sigh of relief. It was merely old Su. You gave me quite a fright. As Ye Chen spoke, he raised his hand to wipe away non-existent sweat from his forehead. What is the matter with your cultivation level? Su Taixu observed that Ye Chen only displayed a first-level chi refinement and frowned slightly. I am merely trying to keep a low profile. Ye Chen scratched his head, revealing a mischievous smile. Upon hearing Ye Chen's response, Su Taixu's lips twitched slightly. Is it truly necessary for someone at the chi refinement stage to remain so inconspicuous? Suddenly, Su Taixu snapped back to reality, leaping up and tugging at Ye Chen's ear, exclaiming, Hey, you little rascal, what did you just call me? Ouch, that hurts. Old Su. Please let me explain. I can't call you master. It's for your own good. Ye Chen winced in pain, hurriedly pleading for mercy and seeking clarification. For my own good? You little rascal, speak clearly. Su Taixu furrowed his brows, resolved that should Ye Chen's explanation prove unsatisfactory, he would confine him for several days. Ye Chen had firmly resolved that Su Taixu was indeed his senior brother, and the thought of addressing him as master was utterly inconceivable. It felt excessively awkward, rendering the words unutterable. In an instant, he retracted his smile, and commenced his performance. He donned an expression of profound anguish, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and his voice became choked with emotion. "Old Su," he began, "I once had a master to whom I was deeply respectful, obedient to his every command." As he recounted this, tears swirled within his eyes. With a trembling voice, he continued, "However, he held me in disdain, often chastising and berating me, until one fateful day. Upon discovering that I had been performing good deeds and aiding others, he flew into a rage, stripped me of my cultivation, and expelled me from the sect." Ye Chen's words were heart-wrenching, accompanied by tears streaming down his cheeks in sheer agony. At that moment, he seemed genuinely ensnared in the tormenting memories, unable to extricate himself. Were this performance to occur in contemporary times, he would undoubtedly be worthy of receiving an international film award. Yet, within his mind, he silently pleaded, "Oh, venerable elder, please do not blame me. It was you who failed to uphold your humanity, casting my senior brother down to the mortal realm, and you sought to cast me down as well." He continued, "I often find myself cursing my master in my thoughts." Here, Ye Chen emphasized his words. "The curses are quite unsavory, indeed venomous." Chapter 7. The Stunned Elder of the Enforcement Hall. "If I were to call you master, would that not implicate you in my curses as well? I hold you in such high esteem that it is, of course, impossible for me to speak ill of you. I understand the adage, once a master, always a father. I should not berate my former master. Yet whenever I reflect upon those painful memories, I cannot help but utter a few curses." Ye Chen, in a bid to avoid addressing Su Taixu as his master, truly risked everything. Su Taixu opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ye Chen gazed at Su Taixu in silence, his heart sinking with apprehension, fearing that the latter might be displeased with the appellation. If you find the moniker Old Su unappealing, Old Tai would suffice, should that still not meet your approval. Old Su could also be an option." Ye Chen gazed intently at Su Taixu, his heart brimming with anticipation for a response. His thought process was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Su Taixu's facial muscles quivered, his fists clenched tightly, as if he was on the verge of unleashing his wrath in the next moment. He stared at Ye Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. Had it been anyone else, they would have been swiftly silenced by his slap. The terms old lady and old Su felt utterly discordant to him, plunging Su Taixu into profound contemplation, sensing that something was amiss. Ye Chen remains oblivious to the perilous brink he continuously treads. Su Taixu takes a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury that swells within him. "Ye Chen, are you asserting that you were expelled from the sect for performing good deeds? Pray tell, what noble acts have you committed?" Su Taixu senses that he has unearthed a critical point. Being cast out for benevolence must surely dishearten countless souls. Upon hearing Su Taixu's inquiry, Ye Chen engaged in a series of justifications regarding his actions in the celestial realm. He recounted how he assisted an elderly gentleman in salvaging herbs on the verge of decay in the medicinal fields, preventing them from being lost. He comforted a young girl whose spirit had been wounded, aiding her in achieving clarity of thought and fortifying her resolve. He also lent a hand in escorting a lost girl safely back to her home, and even guided a great rock to the land of its aspirations. Ye Chen displayed a pitiful expression, imbued with a sense of injustice. As Su Taixu listened to Ye Chen recount these so-called good deeds, his countenance grew peculiar. Though he had only recently taken Ye Chen under his wing, he could discern the latter's true nature. "Were the good deeds you claim not merely the pilfering of an elderly gentleman's herbs? Have you not been rather presumptuous with the young lady? And I dare say that great rock has likely found its way into your stew." With a jovial demeanor, Su Taixu meticulously corrected each of Ye Chen's purported good deeds. Ye Chen stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. Aside from the absence of a frivolous young woman, everything else was indeed as Su Taixu had asserted. "Old Su, I never imagined that I would be perceived in such a manner in your eyes. My intentions have always been pure and well-meaning." Ye Chen assumed a pitiable demeanor, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. "Cease this display of cunning eloquence. Are you not aware that your moral conduct is well known to your mentor?" Su Taixu, observing Ye Chen's feigned sorrow, felt his hands tremble with indignation, almost compelled to strike him down. "Could you not act with a touch more sincerity? Alas, Old Su, I am now your own disciple. You must trust that I am a person of exemplary character." Ye Chen blinked his large eyes, exuding an aura of genuine innocence. "Exemplary character?" Su Taixu's lips twitched slightly. No matter how he looked at Ye Chen, he seemed anything but virtuous. "Never mind. I have no desire to delve into your past misdeeds. Call yourself whatever you wish." Su Taixu waved his hand in resignation, his expression one of disdain. "Very well. Then, esteemed Su, I shall take my leave. I am off to mine spirit stones. Ye Chen chuckled softly, picking up the mining tools, ready to commence his excavation. Disciple, are you truly in such dire need of spirit stones? Did I not just bestow upon you 3 million spirit stones? Su Taixu furrowed his brow slightly, hastily stopping Ye Chen to inquire. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen immediately set aside his mining tools, preparing to commence his earth-shattering performance. He instantaneously donned an expression of profound sorrow, his eyes reddening as if he were wholly immersed in a painful recollection. Just as Ye Chen was about to fabricate a tale of his past suffering from hunger and deprivation, Su Taixu hastily interrupted him. Enough, enough, cease the act. If you wish to mine this spirit stone vein, then go ahead. With that, Su Taixu swiftly took to the skies, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, he would be unable to restrain himself from delivering a fatal blow to Ye Chen. Alas, old Su, do not depart. My tragic tale remains untold. Old Su, old Su. Seeing Su Taixu soaring into the sky, Ye Chen bellowed at the top of his lungs. At that moment, the elder of the law enforcement hall, who had just arrived at the entrance of the forbidden area, halted abruptly upon hearing Ye Chen's shouts. He stood at the threshold of the forbidden ground, gazing in the direction where Su Taixu had vanished, utterly transfixed. His face was etched with disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of what he had just heard. The disciples from the law enforcement hall, trailing behind him, were equally astounded, exchanging incredulous glances. The Supreme Elder, with a mysterious background, was known to be irascible. Angering him meant losing favor. Even the sect leader would show utmost respect in his presence. Yet, Ye Chen dared to address the Supreme Elder in such a manner. And astonishingly, the Elder remained unfazed. Could it be that Ye Chen possessed an incredibly formidable background, rendering him indifferent to the Supreme Elder? The Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall began to spiral into wild conjectures. It turned out that Shi Kelong and Jiao Hoging bore a grudge against Ye Chen and had been covertly surveilling him. Upon learning that Ye Chen had entered the forbidden area, they hastily rushed to the law enforcement hall to lodge a complaint. Receiving the news, the elder immediately set off towards the forbidden ground, accompanied by several disciples. Entry into the sect's forbidden area was strictly prohibited. Violators faced the dire consequences of having their cultivation stripped and being expelled from the sect. At this moment, Ye Chen sensed the presence of someone at the entrance and turned to glance in the direction of the elder from the law enforcement hall. Upon noticing Ye Chen's movement, the elder immediately averted his gaze to the sky, as if he were completely oblivious to Ye Chen's existence. The disciples of the law enforcement hall, witnessing the elder's behavior, mimicked him. Some looked up at the heavens, while others cast their eyes downward, deliberately avoiding the direction where Ye Chen stood. Jiao Hoging and Shi Kelong, standing among the ranks of the law enforcement disciples, were filled with anticipation for Ye Chen to face severe punishment from the elder. Ye Chen had trespassed into forbidden territory. Jiao Hoging, misjudging the situation and emboldened by his status as the illegitimate son of the Grand Elder, began to issue commands towards the elder of the law enforcement hall. The elder, startled, quickly used his spiritual power to seal Jiao Hoging's mouth. Shi Kelong, eager to speak as well, found himself silenced in the same manner. The other disciples fell into a profound silence, too afraid to utter a word. Ah, are these not the esteemed members of the law enforcement hall? Engaged in a patrol. Are we? Ye Chen observed their demeanor with a concealed smile, deliberately raising his voice as he proclaimed, "Haha, precisely, we are merely passing through, just passing through." The elder from the enforcement hall stiffened momentarily, forcing a couple of awkward chuckles. Subsequently, he grasped the napes of Shi Kelong and Jiao Hoging, lifting them as one would a pair of chicks, one in each hand, and hurriedly departed with his disciples in tow. Ye Chen gazed at their departing figures, a wicked smile gracing his lips. How audacious of Shi Kelong and Jiao Hoging to seek trouble with him. He would certainly not show them any mercy. In the dead of night, Ye Chen once again altered his appearance to that of a middle-aged man and stealthily approached the entrance of Shi Kelong's cave dwelling. Chapter 8. Practicing with the Grand Elder at this moment, Shi Kelong and Jiao Hoging were clandestinely plotting within the cave on how to conspire against Ye Chen. Without uttering a word, Ye Chen, now disguised, forcefully broke through the door. Shi Kelong and Jiao Hoging, caught off guard, were swiftly knocked to the ground. One blow each. Shi Kelong and Jiao Hoging gazed in terror at the unfamiliar middle-aged man before them, their hearts brimming with fear. "Who are you to dare trespass into my sanctuary?" Shi Kelong exclaimed, feigning composure. Ye Chen, a master of retaliation, responded to their inquiries with a flurry of punches, mercilessly raining blows upon their faces. It was only after rendering them unconscious that he, feeling somewhat disinterested, ceased his onslaught, thoroughly pillaging all valuable belongings before slipping away unnoticed. The following morning, the bruised and battered Shi Kelang and Zhao Hogan gradually regained consciousness, surveying the chaotic remnants of their lair and the utterly depleted treasure vault. Enraged, they erupted in fury. Who could have done this? Zhao Hogan bellowed. The esteemed elders of the sect convened, their expressions grave, as the sect faced a series of intrusions without a single clue to pursue. Consequently, the sect elevated its defensive measures once more. Meanwhile, Ye Chen blissfully continued to excavate spirit stones in the mine each day. Alas, Ye Chen gazed upon the spiritual stone mine with a soft sigh. As his cultivation realm ascended to higher levels, the demand for spiritual stones surged exponentially. After mining for over half a month, he had only managed to unlock his cultivation to the 7th level of foundation establishment. Ye Chen inwardly berated the Supreme Immortal Emperor once more. Today, the sect leader personally visited, imploring Ye Chen to cease his excavations, warning that continuing would jeopardize the protective formation of the sect. Ye Chen is now considered a member of the Heavenly Profound Sect, and such courtesy must be extended, prompting a reluctant sigh. Fortunately, the sect master has bestowed upon him a piece of vital information in a mysterious valley located in the southern region of the Canglan Realm. A rare treasure is set to emerge, attracting numerous cultivators eager to seek their fortune. Ye Chen has always been captivated by these peculiar phenomena and would certainly not let such a delightful opportunity pass him by. However, he currently possesses little understanding of his own combat prowess. He has heard that the extraordinary treasures emerging this time will allure cultivators in the refining void and integration stages. Perhaps he could seek out Old Su for some practice? Ye Chen wished to seek out Su Taixu to test his current combat prowess. However, he realized that his senior brother had descended to the mortal realm long before him and was undoubtedly far more formidable. Additionally, there was the risk of being captured, which would ultimately lead to his own exposure. Ye Chen contemplated but ultimately dismissed the notion. The Grand Elder, being in the mid-stage of transformation, could be worth a try. And perhaps there would be some delightful surprises along the way. Ye Chen nodded, a lewd smile spreading across his face, as he resolved to seek out the Grand Elder that evening for a demonstration. As night fell, the Tianxuan Sect was enveloped in a profound silence. Ye Chen transformed his appearance into that of a middle-aged man, stealthily departing from Qingzhou Peak under the shrouded veil of night. Boldly, who dares to intrude upon my heavenly profound sect? As Ye Chen arrived at the Qiyun Peak, where the Grand Elder was diligently cultivating in his cave abode, he was promptly detected by the Grand Elder. The Elder swiftly exited the cave and appeared atop the mountain, locking eyes with Ye Chen from a distance. Who are you? Why have you repeatedly intruded upon my Tianxuan Sect? The Grand Elder recognized Ye Chen, for his appearance was indistinguishable from that of the two previous intruders. Ye Chen paid no heed to the Elder's inquiries. With a strange cry, he lunged toward the Elder. The two engaged in a fierce struggle for a brief moment. Their strengths evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Defeating a peak divine transformation practitioner should pose no challenge, and escaping from the void refinement realm would be effortless. Ye Chen had roughly assessed his combat prowess and deemed further entanglement with the Grand Elder unnecessary. He began to deviate from conventional tactics, directly seizing the Elder's hair. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, the Grand Elder found himself at the mercy of Ye Chen's firm grip. Ah, you shameless wretch! The Grand Elder bellowed in fury. Ye Chen paid no heed, swiftly delivering a resounding slap across the face of the Grand Elder, leaving a prominent mark. Enraged and humiliated, the Grand Elder raised his hand in an attempt to retaliate. But Ye Chen nimbly evaded, then landed a kick squarely on the Grand Elder's rear. Ha! Old fellow, let us see how you shall respond. Ye Chen laughed triumphantly. The Grand Elder trembled with rage, unleashing his formidable aura of the 5th level of transformation. Clenching his fist tightly as he struck towards Ye Chen's face with all his might. The force of this punch seemed capable of igniting the very air around them. Yet, Ye Chen displayed no fear, deftly dodging left and right, seizing the opportunity to charge forward and deliver a punch aimed at the Elder's abdomen. Alas, he missed. As Ye Chen deftly evaded the onslaught, he could not resist the temptation to mock his adversary. The Grand Elder, consumed by fury, was driven to the brink of madness as he summoned his sword, aiming a fierce strike at Ye Chen. The menacing aura of the blade surged relentlessly toward Ye Chen's vital points. Ye Chen formed his fingers into a sword, unleashing an even more formidable sword intent that shattered the Grand Elder's own. The colossal foot, measuring 42 inches, struck the Grand Elder's face with tremendous force, causing him to stagger perilously close to falling. Instantly, a large footprint appeared on the Grand Elder's visage. "Damn it! I will make you pay with your life," he roared. His teeth clenched in fury. The humiliation was unbearable, having his hair yanked, face slapped, and rear kicked. Ye Chen's brazen tactics filled the Grand Elder with profound disgrace. Bruised and battered, his face swollen, his eyes burned with rage, he teetered on the brink of an explosive outburst. Ye Chen continued to act according to his own whims, employing a myriad of shameless tactics that left the Grand Elder in a state of utter disarray. "Old man, I shall entertain you no longer today. I take my leave." Ye Chen gazed at the bulging Tianxuan bag in his hand, a sly smile gracing his lips as he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the night. "Stop the little thief," roared the Grand Elder, unwilling to relent, and he set off in pursuit. Yet, Ye Chen's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. The Grand Elder, unable to discern the direction in which Ye Chen had fled, could only stand there in frustration, scanning the surroundings in a futile attempt to locate the path of his elusive quarry. Ye Chen employed the supreme technique of the Wuji Immortal Palace, the ability to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, making it nearly impossible for even those in the harmonization stage to catch up. "Ah, you little thief! Do not let me catch you. I shall make your life a living hell," the Grand Elder bellowed, his voice reverberating through the still night sky, quickly rousing the sect master and other esteemed elders. The sect master, accompanied by several elders, hurried to the scene, taken aback by the sight of the Grand Elder, battered and bruised. "Grand Elder, what has transpired?" the sect master inquired, brow furrowed. "It was that same person again. After beating me, he made off with all my savings," the Grand Elder replied, presenting an image of Ye Chen, disguised as a middle-aged man. The sect master and the other elders exchanged bewildered glances. This individual had infiltrated the sect multiple times, yet they had been unable to uncover even the slightest clue. Upon returning to the Qingzhou Peak, Ye Chen lay down to rest, preparing for his expedition to the mysterious valley the next day. On the following day, after departing from the sect, Ye Chen deliberately altered his appearance, masquerading as a novice. He mingled with a group of wandering cultivators also heading to the southern valley, making their way towards the enigmatic destination. Along the journey, he adeptly portrayed a timid and apprehensive demeanor, frequently inquiring about news from the cultivators nearby. Chapter 9. The ingenious acquisition of the 9-revolution golden spirit fruit. His curious and innocent facade made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to associate him with the notorious troublemaker who had caused a stir in the celestial realm. "Esteemed friend, may I inquire what treasures lie within this valley, that it has drawn so many cultivators?" Ye Chen tugged at the sleeve of a burly man beside him, whose face was adorned with a thick beard, and feigned curiosity as he inquired, "Young lad, possessing merely the first level of Qi training, do you truly dare to venture into this valley in search of treasure? Surely, you are not seeking your own demise?" The bearded man cast a sidelong glance at him, and upon observing his youthful and naive demeanor, he appeared somewhat impatient. Ye Chen, rather than feeling anger, shrank his neck in fear and softly replied, "You are correct. My friend, I am but a newcomer here, having heard tales of a rare treasure emerging in this land, which compelled me to seek my fortune and enhance my abilities. I humbly request your guidance." As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a low-grade spirit stone into the hand of the burly man. The man examined the stone, his expression softening slightly. Clearing his throat, he leisurely responded, "In light of your apparent understanding, I shall share this with you. It is said that within this valley grows a millennium-old spirit fruit tree, which bears the 9-turn golden spirit fruit once every 1,000 years. Consuming it can purify the marrow and enhance one's cultivation, making it an exceedingly rare treasure." Ye Chen feigned surprise, his mouth agape, his eyes brimming with longing. The 9-turn golden spirit fruit indeed held promise for him in unsealing his cultivation, and he was determined to acquire it. After a day's arduous journey, the group finally arrived at the enigmatic valley. The entrance was shrouded in mist, with ethereal energy swirling about. Ancient towering trees could be vaguely discerned, their luxuriant branches emanating an aura of antiquity and mystery. At the valley's mouth, a bustling crowd had gathered. Powerful figures from all directions converged, some sword on flying swords, surrounded by a tempest of sword energy, while others rode exotic beasts, exuding an imposing presence. Amidst this assembly of formidable beings, Ye Chen, a mere cultivator at the first level of Qi refinement, appeared particularly out of place. Who was this impudent lad, daring to join such a gathering with mere first-level Qi refinement? A burly man boomed mockingly, provoking a wave of laughter from those around. How navi! He likely doesn't even comprehend the dangers that await him, sneered a sharp-featured cultivator, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Chen. Such treasures are beyond the reach of someone as feeble as you. Best return home to your mother's milk. Someone remarked sarcastically. Ye Chen remained impassive, entirely dismissive of the derision cast by those around him. In his eyes, they were merely a congregation of frogs confined to a well. Mocking the divine beings descending from the heights, he keenly observed his surroundings, mentally cataloging the terrain and topography. Subsequently, he set up a series of clandestine restrictions, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to ensnare these mockers in one fell swoop. After Ye Chen meticulously arranged everything, a cold sneer crept into his heart as he followed the procession deeper into the valley. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, pointing towards a clearing deep within the gorge. As the crowd turned to follow the sound, they beheld a peculiar fruit tree flourishing in the clearing, its entirety aglow with a golden hue. The branches were laden with fist-sized golden fruits, exuding an alluring fragrance. It was none other than the legendary 9-turn golden spirit fruit. The moment the crowd laid eyes on the 9-turn golden spirit fruit, their gazes were suffused with avarice and longing. Haha, this treasure is mine. A burly man was the first to charge forward, disregarding the others entirely. Seize it. It was unclear who shouted, but the previously calm crowd suddenly erupted into chaos. As everyone scrambled towards the spirit fruit tree, fearful of being left behind. In an instant, the scene devolved into pandemonium, with various powerful individuals unleashing their skills. As beams of magical light intertwined and the sounds of clashing treasures filled the air, Ye Chen deliberately positioned himself at the rear of the crowd, a cunning smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, as the crowd approached the spirit fruit tree, the ground began to tremble violently, and an array of restrictive formations activated, ensnaring everyone within. What is happening? Damn it. This is a trap. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, plunging them into a state of panic and confusion. Ye Chen executed a technique that allowed him to traverse vast distances in an instant, transforming into a streak of radiant light. Effortlessly, he bypassed the intricate barriers of the formation and arrived beneath the sacred fruit tree. There, he plucked every ripe 9-turn golden spirit fruit. Ye Chen gazed at the unfortunate souls ensnared within the formation, a smug smile gracing his lips. With a casual flick of his hand, he collected several of their Tianxuan bags into his possession. It was only at this moment that the beleaguered individuals realized what had transpired, unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet, trapped within the confines of the formation, their protest proved utterly futile. As Ye Chen was preparing to depart, a sudden surge of formidable presences descended, obstructing his path. Before him materialized 3 formidable beings at the integration stage, effectively blocking his way. Ancestor, he is the one who has plucked all the 9-turn golden spirit fruits. A young man within the formation called out to an elderly figure, his hair and beard as white as snow. Oh, the elder cast a glance at the youth within the formation. How intriguing. A mere novice at the first level of chi refinement dares to venture here. Very well. Hand over the 9-turn golden spirit fruits, and I shall spare your life. The elder spoke with a calm demeanor, looking down upon Ye Chen, who, at the first level of chi refinement, could be easily crushed with a mere flick of his hand. The 9-turn golden spirit fruits were acquired through my own efforts. Esteemed elders, are you attempting to seize them by force? Ye Chen remained utterly unperturbed. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that with the formation he had meticulously arranged in advance, his escape should pose no significant challenge. Enough of this nonsense. If you do not surrender, you shall find yourself with no path but death. One of the middle-aged men in the integration stage barked impatiently. Ye Chen let out a cold snort. Then come and give it a try. With that, he flickered and employed the technique of shortening the distance, swiftly retreating into the distance. The lad had concealed his cultivation, revealing that he was not merely at the chi refinement stage. The 3 formidable cultivators at the integration stage realized they had been outwitted by Ye Chen and quickly gave chase. As Ye Chen fled, he deftly activated the formation he had previously set up to ensnare them. In an instant, radiant lights flickered as the formation was unleashed, temporarily trapping the 3 formidable beings within its confines. This brat actually laid out the formation in advance. One of the powerful figures exclaimed in fury. Ye Chen seized this opportunity to venture deeper into the valley. The 3 formidable cultivators united their strength to shatter all the formations. Do not let him escape, the leader bellowed, quickening their pursuit. The scattered cultivators and disciples of the sect followed closely behind. Ye Chen sprinted deeper into the heart of the valley, where the presence of ferocious beasts grew increasingly abundant and formidable with each step taken further inward. Ye Chen wore a mischievous smile at the corner of his lips as he launched an attack on the demonic beast, striking it and then swiftly retreating. Even the beast, which was lazily resting in its lair, received a slap. The valley echoed with the furious roars of the enraged creature. Ye Chen's provocative remarks successfully incited the wrath of numerous demonic beasts. In an instant, the entire valley erupted in chaos as the beast surged towards him. Meanwhile, the three powerful beings in the fusion stage were on the verge of capturing Ye Chen when an overwhelming horde of enraged creatures surged forth, trailing closely behind him. That damn brat, how cunning he is! The leader of the fusion stage experts bellowed in fury. With a plethora of high-tier demonic beasts in their midst, the three fusion stage warriors dared not recklessly push through the throng to seize Ye Chen. Instead, they could only hone in on his aura and pursue him from behind. Within the valley, Ye Chen led a legion of demonic beasts at the forefront, occasionally striking down a creature along the way, which only served to swell the ranks of the beastly army. Trailing behind the demonic horde were the three fusion stage masters, followed by a motley crew of rogue cultivators and disciples from various sections. Ye Chen arrived at a crossroads and casually picked up a leaf, infusing it with a fragment of his essence before casting it towards the left path. In an instant, the leaf transformed into an apparition of Ye Chen, dashing fervently into the left fork of the road. Ye Chen swiftly suppressed his own aura with the heavenly Dao Pearl and dashed into the right path. The demon beasts, sensing Ye Chen's presence, pursued him into the left path. When the three formidable beings of the combined body stage arrived at the fork, they detected fluctuations of Ye Chen's aura emanating from the left path and unhesitatingly followed suit. Once all had ventured into the left passage, Ye Chen reappeared at the fork, just in time to see the youth who had previously reported to the elder of the combined body stage trailing behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen advanced and swiftly rendered the young man unconscious, lifting him effortlessly by the nape of his neck as if he were a mere chick, and dashed towards the exit of the valley. Meanwhile, after a brief pursuit, the onlookers and the beasts soon realized they had been deceived when the illusion of Ye Chen morphed back into leaves, drifting gently to the ground. "Oh no, we have been fooled," bellowed one of the three powerful entities in the integration stage. Just as they prepared to turn back, the beasts, having lost the scent of their quarry, descended into a frenzy. With a thunderous roar, a colossal two-headed bear lunged towards the crowd. "Damn it! These beasts have lost their target and are now using us as their punching bags," cursed one of the integration stage warriors. Panic ensued among the scattered cultivators and disciples, with some attempting to resist the monstrous onslaught, while others fled in all directions. "Everyone, remain calm. Do not lose your composure," commanded the leading integration stage warrior. But his efforts to restore order were rendered futile amidst the chaos of the beastly attacks. At that moment, Ye Chen had nearly reached the valley's exit. Still carrying the unconscious youth, he stowed away the young man's spatial pouch and, with a swift motion, struck him awake. As the young man slowly regained consciousness, his eyes were still clouded with confusion, unaware of the events that had transpired, yet he felt a sharp sting on his face. Upon recognizing Ye Chen before him, terror surged within him, prompting a desperate instinct to struggle. Ye Chen gazed at him coldly and remarked, "Humph, do not move recklessly. Your life is spared for now." The young man, trembling with fear, dared not to stir and stammered, "What do you wish to do? Speak. Your name and your faction." Ye Chen spoke coldly and without hesitation. "Do not kill me. My name is Tianxuan, a disciple of the Tianxuan Sect." The young man stammered, his eyes filled with terror, instinctively shrinking back. "Who was that elder in the integration stage?" Ye Chen inquired. "He is the ancestral master of the Tianxuan Sect, my great-grandfather." Tianxuan replied, not daring to conceal the truth, answering candidly. Upon hearing the response, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. "So, you are indeed quite valuable." Ye Chen wore a mischievous grin as he gazed upon Tianxuan, as if she were merely a pile of spiritual stones. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Tianxuan's complexion instantly drained of color, her speech faltering as she stammered, "Don't act recklessly. My ancestral grandfather will not let you off." Ye Chen let out a disdainful snort, remarking, "He can barely secure his own safety, let alone concern himself with you." With that, Ye Chen subdued Tianxuan, sealing off his divine sense before casting him into the space of the heavenly Dao Pearl, intending to seize an opportunity to exchange him for spirit stones from the Tianxuan Sect. Meanwhile, the valley echoed with the relentless cries of battle and the roars of ferocious beasts. The three cultivators in the integration stage, along with disciples from various sects and wandering cultivators, found themselves in a dire predicament. Ye Chen cast a glance back at the chaos that lay deep within the valley, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he hastened his departure from this place of strife. In the Canglan Realm, amidst the bustling Tianwu city, this was a territory governed by the Tianxuan Sect. Ye Chen strolled leisurely along the street, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the shops flanking him. Suddenly, a flicker of anger crossed his face, but moments later, the corners of his mouth lifted into a subtle, playful smile. Not far ahead, a group of elegantly attired youths surrounded a rotund young man in splendid garments, who strutted out of a tavern with an air of arrogance. This young man, with his corpulent figure and a face adorned with excess flesh, possessed beady eyes that gleamed with avarice. The passers-by on the street, upon seeing him emerge, instinctively veered away, as if they had encountered a band of menacing brigands. As the young man stepped out of the tavern, his gaze fell upon a strikingly beautiful female cultivator by the roadside. Instantly, a lewd desire ignited within him. He staggered toward her, extending his hand to caress her delicate face. "My dear beauty, let us indulge in some amusement together," he leered. The female cultivator turned pale, retreating repeatedly. A young man clad in green, accompanying her, surged forward to shield her from harm. "Esteemed sir, I implore you to show some restraint," he stammered, though he summoned all his courage to speak. The young man's expression darkened. "Humph, who do you think you are to thwart my desires?" At that moment, the surrounding onlookers began to murmur, undeterred by the unfolding scene. This young man was Su Taixu, the second son of the Shi family, one of the 4 prominent families in Tianwu City. The young couple seemed destined for trouble. Indeed, it was rumored that Su Taixu's elder brother, Su Taixu, had been accepted as a disciple by the Grand Elder of the Tianxuan Sect, granting Su Taixu a sense of invincibility. He frequently bullied men and women alike, leaving a trail of misdeeds in his wake. Humph. None of the 4 prominent families are virtuous. They often commit heinous acts, abducting maidens at will. Alas, what can we do when they possess such formidable power? We can only cede in silence. Esteemed sir, my junior sister and I are merely passing through and mean no offense. I beseech you to spare her. The young man in green implored hastily. Spare her? A beauty I have set my sights upon is not so easily relinquished. Those who know their place should willingly submit to me. I shall ensure that you experience unparalleled ecstasy. Su Taixu leered, his greedy gaze roving over the female cultivator. Esteemed sir, my junior sister is an innocent soul. I hope you will show mercy, the young man in green stammered, bowing deeply, his body trembling slightly. Su Taixu snorted dismissively. Enough of your prattle. Today, you will comply, or you shall not leave Tianwu City. The female cultivator, gripped by terror, clutched tightly to the sleeve of the young man, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Ye Chen observed the scene unfolding before him, a surge of indignation rising within his heart. Discreetly, he retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom, gently caressing it as he feigned nonchalance while passing by Su Taixu. Chapter 11. Teaching the bully a lesson and acquiring spirit stones. This jade pendant was translucent and radiated a faint aura of spiritual energy, unmistakably a treasure of exceptional quality. Su Taixu, with his keen eyes, immediately spotted the jade pendant in Ye Chen's hand, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Stop right there, kid. That pendant has caught my fancy. Su Taixu exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the pendant as he shouted and extended his rotund hand to block Ye Chen's path. Seeing Ye Chen's cultivation level was merely at the first stage of chi refinement, he assumed the youth would be easy to intimidate. Ye Chen feigned surprise as he lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of Shi Taixu before him. And then, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smirk adorning his face as he regarded Shi Taixu, arms crossed over his chest in an air of indifference. Child, spare me your words. That which I desire is rightfully mine. Shi Taixu was incensed by Ye Chen's nonchalant demeanor. Oh, if you have the ability, come and take it. Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Taixu was instantly enraged. Typically, everything he desired was willingly presented to him, yet this young man before him completely disregarded his authority. You insolent brat, you shall regret your insolence. Bring him down. No sooner had he spoken than his lackey surged forward, intending to seize Ye Chen. However, before they could even lay a hand on him, they were met with a blur, as Ye Chen's figure vanished from sight. Where is he? The crowd looked around in confusion, unable to locate Ye Chen. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air as one of the lackeys clutched his abdomen. Collapsing to the ground in agony, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Ye Chen had appeared behind another lackey, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. You, the lackey stammered, pointing at Ye Chen with a face full of terror, rendered speechless. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, grasping the thug's hair and forcefully slamming his head to the ground. The lackey hadn't even registered what was happening before his head struck the floor, a handful of hair torn out by Ye Chen, resulting in a gory injury. How dare you, a ragtag bunch, attempt to seize my possessions? Ye Chen placed his foot upon the chest of the lackey, uttering with a calm demeanor, "You seek death." Upon witnessing his subordinate being struck, Su Taixu was instantly consumed by rage. He drew his longsword from his waist and lunged at Ye Chen. A glint of cold light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes as he evaded the longsword with an ethereal grace. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Su Taixu squarely in the abdomen. With a gasp, Su Taixu let out a pained cry. Blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ye Chen leaped forward, forcefully striking the groin of Su Taixu. The sound of 2 cracking eggs reverberated through the air. Barbecue. Su Taixu is now worthy of serving the empresses in the palace. Su Taixu let out a wretched scream, clutching his groin, trembling in agony, beads of cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Lying on the ground, he wailed in despair. His body curled up like a large shrimp, unable to rise for quite some time. My lord. The remaining sycophants, witnessing this scene, were instantly struck with terror. No longer daring to act further, they all fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Spare us, my lord. We failed to recognize your grandeur and have offended you. Ye Chen cast a cold glance at them, disdain evident in his voice as he uttered, "A pack of worthless fools." At that moment, the onlookers erupted in a chorus of applause. Well struck. This vile scion has long been arrogant and overbearing. It is about time he received a proper lesson. An elderly man exclaimed, his face alight with satisfaction. Indeed, this young hero truly embodies the spirit of youth. Let us see if that scoundrel dares to act recklessly again. A burly man echoed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Absolutely. Such a bully should have been dealt with long ago. A young woman chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Thank you, noble benefactor, for your timely assistance. Without your intervention, my junior sister and I might have faced dire consequences today. The man in the azure attire, accompanied by his junior sister, stepped forward and bowed deeply to Ye Chen in gratitude. Your kindness is beyond measure, noble sir. I am at a loss for how to repay you, the young female cultivator said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively and said, "It is of no consequence. You should leave quickly to avoid further troubles." The man in the green attire promptly replied, "Benefactor. The Shi family wields substantial power in Tianwu City, and they are unlikely to let this matter rest easily." Ye Chen smiled and said, "No worries. It is better for them to seek me out, thus sparing me the trouble of making the journey myself." He certainly would not let this opportunity to acquire spirit stones slip away. The man in the green attire wished to persuade him further, but was interrupted by Ye Chen. "You should leave quickly. Do not linger any longer." With no other recourse, the man in green expressed his gratitude once more and hurriedly departed with his junior sister. "Do you go by the name of the dung beetle?" Ye Chen turned around, looking down at Su Taixu with an air of superiority, and calmly inquired. Su Taixu, pale with pain, gritted his teeth and, enduring the agony, shouted, "You scoundrel. My name is Su Taixu." Ye Chen let out a scoff. "Oh? With your disposition, it would be more fitting to call you a dung beetle." Ye Chen continued to jest. "Your brother is aptly named Dung Beetle. Indeed, he and the scarab are true kin, both equally loathsome pests." Su Taixu, filled with fury and resentment, found himself unable to rise and retaliate due to the pain, and could only grit his teeth and threaten, "You shall wait. My family boasts a nascent soul ancestor who will not let this transgression go unpunished." Ye Chen replied, "Oh, then tell me, if I were to slay you now, could your ancestor possibly restore your life?" Ye Chen crouched down, leaning closer to Su Taixu, teasingly remarking, You mustn't act recklessly." Su Taixu's eyes widened in terror, instinctively shrinking back. "If you wish to preserve your life, surrender all the spirit stones you possess." At that moment, Su Taixu's life rested in Ye Chen's hands, leaving him no choice but to submit. He hastily commanded his subordinates to hand over all the contents of his storage bags. Ye Chen took the storage bag and, with a sweep of his consciousness, discovered that it contained over 1,000,000 medium-grade spirit stones. His eyes immediately brightened. "Indeed, it seems this plump sheep is quite substantial." Ye Chen said with a smile, "However, this amount of spiritual stones is insufficient. What else do you desire?" Su Taixu asked in terror. "It's quite simple." Ye Chen spoke casually, suggesting that his family should send over 3 to 5 million mid-tier spirit stones. Otherwise, with a flick of his wrist, he revealed a black rope. The binding immortal rope. 3 to 5 million spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Su Taixu's face turned ashen. This was the income of his family for several years. What? Are you unwilling? Ye Chen looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. No, no. Su Taixu gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, I will have someone fetch it right away. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Binding the immortal binding rope around Su Taixu, lifting him effortlessly as one might a small chick. Let us proceed. Take me to your home, where I shall personally retrieve what is mine. Su Taixu had no choice but to comply, leading Ye Chen toward his family estate. Chapter 12. The Thief Hero. Night Shadow visits the aristocracy yet within. Su Taixu seethed, vowing that once they reached his family, he would ensure Ye Chen's demise. Cursed wretch. How dare you treat me thus, robbing me of my legacy? Upon returning home, I shall have my vengeance, carving you into 1,000 pieces to assuage my wrath. Before long, the duo arrived at the entrance of the Su family estate. The guards, upon witnessing their young master's disheveled state, were taken aback, hastening to inform the household. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man, resplendently attired and exuding an air of authority, emerged, flanked by a cadre of skilled warriors. This man was Su Taixu, the current head of the Su family. Who dares to harm my son? Su Taixu bellowed in fury. Upon seeing his father, Su Taixu felt a surge of hope, immediately recounting his plight. Father, you must avenge me. He has stripped me of my manhood. You insolent brat. Su Taixu glared at Ye Chen, his eyes ablaze with fury. Enough of your prattle. Quickly produce the spirit stones to secure his release, or I cannot guarantee his survival. Yet Ye Chen remained utterly unperturbed, raising the binding immortal rope in his hand. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of energy suddenly emanated from within the Su family estate, and two figures materialized like phantoms. Who dares to behave insolently within the Su family? One of the elders bellowed furiously, his gaze sharp as lightning, exuding a terrifying aura of the nascent soul stage that sent shivers down one's spine. Ye Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile, utterly unfazed by the oppressive aura emanating from the two ancestors. With a light chuckle, he remarked, a mere nascent soul stage. I could easily handle it with a flick of my wrist. Seeking death, the two ancestors, witnessing Ye Chen's blatant indifference, became increasingly enraged and immediately launched an attack against him, showing no concern for the life or death of Su Taixu. Ye Chen let out a cold snort, casually discarding the statue of Su Taixu as if it were refuse. In the blink of an eye, he moved with such swiftness that he was nearly imperceptible. The next moment, he had seized the necks of the two elders, as if they had willingly offered themselves to him. The two elders' eyes widened in disbelief and terror, utterly astonished by Ye Chen's overwhelming strength. How dare you behave so arrogantly before me? Ye Chen spoke coldly, applying even greater pressure with his grip. At this moment, the members of the Su family were filled with tumultuous emotions, as this mere first-layer chi practitioner was effortlessly subduing their ancestor. Seeing this, Su Taixu hastily intervened to prevent Ye Chen from delivering a fatal blow. Young friend, please pause. Let us not act impulsively. We can discuss matters amicably. Su Taixu's change in address reflected the overwhelming power Ye Chen exhibited, far surpassing their expectations. They had initially believed that their family's nascent soul ancestor could easily subdue Ye Chen, yet they were taken aback as he instantaneously countered. Holding the fates of both ancestors in his hands, should Ye Chen truly decide to strike with lethal intent, the Su family would suffer the catastrophic loss of two vital nascent soul ancestors, an event that would spell disaster for them. Ah, so now you wish to negotiate? If only you had suggested this earlier, we could have avoided such turmoil. Ye Chen wore a mocking expression as he confined the two ancient beings, leaving them at his feet. What conditions must be met for you to release them? Su Taixu suppressed the fury that simmered within him. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones for the release of one individual, with 3 held captive. Which one will the head of the Su family choose? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his lips. You, my young friend, your demands are rather exorbitant, aren't they? In his heart, Su Taixu seethed with anger. This wealth had been painstakingly accumulated by their family over the course of a century. Was the head of the Su family unwilling to exchange spirit stones for lives? In that case, there was no need to retain these 3 useless individuals any longer. Ye Chen nonchalantly raised his hands, feigning an intention to strike. Hold on, warned Su Taixu, his eyes fixated on Ye Chen with an air of menace, veins bulging on his forehead. My Su family possesses an ancestral figure of the refinement void realm. If you compel him to act, it will surely lead to a relentless confrontation. Are you truly willing to proceed in such a manner? Humph. Do not attempt to intimidate me with that old relic who is already half in the grave. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh as he gazed into the depths of the Su family. He had long since discerned the presence of a near-death elder in the realm of void refinement, whose strength was reduced to a mere fraction. A single exertion would surely lead to his demise. You. Shi Durong stammered, his finger trembling as it pointed at Ye Chen, his chest heaving violently. The elder of their void refinement lineage had indeed reached the brink of life, and any attempt to act could result in swift death. It was unexpected that Ye Chen could perceive this so effortlessly. Do as he says. Give him the spirit stones. At that moment, the ancient voice of the elder resonated from the depths of the Shi family, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. The members of the Shi family were taken aback, their faces reflecting deep reluctance. Elder, this is the culmination of our family's century-long efforts. Shi Durong could not help but exclaim. Humph. The elder of void refinement bellowed, you inept fools, who abuse your power to bully the weak. This is the consequence of your own making. Upon hearing this admonition, the Shi family members lowered their heads, silenced. After a moment's hesitation, Shi Durong gritted his teeth and instructed an elder beside him to retrieve the spirit stones. A short while later, the Shi family, with great reluctance, handed over 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones to Ye Chen. Had we done this sooner, we could have spared everyone the waste of time. Ye Chen concealed the spirit stones, a hint of a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Young friend, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of these inept juniors. I hope you will not stoop to their level, came the aged voice of the venerable ancestor of the Shi family. Old fellow, considering your sensible demeanor, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. I trust you will guide your descendants well henceforth. With that, Ye Chen turned to depart, a playful grin still lingering on his face. He had heard much from the gathered crowd about the misconduct of the 4 great families and various clans in Tianwu City, their acts of oppression and bullying. In the dead of night, a shadow slipped into the Li family among the 4 great families of Tianwu City. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the Li household. Spare me, young hero. All the spirit stones of the Li family are here. I beseech you to accept them. Humph. At least you are perceptive. I shall spare your life today. The cloaked figure accepted the spirit stones and vanished from the Li residence in an instant. Have you heard? The Li family was also visited by that thief, Night Shadow, last night. Indeed, it is said that Night Shadow appears and disappears like a wraith. And not a single guard from the Li family noticed. Deservedly so. They have long been notorious for their villainy and oppression of the good. This robbery seems like divine justice. Quite right. It is said that Night Shadow only targets the wealth of the unprincipled, which is truly gratifying. Who can argue with that? Now the esteemed families in the city are like startled birds, too afraid to continue their misdeeds. Ha 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 indeed. I have heard that in every street and alley of Tianwu City, in tea houses and taverns alike, the tales of Night Shadow's heroism are fervently discussed. Chapter 13. Infiltrating the auction. Auctioning the Xianyu book as the orchestrator of it all, Ye Chen was presently seated in a tea house, savoring fragrant tea while eavesdropping on the conversations around him, a playful smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seems the outcome has been quite favorable. Ye Chen pondered to himself. Ever since the Shi family offered 6 million mid-grade spirit stones, he had donned a disguise, transforming into a shadowy rogue who prowled the night to target those affluent families that showed no mercy. In a mere fortnight, Ye Chen had visited each prominent family in Tianwu City, returning each time with bountiful spoils. These aristocratic clans, emboldened by their formidable lineage, had long engaged in the oppression of the common folk and the exploitation of the local populace. Ye Chen did not consider himself a benevolent person, yet he could not resist the wealth of the callous noble families and their abundant spirit stones. In a sense, he was indirectly alleviating the plight of the people. Nevertheless, a sense of frustration lingered within him. Over the past fortnight, he had amassed a considerable quantity of spirit stones from these families, all of which he had refined with the heavenly Tao Pearl, yet his cultivation had only progressed to the initial stage of the golden core. However, upon entering this stage, he discovered that the power of the laws he had previously comprehended could now be utilized. At that moment, 2 young men of remarkable bearing, clad in azure robes, entered Tianwu City side by side. These 2 were Lin Shua, the eldest disciple of the Tianxuan Sect, and Su Chen, the second disciple. Having ventured out for several years to hone their skills, they were returning to the sect and stopped by Tianwu City to rest. They paused as they overheard the bustling conversations of the passers-by fervently discussing the exploits of the vigilante known as Night Shadow. Night Shadow, how intriguing. Lin Shua furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly piqued by interest. Does the elder brother have any thoughts? Su Chen inquired, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Night Shadow can indeed be considered a righteous figure. Lin Shua replied nonchalantly, his tone revealing no discernible emotion. Indeed, the affluent families in Tianwu City are devoid of compassion. They ought to be taught a lesson. Su Chun concurred enthusiastically. Let us investigate who this Night Shadow truly is. With that, Lin Shuo strode towards the city, prompting Su Chun to swiftly follow suit. They arrived outside the estate of a noble family within Tianwu City. Elder brother, why have we come here? Su Chun whispered, lowering his voice. To see if Night Shadow has left any traces behind, Lin Shuo replied matter-of-factly. That makes sense. Su Chun nodded in agreement. Lin Shuo closed his eyes and unleashed a formidable sense of awareness, meticulously probing his surroundings. Found it. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. What have you discovered, elder brother? Su Chun asked eagerly. I sensed a faint trace of the power of laws, Lin Shuo said. A smile gracing his lips. The power of laws? Could it be that Night Shadow is at the transcendent stage? Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief at the implication. Indeed. It is highly probable that this individual has comprehended the power of laws at the transcendence level, Lin Shuo affirmed with conviction. Ah, Su Chen gasped in astonishment. Elder brother, can we use this trace of law to locate him? The power of laws could only be comprehended by those at the transcendent stage or above. It was exceedingly rare for someone at the refining void stage, like Ye Chen, to grasp the power of laws. No. Unless this person takes action and reveals the power of laws, Lin Shuo shook his head in response. Alas, Su Chen sighed lightly, a hint of disappointment evident on his face. Junior brother, let us wander through the city. Perhaps we may encounter something of value. Lin Shuo patted Su Chen on the shoulder reassuringly. At that moment, Ye Chen, seated in a tea house, set down his teacup, casually tossed a spirit stone, and rose to leave. As he walked along the bustling street, his mind was occupied with thoughts of his future plans. Suddenly, he heard a commotion ahead. As if a lively market was unfolding. A spark of interest ignited within Ye Chen, compelling him to join the lively gathering. He relished such vibrant occasions, especially when the opportunity to uncover exquisite treasures presented itself. Descending gracefully, he blended into the throng and soon discovered that the renowned Wanbao Pavilion was hosting a public auction. Wanbao Pavilion stands as the preeminent auction house in the Canglan continent, wielding immense influence. They boldly present all manner of treasures for bidding, and none dare to cause disturbances during their auctions, with branches scattered across the entirety of Canglan. Ye Chen transformed himself into a mysterious figure, draped in a black robe and adorned with a conical hat, seamlessly blending into the auction venue. The display stands brimmed with an array of exquisite treasures, each more captivating than the last, overwhelming the senses. The auction had commenced, with an elderly gentleman fervently presenting the items on stage. Ye Chen casually glanced around and discovered that the majority of the auction items consisted of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and low-tier magical artifacts, none of which piqued his interest. While these items may be considered rare treasures in the Canglan continent, who is Ye Chen? He is the esteemed junior disciple of the most powerful sect in the Immortal Realm, basking in the adoration of many, and naturally, he holds these treasures in disdain. It was only when he spotted a familiar figure seated in the front row that his eyes lit up. This individual was none other than the ancestral master of the Tianxuan Sect, the great-grandfather of Tianxuan. Remarkably, Tianxuan was still within Ye Chen's heavenly Tao Pearl space, and he had been contemplating sending a message to the Tianxuan Sect, proposing an exchange of spirit stones for her release. What a fortuitous encounter. Haha. Ye Chen flashed a cunning smile, having devised a plan, and departed for the backstage of the auction. Moments later, as the auction neared its conclusion, he returned to the hall. The next item to be auctioned was the final piece of the event, a mysterious offering just delivered by an enigmatic figure. The elderly auctioneer proclaimed loudly. This item is rather exceptional. It is the first time Wanbao Pavilion has auctioned such a piece. The old man introduced with a peculiar expression. As his voice faded, a servant behind him pulled away the white cloth draped over a cage. Inside, bound hand and foot, Tianxuan was revealed to the audience. Instantaneously, a flurry of whispers erupted among the spectators, none of whom had anticipated that the last auction item would be a person. This final item is actually a person. Can a human even be put up for auction? Ah, this individual resembles Tianxuan from Tianxuan Sect. Indeed, I recognize him. He is Tianxuan of Tianxuan Sect. Upon seeing Tianxuan in the cage, the elder of Tianxuan Sect's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in fury as he sprang to his feet. Who dares to be so audacious as to kidnap a disciple of Tianxuan Sect? The elder bellowed, his voice brimming with wrath and authority, rendering the auction hall silent. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Tianxuan, his fist clenched tightly, emanating a powerful aura, with those nearby acutely sensing his rage. Xian Yushu was a descendant of the Ziyang sect's elder and one of the most distinguished disciples of the younger generation. Having gone missing for half a month from a mysterious valley, the elder never expected him to reappear in such a manner. Wanbao Pavilion, what is the meaning of this? The elder of Ziyang sect turned to the old man on stage, his tone icy. Chapter 14. Toying with the elder of Ziyang sect faced with the elder's inquiry. The elder of Wanbao Pavilion's expression darkened as he unleashed a formidable pressure characteristic of the Great Ascension stage, forcefully suppressing the Ziyang sect elder's imposing presence. Humph. In my Wanbao Pavilion, it is not your place to act recklessly. If you wish to rescue him, you must bid properly. The elder of Wanbao Pavilion warned coldly. Under the immense pressure, the Ziyang sect elder's countenance grew increasingly grim, yet he was acutely aware of Wanbao Pavilion's might, one not to be trifled with lightly. Very well. I shall see who dares to contest with Ziyang sect for him. The elder of Ziyang sect gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. Meanwhile, the crowd below erupted in astonishment, none having anticipated such a turn of events. Hidden among the throng, Ye Chen wore a barely perceptible smile. We shall now commence the bidding. With a starting price of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, stated the elder of Wanbao Pavilion, his expression impassive as he surveyed the audience. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Ziyang sect elder, seething with anger, huffed and made the first bid, casting a warning glare around, cautioning others not to bid. A profound silence enveloped the hall as no one dared to speak up. Given the implications of involving Ziyang sect, 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Just then, cloaked in black, Ye Chen flashed a sly smile and raised his bidding paddle. Having kept Xian Yushu within his Tiandao Pearl for over half a month, he felt a sense of obligation towards him. To settle for merely 1 million spirit stones seemed a significant loss, thus he unhesitatingly escalated the bid. Moreover, considering that the elder of Ziyang sect had pursued Ye Chen in the mysterious valley, he was not one to suffer in silence. Vengeance was warranted, and to earn more spirit stones in the process was indeed a perfect outcome. The Ziyang sect elder, upon hearing Ye Chen's bid, was instantly engulfed in fury, fixing a piercing glare at Ye Chen. Who are you to oppose Ziyang sect and bid for him? His voice trembled with intense rage. The highest bidder prevails. Spare me the superfluous words. Ye Chen's voice emerged from beneath the black robe, deep and hoarse. You foolish creature. Do you dare to challenge the dignity of the Ziyang sect? Are you aware of the consequences? The elder of the Ziyang sect trembled with rage. Consequences? Do not try to intimidate me, old man. If you wish to save someone, then name your price. Ye Chen shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly and remarked. Esteemed ancestor of the Ziyang sect, please be mindful of the auction's regulations. The highest bidder prevails, and do not disrupt the fairness of the proceedings. The elder of the Wanbao Pavilion interjected once more, issuing a warning. He was well aware that only the ancestor of the Ziyang sect would bid such exorbitant prices. Had it been anyone else, they would have been swiftly outbid, and he would not have spoken in such a gentle tone. The ancestor of the Ziyang sect's face turned ashen, yet he dared not offend the Wanbao Pavilion. He could only suppress his fury and declare, very well. I shall see just how many spirit stones this elusive fellow possesses. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. 6 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen scoffed and continued to raise the bid. 7 million mid-grade spirit stones. The ancestral elder of the Ziyang sect exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury. 8 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen resolutely raised the price. At this moment, the expression of the ancestor of the Ziyang sect darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Ye Chen would prove to be such a formidable opponent, and the price had far exceeded his expectations. Who are you, esteemed guest? Has my Ziyang sect ever wronged you? The ancestor's face turned ashen, his fury reaching a boiling point. In this moment, even the most naive observer could surmise that there was some enmity between the figure in the black robe and the Ziyang sect. Otherwise, no one would offer such an exorbitant price to vex them. I have not wronged you. I merely find this amusing. Is that not permissible? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he crossed his arms over his chest, exuding an air of nonchalance. The elder of the Ziyang sect pointed a finger at Ye Chen, and at that moment, he realized that it must be this cloaked figure who had brought Xian Yushu for auction. With eyes filled with murderous intent, he fixed his gaze upon Ye Chen, wishing fervently to rush forward and reduce him to ashes. Yet, in a bid to rescue Xian Yushu and uphold the dignity of the Ziyang sect, he gritted his teeth and declared, 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. A profound silence enveloped the room, as all present were left astounded by this staggering sum. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones could indeed deplete an entire sect's resources. Ye Chen also felt that it was about time, if he raised the price further. The Ziyang sect might have no choice but to concede. Very well, since the ancestor of the Ziyang sect is so insistent, I shall yield it to you. Ye Chen smiled faintly and ceased to bid, casually remarking, Alas, I had a rapport with Brother Yushu upon our first encounter, and I had hoped to rescue him with a generous offer. It is truly a pity that I cannot fulfill this desire. However, the Ziyang sect lives up to its reputation as a grand sect, possessing immense wealth. I sincerely hope that upon my return, the esteemed ancestor will not neglect Brother Yushu. Ye Chen slightly cupped his hands, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, yet a glimmer of cunning lay hidden in his gaze. The crowd around him erupted in an uproar upon hearing his words. Are you truly conceding? It is evident that you have been the one driving the prices up all along. Is there anyone as shameless as you? Do you not fear retribution for such insolence? The audacity of this figure in black was remarkable. How could he dare to belittle the ancestor of the Ziyang sect without fearing retaliation? Hush, keep your voice down, lest you attract trouble. However, it was undeniable that the Ziyang sect had suffered a considerable loss today. Who was this black-clad individual? Bold enough to challenge the Ziyang sect and still walk away unscathed? Humph. The Ziyang sect, usually so arrogant and overbearing, has finally met its match today. Some murmured quietly, while many others chose to remain silent, observing from a distance, fearful of being drawn into the turmoil. The ancestor of the Ziyang sect trembled slightly, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes blazed with an almost palpable fury as he fixed his glare upon Ye Chen, seething with rage. This boy has humiliated the Ziyang sect today. He must be made to pay dearly. He was acutely aware of the severe consequences of resorting to violence at the Wanmao Pavilion auction, and thus he forced himself to suppress his anger. With a cold snort, he averted his gaze from Ye Chen and turned to pay the 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, hastily departing with Xian Yushu. As he left, he discreetly signaled to a few of his disciples. Understanding his intent, they quietly slipped away from the crowd, trailing Ye Chen at a distance, waiting for the opportune moment to exact their vengeance. Upon receiving the spirit stones from the auction of the Xian Yu book at the Wanmao Pavilion, Ye Chen prepared to return to his sect. Having spent over half a month in Wu City, he had nearly exhausted the resources of various families. With a bulging storage bag in hand, he stepped out of Tianwu City in high spirits. As Ye Chen emerged from Tianwu City, he noticed the disciples of Ziyang sect covertly observing him. A sly smile crept across his face. It seemed the one who offered spirit stones had returned once more. Ye Chen feigned ignorance, his steps neither hurried nor slow, as he strolled toward the direction of the Tianxuan Sect. Enraged, the elder of the Ziyang sect, upon receiving the news, immediately summoned several trusted disciples and took to the skies, pursuing the path Ye Chen had taken. Chapter 15. A vicious assault on the elder of the Ziyang sect. That accursed young man in the black robe dares to humiliate our Ziyang sect in such a manner. I shall ensure he is torn to shreds. He gritted his teeth, his heart ablaze with murderous intent, wishing fervently to devour Ye Chen whole. Meanwhile, Lin Shua and Su Chun had wandered through Tianwu City, yet they had uncovered no clues regarding the Night Shadow. Brother, it seems we cannot find any further leads on the Night Shadow, Su Chen remarked with a hint of disappointment. Fear not, fate will bring us together in due time. Let us return to the sect, Lin Shua replied, his gaze profound and calm. You are right, brother. Let us make our way back. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Ye Chen strolled leisurely, paying no heed to the fortune boy trailing behind him. Suddenly, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping Ye Chen entirely. A flicker of intrigue danced within Ye Chen's heart as he came to a halt, a mischievous smile gracing his features. Is the time finally ripe for action? He mused to himself. The figure of the patriarch of the Ziyang sect descended from the heavens, positioning himself before Ye Chen. His countenance dark and his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You audacious wretch, he thundered, his voice resonating like a great bell. How dare you abduct my sect's disciples and brazenly auction them off to humiliate the Ziyang sect? Today, you shall pay the price. Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. This old man truly lacked patience, having pursued him so swiftly. Old man, while one may indulge in a chaotic feast, one must refrain from uttering reckless words. When have I ever humiliated your sect? Ye Chen feigned bewilderment, an expression of innocence adorning his face. Humph. Stop pretending. Do you think this old man is unaware that it was you who abducted Yushu? The venerable ancestor of the Ziyang sect, furious to the point of laughter, pointed an accusatory finger at Ye Chen. Alas, old man, you are gravely mistaken. I did indeed place a bid at the auction. If I were the one who kidnapped him, would I still need to participate in the bidding? Ye Chen spoke earnestly, his face reflecting utmost seriousness. The elder of the Xiang sect was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. This young man was utterly impervious to reason, distorting right and wrong. You seek death. The elder roared, unable to contain his fury any longer, and raised his hand to strike Ye Chen with a single, formidable palm. This strike contained a dreadful might, as if it aimed to reduce Ye Chen to mere pulp. Seeing this, Ye Chen remained calm and composed, invoking the laws of space, his figure vanishing instantaneously from his original position. The ancestor of the Xiang sect, being at the fusion stage, posed a formidable challenge for Ye Chen, who was merely at the golden core stage. A direct confrontation would certainly be to his disadvantage. With a resounding boom, the surrounding trees were shattered, and a massive pit formed where Ye Chen had just stood. The laws of space. The ancestor of the Xiang sect was immediately struck with astonishment. The comprehension of the laws of space was typically reserved for exceptionally talented cultivators at the tribulation stage, yet this figure cloaked in black robes, possessing only golden core capabilities, had seemingly grasped such an advanced principle. A sense of disbelief and apprehension filled the heart of the Xiang sect's ancestor. There were scarcely any tribulation stage cultivators across the entire Canglan continent. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, for if this black-robed individual truly was a formidable tribulation stage expert, the events of the day could lead to dire consequences, potentially spelling catastrophe for the Xiang sect. In the brief moment that the ancestor of the Xiang sect was lost in thought, all the companions he had brought along were rendered unconscious by Ye Chen. Esteemed friend, may I inquire whether my Xiang sect has offended you in any manner? The tone of the Xiang sect's ancestor conveyed a hint of caution and trepidation, as he even altered his form of address to that of esteemed friend. Ye Chen, disinterested in the confrontation, utilized the principles of spatial manipulation to instantaneously teleport behind the venerable ancestor of the Xiang sect, delivering a formidable punch. The ancestor, sensing the gust of wind from the impending strike, turned just in time to receive a blow directly to his eye socket. Before he could even comprehend the situation, Ye Chen raised his formidable foot and delivered a crushing kick to his face. The ancestor was sent sprawling to the ground, and Ye Chen seized his hair with one hand while the other unleashed a flurry of resounding slaps across the ancestor's face, leaving it flushed and swollen. You old relic, he declared, daring to lay a hand upon me. Today you shall truly understand the consequences. Ye Chen fought fiercely, his mouth spewing curses. This is what you get for being arrogant. This is the consequence of your tyranny. Ye Chen relentlessly kicked the abdomen of the ancestor of the Xiang sect. With each forceful strike, the ancestor doubled over in agony. Aren't you quite formidable? Come on, continue. Ye Chen's fist rained down upon the ancestor of the Violet Sun sect like a relentless storm, leaving him utterly defenseless. The ancestor, dazed and disoriented by the onslaught, attempted to resist but found himself shackled by Ye Chen's overwhelming law power, reduced to nothing more than muffled groans of agony. Ye Chen grew increasingly invigorated as he fought, spitting and shouting, "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Let us see if you dare to be so arrogant in the future." In no time, the elder of the Xiang sect found himself in a pitiful state, his garments tattered and torn. Just as the elder was rendered utterly exasperated, Lin Shua and Su Chun sensed the fluctuations of battle emanating from that direction. What formidable power of the laws! Akin to the remnants of the laws from the aristocratic families of Tianwu City, Lin Shua discerned the essence of the laws radiating from Ye Chen's combat. Could it be Night Shadow? Su Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Let us investigate. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Shua's eyes as he soared towards the source of the conflict, accompanied by Su Chen. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the scene of the clash. At that moment, Ye Chen had already subdued the Xiang sect elder, leaving him prostrate on the ground as he rummaged through their storage bags. Heh, thank you for your hospitality. Ye Chen gathered all the spoils of war, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Ye Chen thoroughly plundered the treasures of the ancestors of the Xiang sect, his spirit soaring with delight. Just as he was about to make his escape, he suddenly sensed two unfamiliar presences approaching at a rapid pace, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Oh, is it perhaps another fool seeking wealth? Could they be allies of the Xiang sect? With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he discerned that one of them harbored the power of the laws, clearly a formidable being in the tribulation transcendent stage. It seems today as uninvited guests are rather numerous. A playful smile curved at the corners of Ye Chen's mouth, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Strike first, lest you suffer the consequences. He was no naive saint. Given the hostile demeanor of his opponent, he would show no mercy. Are you not the infamous thief, Night Shadow? Lin Shua furrowed his brow, for he had distinctly sensed the presence of a force of law, yet before him stood only Ye Chen, a mere golden core cultivator. However, Ye Chen was the only one still standing. Even the patriarch of the Tianxuan Sect had been rendered unconscious. This enigmatic figure in the black robe must harbor some secret. Lin Shuo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating. As a Tribulation Realm cultivator, should he not take action to test the waters? Night Shadow? What manner of being is that? Is it of any value? Ye Chen smiled mischievously at the two, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Currently unable to contend with the Tribulation Stage cultivator, Ye Chen could only resort to the laws of space to evade. Lin Shuo offered a faint smile and directly attacked Ye Chen, seeking to ascertain whether he was indeed the Night Shadow. Upon witnessing Lin Shuo's immediate action, Ye Chen became increasingly convinced that he was indeed an accomplice of the Tianxuan Sect. Without hesitation, he resolved to take the initiative. Spatial laws, teleportation. Ye Chen's figure flickered and instantly vanished from the spot. Chapter 16. The Heavenly Sword Sect challenges, and Ye Chen delivers a crushing defeat. This is not good. It is the law of space. Lin Shuo felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. Before he could react, his vision blurred. Bang! Ye Chen struck Lin Shuo's left eye with a powerful punch, causing him to see stars. Bang! Before Lin Shuo could grasp the situation, Ye Chen delivered another blow to his nose, resulting in a torrent of blood. Lin Shuo clutched his nose, staring at Ye Chen in disbelief. He never anticipated that Ye Chen could move with such astonishing speed and wield such formidable strength. Behold my sword. Su Chen, witnessing the scene, let out an enraged roar and summoned a flying sword, thrusting it toward Ye Chen. A mere trifling skill. Ye Chen disdainfully curled his lip, his figure flickering once more as he deftly evaded the assault of the flying sword. Bang! Ye Chen delivered a powerful punch to Su Chen's right eye, instantly transforming it into a disfigured panda eye. Ah! Su Chen let out an agonizing scream as he was propelled backward. The laws of space dictated his swift escape. Ye Chen once again invoked the laws of space, vanishing from his original position. Lin Shuo, a veritable Tribulation Realm cultivator, realized that if he did not flee now, he would lose his chance to escape. How infuriating. He let him get away. Lin Shuo and Su Chen struggled to rise, surveying the empty surroundings with eyes filled with resentment. What had initially been an attempt to test whether Ye Chen was the Night Shadow unexpectedly turned into a brutal beating. This young man is truly enigmatic. We must return to the sect and devise a new plan. Lin Shuo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, senior brother. Su Chen nodded reluctantly. They could hardly fathom how they, the esteemed elite disciples of the Tianxuan Sect, could be so thoroughly defeated by a mere golden core cultivator and to be left in such a disheveled state. Ye Chen harnessed the laws of space, and with a few flickers, arrived at the gates of Tianxuan Sect. He shed his black robe, reverting to his true form, and suppressed his cultivation to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Then, step by step, he ascended the mountain. As one in the Qi refinement stage is forbidden from flying on a sword, he sought to conceal his identity and could only make his way up the mountain on foot to avoid raising any suspicions. He chuckled to himself, Tianxuan Sect, Ye Chen, have returned. Ye Chen gazed upon the majestic gates of the Tianxuan Sect, a hint of a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. As Ye Chen stepped into the sect, he was immediately struck by the sight of numerous disciples hurrying towards the martial arts platform, engaged in animated discussion. It was rumored that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect had come to provoke once more, marking the 3rd instance this year. This time, uncertainty loomed over whether our Heavenly Xian Sect could reclaim its honor. Ye Chen felt a stirring in his heart and joined the throng heading towards the arena. Upon the stage, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect brandished a long sword, standing tall with an air of arrogance. He shouted at the disciples of the Heavenly Xian Sect, "Is there not a single capable fighter among you?" The Heavenly Xian Sect's combatants, already drenched in sweat, clearly bore the marks of a previous defeat. Is this the extent of your capabilities? Truly disappointing. The scorn on the Heavenly Sword disciples' face grew ever more pronounced. I had expected a renowned sect, yet it appears to be filled with nothing but inept fools. He disdainfully surveyed the members of the Heavenly Xian Sect below. It seems the so-called Heavenly Xian Sect is merely a hollow name. The combatant from the Heavenly Xian Sect gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, "Do not be so arrogant. Let us fight again." Yet, in the eyes of the Heavenly Sword disciple, the flaws in his attack were glaringly obvious. "You dare to challenge me? Such arrogance is laughable." The Heavenly Sword disciple easily sidestepped the strike, sneering. The disciples of the Heavenly Xian Sect below were all flushed with indignation, yet felt powerless due to their limited strength. Cease the flamboyant moves and strike at his base. Ye Chen, unable to bear the sight any longer, shouted loudly. The disciple from Tianxuan Sect, upon hearing Ye Chen's words, instinctively directed his attack towards his opponent's lower body. Yet the situation remained unchanged. Alas, hasten your movements. Employ finesse rather than brute strength. Ye Chen, filled with frustration, exclaimed, "What audacity to make such noise here!" Oblivious to the consequences, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chen, his expression rife with contempt. With merely the cultivation of the 6th level of qi refinement, what courage did he possess to offer reckless guidance in this place? Ye Chen paid no heed to the surrounding mockery, continuing to bellow with fervor. To the left, to the right, upwards. Kick him. Grasp his hair. The disciples of the Tianxuan Sect erupted in laughter at Ye Chen's chaotic instructions, exclaiming, "How absurd that the Tianxuan Sect relies on such a madman for guidance. Where did this lunatic come from? His words are nothing but a jumbled mess. Has the Tianxuan Sect fallen so low as to allow such a fool to embarrass themselves here?" An elder from the Tianxuan Sect, with a sneer of disdain, taunted the 6th elder of the Tianxuan Sect, saying, "Look at your Tianxuan Sect, reduced to such a state that you even accept disciples who lack any semblance of order. It is truly pitiful." The 6th elder of the Tianxuan Sect smiled mildly, casting a dismissive glance at the elder from the Tianxuan Sect. He, having been guided by Ye Chen, understood the brilliance of his tactics. The laughter of these onlookers, despite being boisterous now, would soon turn to dismay as the tables turned. While the disciples of the Tianxuan Sect appeared somewhat flustered on the surface, they remained intently focused on the unfolding battle, regardless of the ridicule directed at them. Ye Chen's guidance proved occasionally beneficial. They resolved to finish this round first. Trust in their fellow disciples rekindled their fighting spirit. And the combatants from the Tianxuan Sect surged forward once more against their Tianxuan Sect opponents. The distraction caused by Ye Chen momentarily unsettled the disciples of the Tianxuan Sect, allowing the Tianxuan Sect disciples to launch a counterattack. However, they were soon subdued once again. Ye Chen, in a fit of urgency, dashed onto the stage. Step aside. Step aside. Allow me to demonstrate how to fight." With that, he recklessly lunged toward the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, employing both hands and feet in a chaotic manner, resembling a frenzied and unruly woman. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect found themselves flustered and bewildered by Ye Chen's sudden and bizarre approach, momentarily struggling to defend themselves. This is what you get for your arrogance, for your complacency. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Chen grasped and clawed, incessantly muttering, "You shameless scoundrel, how dare you act so recklessly?" The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect were both furious and vexed. Yet, Ye Chen paid them no heed, continuing on his own path. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect found themselves utterly at a loss, overwhelmed by Ye Chen's ferocious assault, and were forced to concede defeat. The disciples of the Heavenly Xian Sect below were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into exuberant cheers. The countenance of the defeated Heavenly Sword Sect disciples darkened severely. An elder from the Heavenly Sword Sect, unable to contain his rage, rose to his feet and pointed at the crowd from the Heavenly Xian Sect, admonishing, "Do not rejoice too soon. Today you merely employed despicable tactics. Next time you shall witness our true strength." The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect joined in, shouting, "Indeed. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Next, we shall reclaim our honor." Chapter 17, A Midway Ambush on the Heavenly Sword Sect. Elder Chen, you have already lost. Do not dwell on the trivialities. There are no specific rules governing combat, Elder Lu remarked, stroking his beard with a triumphant smile. For years, the Heavenly Sword Sect had relied on a few talented disciples, consistently challenging others, while the Heavenly Xian Sect had endured relentless pressure. Today, they finally exhaled a breath of relief. Mark my words, Heavenly Xian Sect, our accounts are far from settled. With a cold snort, Elder Chen of the Heavenly Sword Sect issued a final threat before retreating from the arena with his disciples in disgrace. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Heavenly Xian Sect reveled in the joy of victory, dismissing the threats from the Heavenly Sword Sect. As he observed the retreat of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Ye Chen's mind was already concocting a plan. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, a sly smile gracing his face, silently vowing, "Does the Heavenly Sword Sect think they can return safely? How naive." Ye Chen seized the opportunity to depart. Altering his appearance and donning a black robe, he chuckled to himself, for the black robe added an exhilarating sense of thrill to his intentions of plunder. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples of the Tianxuan Sect marched briskly, their faces twisted in ire as they conspired. "Humph, next time we shall poison their provisions directly, rendering them powerless and defenseless against us," one elder declared darkly. "Indeed, wise elder. We could bribe their disciples to taint their food with the poison, a disciple chimed in. Shameless. A despicable band of miscreants, resorting to such vile tactics. Upon overhearing the shameless scheme devised by the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Ye Chen inwardly cursed. In a flash, he appeared before the disciples of the sect, and before they could react, he launched a powerful punch. Humph! Who dares? The elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect swiftly responded, positioning himself protectively in front of the disciples, unleashing his divine pressure towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen remained unaffected by the oppressive aura of the transformation stage, delivering a powerful strike to the face of the elder from the Heavenly Sword Sect. I will kill you. The elder, struck by the blow, was left bleeding profusely from his nose, letting out a pained cry, and instantly erupted in fury. However, before he could take any action, Ye Chen landed another punch, this time around his eye. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect attempted to rush to his aid, only to find themselves immobilized by Ye Chen's formidable power of the laws. Ye Chen grasped the elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect by the hair with one hand, while delivering punch after punch to his face with the other. Ye Chen, the master of slapping faces, specializes in delivering blows to the elders of the Tianxuan Sect. With each strike, the elders are left bruised and battered, their anguish cries echoing through the air. It is not until he renders one elder unconscious that he relinquishes his hold, only to pivot and unleash a flurry of punches upon the remaining disciples of the Tianxuan Sect. The sounds of their wretched screams fill the atmosphere as they are mercilessly knocked to the ground, writhing in agony. Ye Chen struck with great ferocity, leaving them battered and bruised, yet sparing their lives. He thoroughly ransacked their storage pouches, emptying them of all their contents. Before retrieving some rope to bind them securely and casting them aside, Ye Chen caressed his chin, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the group of Tianxuan Sect members bound together, resembling a miser who has stumbled upon a trove of riches. He chuckled to himself, for this was an unimaginable fortune. Ye Chen chuckled, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He discovered a communication talisman on one of the relatively conscious disciples. Listen, I shall relay a message to your sect. Inform them that you are in my custody. It will cost 1 million mid-grade spirit stones for each of you. Since there are 8 of you, I shall generously offer a discount, demanding only 10 million mid-grade spirit stones in total. Remember, act swiftly, or you shall face the consequences. Ye Chen spoke with fierce intensity, simultaneously delivering a forceful kick to the side of the bound disciple from the Heavenly Sword Sect. The named disciple was filled with terror, trembling as he accepted the communication talisman. Under Ye Chen's coercion, he stammeringly sent a distress signal to his sect. After completing this task, he cast a pitiful glance at Ye Chen, fearful that a moment's displeasure might lead to a torrent of violence directed at him. A sense of indignation welled within him. This felt more like a penalty than a discount. Clearly, the cost for one person was 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Thus for 8 individuals, it should amount to 8 million mid-grade spirit stones. Now, with the price skyrocketing to 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, this was no discount, it was outright extortion. Behave yourselves and patiently await your sect's arrival for a ransom, should you dare to play any tricks. Humph. Ye Chen crossed his arms, a look of playful mockery upon his face as he stared at them. After a prolonged wait, a sudden surge of formidable energy reverberated from the horizon. A figure, akin to a streak of light, swiftly descended before Ye Chen. The newcomer was an elderly man clad in a blue robe, exuding an overwhelming presence. He was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sect in the stage of harmonization. Which impudent junior dares to abduct a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect? The old man exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. You old fool, your disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect are despicable and shameless. They deserve a lesson. Ye Chen felt the immense pressure but did not display any signs of trepidation. Instead, he straightened his back and sneered. Impudence! Release them at once, or you shall find yourself bereft of a proper burial. The ancestor in the fusion phase furrowed his brow, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If you wish for me to release them, bring forth 10 million medium-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen stood his ground resolutely. The ancestor's countenance darkened. You are merely courting death. Ye Chen crossed his arms, declaring, enough of the idle chatter. Hand over the spirit stones, and you may take the person away. Otherwise, our discussion is at an end. In that moment, the atmosphere reached a palpable tension. Suddenly, the ancestral figure at the integration stage waved his hand, unleashing a fierce sword aura that surged menacingly towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen had long been prepared, utilizing the laws of space to vanish in an instant. The old ancestor at the integration stage narrowed his eyes, instantly becoming vigilant. He scanned his surroundings in search of Ye Chen, his gaze filled with bewilderment and fury. He had never anticipated that Ye Chen had comprehended the laws of space. He merely assumed that Ye Chen possessed some extraordinary treasure. At that moment, Ye Chen had silently approached him from behind. With a mischievous grin, he delivered a sudden kick to the old ancestor's rear. Ouch! The old ancestor stumbled forward a few steps, nearly losing his balance. Enraged, he turned around. You little brat, are you seeking death? How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Old man, this is merely a stratagem of war. Ye Chen laughed heartily. The old ancestor's face flushed crimson with anger as he launched another assault at Ye Chen. However, thanks to the laws of space, Ye Chen's form flickered continuously, causing the old ancestor's strikes to miss time and again. Old man, you can't touch me. As Ye Chen deftly evaded his opponent's strikes, he simultaneously provoked the ancestral figure in the combined phase, inciting further ire. The elder's attacks grew increasingly fierce, yet Ye Chen seemed to possess an uncanny ability to vanish at critical moments, reappearing in unforeseen locations. Suddenly, he materialized behind the elder once more, catching him off guard and delivering a powerful blow to his visage. A resounding thud reverberated as a bruise blossomed upon the elder's face. A furious roar erupted from the elder as he pivoted to retaliate, but Ye Chen had already vanished again. Thus, Ye Chen exploited the advantage bestowed by the laws of space, executing a series of successful ambushes. Before long, the elder's countenance bore the marks of his defeat, swollen and bruised. Chapter 18. The eccentric Ye Chen rendered powerless by Ye Chen's relentless assault, the elder collapsed, gasping for breath, his eyes ablaze with fury and indignation. Cunning wretch! The elder snarled through gritted teeth. If only you had acted thus from the outset. Bring forth the spirit stones. Ye Chen stood with his hands on his hips, a playful smile gracing his face. The ancestor of the combined stage, feeling helpless, could only retrieve 10 million mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and hand them over to Ye Chen. Ye Chen took the spirit stone and examined it meticulously. After confirming its authenticity, he nodded in satisfaction. Old man, this is still insufficient. Hand over everything of value you possess. Ye Chen pressed on, saying, do not overstep your bounds. The patriarch in the fusion stage darkened his expression, unwilling to relinquish the treasures he possessed. Ye Chen, disinterested in further discussion, took matters into his own hands and personally stripped him of his treasured possessions, including magical artifacts and elixirs. Ye Chen swiftly collected these items into his storage ring and then untied the ropes binding the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Begone! Do not let me encounter your underhanded tactics again. Ye Chen, laden with abundant spoils, swiftly vanished in an instant. Moments later, he reappeared before the gates of the Tianxuan Sect. After restoring his appearance, he entered the sect with a light heart, humming a cheerful tune. This venture of extorting the Tianxuan Sect not only filled his coffers to the brim but also allowed him to vent his frustrations, bringing him immense gratification. Ye Chen hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to Qingzhou Peak. Upon stepping into the bamboo cottage, he beheld his master, Su Taixu, sitting upright with an air of authority, while two individuals stood before him. These two were none other than Lin Shuo and Su Chen, who had previously endured a thorough beating at Ye Chen's hands. At this moment, their faces were battered and bruised, etched with expressions of deep resentment. Su Taixu was in the midst of reprimanding them. Oh, old Su, you're here. Ye Chen scratched his head, offering an awkward smile as he spoke. Upon hearing Ye Chen address him as old Su, Su Taixu's expression instantly froze. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a flicker of helplessness and embarrassment crossed his gaze. This young man dared to call me so in front of my two esteemed disciples. Where has my authority as a master gone? With a resigned sigh in his heart, Su Taixu could only nod coolly and respond with a slight hum. He lamented internally, reflecting on how he had insisted that Ye Chen become his apprentice. Lin Shuo and Su Chen were taken aback by Ye Chen's casual address of their master, their eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Shuo thought to himself, this Ye Chen is incredibly audacious, daring to show such disrespect to the master, and yet the master remains calm. The muscles in his face twitched slightly as he struggled to suppress his astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Chen pondered, could it be that Ye Chen is the master's long-lost illegitimate son? The thought sent waves of turmoil through his mind, yet he maintained an outward facade of solemnity, revealing none of his inner turmoil. The two exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their attention back to Ye Chen. Ye Chen also discerned the two individuals with swollen faces and bruised features, his pupils narrowing. Could it be? Such a coincidence? Ye Chen felt a slight tension in his heart. Would they recognize me? Ye Chen reflected on the course of their confrontation and concluded that no flaws had been revealed. Xiao Chun, come here. Allow me to introduce you to two of your senior brothers. Su Taixu no longer fretted over how Ye Chen addressed him, a faint smile gracing his face. This is your elder brother, Lin Shua, and this is your second brother, Su Chen. They shall guide you in your cultivation henceforth. I have the honor of meeting both senior brothers. Ye Chen steeled himself and approached, forcing a faint smile as he bowed to his two senior brothers. Lin Shua and Su Chen regarded Ye Chen with expressions that betrayed their discomfort. Their first encounter with the junior brother revealed a visage marred by bruises, casting a shadow over the dignity typically associated with seniority. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly innocuous junior was, in fact, the very individual responsible for their battered appearances. You are too modest, junior brother, Lin Shua remarked, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. Greetings, junior brother, Su Chen added, returning the gesture with a subtle smile. Pray tell, what accounts for your extraordinary demeanor, dear senior brothers? Ye Chen gazed at the two individuals, their faces bruised and battered, and feigned ignorance as he inquired with curiosity. Lin Shua and Su Chen exchanged glances, each perceiving the awkwardness reflected in the other's eyes. Surely, they could not confess to having been bested by a mere golden core cultivator, could they? Oh, it's nothing. We simply had a little mishap and stumbled. Lin Shua casually fabricated an excuse. Yes, just a little tumble, haha. Su Chen chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Ye Chen suppressed his laughter, secretly thinking, wrestling? Quite symmetrical, indeed. The two of them, one with a left eye bruised into a panda eye by Ye Chen, and the other with a right eye similarly afflicted. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Taixu let out a soft sigh, shaking his head in a mix of disappointment and frustration. His eldest disciple, a being of the tribulation stage, was left battered and bruised. If word of this spread, his reputation in the Canglan continent would be utterly tarnished. Su Chen, being only at the golden core level, could be somewhat excused for his predicament, but Lin Shua, as a tribulation stage cultivator, had reached the pinnacle of this realm. Reflecting on this, Su Taixu could not help but scold Lin Shua for failing to protect even his junior disciple. After the reprimand, Su Taixu took out a vial of ointment and handed it to Su Chen. Ye Chen gazed intently at the ointment presented by Su Taixu. The old man had consistently reprimanded his eldest disciple while seemingly bestowing extra care upon the second disciple. Su Chen, sharing the same surname as the elder Su, led Ye Chen to ponder, could it be that Su Chen is the illegitimate son of the old Su? Ye Chen's mind was once again filled with an array of peculiar and mystical thoughts. Very well, from this moment on, the three of you shall be brothers in arms, destined to aid one another and strive for collective advancement. Little Chen, as you are just embarking on this journey, should not hesitate to seek guidance from your two senior brothers whenever you encounter uncertainties in your cultivation. After imparting these instructions, Su Taixu concluded with a nod. Understood. Old Su. Ye Chen blinked his eyes, casting a scrutinizing gaze back and forth between Su Taixu and Su Chen, wearing a mischievous expression as if he had uncovered a great secret about Su Taixu. All right, you may go now. Su Taixu waved his hand. Ye Chen followed Lin Shua and Su Chen out of the bamboo house, silently resolving that this secret must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Lin Shua and Su Chen walked ahead, both remaining silent, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Ye Chen followed closely behind, his mind incessantly murmuring that this illegitimate child of old Su was none other than his own junior. It seemed that Lin Shua was also among his younger kin. Ye Chen seemed to have unraveled their relationship. With a thoughtful glance, he realized that he ought to present a token of goodwill to his junior. Thus, he stepped forward and placed a hand upon Su Chen's shoulder. Little Su, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I would like to offer you a modest gift. As he spoke, Ye Chen produced an exquisite artifact acquired through rather audacious means and handed it to Su Chen. Lin Shua and Su Chen, upon hearing Ye Chen refer to Su Chen as Little Su, paused in their tracks. After all, he was the second senior brother. Such familiarity seemed rather presumptuous. Their thoughts drifted away from the artifact, and reflecting on Ye Chen's tendency to call even his master Old Su, they felt a sense of understanding. Su Chen gazed at Ye Chen, whose expression radiated sincerity, and opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 19. The Gossip of Ye Chen, a lethargic respite. Ye Chen believed he was astonished by this exquisite magical artifact, and he pressed it into Su Chen's hands, declaring, I have no use for this. With that, Ye Chen produced another artifact and offered it to Lin Shua. Here, my dear junior. This one is for you. Lin Shua instinctively accepted the artifact, momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. Both Lin Shua and Su Chen gazed at the magical artifact in their hands, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Junior brother, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Su Chen broke the silence first. Indeed, junior brother, you have just begun your journey. It is best for you to keep it for your own use, Lin Shua quickly concurred. Take it without hesitation. Do not be polite with me. Besides, I have no need for these artifacts, Ye Chen insisted. Ye Chen casually waved his hand, displaying an air of indifference. Indeed, he found no use for it. Nor did he hold it in high regard. In the celestial realm, his magical artifacts were of the finest quality. However, when he was cast down to the mortal realm, they were all taken by his master, the Supreme Immortal Emperor. The celestial rope was the only item he had managed to acquire from Su Taixu. Lin Shua and Su Chen exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before ultimately accepting the magical artifact. Su Chen scratched his head and said, "Little junior brother, should you ever require assistance from your elder brother, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Shua nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, there is no need for formality among us brothers." Ye Chen smiled and nodded, and the atmosphere among the three of them became slightly more relaxed. "Come, my dear senior brothers, allow me to treat you to some drinks," Ye Chen declared with bravado. "All right, today we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Lin Shua and Su Chen echoed in unison. The three of them, arms draped over each other's shoulders, commenced their barbecue and drinking on Qingzhou Peak, quickly becoming a cohesive group. After several rounds of wine, their faces flushed and their inebriation evident, one of them inquired, "Little Lin, what level is your cultivation on this continent?" Ye Chen patted Lin Shua's shoulder and inquired. Lin Shua was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to why his junior brother would pose such a question. Could it be that he harbored doubts regarding his combat prowess? "Little Lin, do not misunderstand. I have only recently begun my cultivation and remain unaware of the pinnacle of power in the Canglan continent." Upon observing Lin Shua in a daze, Ye Chen realized he may have misunderstood something and offered a brief clarification. After hearing Ye Chen's explanation, Lin Shua found it to be reasonable, considering that this junior disciple had only just begun his cultivation journey and might not fully grasp the intricacies of cultivation ranks. Junior disciple, the highest cultivation realm in the Canglan continent is the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Surpassing this realm requires ascending to the higher realms. Lin Shua nodded as he elucidated this to Ye Chen, then continued, "I am at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and few can claim victory over me in the Canglan continent." Lin Shua initially intended to mention that apart from Su Taixu, he was invincible on this continent. However, recalling that he had recently been bested by a young man at the Golden Core stage, he refrained from completing his statement. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had acquired yet another free bodyguard. From now on, he could traverse the Canglan continent with unrivaled confidence. "I must remember to bring this free bodyguard along whenever I venture outside." Ye Chen contemplated inwardly, a radiant smile gracing his visage. "Junior brother, with your innate talent, if you diligently cultivate, you too can ascend to the Transcendence realm and then soar to the Celestial realm," Lin Shua remarked, his gaze filled with anticipation and yearning. Ascend? Ye Chen had never entertained the notion of ascension. He was still miffed about being unceremoniously cast down by his master, the immortal Emperor Wujie. Nevertheless, he feigned satisfaction. Nodding in agreement, turning, he placed a hand upon Su Chen's shoulder. "Little Su, what is your relationship with old Su?" Ye Chen ultimately could not suppress the flames of curiosity burning within him and posed the question that lingered in his heart. Upon hearing Ye Chen's inquiry, Su Chen's mouth slightly parted, and he gazed at Ye Chen with a look of bewilderment. He felt as though he could no longer keep pace with the thought processes of this junior disciple. "Why do you ask such a thing, my young junior? Our relationship is merely that of master and disciple. I merely observe the special care that master bestows upon you, which piqued my curiosity." Ye Chen chuckled softly. His eyes glazed with inebriation as he spoke. "Junior apprentice, you think too much. Master treats us brothers equally." Su Chen shook his head in resignation. Ye Chen ceased his inquiries, glancing at the nearly emptied wine jar, and waved his hand dismissively. "Having indulged sufficiently in libations, I shall retire to my chamber for some rest." With that, he swayed slightly as he rose and ambled towards his room, muttering to himself along the way. "Old Su's surname is Su, and young Su's surname is also Su. Could it be that I have misjudged?" His ramblings were distinctly audible to Lin Shua and Su Chen, who exchanged bewildered glances, rendered momentarily speechless. Surely this junior disciple does not harbor the belief that you are the master. Lin Shuo exclaimed, incredulous. What thoughts could possibly be swirling in this young one's mind? Su Chen found himself caught between laughter and exasperation, for he too had fleetingly mused that Ye Chen might be the long-lost illegitimate son of the master. With resigned shakes of their heads, they resumed sipping the remaining wine, yet their minds lingered on Ye Chen's perplexing words. Ye Chen returned to his chamber, depositing the more than 20 million spirit stones acquired through a non-voluntary donation event into the heavenly Dao Pearl. Moments later, the spirit stones were entirely consumed, and Ye Chen's cultivation was restored merely to the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. Ye Chen once again directed his ire towards the heavens, vehemently cursing the Supreme Immortal Emperor. His heart ached with sorrow as he lamented the expenditure of over 20 million mid-grade spirit stones, only to unlock a mere 3 minor realms in his cultivation. For several consecutive months, Ye Chen had refrained from venturing outside, choosing instead to lounge on a recliner atop Qingzhou Peak, basking in the sun, embodying an attitude of nonchalance and lethargy. His elder brother, Lin Shuo, observed Ye Chen's stagnant state, merely at the qi refinement stage, and sighed deeply. Today, he could no longer bear to witness such complacency. As the eldest disciple, he felt a sense of duty towards his junior brother as lack of progress. Little junior brother, you cannot afford to squander your potential any longer. Do you not yearn for the day you ascend the righteous path? Lin Shuo approached Ye Chen with a grave expression. I do not wish to. What is so great about ascending? I have yet to fully enjoy my time in this Canglan Realm. Ye Chen remained motionless, responding directly, No, junior brother. Your thoughts are flawed. Rise and train with me. From this day forth, I shall oversee your cultivation daily. Lin Shuo, embodying the sense of responsibility of a senior brother, reached out to pull Ye Chen up. Senior brother, please do not trouble me. I am utterly exhausted. Ye Chen languidly lifted his eyelids, and in his reluctance to engage in cultivation, he summoned his senior brother. Lin Shuo, undeterred by Ye Chen's evasions, forcibly dragged him to the training ground. However, not long after they commenced their practice, Ye Chen unexpectedly succumbed to slumber during the session, even snoring audibly. Ye Chen, awaken at once, Lin Shuo exclaimed, a mixture of frustration and helplessness in his voice as he roused Ye Chen from his slumber. Ye Chen was startled awake by the sudden exclamation, his eyes fluttering open in a daze. Elder brother, let me sleep a little longer, he murmured, closing his eyes once more, intent on returning to slumber. How can you possibly achieve anything like this? Without diligent cultivation, how will you enhance your abilities? Lin Shuo lamented in exasperation, feeling a greater urgency than Ye Chen himself. What are you so anxious about? I know my own limits. Ye Chen rubbed his eyes, displaying an air of indifference. Lin Shuo shook his head in frustration, yet found himself utterly powerless against this languid junior disciple. Ye Chen gazed at the helpless Lin Shuo, resolving to ease his concerns by suddenly unleashing his cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement. Chapter 20, Midnight Instruction in Swordsmanship, The Secret Realm Unveiled. Junior brother, you have remarkably attained the 8th level of qi refinement, Lin Shuo exclaimed, taken aback by the aura emanating from Ye Chen, his eyes widening in astonishment. Disbelief etched upon his face. Senior brother, although I may have been asleep, my cultivation has not faltered. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. Junior brother, your remarkable talent should drive you to diligently cultivate your skills and establish your foundation as soon as possible. With your aptitude, you are destined to ascend the righteous path within a millennium. Lin Shuo was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure and earnestly replied, Elder brother, isn't it better to let things unfold naturally? Establishing a foundation is not as easy as it seems. Ye Chen curled his lips. He certainly did not desire to ascend prematurely. A month had passed, during which Lin Shuo diligently monitored the training of Ye Chen and Su Chen. Yet, each time Ye Chen attempted to cultivate, he would inevitably succumb to slumber. Whenever Lin Shuo delivered his lectures, Ye Chen maintained a nonchalant demeanor. In contrast, Su Chen was a fervent devotee of cultivation, dedicating every moment to his practice. Observing Ye Chen's indifferent attitude, Lin Shuo, in exasperation, resolved to supervise him in swordplay, reasoning that this activity would surely prevent him from dozing off. Junior brother, come, let us practice our sword techniques, Lin Shuo proclaimed, drawing forth his sword. Ye Chen wore an expression of reluctance, yet he nonetheless grasped the sword. The two stood facing each other, engaging in a duel of skill. Without the use of spiritual power, they clashed purely with their sword techniques. On the surface, Ye Chen appeared to be rather indifferent, casually wielding his sword with a lackadaisical manner. Lin Shuo observed this with a silent sigh in his heart. However, as the exchanges progressed, Lin Shuo gradually discerned that each seemingly random move of Ye Chen was, in fact, extraordinarily intricate. What appeared to be rife with openings turned out to be artfully countered whenever Lin Shuo attempted to launch an attack. This junior brother is indeed a genius of the sword. Lin Shuo felt a mix of astonishment and delight. Oh, senior brother, how tedious this is. Yet Ye Chen remained as nonchalant as ever, mumbling to himself. As Ye Chen engaged in a duel with Lin Shuo, he pondered silently in his heart. Although the swordsmanship of his elder brother was commendable, it still possessed numerous flaws. Ye Chen understood that if he pointed it out now, his senior brother would undoubtedly feel embarrassed, and he himself would also be at risk of exposure. It would be better to seek an opportunity to offer subtle guidance, thus assisting his senior brother while avoiding any awkwardness. Ye Chen resolved to transform into Night Shadow that evening to confront Lin Shuo in combat. After exchanging sword techniques with Lin Shuo, Ye Chen had scarcely found a moment's respite when Su Chen eagerly stepped forward. Junior brother, I too wish to spar with you, Su Chen stated earnestly. With a resigned shrug, Ye Chen reluctantly raised his sword once more. As he engaged in sparring with Su Chen, he immediately discerned several evident flaws in Su Chen's swordplay. For instance, the application of force was improper, and the transitions between moves lacked fluidity. Nevertheless, Ye Chen maintained an impassive demeanor, continuing to project an air of nonchalance. Upon the conclusion of their bout, Su Chen, panting heavily, gazed at Ye Chen with eager anticipation, seemingly awaiting his assessment. Yet Ye Chen merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. In his heart, he pondered, there are many issues with this second senior brother's sword techniques. It would be prudent to address them all tonight to avoid future complications. As night fell and the city lights began to glimmer, Ye Chen transformed into a shadow of the night, preparing to offer Lin Shuo and Su Chen a unique swordsmanship lesson. Ye Chen donned a black night cloak, gliding through the shadows of Chizhu Peak like a specter in the nocturnal embrace. Ye Chen arrived at the abode of the two, and Lin Shuo and Su Chen immediately sensed the disturbance. Who goes there? Lin Shuo shouted vehemently. Upon recognizing that the visitor was the black-robed cultivator of the Golden Core stage who had previously beaten them, both were taken aback. Before they could react, Ye Chen unsheathed his sword, unleashing his fully realized sword intent, a powerful aura that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Is it truly the fully realized sword intent? Lin Shuo and Su Chen were astounded, yet they swiftly grasped their swords to confront him. Ye Chen's sword techniques were both fierce and precise. In his encounters with them, what appeared to be an assault was, in fact, a clever demonstration of his swordsmanship. Offering them guidance. Your strikes are overly forceful and aggressive, making them prone to breaking. Ye Chen executed his moves while imparting guidance to Lin Shuo. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shuo felt a jolt of realization, instantly grasping the essence of his predicament. He subtly adjusted his swordsmanship, and indeed, it became markedly more fluid. The connection of sword strikes must flow with the heart's intent, lest it become overly rigid. Ye Chen offered guidance to Su Chen once more. Following his advice, Su Chen adjusted his technique and immediately felt a significant enhancement in the potency of his swordsmanship. In the twilight, the three of them engaged in a mesmerizing dance of sword shadows, with Lin Shuo and Su Chen, under Ye Chen's tutelage, refining their skills further. Upon witnessing the remarkable progress in the sword techniques of Lin Shuo and Su Chen under his guidance, Ye Chen felt it was time to withdraw from the fray. He invoked the laws of space, vanishing instantaneously from his location and reappearing in the sanctuary of his abode. Lin Shuo and Su Chen, startled by Ye Chen's sudden disappearance, were gripped by concern for his well-being and hurriedly made their way to his residence. Moments later, they arrived at Ye Chen's door, anxiously rapping upon it. At this moment, Ye Chen lay on his bed, roused by a knock at the door. He feigned a sleepy demeanor as he rose to open it. What brings my esteemed brothers to seek me at this late hour? He inquired. Lin Shuo and Su Chen, noticing Ye Chen's seemingly dazed expression, felt a wave of relief wash over them, believing he was unaware of their concern. Junior brother, we just encountered a mysterious figure and were worried for your safety. Hence our visit, Lin Shuo explained. I am relieved to hear all is well. Please, continue to rest, junior brother, Su Chen added in agreement. I see. Thank you both for your concern. I assure you, I am perfectly fine, Ye Chen responded. Ye Chen stifled a yawn. After exchanging a few words of caution with Lin Shuo and Su Chen, he turned and made his way back. Ye Chen gazed at their departing figures, secretly amused, before closing the door and returning to slumber. Days later, deep within a desolate mountain range of the Canglan Realm, a colossal beam of light surged skyward, accompanied by thunderous roars, as if striving to rend the heavens and the earth asunder. A secret realm was about to be unveiled. This revelation spread swiftly like the wind. Throughout the entire Canglan Realm, countless cultivators were stirred into action, hastily making their way toward the mountains to await the opening of the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm, a haven left behind from ancient times, was imbued with innumerable opportunities and treasures, yet fraught with peril and the unknown. Upon learning of the impending revelation of the Secret Realm, the foremost sects of the Canglan Realm swiftly convened their higher-ups to investigate. This enigmatic realm was laden with dangers. Disciples of excessive cultivation levels risked triggering its collapse. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, spoke with a grave expression. Indeed, disciples at the Golden Core stage and below would find it comparatively easier to adapt to the rules of the Secret Realm, thereby affording the younger generation ample opportunities for growth. Another sect leader nodded in agreement. However, thorough preparations must be made. Equipping the disciples with sufficient artifacts and elixirs to ensure their safety, someone added. After meticulous investigation and discussion, they ultimately resolved to send disciples at the Golden Core stage and below into the Secret Realm in search of fortune. Chapter 21. Entering the Secret Realm. The Imperial Sword acknowledges its master. Each sect began to select suitable disciples and gather various resources in preparation for the forthcoming expedition into the Secret Realm. Ye Chen and Su Taixu were naturally included in the list of those heading to the Secret Realm. As Ye Chen and Su Taixu prepared to embark on their journey to the Secret Realm, Su Taixu approached Ye Chen. Little Chen, your cultivation is still insufficient. Take these talismans. Those beneath the nascent soul stage cannot harm you. Su Taixu bestowed upon Ye Chen a substantial array of protective and defensive talismans. Old Su, you still possess such remarkable skills. Ye Chen held a stack of talismans tossed by Su Taixu, his eyes gleaming with excitement and a broad grin adorning his face. Little rascal, my master possesses an abundance of knowledge as well. Su Taixu rolled his eyes and let out a soft snort. Old Su, you truly are impressive. Ye Chen nodded repeatedly, giving Su Taixu a thumbs up. After 2 days of travel, the elder of Tianxuan Sect, accompanied by the disciples destined to enter the Secret Realm, arrived at the entrance. Lin Shua was among them, determined to ensure the safety of his 2 junior brothers. The entrance lay in desolation, with withered yellow grass swaying feebly in the wind. Not far away, several barren trees stretched their bare branches, silently narrating the vicissitudes of time. Junior brother, once we enter the Secret Realm, find a place to hide first, and I will come to find you, Su Chen instructed Ye Chen at the entrance. The Secret Realm was about to open, and upon entry, they would be scattered and randomly teleported to various locations within it. As the elder brother, Su Chen naturally wished to safeguard Ye Chen's safety. Rest assured, little Su, I have the talismans given by Elder Su. I will be just fine. Ye Chen chuckled softly, as he harbored the desire to embark on a solitary journey, which would facilitate his quest for donations. With the Secret Realm now open, numerous cultivators eagerly stepped into its embrace, and Ye Chen, too, joined the throng. Upon entering the Secret Realm, the scenery transformed dramatically. No longer was he surrounded by desolate mountains, but rather a picturesque valley filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant bloom of flowers. The valley was suffused with ethereal energy, evidently a prime location for cultivation. Ye Chen altered his appearance and surveyed his surroundings with keen vigilance. Soon, he noticed a group of individuals congregated in one spot, seemingly engaged in a fierce competition over some coveted treasure. Ye Chen stealthily approached and beheld. At the heart of the crowd, a gleaming sword embedded firmly into the ground, its blade emanating a formidable surge of spiritual energy. Ye Chen fixed his gaze intently upon the sword, realizing its extraordinary nature. It was no ordinary artifact. This sword was, in fact, an imperial weapon. Ye Chen sensed a faint imperial aura emanating from the sword, which filled him with astonishment. Imperial artifacts, being rarer than celestial ones, are exceedingly scarce even in the immortal realm, and should certainly not manifest in this mortal plane. Ye Chen sensed that this secret realm was far from ordinary. This sword is mine. Those who are wise should swiftly depart. Humph. Treasures rightfully belong to the virtuous. Why should they be bestowed upon you? Surrounding cultivators fiercely vied for this imperial sword, their eyes alight with avarice. Ye Chen observed the scene with a shake of his head. Such imperial swords could not be obtained through mere contention. It was imperative for the sword to recognize its master before it could be taken away, otherwise, they would struggle even to approach it. Suddenly, a cultivator ventured close to the imperial sword, reaching out in an attempt to draw it, only to be forcefully repelled by a surge of imperial might emanating from the blade. The cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Yet, the other cultivators were undeterred. Instead, Their competition intensified as they all believed themselves to be the fated one. As Ye Chen observed their fierce contest, a cold smile curled upon his lips. He unleashed the profound sword intent he had comprehended towards the imperial sword. The imperial sword sensed Ye Chen's sword intent, trembling with delight, emitting a jubilant song of the blade, as if it had been destined to belong to Ye Chen from the very beginning. The imperial sword conveyed its divine thought, yearning to establish a connection with Ye Chen and acknowledge him as its master. Ye Chen received the divine consciousness of the imperial sword and immediately established a connection with it. The imperial sword resonated perfectly with Ye Chen, as if they were inherently one. Ye Chen felt an uncanny familiarity with the imperial sword, his heart a tumult of perplexity and ineffable emotions. In a fleeting moment, he appeared beside the sword like a specter, extending his right hand to draw it from the ground. He held the sword aloft, its blade gleaming with a chilling radiance, as if the sunlight itself were conjuring a dance of cold brilliance. This sudden turn of events startled the onlookers, who swiftly turned their gazes towards Ye Chen, their eyes brimming with indignation and vigilance. "Foolish boy, you court death. Release the sword, for it does not belong to you," bellowed a burly cultivator, brandishing a massive axe and aiming a fierce strike at Ye Chen's head. With a resonant hum, the imperial sword emitted a clarion call, exuding an aura of imperial might that rendered those nearby motionless. Simultaneously, an alien memory surged into Ye Chen's consciousness. Subsequently, he felt himself being drawn into an expansive cosmos. Below lay a ravaged world, seemingly devastated by a cataclysmic war. In that vast firmament, resplendent stars appeared to be ignited by the flames of battle. A majestic celestial emperor stood proudly, adorned in resplendent armor, firmly grasping the fearsome imperial sword, Jinghong. Opposing him was a malevolent demon emperor, exuding an aura of wickedness. As dark miasma billowed through the heavens, the clash of their powers reverberated through the cosmos, intertwining light and darkness in a tumultuous dance. The celestial emperor's gaze burned fiercely as he wielded the Jinghong sword, each stroke akin to a dragon's might, seemingly imbued with the capacity to annihilate the very fabric of existence. The demon emperor, undeterred, unleashed his eerie demonic arts, engaging the celestial emperor in a deadly struggle. Ye Chen fixated his gaze upon their fierce battle, etching into his memory every strike delivered by the celestial emperor. After an intense confrontation, the celestial emperor unleashed the stunning swan sword, which cleaved the demon emperor beneath its blade. Yet, the celestial emperor had also sustained grievous wounds. His body swayed precariously, blood staining his armor crimson. The stunning swan sword slipped from his feeble grasp, tracing a resplendent arc through the starry expanse before plummeting into the unknown. The celestial emperor's figure gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing amidst the cosmos, leaving behind an infinite desolation and a poignant tale of heroism. Ye Chen found himself lost in thought, a profound sense of desolation washing over him, as if he were the very emperor of heaven who perished in battle to safeguard his realm. Even one as formidable and immortal as the emperor could succumb to the overwhelming might of his foes. The world was not as tranquil as it appeared, perhaps. Lurking in the shadows, formidable adversaries awaited. He gazed at the sword in his hand, the stunning swan, and began to murmur. "So, your name is Stunning Swan. Our fateful encounter must surely be by destiny's design. I vow to restore your illustrious name, allowing it to reverberate across the heavens and earth." Honoring the glory of the emperor from days of yore, Ye Chen grasped the stunning Hong sword in his hand, caressing it for a moment before sheathing it within his body. Just as he turned around, he found himself face to face with the towering cultivator, who was swinging a massive axe directly at him. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, gracefully sidestepping the massive axe, while swiftly extending his hand to seize the throat of the burly cultivator. The cultivator's face flushed crimson, his eyes brimming with terror. He never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such terrifying strength. "If you wish to avoid death, obediently hand over the storage bag you carry." Ye Chen paid no heed to the towering cultivator's terror. His gaze swept across the assembly of individuals poised to attack him. The crowd remained ensnared in the dread instilled by the imperial sword, their courage extinguished, as they hastily unfastened their storage pouches from their waists and cast them upon the ground. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, completely stowing away the storage bag, and then, with a flicker of his figure, vanished from the spot. After Ye Chen departed, it took the gathered crowd a considerable moment to regain their composure. "Damn it. That rascal actually made off with the treasured sword," one cultivator exclaimed through gritted teeth. "We cannot allow him to escape so easily. We must reclaim the sword," another echoed. At that moment, The fear that had just been instilled by Ye Chen was entirely forgotten, replaced solely by an insatiable desire for the imperial sword. The crowd hastily retrieved their communication talismans, reaching out to their respective sects to relay the news, summoning reinforcements to pursue Ye Chen and seize the Jinggong sword. Chapter 22. The Inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor. Bestowing benefits upon my senior brother. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had long distanced himself from that perilous location. He paused within a secluded cave, meticulously examining the contents of the storage bag he had just acquired. What a bountiful harvest this time. There are quite a number of spirit stones. Ye Chen's face was aglow with excitement, while he eagerly counted the treasures within his storage bag. Su Chun was anxiously searching for Ye Chen's figure in another part of the secret realm. Little junior brother, where have you run off to? Su Chen murmured to himself, meticulously scouring every corner. Meanwhile, in a cave, Ye Chen fortuitously overheard a conversation between two passing cultivators. It is said that the location of the Heavenly Emperor's legacy has been discovered ahead, and many formidable experts have already rushed there. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten, for we may encounter an extraordinary opportunity. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. The inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor? It was worth a visit. Without a moment's hesitation to further examine his storage bag, he rose and hurried in the direction of the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. Meanwhile, Su Chun, while searching for Ye Chen, also caught wind of the news regarding the site of the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. Perhaps his junior brother would be heading there as well. With this thought in mind, Su Chen quickened his pace, searching for Ye Chen while making his way toward the site of the legacy. After traversing several mountain ranges, Ye Chen beheld a palace suspended in the heavens. A celestial staircase, resembling a majestic dragon, coiled upwards towards the palace, emanating an aura of mystery and antiquity. However, both the palace and the staircase were enveloped by an enormous barrier. The surface of the barrier shimmered with radiant light, its runes flickering, exuding an overwhelming presence. Outside the barrier stood a stone tablet for assessing qualifications. Only those who passed the examination of the tablet, meeting the requisite standards, would be permitted to enter the barrier. At this moment, numerous cultivators had gathered here, vying for the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor. Ye Chen noticed Su Chen among the crowd, who was scanning the area in search of Ye Chen's presence. Disguised, Ye Chen refrained from approaching him, as he wished to maintain his anonymity. Numerous cultivators lined up before the stone tablet, each waiting their turn for aptitude assessment. One individual placed their hand upon the tablet, which flickered momentarily before its light dimmed. Instantly, the person's complexion turned ashen as they dejectedly walked away. Conversely, another placed their hand on the stone, and the tablet emanated a brilliant glow, indicating their qualifications were satisfactory. Those deemed qualified wore expressions of joy, striding confidently into the barrier. At that moment, a burly man, unwilling to accept his failed assessment, let out a furious roar and attempted to force his way through the barrier. In an instant, the barrier unleashed a formidable force, its light flashing violently, reducing the man to ashes. This spectacle left the other cultivators gasping in shock, prompting them to approach the aptitude test with heightened caution. Furthermore, those who entered the barrier faced the trial of the celestial ladder. As one cultivator ascended the steps, they were immediately overwhelmed by an immense pressure that rendered them breathless. Others, unable to withstand the force, tumbled down from the ladder. Yet, some persevered, struggling to climb higher. However, it became increasingly evident that the ascent grew more arduous. As the pressure intensified with each step upward, Ye Chen quietly observed from the sidelines, harboring little interest in the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor, for he possessed his own path and required no other inheritance. Nevertheless, he remained curious about what lay within the palace, particularly whether it contained a vast quantity of spirit stones. His mind was consumed by thoughts of spirit stones, as he recognized that to elevate his cultivation, he would need an abundance of them. Ye Chen traversed the barrier utilizing the laws of space, seamlessly entering the palace, unnoticed by anyone. The moment he stepped into the palace, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped him. The interior of the palace was spacious and magnificent, with lofty ceilings that seemed to cradle the stars themselves. The surrounding walls were adorned with peculiar gemstones, emanating a soft yet resplendent glow, casting an enchanting light throughout the entire palace. At the heart of the palace stood a colossal statue, depicting the celestial emperor engaged in a fierce battle with the demon emperor, wielding the stunning sword of the flying phoenix amidst the starry sky. The statue stood tall and dignified, its piercing gaze seemingly surveying all of creation. As Ye Chen examined the statue of the celestial emperor, a veil of ethereal light began to shimmer upon its surface, and a spectral figure gradually emerged from within the statue. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Ye Chen, heightening his vigilance. "Young man, do you know who I am?" The ethereal visage of the Heavenly Emperor fixed its gaze upon Ye Chen and spoke slowly. "Who are you?" Ye Chen furrowed his brow. I too have forgotten my identity. I am but a lingering remnant, waiting here for a fated individual, solely to bestow my legacy." The Heavenly Emperor's apparition fell silent for a moment before letting out a gentle sigh. "I perceive your extraordinary talent. Entrusting this legacy to you will undoubtedly propel you further along your path of cultivation." He regarded Ye Chen with an expression of hopeful anticipation. "I sincerely appreciate your kind intentions, esteemed elder, but I must follow my own path. Accepting your legacy would be detrimental to my journey." Yet, Ye Chen resolutely declined. Indeed, it is a rarity to steadfastly adhere to one's own path. The Heavenly Emperor's remnant was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Ye Chen's refusal. Before he nodded in approval, he cast a sweeping glance over the crowd below, shaking his head. Among the throng, there was no cultivator whose qualifications could elicit his satisfaction. The Heavenly Emperor's remnant discerned at a glance that even among the cultivators who had passed the stone tablet test, none possessed the capability to ascend the heavenly ladder. "Alas, it appears my legacy is destined to be severed. My remnant is on the verge of dissipating, which is why this secret realm has manifested, in hopes of finding a worthy individual with exceptional aptitude to carry forth my inheritance." After a moment of silence, the Heavenly Emperor's remnant sighed in resignation. Upon hearing this sigh, Ye Chen's mind was suddenly illuminated by the image of Su Taixu. This remnant of the Heavenly Emperor would undoubtedly not allow the legacy to be lost in vain. Even if ultimately no one could ascend this palace, he would seek out a cultivator with preferable qualifications among the crowd below to bestow the inheritance upon. Such a freely given legacy should not be squandered on the undeserving. Ye Chen, adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity, is determined to obtain this inheritance. While he himself may not require it, his senior brother Su Chen certainly does. Ye Chen resolved to secure some benefits for his senior brother. "Esteemed elder, the individual below is my senior brother Su Chen. I am confident that he is capable of inheriting your legacy." Ye Chen pointed towards Su Chen, who was in line for the qualification test, and recommended him to the remnant spirit of the Heavenly Emperor. The remnant spirit followed Ye Chen's gaze, focusing intently on Su Chen, scrutinizing him with mild interest. At that moment, Su Chen, visibly anxious, pressed his hand against the stone tablet, which erupted in a brilliant spectrum of colors, revealing his exceptional qualifications. Indeed, this young man possessed outstanding abilities, ranking as the finest among all the testers today, making him an unparalleled choice. The remnant spirit of the Heavenly Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing the hope for the continuation of the legacy, Su Chen successfully passed the stone tablet's assessment, entering the boundary and advancing towards the celestial ladder. "Esteemed elder, have you left behind any spiritual stones or treasures in this palace? I have discovered such an extraordinary heir for you. Surely, you must express your gratitude in some way." Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Chen grinned and sought benefits from the remnants of the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 23. Su Chen accepts the legacy. The valley is blockaded. The resources amassed by an immortal emperor are undoubtedly profound, and while Ye Chen may not be concerned with other treasures, the spiritual stones are of utmost importance, as they can greatly enhance his sustenance. Is it not enough for you, my young friend, to have acquired the stunning swan sword? The remnants of the Heavenly Emperor chuckled as he gazed at Ye Chen. "Esteemed senior, I obtained this stunning swan sword through my own merit. It cannot be conflated with the credit for assisting you in finding a successor." Ye Chen curled his lips in disdain. Very well, very well. You truly are a greedy one. Take it. Within lies a few spirit stones, a token of my gratitude." The remnant of the Heavenly Emperor cast a helpless glance at Ye Chen and, with a wave of his hand, tossed him a storage ring. Ye Chen accepted the storage ring, and as he probed with his divine sense, his eyes instantly lit up. The foundation of the Celestial Emperor was indeed profound. "Thank you. Esteemed elder, you are truly generous." The storage ring brimmed with exquisite spiritual stones, causing Ye Chen to beam with delight. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood before the celestial ladder, preparing to ascend. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the ladder with a lightness akin to walking on flat ground, his face radiating ease. Observing the cultivators beside him, tormented by the oppressive pressure, he felt a deep sense of bewilderment. Why did they struggle so while he felt not a shred of pressure? Su Chen pondered in confusion. Within the palace, the remnants of the Celestial Emperor quietly observed Su Chen, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He discreetly employed his divine power, dissipating the oppressive force that bore down on Su Chen. With newfound ease, Su Chen swiftly advanced up the ladder, leaving the other cultivators far behind. This scene left those still grappling with their struggles in utter shock. How could this be? Why was he so effortless? Did he possess some secret treasure to withstand the ladder's pressure? Perhaps he is cheating. Why must we toil so hard while he strolls as if it were a mere walk in the park? The cultivators ascending the ladder cast envious and jealous glances at him. This inheritance is likely to be claimed by him, leaving us to toil in vain. How unfair it is that he receives such special treatment. Perhaps he is the destined master of the Celestial Emperor's legacy, and we must concede our fate. Some cultivators no longer harbored mere envy and jealousy. Instead, their eyes brimmed with cold, murderous intent. They fixated on Su Chen's rapidly ascending figure, secretly plotting. Once he completes the inheritance, they would surely slay him and seize it for themselves. Indeed, this legacy was never meant for him. United, they would undoubtedly succeed. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, he shall never escape alive under our collective assault. Exchanging glances filled with understanding, they awaited Su Chen's emergence from the palace, ready to pounce and engage in a bloody contest for the inheritance. A cacophony of jealousy and fury echoed upon the celestial ladder. Yet, Su Chen remained oblivious, resolutely advancing towards the pinnacle of the ladder. Ye Chen watched as Su Chen steadily advanced towards the summit of the heavenly ladder, realizing that the forthcoming matters no longer required his concern. Esteemed senior, I kindly ask that you refrain from mentioning my presence here to my master. Ye Chen turned to gaze at the remnant of the heavenly emperor, offering a slight bow. At that moment, he was reluctant to reveal his true identity. The remnant of the heavenly emperor nodded slightly, allowing Ye Chen to depart with a sense of reassurance. He employed the laws of space to conceal himself within the void. His gaze fixed intently upon the direction of the celestial ladder. Before long, Su Chen successfully stepped into the palace. The remnant of the heavenly emperor began imparting the legacy to Su Chen, enveloping him in radiant light, as powerful waves of energy permeated the palace. Ye Chen silently observed in the void, noticing that Su Chen smoothly received the inheritance without any unforeseen incidents. Since little Su has already obtained the legacy, I can depart with peace of mind. Ye Chen murmured softly to himself, then with a swift motion, he vanished completely into the void. After Ye Chen departed from the hall of the heavenly emperor's legacy, he found himself in a secluded valley. Within this valley, a group of cultivators, their expressions ominous, were scanning the surroundings in search of some coveted treasure. The figure in the black robe who had stolen the sword is present there. As soon as Ye Chen appeared in the valley, a sharp-eyed cultivator spotted him and exclaimed loudly. Instantly, the group of unfriendly individuals turned their heads, fixating their gazes upon Ye Chen's figure. They were none other than the very people who had previously attempted to seize the stunning swan sword. After Ye Chen seized the Jingyang sword, they each summoned their respective disciples, scouring the land in search of Ye Chen, intent on reclaiming the treasured blade. Ye Chen furrowed his brow, secretly lamenting his misfortune. Yet, he exhibited no fear. Instead, he stood there with an expression of intrigue. The crowd swiftly encircled him, trapping Ye Chen in their midst. They hesitated to strike at him, for Ye Chen wielded the renowned sword of surging swans, the formidable power of which many in the throng had previously experienced. Prior to their assault, they had deliberated and concluded that Ye Chen's cultivation was still insufficient, believing he could not maintain control of the sword for an extended period. These disciples of the sect were far from foolish. None wished to assume the role of the sacrificial lamb. Although Ye Chen may not be able to wield the sword for an extended period, the one who strikes first will undoubtedly bear the brunt of its power. For now, the only course of action is to find a way to compel Ye Chen to relinquish the sword before making any further decisions. Youngster, surrender the sword obediently, and perhaps your life will be spared. The leader, a cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, initiated the confrontation, his gaze rife with menace. He was Jian Wufeng, the foremost disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, renowned as the preeminent sword sect of the Canglan continent. The emergence of the sword could not be permitted to fall into unworthy hands. As the chief disciple, Jian Wufeng bore the weighty responsibility of upholding the sect's honor and seizing valuable treasures. At this moment, his eyes glinted with the sharpness of a blade as he fixated intently on Ye Chen, as if any sign of defiance would provoke him to strike down the young man immediately. Oh, truly? With so many of you, and only one sword, who shall it be bestowed upon? Ye Chen's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a teasing smile. Upon the utterance of Ye Chen's words, the disciples of various sects were instantly plunged into turmoil and confusion. This was nothing short of a blatant scheme. Ye Chen, disinclined to act himself, sought to incite them into mutual destruction. Each aspired to seize the precious sword for themselves, and none would willingly relinquish their claim. Ye Chen cast a glance around. Observing that all present were representatives of the foremost powers of the Canglan continent, each unafraid of the others. Humph. Our 10,000 poison sect boasts a plethora of formidable experts. This treasured sword rightfully belongs to us, declared a disciple of the 10,000 poison sect, his gaze menacingly fixed on the members of rival sections. With the despicable methods employed by your 10,000 poison sect, how dare you claim ownership of this sword? It undoubtedly belongs to my Fire Cloud sect, retorted a disciple from the Fire Cloud sect, indignation evident in his voice. Ba, let us not be blinded by avarice. However, if this sword is destined to align with our Buddha, we shall strive to obtain it, intoned the monks of the Diamond Monastery, one of whom, an elder, spoke solemnly. What a congregation of hypocritical bald heads, coveting the treasured sword while feigning piety. Upon hearing the monk's words from the golden Vajra temple, Ye Chen inwardly scoffed, his expression one of disdain. How could you dare to contend with my heavenly sword sect? It is nothing short of a fool's dream. My heavenly sword sect is the preeminent sword sect of the Canglan Realm. Naturally, all treasures of swords ought to belong to us. The sword woofing of the heavenly sword sect let out a cold laugh, exuding unparalleled arrogance. Chapter 24. As long as one lacks morality, one shall never be ensnared. Ye Chen observed their heated argument, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Dear friends, let us not rush. Why not determine a victor among yourselves before we discuss the ownership of this sword? His words intensified the already charged atmosphere among the various sections. Just as the contention reached a boiling point, a monk from the Golden Temple, known for his keen intellect, suddenly came to his senses. Do not fall into this young man's trap. He clearly seeks to incite us to destroy one another, while he reaps the benefits. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell momentarily silent, each member contemplating their next move. At this juncture, Jian Wufeng also pondered. Confronting Ye Chen directly would yield no results. Thus, a change in strategy was imperative. My dear companion, you are unaware of the gravity of the matter, Jian Wufeng lamented, as if revealing an immense burden. This sword of the soaring phoenix is a divine relic bestowed by the celestial emperor, entrusted with the duty of safeguarding the Canglan continent. It is not a treasure to be monopolized by any individual or sect. His tone was resolute, portraying Ye Chen's possession of the sword as a heinous crime. The disciples of other sects, upon hearing Jian Wufeng's declaration, began to grasp his intentions and joined in urging Ye Chen. Friend, can you bear to witness the suffering of the beings on the Canglan continent? The monks from the Golden Temple began reciting scriptures, hoping to sway Ye Chen with the teachings of Buddhism. Indeed, dear friend, you are still quite young and may not yet fully comprehend the power of such a formidable weapon, an elder from the 10,000 poison sect interjected, speaking earnestly. If this sword were to fall into the hands of malevolent forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ye Chen observed their back-and-forth exchange, feeling as though he were an irredeemable criminal, which struck him as amusing. They sought to ensnare Ye Chen with their moralistic rhetoric. Who is Ye Chen? Surely he would not be oblivious to their meager tricks. When confronted with such sanctimonious individuals, Ye Chen has no regard for morality. How could he possibly be ensnared by it? Ye Chen has always believed that as long as he remains devoid of morality, he shall not be ensnared by it. As for the Jinghong sword, it has already acknowledged Ye Chen as its master. If he cannot wield it, then no one else can. Even if he were to bestow the Jinghong sword upon them, they would be unable to bear the imperial might it exudes. The esteemed elders speak wisely. The junior has learned much. Ye Chen wore an innocuous smile upon his face, speaking with earnestness. Upon witnessing Ye Chen seemingly absorbing their words, the crowd revealed expressions of relief, believing he was about to nobly relinquish the treasured sword. If that is the case, shall we not jointly safeguard this sword? Jian Wufeng eagerly interjected, fearing that Ye Chen might reconsider. Jointly safeguard? Ye Chen feigned surprise as he inquired. However, there is only one sword. How shall we safeguard it together? The crowd was momentarily rendered speechless. Their sole intention had been to cunningly wrest the sword from Ye Chen's grasp. Yet they had not contemplated how to divide it thereafter. Perhaps we could approach it this way. A sly smile crept upon Ye Chen's lips. To ensure fairness, why don't we engage in a duel? The victor shall claim the treasured sword. What say you? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, despite their avarice. The sword remained in Ye Chen's possession, and none dared to strike first. What is this? Esteemed elders of the righteous sect, do you not possess the courage to accept the challenge? Seeing their silence, Ye Chen deliberately provoked them. You little rascal, do not be so arrogant. Jian Wufeng, infuriated by Ye Chen's words, could not bear such disdain, for as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, he had never been looked down upon in such a manner. Today, my Heavenly Sword Sect shall uphold justice and eradicate your nefarious path. Let us strike together and vanquish him. Jian Wufeng bellowed, drawing his sword and lunging at Ye Chen. The others, too, responded in kind, drawing their swords to attack Ye Chen. Uphold justice? Do you even have the right? Ye Chen let out a cold sneer, a glimmer of chilling light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he appeared before Jian Wufeng, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Jian Wufeng's body was sent soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, his breath faint. What? The onlookers, who had been preparing to besiege Ye Chen, were taken aback, halting their advance in shock. They could hardly fathom that Ye Chen's strength was so formidable, incapacitating Jian Wufeng with a single move. The position of chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect is not bestowed upon just any genius. Only the most exceptional among the younger generation are afforded such an honor. Jian Wufeng, a paragon among the chief disciples, could not withstand even a single attack from Ye Chen. Some cultivators began to reconsider their intentions. With such a motley crew, how dare they covet the Jian of the surprising swan? Ye Chen cast a frigid glance over the crowd, his tone laced with disdain. Since you all seek death, I shall gladly oblige. As soon as Ye Chen's voice faded, his figure vanished once more from the spot. Given that these individuals sought his demise, their survival had become unnecessary. In the next moment, he reappeared amidst the crowd, akin to a tiger among sheep, unleashing a brutal slaughter. Bang! 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 The air was filled with screams and the sound of shattering bones. Ye Chen's strikes were ruthless and unyielding. In the blink of an eye, dozens fell to his hand. In the realm of cultivation, murder and treasure hunting are commonplace. Those lacking strength are merely prey. These individuals had come to seize the imperial sword. Even if Ye Chen were to bestow the sword upon them, they would still seek to eliminate him to prevent any leaks of information. Ye Chen showed no mercy towards these individuals. How could this be possible? The remaining crowd was utterly terrified by Ye Chen's formidable strength, and they finally realized the extent of the terrifying entity they had provoked. Flee! Quick, flee! Someone shouted, and in an instant, the crowd scattered like frightened birds and beasts, desperately trying to escape. Want to escape? Too late. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, his figure transforming into a series of afterimages as he pursued the fleeing cultivators, dispatching them one by one. Within the span of a mere incense stick, the valley was left strewn with lifeless bodies, permeated by a thick, iron scent of blood. Ye Chen clapped his hands, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. Those who take lives are perpetually hunted, if they desire to kill and seize treasures. They must be prepared to meet their own demise. He approached the lifeless bodies, thoroughly rummaging through their cosmos pouches and magical artifacts, only departing the valley after ensuring he had collected everything to his satisfaction. A band of fools, attempting to morally bind me? They ought to reflect upon their own worth. As Ye Chen strolled along, he muttered to himself, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Ye Chen strolled leisurely through the mountains, humming a cheerful tune. As he walked, he toyed with a Tianxuan pouch, a prize he had acquired from Jian Wufeng. Indeed, as the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, his wealth was substantial. Ye Chen's spiritual sense delved into the Tianxuan bag, observing the abundant array of spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts within. A satisfied smile graced his face. Chapter 25. Soaking in the spirit spring pool, the celestial maiden descends. Ye Chen, in high spirits, walked with a newfound lightness in his step. As he meandered along a secluded mountain path, he suddenly stumbled upon a concealed cave ahead. Ah! This cave certainly piques one's interest. Ye Chen sensed the peculiar atmosphere of the cave, and his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to approach it. As he reached the entrance, he was greeted by a rush of rich spiritual energy. Such abundant spiritual essence. There must surely be treasures within this cave. Ye Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly entered the cavern. Inside the cave, it was enveloped in complete darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their eyes. Ye Chen casually cast a spell, and instantly, a flame ignited in his palm, illuminating the surroundings. When Ye Chen beheld the scene within the cave, he was momentarily taken aback. At the far end of the cave lay an enchanting vista reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. The melodious chirping of birds mingled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, while verdant trees provided ample shade. A crystal-clear stream meandered gracefully, its surface shimmering under the sun's gentle rays. Beside the stream, there was a naturally formed spiritual spring pool, its waters pure and transparent, emanating a profound aura of spiritual energy. What a remarkable place! Truly an exceptional locale for cultivation. Ye Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. He eagerly traversed the cave and arrived at the edge of the spiritual spring pool. The spiritual energy within this pool was several times more refined than that which I had absorbed outside. Ye Chen took a deep breath, feeling invigorated and utterly at ease. Having discovered such a splendid location, he decided to rest here for a few days before proceeding further. Determined, Ye Chen took out all the cosmos bags he had scavenged and emptied their contents, meticulously counting the magical artifacts and spirit stones within. Once he had completed the inventory, he cast all the magical artifacts into the storage ring acquired from the remnants of the Heavenly Emperor. The spirit stones, on the other hand, were all deposited into the celestial pearl. Having accomplished these tasks, Ye Chen leaped gracefully into the spring pool. Ah, how delightful! The warm spring water enveloped his body, eliciting an involuntary sigh of contentment. This is truly the essence of life. Ye Chen closed his eyes, commencing the intricate practice of his cultivation technique, drawing the spiritual energy from the spring pool into the heavenly Tao pearl. Time swiftly elapsed, and 3 days passed. Throughout this period, Ye Chen remained immersed in the ethereal waters of the spiritual spring. The heavenly Tao pearl incessantly devoured the spirit stones and spiritual energy, bestowing upon Ye Chen a ceaseless flow of vitality. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, the seal within Ye Chen's body was shattered at last. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from within him, sweeping across the entire valley. He had reached the nascent soul stage. Alas, after expending such a multitude of spirit stones, his cultivation had merely broken through to the nascent soul stage. When would this endeavor come to fruition? Ye Chen opened his eyes, filled with a sense of helplessness. He could not refrain from cursing the Supreme Immortal Emperor in his heart 100 times over. Just as Ye Chen was lost in his thoughts, a graceful figure suddenly descended from the heavens. With a splash, she fell into the spirit spring pool, landing perfectly in Ye Chen's embrace. Ye Chen instinctively embraced the sudden intruder, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that she was merely a girl of around 16 or 17 years. Her beauty was striking. Her skin as white as snow, and her eyes tightly shut, with long lashes fluttering slightly, as if startled. The young girl appeared still disoriented from the unexpected turn of events, her delicate form trembling gently. Ye Chen gazed at the young girl in his embrace, momentarily lost in contemplation. The maiden before him possessed a beauty so exquisite, she seemed like a celestial being from a painting. Her delicate skin appeared almost ethereal. Her slightly trembling eyelashes fluttered gently, and her cheeks, tinged with a rosy hue of shyness and fear, rendered her breathtakingly enchanting. It was as if the spiritual essence of the spring pool around them became more vibrant in her presence, stirring something deep within Ye Chen's heart. He quickly composed himself, suppressing the awe in his eyes, and replaced it with a gaze filled with concern and warmth. "My dear, do not be afraid. Are you all right?" His voice was soft, cautious not to frighten the startled fawn further. Upon hearing Ye Chen's gentle inquiry, the young girl slowly opened her eyes. When she realized she was cradled in Ye Chen's arms, her face instantly flushed crimson, and she let out a sharp gasp. After her startled exclamation, her gaze inadvertently drifted to Ye Chen, who was bare-chested. Ye Chen possessed a tall and robust physique, with a well-defined chest and abdominal muscles arranged as if sculpted, each sinew harboring explosive strength. His visage was strikingly handsome, characterized by arched brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and lips that curved upward in a hint of a carefree smile. A cascade of black hair fell casually over his shoulders, adding an air of nonchalance to his demeanor. The young girl was captivated by Ye Chen's striking appearance and athletic build, her gaze lingering on him for a brief moment. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest, and her cheeks, initially flushed with shyness, now burned with an even deeper hue. She quickly lowered her head, unable to meet Ye Chen's gaze, her hands gripping the edges of her garment tightly. I'm fine," she murmured, biting her lip, her voice barely a whisper yet ethereal and melodious. "Fear not, young lady, this is merely an accident," Ye Chen hurriedly explained. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The young girl wriggled free from Ye Chen's embrace, retreating a few steps, her face etched with wariness as she regarded him. "I am Ye Chen, and I have been resting here. But pray tell, how did you come to fall from the heavens?" Ye Chen smiled helplessly. My name is Luo Qiqing. I was struck down a cliff by a 3rd-tier demon beast, and I do not understand how I ended up here." The young girl bit her lip and gazed up at the sky. Yet, there was no cliff in sight, leaving her somewhat perplexed. It seemed that Fairy Luo had fortuitously stumbled upon another entrance to this secluded paradise. Ye Chen speculated. Luo Qiqing furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating Ye Chen's words. She seemed to find some merit in them, yet her wariness remained not entirely dispelled. "Fairy Luo, This spiritual spring is exceedingly beneficial for cultivation. Perhaps you could practice here. Ye Chen rose from the spirit spring pool and swiftly donned his garments. Are you leaving, young Master Yi? Luo Qingsheng inquired, her vigilance towards Ye Chen still unrelenting. Yet she could not help but ask. Indeed, I had intended to depart. It was merely fortuitous that you happened to fall here. Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings, employing the laws of space to scrutinize the area. The celestial maiden felt at ease, for this place was indeed secure. There was but a single entrance to the cave, and the portal through which she had just teleported was a one-time use only. Ye Chen nodded slightly, his expression earnest and resolute. Thank you, young Master Yi, for the information, said Luo Qingsheng, observing Ye Chen's serious demeanor, her wariness diminishing somewhat. As the celestial being cultivates diligently here, I shall take my leave. Ye Chen smiled before turning to leave. Luo Qingsheng gazed at Ye Chen's departing figure, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, a fleeting sense of loss washed over her heart. However, she swiftly composed herself and settled into a tranquil state to commence her cultivation. Upon exiting the cave, Ye Chen cast a lingering glance behind him, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within his heart. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he swiftly vanished from the spot. Ye Chen emerged from the cave, altering his appearance to resemble the night shadow, donning a black robe. Chapter 26. Su Chen faces pursuit. Ye Chen makes his entrance meanwhile. Not far from the valley where Ye Chen resided, a group of cultivators was vehemently pursuing Su Chen. Su Chen, there is no escape for you. Hand over the Heavenly Emperor's legacy, and we may grant you a complete corpse, shouted a young man clad in black with a harsh tone. Humph. If you desire the Heavenly Emperor's legacy, it depends on whether you possess the capability. Su Chen retorted coldly, swinging his sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that felled several cultivators. Damn it! How can this brat be so formidable? The black-clad youth's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding filling his heart. Ever since Su Chen obtained the Heavenly Emperor's legacy and exited the Heavenly Emperor's palace, they had pursued him relentlessly. Initially, they believed Su Chen to be a mere fledgling who had just acquired the legacy, easy to subdue. To their astonishment, Su Chen's strength far exceeded their expectations. Everyone, let us attack together. We will not fail to slay him. The black-clad youth bellowed, charging towards Su Chen first. The other cultivators summoned their magical artifacts, launching their assault on Su Chen. In an instant, the cries of battle echoed, and the brilliance of their artifacts illuminated half the sky. Despite Su Chen's formidable prowess, he found himself at a disadvantage against overwhelming numbers. At this moment, bloodied and nearing his limits, Su Chen was on the brink of collapse. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, you are doomed. The black-clad youth laughed triumphantly as he saw Su Chen faltering. Yet, before his laughter could fully escape his lips, it was abruptly silenced. A chilling, bone-piercing aura of death suddenly locked onto him. Who? The black-clad youth's face paled, and he swiftly turned to gaze behind him. There stood a young man in a black robe, having appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. The youth bore a smile, yet his eyes were as frigid as death itself, reminiscent of a reaper from the depths of the underworld. Who are you? The black-clad youth stammered, an ominous premonition rising within him. The one who will kill you. Ye Chen smiled faintly and slowly raised his right hand. The pupil of the young man in black suddenly constricted. He wished to utter something, but it was already too late. Ye Chen gently waved his right hand, and an invisible sword aura swiftly pierced through the brow of the young man clad in black. Bang! The lifeless body of the young man fell helplessly to the ground. Is there anyone else? Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings and inquired with a chilling tone. The other cultivators, witnessing this scene, were instantly struck with terror, scattering in all directions in a frantic bid for escape. Wishing to flee? It would not be so simple. Ye Chen let out a cold snort, his figure flickering as he transformed into a shadow, pursuing those cultivators. These individuals had nearly taken Su Chen's life. How could Ye Chen possibly allow them to escape so easily? Wherever Ye Chen tread, the air was filled with the formidable energy of his sword, accompanied by the anguished cries of his adversaries. In but a fleeting moment, those who pursued Su Chen were vanquished by Ye Chen's blade. As Su Chen beheld the figure of Ye Chen, reminiscent of a formidable deity, his heart swelled with gratitude and astonishment. I am deeply thankful for your timely assistance. Brother Night Shadow, Su Chen said, bowing respectfully to Ye Chen. His curiosity about the true identity of Night Shadow was piqued. However, he was now certain that Night Shadow did not seek to seize the legacy. Several months prior, this enigmatic figure had left him and his senior brother, Lin Shuo, battered and bruised outside Tianwu City, yet had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Night Shadow had also infiltrated Tianxuan Sect multiple times under the pretense of sparring, yet it was evident that these encounters served as clandestine guidance for their improvement. Su Chen was convinced that had Night Shadow intended to take his life, he would have had no chance to react. Little did he know, Night Shadow was none other than his long-sought younger disciple, Ye Chen. There is no need for gratitude. It is merely a matter of confronting injustice. Ye Chen waved his hand, drawing all the storage bags of the slain into his possession. Holding the bags, he turned and departed, leaving no opportunity for Su Chen to speak. In no time, he vanished from Su Chen's sight. Su Chen gazed in the direction where Ye Chen had disappeared, remaining silent for a considerable while. He understood all too well that had it not been for Ye Chen's timely intervention today, he might have long since lost his life. After Ye Chen departed, he did not venture too far, for the secret realm was destined to close in just a few days. He restored his original appearance. Intending to orchestrate a chance encounter with Su Chen, Ye Chen meandered leisurely through the forest for 2 days, and at long last, he fortuitously encountered Su Chen. Upon seeing Ye Chen safe and sound, the anxiety that had weighed heavily on Su Chen's heart finally dissipated. "Junior brother, are you unscathed? I have been searching for you within the secret realm." Fearing the worst, Su Chen remarked, his expression reflecting a mix of apprehension and deep concern. Ye Chen felt a slight stir of emotion within, yet he maintained an expression of feigned trepidation, patting his chest. "Oh dear, do not even mention it, senior brother. On that fateful day when I first entered, I found myself ensnared in a ghastly array, nearly succumbing to its grasp. Fortunately, my wit and exceptional talents prevailed, allowing me to escape just moments ago. And lo, upon my emergence, I fortuitously encountered you." As Ye Chen spoke, he discreetly observed Su Chen's expression. Noticing that Su Chen showed no signs of suspicion, he felt a surge of satisfaction within. "By the way, senior brother, what has transpired? How have you become so remarkably distinguished?" Ye Chen feigned ignorance, observing the scars on Su Chen's body with a face full of curiosity. Su Chen heaved a sigh and briefly recounted the events of being pursued. "What? Such a thing happened?" Ye Chen feigned astonishment, widening his eyes in disbelief. "How utterly outrageous these individuals are, daring to seize your belongings as if they hold no regard for our heavenly Xian sect. Come, senior brother, lead me to confront them. I am eager to discover who possesses such audacity." Ye Chen, filled with righteous indignation, rolled up his sleeves, appearing resolute in his intent to stand up for Su Chen and reclaim honor. "Junior brother, those individuals possess formidable strength," he cautioned. Su Chen felt a surge of emotion, yet also harbored some apprehension. Ye Chen stands before them with merely an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivation, while most of the disciples entering the secret realm possess golden core stage prowess. What is there to fear? Senior brother, have you forgotten? I am a prodigy. Battling beyond my level is my forte. With unwavering confidence, Ye Chen patted his chest, embodying an indomitable spirit. Observing his self-assurance, Su Chen refrained from further comments and led him towards the exit of the secret realm. Before long, they encountered a group of cultivators intent on pursuing Su Chen. At the forefront was a striking young woman clad in red, her beauty radiant and her figure alluring, yet her demeanor bore a hint of arrogance. She was Shen Hanxiao, the daughter of the Beastmaster sect's leader, mounted upon a colossal white tiger. Following her were several disciples from various sects, along with a contingent of Beastmaster sect disciples, all advancing menacingly towards Su Chen and Ye Chen. "Su Chen, you despicable wretch! How dare you seize my heavenly emperor's inheritance? Hand it over at once!" Shen Hanxiao exclaimed, her voice laced with fury and disdain. "Humph! The heavenly emperor's inheritance is something I earned through trials. How can it possibly belong to you?" Su Chen retorted, meeting her gaze with unyielding resolve. "Presumptuous! You dare speak to our young lady in such a manner?" A burly young man stepped forward from behind Shen Hanxiao, casting a fierce glare at Su Chen. He was Zhao Wuxiao, the Beastmaster sect's senior disciple, renowned for his formidable strength and status as a prodigy among the younger generation. "The heavenly emperor's inheritance is solely meant for our young lady. Who do you think you are to covet it?" Zhao Wuxiao said coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Enough of this idle chatter. If you wish to claim the inheritance, come and take it by your own merit," Su Chen declared, dismissing any further dialogue as he drew his sword in readiness. "You seek your own demise," Zhao Wuxiao bellowed, brandishing a massive axe as he swung it down towards Su Chen. Su Chen parried with his sword, yet the force of the blow sent him staggering back, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Senior brother, Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Chen promptly stepped forward to support Su Chen, inquiring with genuine concern. Are you all right? I am fine, junior brother. Please exercise caution. These individuals possess formidable strength, Su Chen replied, shaking his head to indicate his well-being. Rest assured, brother. Watch how I deal with them. Ye Chen gently patted Su Chen's hand, signaling him to remain calm. He then turned to face Zhao Wuxiao and the others, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Oh, is it the many preying upon the few? What skill is there in bullying my senior brother? If you possess any true courage, then come at me. Ye Chen provocatively declared, his tone laced with disdain. You little beast, are you seeking death? Zhao Wuxiao and the others were instantly incensed by Ye Chen's demeanor, promptly summoning their magical artifacts to launch an assault against Ye Chen and Su Chen. Come at me. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ye Chen's eyes as he boldly advanced, charging towards those magical artifacts without retreating. Junior brother, be cautious, Su Chen exclaimed, a surge of alarm coursing through him as he hurriedly offered a warning. Haha, do not worry, senior brother, just watch me. Ye Chen let out a hearty laugh, and a myriad of offensive talismans suddenly materialized in his hand. With a gentle flick, the talismans soared forth, effortlessly striking down all the treasured artifacts. Ye Chen was not yet inclined to reveal his true strength and could only rely on the talismans bestowed upon him by Su Taixu to confront his adversaries. What? Zhao Wuxiao and the others were taken aback, utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Ye Chen would carry such a plethora of offensive talismans. And the potency of these talismans was remarkably formidable. Offensive talismans were exceedingly precious, not something that ordinary disciples could afford. Those capable of wielding such items would undoubtedly possess a distinguished status. And Ye Chen's ability to produce so many talismans at once indicated that his background was anything but simple. This young man is no ordinary foe. Let us all join forces and eliminate him. Zhao Wuxiao's countenance darkened as he spoke in a grave tone. Kill. The other disciples from various sects echoed his battle cry, launching another assault against Ye Chen and Su Chen. Humph. A mere assembly of insignificant rabble dares to act with impudence before me. Ye Chen let out a cold snort, his hands casting talismans in rapid succession. The talismans surged forth like a tempest, forcing the disciples of the Beast Control sect to retreat in alarm. Damn it! How can this brat possess so many talismans? Zhao Wuxiao was utterly astonished. It was his first encounter with someone who wielded talismans so freely in battle. It was as if these talismans were of no cost at all. Young miss, what shall we do? A disciple from the Beast Control sect asked in a panic. What is there to fear? We still have our trump cards. A fierce glint flickered in Shen Hanxiao's eyes as she retrieved a jade talisman from her bosom. Explode for me, she commanded, shattering the jade talisman. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as a blade in tint surged forth from the talisman, lunging towards Ye Chen and Su Chen. This is bad. It's the minor accomplishment of blade in tint. Su Chen's expression changed drastically, exclaiming in alarm. Blade in tint can be classified into various levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, minor accomplishment, medium accomplishment, major accomplishment, immortal, and eternal. Typically, a cultivator must reach foundational establishment before they can grasp blade intent at a basic level. The minor accomplishment of blade intent inscribed in a jade talisman indicates that the wielder's cultivation must be at least at the divine transformation realm, rendering the unleashed blade intent immensely powerful. Senior brother, protect yourself. I will handle it. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Ye Chen's eyes as he affixed a protective talisman to Su Chen. Ye Chen had long comprehended the consummate sword intent. Even the minor sword intent could be dispersed with a mere stroke of his sword energy. If it were not for his desire to conceal his true strength, he could have dealt with these individuals with a single law. However, Su Chen was about to voice his thoughts when Ye Chen interrupted him. Enough with the hesitations. If you do not take action now, it will be too late. As Ye Chen spoke, the protective talismans on his body glowed, and he cast several talismans towards the small sword intent. Although he could effortlessly extinguish this sword intent, he believed in fully committing to the act. Otherwise, the talismans bestowed by old Su would be rendered futile. Boom. The sword intent collided with the talismans, and after consuming 5 talismans, it was finally obliterated. The residual waves of the sword intent swept outward, ravaging the surrounding flora. How could this be possible? Shen Hanxiao found it hard to believe. This sword intent jade talisman was a life-saving gift from her father. It was astonishing that Ye Chen had so easily countered it with just a few talismans. Zhao Wuxiao and the others also wore expressions of dismay. Ye Chen did not grant them the luxury of verbosity. He swiftly produced a multitude of attack talismans and hurled them into the fray. The talismans cascaded like celestial blossoms, erupting in rapid succession among the crowd. The thunderous detonations were deafening, flames soared skyward, and smoke enveloped the scene. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of talismans, the disciples of the beast-taming sect found themselves unable to evade, struggling desperately amidst the relentless onslaught. Cries for mercy echoed incessantly, their figures engulfed by the blinding light and billowing smoke of the explosions. As the tumult gradually subsided and the haze lifted, the members of the beast-taming sect lay prostrate upon the ground, each one smeared with dirt and blood, their garments tattered beyond recognition, utterly devoid of combat power. Su Chen was left astounded by Ye Chen's display, his mouth agape as he stood frozen in disbelief. Zhao Wuxiao lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Shun Hanxiao, equally disheveled, wore an expression of fear and regret that marred her once beautiful visage. With such meager abilities, how dare they attempt to seize the inheritance? Ye Chen clapped his hands, his tone laced with mockery. Junior brother, what shall we do next? Su Chen stepped forward, surveying the individuals sprawled upon the ground. Elder brother, these individuals are the elite disciples from various esteemed sects. They must hold significant value, do they not? Ye Chen appeared to have conceived a clever idea, wearing a mischievous smile. Junior brother Su Chen was oblivious to Ye Chen's thoughts and found himself at a loss for words. Ye Chen knelt before Shen Hanxiao, gently lifting her chin with one hand. You are the esteemed young lady of the Beastmaster sect. You must be quite valuable, I presume. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Ye Chen's lips, his eyes shimmering with a cunning glint, as he playfully pinched Shen Hanxiao's cheek. What do you intend to do? You cannot act in this manner. My father will not let you escape unscathed, Shen Hanxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in terror, her voice quivering as she instinctively recoiled. She feared that Ye Chen was captivated by her beauty and intended to sell her into a brothel. Ye Chen disregarded her and approached Zhao Wuxiao, giving him a couple of light kicks with his foot. You are the senior brother of the Beastmaster sect, surely. You must possess some skill. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk gracing his lips, his arms folded across his chest, exuding an air of assured victory. You dare to lay a hand on us? The Beastmaster sect will ensure you meet a gruesome end. Zhao Wuxiao seethed, grinding his teeth in fury. Now that you are all in my grasp, how dare you speak so defiantly? Ye Chen let out a scoff and directly dealt Zhao Wuxiao a slap. Chapter 28. If it acknowledges defeat, my feast shall be foiled. Junior brother, this may not be wise. What if we attract great trouble? At this moment, Su Chen approached, his face etched with concern. Senior brother, what is there to fear? They are already intent on seizing your inheritance. Should we not be entitled to reap some benefits? Ye Chen interrupted him, regarding these sects with a sense of indifference. For the sake of spirit stones, he was prepared to confront them. Moreover, Old Su had assured him that even if he were to pierce a hole in the heavens, Old Su would ensure his safety. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen found this reasoning sound and ultimately nodded in agreement. Even if he were to release them today, they would inevitably seek to trouble him in the future. Thus, it would be wiser to extract a greater interest from the situation. He resolved to bind them all, and once the secret realm closed, he would demand a ransom from their respective sections. Ye Chen gazed at Su Chen's reaction with a sense of satisfaction, feeling that the youth was indeed teachable. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect were filled with terror, pleading for mercy. Please, spare us. We shall never dare again. Ye Chen remained unfazed, directing Su Chen to assist him in binding their captives. Moments later, all of them were securely tied up, and Su Chen had even sealed their cultivation powers. After Ye Chen collected all their spatial bags, he turned his gaze towards the white tiger ridden by Shen Hanxiao. Brother, did you bring the wine? Ye Chen gazed at the majestic white tiger, saliva nearly dripping from his lips. Did you not bring any, junior brother? What is the purpose of your inquiry? Su Chen queried, a look of perplexity adorning his face. The secret realm was set to close within a day, yet this young disciple still yearned for a drink. The thought of roasting such a grand white tiger was tantalizing. It would surely be exquisite, and paired with wine, it would be nothing short of perfection. Ye Chen rubbed his hands together, a look of regret etched upon his face. Dare you? This is my spirit pet. If you so much as lay a finger on it, I will haunt you in death. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Shen Hanxiao felt a mix of anger and fear. This white tiger had been by her side since childhood, and they had developed a deep bond. The situation no longer permits your whims. You should concern yourself with your own well-being first. Ye Chen curled his lips, drawing all those bound into the Tianxuan ring. As he prepared to strike down the white tiger, a voice suddenly emerged, pleading for mercy. "Young master, spare my life. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. If only you would grant me reprieve." At that moment, the white tiger inexplicably spoke, its voice devoid of discernible gender. "Oh, you can speak. Very well. If you recognize me as your master, I shall spare your life." Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked that being able to articulate human speech at the very least indicated one was at the golden core stage. The white tiger promptly nodded, offering a fragment of its soul, which transformed into a beam of light and entered Ye Chen's brow, signifying the completion of their bond. "Excellent, excellent. Follow me henceforth, and there shall be sustenance aplenty." Ye Chen patted the head of the white tiger with satisfaction. "Thank you, master." In an instant, the white tiger transformed into an obedient companion, nuzzling against Ye Chen's leg. "Do you have a name?" Ye Chen stroked the tiger's head and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am called Shin Gong Hu, a name bestowed upon me by the young lady," the white tiger replied, lowering its head slightly, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in its eyes. Although Shin Hanqiao could be willful and occasionally took out her frustrations on it, she also treated it quite well in other respects. Shin Gong Hu. Such an unappealing name. Ye Chen is truly disdainful of this name. "Are you a male tiger?" Ye Chen resolved to bestow a new name upon the white tiger, first inquiring about its gender to avoid choosing an unappealing name. Upon hearing Ye Chen's question, the white tiger slightly lowered its head, displaying a hint of shyness. Were it capable of blushing, a delicate flush would surely grace its cheeks at that moment. "Master, I am a female," it replied, gently scratching the ground with its paw. "So it is a tigress. In that case, selecting a name shall be a delightful endeavor." Ye Chen tilted his head, pondering what name to bestow upon the white tiger. After a moment of contemplation, a smile graced his face, as if he had conceived a name that pleased him. "Let us call it Little White. Is it not melodious? Simple, elegant, and sophisticated?" Ye Chen wore a look of smug satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with his chosen name, feeling like a true genius of nomenclature. Upon hearing this title, the white tiger's claws, previously scratching the ground, froze in midair. "Seriously? After much contemplation, this is the name I receive?" Such a simplistic designation hardly required deliberation. The white tiger could only contemplate these thoughts internally, daring not to voice them. After all, what if its master took offense and opted to roast it? "Thank you for bestowing this name upon me." The white tiger dutifully accepted the moniker, as it certainly had no desire to become a roasted whole tiger. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood by, utterly astonished by Ye Chen's audacious display. Ye Chen turned his gaze towards a black panther, deciding against the white tiger, opting instead for the ebony feline. The panther, upon feeling Ye Chen's penetrating stare, trembled in fear. In an instant, it responded by transforming into a docile creature. Eager to please its master, it wagged its tail and approached Ye Chen, presenting an utterly comical sight. Ye Chen gazed at the black panther, its demeanor reminiscent of a devoted sycophant, and a look of disdain crossed his face. This panther, a steed of Zhao Wuxiao, though incapable of human speech, possessed considerable intelligence. Noticing the contempt etched upon Ye Chen's visage, it paused momentarily before shifting its attention towards Su Chen. After all, pleasing either of these two would ensure its survival. The panther approached Su Chen, reclining before him, wagging its tail and extending its tongue to lick his feet, even nudging its head against them. "You wish to acknowledge me as your master?" Su Chen readily comprehended the creature's intentions. The panther rose, its tail still wagging, and gently nudged Su Chen's leg, embodying the very essence of a sycophant in the Canglan Realm. "Very well, you may accompany me." Su Chen chuckled resignedly. Upon hearing this, the panther let out several excited calls, immediately pledging its allegiance to Su Chen, anxious that he might change his mind. After confirming their bond, the panther began to circle around Su Chen with exuberance. "Do you have a name?" Su Chen inquired, observing the jubilant panther. "Its name is Shin Gong Bao," chimed in by Hu Xiaobai from the side. Su Chen furrowed his brow. The naming conventions of the beast-taming sect are rather unappealing. He lamented the poor taste exhibited by the sect in their choice of names. "From now on, you shall be called Xiaohei." After expressing his disapproval, Su Chen bestowed upon the panther a name that was simple yet dignified. Upon hearing this new name, the panther momentarily paused. What difference does this name hold from Xiaobai's, save for the variation in color? Nevertheless, the prospect of a new name was certainly an improvement over the old, and it joyfully wagged its tail in acceptance. "Truly, my senior brother is remarkably talented, possessing the same gift for naming as I do." Ye Chen was quite pleased with the name Su Chen had given to the Black Panther. Su Chen smiled gently, tilting his head to mask his embarrassment. Did he truly wish to choose this name? In truth, he could not think of a better one and simply settled on the name Little Black. A look of confusion crossed Su Chen's face, as he felt utterly inept when it came to the art of naming. Ye Chen turned to gaze at the sole remaining demon beast, the Kuei wolf. At that moment, the Kuei wolf was still baring its teeth. But upon noticing Ye Chen's glance, it swiftly subdued its demeanor, ready to concede. Ye Chen did not afford it an opportunity. He casually cast an attacking talisman, which struck the Kuei wolf, resulting in its immediate demise. Ye Chen could hardly afford to grant it the opportunity to submit. Nor could he allow it the chance to ingratiate itself to him. His conscience would not allow him to strike the fatal blow. However, refraining from such an act would mean forfeiting the delectable meat. He skillfully prepared the Kuei wolf, and alongside Su Chen, set up a barbecue to commence grilling. Xiao Bai and Xiao He trembled in trepidation at the side. Fortunate for them, their swift capitulation spared them from becoming the ones skewered over the flames. Chapter 29. Unfortunate for you, your young master has been captured. The Kuei wolf meat sizzled, its exterior crisp while the interior remained tender, wafting an irresistible aroma. A splash of wine would render the experience utterly sublime. As Ye Chen savored his meal with great delight, he lamented with a hint of regret. No sooner had he spoken than a melodious voice floated in from behind him. Young Master Yi, if you wish to indulge in some wine. I happen to possess several jars of exquisite floral brew. Upon hearing the sound, Ye Chen turned around and beheld Luo Qingqing gracefully approaching, accompanied by several fellow female disciples. Each one a paragon of beauty. It turns out to be the enchanting fairy Luo. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. And he promptly rose to his feet, cupping his hands in greeting. Su Chen also smiled as he stood to welcome him. Yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards a senior sister standing beside Luo Qingqing. This senior sister possessed a striking beauty and an elegant demeanor, leaving Su Chen somewhat entranced. Her name was Yu Chuman, the eldest sister of Luo Qingqing. Given this, why not share a meal together? Ye Chen greeted warmly, his mind still savoring the soft, fragrant embrace experienced within the idyllic paradise. Then it would be better to comply with your wishes. Luo Qingqing and the others were equally unreserved, taking their seats without hesitation. Yu Chuman retrieved several jars of floral wine from her cosmic bag. After a few rounds of toasts, laughter and conversation flowed freely, creating an atmosphere of great harmony. Through their discussions, it became evident that Luo Qingqing and her companions were disciples of the Hundred Flowers Palace. Among them, Luo Qingqing stood out as the most talented disciple. Being the holy maiden of the palace, having broken through to the golden core stage at the tender age of 16, Su Chen, emboldened by the wine, frequently raised his glass in a toast to the senior sister, eliciting peals of laughter from the group. Meanwhile, Luo Qingqing often found herself stealing glances at Ye Chen. Recalling the moment she fell into his embrace at the Spirit Spring, her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head. Ye Chen also noticed the furtive glances cast upon him by Luo Qingqing, a sly smile curling at his lips. It seems this young lady has fallen under my spell. Ah, my wretched charm. A sense of secret delight surged within him, as he gained a renewed appreciation for his allure, unmatched in the world. After indulging in food and drink, the time to depart the secret realm drew near, prompting the crowd to rise and prepare for their exit. Fairy Luo, once we step outside, do remember not to walk too closely to us, Ye Chen suddenly whispered to Luo Qingqing before they departed. Taken aback by his words, Luo Qingqing was left perplexed. You will understand once we are outside. Ye Chen offered a mysterious smile, refraining from elaborating excessively. Deep within, he understood the gravity of his actions, having abducted numerous cultivators. Coupled with Su Chen's acquisition of the Heavenly Emperor's legacy, they were undoubtedly destined to face a tempest of bloodshed upon their emergence. The Heavenly Emperor's legacy represented a pivotal opportunity for ascension. The possessor of such an inheritance was assuredly bound for transcendence. The sect itself could soar to unprecedented heights, achieving remarkable success. The allure of this legacy was simply too potent, particularly for those cultivators in the tribulation phase, whose advancing years had depleted their potential, rendering ascension seemingly impossible. For them, the Heavenly Emperor's legacy symbolized a second spring, a glimpse of the chance to ascend to immortality, compelling them to risk their very lives in pursuit of it. Rather than embroil Luo Qingqing in this turmoil, it would be wiser to keep her at a distance. This reflected Ye Chen's gentle nature, a blend of cunning and inherent kindness. Indeed, as soon as they emerged from the secret realm, Ye Chen and Su Chen found themselves encircled by a group of menacing individuals. These were the cultivators who had failed in their pursuit of Su Chen and the attempted theft of the legacy within the secret realm. Having exited the realm ahead of them, they had informed their sect, prompting the dispatch of formidable warriors to the exit to intercept Su Chen. Ye Chen surveyed the surroundings and indeed observed a multitude of formidable beings. Numerous cultivators at the fusion and ascension stages were present. He could also faintly sense that several tribulation stage practitioners were concealed nearby. Ye Chen and Su Chen harbored no concerns, for their elder brother, Lin Shua, was concealed within the void. Lin Shua was, after all, in the tribulation phase. Should circumstances demand, he could summon Su Taixu to their aid. Ye Chen was resolute. Su Taixu was undoubtedly invincible on the Canglan continent. Su Chen, hasten to surrender the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor, or today shall mark your demise. A figure cloaked in black exclaimed loudly, flanked by several venerable elders whose expressions conveyed authority, evidently members of his sect. At that moment, Luo Qiqing comprehended why Ye Chen had advised them to maintain their distance. They had indeed acquired the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor, and the caution against their proximity was to shield them from being embroiled in this conflict. Oh, such a multitude! Is this a grand reception for our triumphant return from the secret realm? Ye Chen cast a mocking glance around the room, utterly disregarding the presence of the individuals before him. Youngster, cease your pretense. If you possess any sense, you would promptly surrender the inheritance, otherwise. Do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Elder Chun of the Heavenly Sword Sect glared at Ye Chen, his eyes filled with a palpable murderous intent. Previously, when he had led his disciples to challenge the Heavenly Profound Sect, it was Ye Chen who had emerged and flouted all decorum, defeating his disciples. On the return journey, he had been ambushed and brutally beaten by the figure clad in black, losing all his Tianxuan bags in the process. Elder Chen directed all his fury towards Ye Chen. Behind him stood an ancient ancestor, his hair and beard completely white, which bolstered Elder Chen's confidence significantly. Ah, it is Elder Chen. No need to rush regarding the matter of the inheritance. Not everyone has arrived yet. A slight smile graced Ye Chen's lips as he crossed his arms, beginning to jest at Elder Chen. The notion of surrendering the inheritance was utterly preposterous. He intended to wait until the major sects had gathered, so he could extract the kidnapped disciples from his storage ring in exchange for spirit stones. Humph, young man, cease your procrastination and hand over the inheritance at once. The figure clad in black robes snorted disdainfully, convinced that Ye Chen was merely stalling. Indeed, do you think we would be swayed by your fabrications? Hurry and relinquish the inheritance, lest we be compelled to act ungraciously. Other cultivators echoed his sentiments, glaring fiercely at Ye Chen, yet none dared to strike first. The presence of formidable individuals loomed large, and initiating conflict would only serve to benefit another. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from within the crowd. Look, it's the people from the Beastmaster sect, exclaimed a voice. What are they doing here? Do they also covet the legacy of the Celestial Emperor? Whispers filled the air as all eyes turned towards the direction of the Beastmaster sect. A group of disciples adorned in the sect's attire approached, led by a robust middle-aged man. His expression was grim, his gaze sharp, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. It was Zhao Tiangang, the Grand Elder of the Beastmaster sect. Recognition dawned upon those present, and gasps of astonishment followed. Zhao Tiangang was a prominent elder within the sect, the father of Zhao Wuxiao, and had nearly reached the threshold of transcending tribulation, earning great renown throughout the Canglan continent. His mere presence captivated the attention of all. Zhao Tiangang's gaze swept the assembly, ultimately landing on Ye Chen and Su Chen. Upon noticing them mounted on the white tiger and black panther, his pupils constricted, a flicker of fury igniting within his eyes. You two have displayed remarkable audacity to meddle with the spirit beasts of my Beastmaster sect, Zhao Tiangang bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Oh dear, Elder Zhao, you have misunderstood us. It is these two spirit beasts that have chosen us as their masters. Ye Chen wore a playful grin, seemingly oblivious to the fury burning in Zhao Tiangang's eyes. Do not feign ignorance with me. Speak swiftly, where are the two young masters of my Beastmaster sect? Zhao Tiangang bellowed, referring to his son Zhao Wuxiao and Shinhan Xiao. Elder Zhao, it appears that your two young masters have unfortunately fallen into my hands, Ye Chen replied. Ye Chen crossed his arms, wearing an expression of indifference. How dare you capture the heir of the Beastmaster sect? Boy, you shall not leave this place alive today. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tiangang's countenance darkened further, his teeth clenched in fury. Chapter 30. Not a dog using its master's power, but bullying the weak Elder Zhao. Please refrain from losing your temper just yet. Your precious heir is currently unharmed. However, that will depend on how many spirit stones you are willing to part with. Ye Chen let out a derisive laugh. At that moment, the cultivators from other sects began to whisper among themselves. How audacious Ye Chen was, daring to offend the Beastmaster sect simultaneously. Humph. Does he really believe that capturing the young master of the Beastmaster sect would enable him to threaten Zhao Tiangang? How naive. What exactly do you intend to do? Zhao Tiangang struggled to contain the fury that urged him to eliminate Ye Chen. Elder Zhao, please remain calm. We can discuss this matter amicably. Ye Chen gazed at Zhao Tiangang with a smile, as if they were engaged in a casual conversation among old friends. Negotiate. You have captured the young master of my beast control sect, and yet you still dare to speak of negotiation? Zhao Tiangang, in a fit of rage, laughed ironically. This young man truly did not understand the gravity of his situation. Alas, Elder Zhao, one must not articulate matters in such a manner. I too am compelled by circumstances beyond my control. Ye Chen raised his hands innocently. Oh, pray tell, who has coerced you? Zhao Tiangang, struggling to contain his fury, was eager to hear the absurdity this young man would concoct. Is it not because your two precious young masters insisted on seizing my senior brother's legacy? We were left with no choice but to act in self-defense. Ye Chen spoke, deliberately displaying a visage of fear. Zhao Tiangang was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. Within the secret realm, the competition for opportunities was a commonplace affair. All the sects present had come to seize the inheritance obtained by Su Chen. However, they could never have anticipated that Ye Chen would deviate from the conventional approach, audaciously daring to abduct disciples from their ranks. Elder Zhao, do not let your anger consume you. I have come today with the intention of proposing a transaction. As Ye Chen observed that the moment was ripe, he finally articulated his intention. A transaction? What kind of transaction? Zhao Tiangang inquired, suppressing his fury. Quite simple, Ye Chen replied. You may redeem your treasured young master with spirit stones. What say you? Ye Chen smiled with a twinkle in his eye, as if he were discussing something utterly mundane. Are you attempting to extort me, young man? Zhao Tiangang seethed with rage. How dare this boy dare to extort him? Elder Zhao, your words are rather harsh. I am merely conducting business with you, fair and square, with no debts incurred. Ye Chen spoke earnestly. Zhao Tiangang trembled with rage. This young man was truly insufferable. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through the crowd, and several graceful figures pushed their way to the front. Ye Chen, Su Chen, are you both unharmed? Luo Qiqing inquired with a worried expression as she gazed at Ye Chen and Su Chen. Luo Fairy, we are fine. What brings you here? Upon seeing Luo Qiqing, Ye Chen's face immediately blossomed with a gentle smile. I heard that you were surrounded by the people from the Beastmaster sect. So I hurried over to check on you, Luo Qiqing explained. Luo Fairy, you need not worry. We can handle this situation effectively. Ye Chen consoled. For he wished to keep the 100-Flower Palace uninvolved, knowing that their participation would inevitably lead to considerable trouble in the future. Ye Chen possesses the unwavering support of Su Taixu, allowing him to face any challenge without fear. He believes that even if all the sects of the Canglan continent were to converge upon the Tianxuan Sect, they could be vanquished with Su Taixu's intervention. Nonetheless, Luo Qiqing still harbors a semblance of concern. Rest assured, for I am here. Ye Chen spoke, patting his chest. Qiqing, rest assured, this lad has plenty of clever ideas. Nothing will happen. Yu Chuman and the others chimed in to reassure her. Senior sister, let us seek our master's assistance. Surely he can help extricate Ye Chen and the others from their predicament, proposed one of the senior sisters. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Let us go to our master at once. Luo Qingqing's eyes sparkled with realization as she hurriedly led her fellow sisters to find their master. Upon reaching their master, they recounted the events and implored for his aid. Their master, a kind-hearted and gentle old woman at the tribulation crossing stage, listened attentively before shaking her head with a smile. You need not fret. Those two lads will be just fine. But master, there are so many from the Beastmaster sect, and Ye Chen and his companion are but two. How could they possibly stand against them? Luo Qiqing exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. The two lads are disciples of Su Taixu, a figure of mysterious origin and unfathomable strength. Even if the Beastmaster sect were to mobilize their entire force, there would be no match for him, the old woman said with a knowing glance at Luo Qiqing. In the Canglan continent, no one knew the true background of Su Taixu. They only knew that he had appeared out of nowhere at the Tianxuan Sect a century ago. At that time, several tribulation period demon cultivators were attempting to assault the sect, and with a single strike, Su Taixu had vanquished them all. Since then, he had remained at the Tianxuan Sect, revered as a grand elder. Is that truly the case? Luo Qiqing and her sisters expressed their astonishment. Indeed, it is true. That lad's master is fiercely protective, Anyone who dares to harm his disciple will find him unwavering in his defense. The old woman chuckled. Wonderful. Luo Qixing and her sisters rejoiced, their spirits lifted. Now, do not worry. Simply observe from here. The sects that provoke Su Taixu will surely suffer. The old woman remarked with a smile, knowing that if Su Taixu were to intervene, those who dared to act against them would face dire consequences. Understood. Luo Qixing and her sisters nodded obediently, standing at ease as they awaited the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangang and the leaders of several major sects were thoroughly incensed. Their minds clouded by rage. As prominent forces within the Canglan continent, they could not allow themselves to be outmaneuvered by two young upstarts. Disregarding the risks of bullying the weak and the repercussions of being mere pawns in another game, they furiously launched an assault against Ye Chen and Su Chen. Su Chen, arms crossed over his chest, had no intention of retaliating. Sigh. Ye Chen shook his head and let out a soft sigh, calling into the void, "Elder brother." Lin Shua's figure emerged from the ether, stepping forth to stand between Su Chen and Ye Chen. A formidable aura of the tribulation phase radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. Instantly, everyone was immobilized by the oppressive force released by Lin Shua, unable to advance even an inch. The presence of the tribulation phase struck terror into the hearts of all, leaving them trembling with fear. Those hidden in the shadows, who had intended to seize Su Chen amidst the chaos, also halted their movements. Attempting to snatch someone away from the side of a tribulation phase cultivator was a daunting endeavor. Moreover, these individuals hailed from different factions, fostering a profound distrust among them, with the threat of betrayal looming at any moment. Alas, I had hoped to engage in a fair exchange with you, yet you have compelled me to wield my influence. Ye Chen shook his head in a state of utter resignation, a look of profound sorrow etched upon his features. Upon hearing Ye Chen liken himself to someone who abuses their power, Lin Shua and Su Chen could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. I am certainly not a dog. You are the dog. Your entire family is comprised of dogs. Upon hearing Ye Chen's description, Luo Qixing and her several senior sisters also exhibited signs of discomfort. Junior brother. It is bullying the weak with one's power, not dogs relying on humans. Su Chen could not refrain from correcting Ye Chen. Oh, I was simply muddled by these rascals. Let us amend it to oppressing the weak with strength. Ye Chen assumed an expression of profound anger and disappointment. Chapter 31. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. I am not inclined toward the affections of Longyang. Lin Shua and Su Chen exchanged a glance, helplessly rubbing their foreheads. This little junior disciple speaks with such levity, uttering nonsensical words. Meanwhile, those from various sects, who were rendered immobile by Lin Shua's imposing presence, dared not even breathe. Internally, they were cursing under their breaths, thinking, if you had mentioned your senior brother in the tribulation transcendent stage, we would have completed this transaction long ago. Elder brother, must you resort to such violence? We are engaging in fair trade, without deceit towards the young or the old. Ye Chen placed a hand upon Lin Shua's shoulder and winked at him. The elders and disciples of various sects were overwhelmed with a myriad of thoughts. With a senior brother in the tribulation stage present, whatever he said was absolute. Who would dare to dissent? Lin Shua, feeling exasperated, withdrew his imposing aura, for this young junior disciple was quite the handful. Once Lin Shua retracted his pressure, everyone felt a considerable sense of relief. Now, my friends, may we engage in a meaningful discussion? Ye Chen turned to the recently relaxed crowd and inquired loudly. The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Young Master Yi, how do you intend to conduct the transaction? After a brief moment, Elder Chen of the Tianxuan Sect mustered the courage to ask. How extraordinary. Now even the mode of address had changed. Previously, they had referred to him as Kid, and now he was addressed as Young Master. Such is the advantage of having a powerful ally. It is quite simple, Ye Chen replied. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones for the release of each individual. Furthermore, cease any further aspirations regarding the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ye Chen spoke leisurely. Upon hearing Ye Chen's proposition, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones for each individual was an exorbitant demand. Yet, with Lin Shua, who was in the tribulation stage, standing nearby, they dared not voice their dissent. Very well. That amounts to 2 million mid-grade spirit stones for the return of our sect's 2 young masters. Zhao Tiangang of the Beastmaster sect was the first to break the silence, offering Ye Chen a Tianxuan bag from a distance. Ye Chen took the Tianxuan bag, a cunning smile playing upon his lips. He was well aware of Zhao Tiangong's intentions. His sole desire was to reclaim his son and the daughter of the sect leader. Indifferent to the fates of the other disciples, Ye Chen retrieved an ordinary disciple of the Beast Master Sect from his storage ring, gripping him by the nape of his neck as one would lift a small chick, suspended in midair. Ah, Elder Zhao, my apologies. It seems I have mistaken the individual. Allow me to replace him. Ye Chen intentionally mistook the person, feigning the intention to switch to another. Oh, this one is also a disciple of your Beast Master Sect. That Elder Zhao. Would you like to have him? In his heart, Ye Chen was secretly amused, pretending to have just realized that he was holding a disciple of the Beast Master Sect. This was a form of moral coercion. Every prominent sect in the Canglan continent had disciples present here. If Zhao Tiangang were to forsake his sect's disciple in front of these witnesses, the news would swiftly spread across the entire Canglan continent. The Beast Master Sect would be scorned by the world, and no disciple would dare to join it in the future. Without fresh blood to invigorate it, the Beast Master Sect would inevitably decline, becoming nothing more than dust in the annals of history. No, Zhao Tiangang, with a grim expression and gritted teeth, struggled to utter a single word. He was a man of principles, thus ensnared, unlike Ye Chen, who lacked such morals and could not be coerced. Before the eyes of the world, he dared not abandon his sect's disciple, unwilling to risk incurring the wrath of all. Ye Chen tossed the disciple in his hand to Zhao Tiangang, and then produced another ordinary disciple from the Beastmaster sect. Without regard for Zhao Tiangang, Ye Chen directly threw that disciple to him. Elder Zhao, our transaction requires the payment to be made before handing over the individuals. Perhaps you could first provide the spirit stones for the remaining disciples? Ye Chen wore a smile that radiated sincerity, as if assuring the other party that, rest assured, as long as you provide me with the spirit stones, I shall undoubtedly deliver the person. Zhao Tiangang, seething with resentment, gritted his teeth and sent another 2 million mid-grade spirit stones to Ye Chen. Ye Chen once again extracted an ordinary disciple of the Beast Control sect from his storage ring. Zhao Tiangang was on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration, yet found himself powerless. After all, Ye Chen had the formidable backing of the tribulation stage. He could only accept the situation in silence. In the distance, Luo Qiqing and the others stifled their laughter, finding Ye Chen's antics rather mischievous. Luo Qiqing, in particular, developed a keen interest in him. It was not until the storage ring was devoid of ordinary disciples from the Beast Control sect that Ye Chen finally brought out Shen Hanxiao. Ye Chen exhibited no mercy, gripping Shen Hanxiao firmly by the nape of her neck. Disheveled and filled with resentment, Shen Hanxiao fixed her gaze upon Ye Chen. This very Ye Chen had seized her spirit beast and bound her, a humiliation unfathomable for the esteemed young lady of the Beastmaster sect. Alas, do not regard me with such disdain. Though I possess the countenance of a noble jade tree, you do not pique my interest, and there shall be no fruition between us. Ye Chen, with a slight tilt of his chin, displayed a smirk of triumph, while casually waving his hand toward Shen Hanxiao. Shen Hanxiao trembled with indignation, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Ye Chen, you scoundrel! Today you have humiliated me so, and I shall not let you off the hook in the days to come. She seethed through gritted teeth, tears welling in her eyes. Oh, the young lady has quite the temper. Do speak again once you possess the capability, he retorted. Yet, Ye Chen remained unfazed. As he spoke, he delivered a swift kick to her posterior, sending her stumbling towards Zhao Tiangang. The moment Shen Huanqi was caught by Zhao Tiangang, she could no longer contain her humiliation and tears began to stream down her face. In front of such a multitude, to have been so publicly kicked was a disgrace she could hardly bear. How could the young lady of the Beastmaster sect ever show her face again? Ye Chen paid no heed to Shen Hanxiao's thoughts and directly dragged Zhao Wuxiao out. Zhao Wuxiao glared at Ye Chen with a face full of resentment, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Do not look at me in such a manner. I assure you, I possess no inclination towards your desires, and your notions shall yield no fruitful outcome. Ye Chen displayed a look of disdain as he forcefully kicked Zhao Wuxiao towards Zhao Tiangang. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless, their foreheads adorned with lines of exasperation. The youth of today certainly possess a unique flair. They began to question whether they had aged and were unable to keep pace with the cognitive leaps of their younger junior. Zhao Wuxiao, in particular, was left flushed and embarrassed by Ye Chen's words. Observers from both the Heavenly Sword sect and the Purple Sun sect regarded Ye Chen's actions with a sense of eerie familiarity. They had previously endured a thorough beating from the dark-cloaked Night Shadow and had been abducted. The mannerisms were strikingly similar to those of Ye Chen. However, at that moment, Ye Chen's displayed cultivation level was merely at the 8th stage of qi refinement, making it challenging to associate him with the formidable Night Shadow, who had trounced beings at the fusion stage. Had Ye Chen been aware of their thoughts, he would have surely bestowed upon them a delightful surprise. I am. In fact, the Night Shadow. Meanwhile, members of other sects, having witnessed the Beastmaster sect finalize their transaction, turned their attention towards Ye Chen. Young Master Yi, may I inquire how many disciples from our sect are in your possession? Asked an elder from one of the sections. Do not rush, we shall proceed one by one. Adhering to the established protocols, Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, exuding an air of nonchalance. Subsequently, he replicated the process, engaging in transactions with various sects in succession. Once all the dealings were concluded, Ye Chen gathered an abundant bounty of spirit stones into his possession. Ye Chen gazed at the mountains of spirit stones piled within the storage ring, his eyes narrowing into slits with delight. Junior brother, we have struck it rich. Let us return and celebrate in grand style. Su Chen looked on as Ye Chen collected the spirit stones, his excitement palpable. For he had never before witnessed such a vast quantity of spirit stones. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ye Chen's foot faltered slightly as he sensed that Su Chen had intentions towards his spirit stones. He was amenable to parting with other treasures, but spirit stones? That was out of the question. Even his senior brothers had no chance of obtaining them. Chuckling softly, he continued, Esteemed brothers, I have acquired 2 magical artifacts within the secret realm, and I wish to present them to both of you. At this moment, Ye Chen transformed into a subordinate, retrieving 2 exquisite magical artifacts from his storage ring and presenting them to Lin Shua and Su Chen. What? You claim that Ye Chen lacks principles? Huh? For the sake of spirit stones, he is willing to barter not only his body and soul but has also relinquished his moral compass. It is not that he is devoid of boundaries. Rather, he is capable of infinitely lowering them. Ye Chen's sudden action left Lin Shua and Su Chen in a state of astonishment. They were utterly perplexed as to what this junior disciple was up to now. Ye Chen paid no heed to their thoughts and directly placed the magical artifacts into their hands. Take these, my senior brothers. I have no use for them. Lin Shua, observing Ye Chen's genuine indifference, beckoned Su Chen to accept the treasures as well. Although he, being in the tribulation stage, found these artifacts somewhat superfluous. He appreciated the heartfelt gesture from his junior disciple. Ye Chen, seeing his 2 senior brothers collect the magical artifacts, let out a sigh of relief, thinking that now they would surely feel embarrassed to take away his spirit stones. The elders from 2 sects trembled at the sight of the artifacts Ye Chen had presented. These were the treasured possessions of their sects, of which there were only a handful. With the opening of the secret realm, only a select few disciples were permitted to bring such treasures, allowing them a chance to escape peril within the realm. To their astonishment, these artifacts had found their way into Ye Chen's hands. Chapter 32. Danger calls for immediate action indeed. These 2 magical artifacts had been acquired by Ye Chen from the disciples of various sects within the secret realm. However, with a senior brother who was in the tribulation stage present, they dared not utter a word, choosing instead to feign ignorance. With a gentle smile and a nod to Luo Qi-Cheng, Ye Chen turned and departed with his 2 senior brothers, Lin Shua's sword upon his sword, speeding towards the direction of Tianxuan Sect. Behind him, with Xiao Bai and Xiao He, Ye Chen and Su Chen reclined lazily atop their backs. Lin Shua glanced back, shaking his head in resignation. His second junior brother's approach to matters was increasingly reminiscent of their youngest junior brother. Senior brother, do you think they might ambush us along the way? Su Chen, perched upon Xiao He, inquired with a trace of concern. After all, their recent gains were considerable, and it was not unlikely that envy would spark malicious intent. Perhaps not, given the number of onlookers, Lin Shua replied, albeit with uncertainty. Even if they possess audacity, they would hardly dare to act brazenly. Yet, he felt a subtle disturbance in the air, hinting at several powerful presences at the tribulation phase near the exit of the secret realm. He couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility of those individuals resorting to desperate measures. However, he harbored no fear. Even if they encountered adversaries, escaping with his 2 junior brothers would pose no challenge. Hiki, senior brother, you remain too naive. The hearts of men are treacherous. Ye Chen feigned maturity, shaking his head with an air of worldly wisdom. Little junior brother, what do you know? With the eldest senior brother here, they wouldn't dare. Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at Ye Chen, evidently possessing unwavering confidence in Lin Shua. Oh, little Su, you don't understand. I may lack other skills, but my 6th sense is exceptionally accurate. I can guarantee they will come. Ye Chen spoke with unwavering conviction, as if he had already foreseen the future. In truth, he had sensed the faint ripples of the laws behind him. Had it not been for his innate ability to perceive such subtleties, he would have remained oblivious. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of resignation. Their junior brother had once again begun to spout nonsense. However, as they conversed, several figures suddenly emerged ahead, obstructing their path. "Esteemed friends, please halt." The leader, draped in a black robe and wearing a menacing mask, spoke in a hoarse, ominous tone that sent shivers down the spine. These individuals were cultivators in the tribulation stage, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to seize the inheritance. Yet, with Lin Shuo present and their affiliations to different sects, mutual suspicion permeated the air. As Ye Chen prepared to depart, they proposed an alliance to confront the trio, suggesting that they could comprehend the inheritance together afterward. "Who are you? What do you seek?" Lin Shuo's expression darkened as he demanded an answer. "Heh. Our identities are of little significance. What truly matters is that we intend to claim the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance." The black-robed figure's tone was chilling, his eyes glinting with avarice. With just a few of you, you dare to attempt to rob us? How utterly foolish." Lin Shuo sneered, his gaze filled with disdain. Ha. Young one, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you know who we are?" A burly man behind the black-robed figure laughed maniacally, exuding the oppressive aura of a tribulation stage cultivator. "I care not who you are. You would do well to retreat promptly, lest you provoke our ire." Lin Shuo remained undaunted, emanating a similar aura of tribulation stage strength. "Very well, if you seek death, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." A glint of malice flickered in the black-robed man's eyes as he waved his hand, signaling his companions to charge at Ye Chen and his companions. Seek death indeed." Lin Shuo scoffed, drawing his long sword as a sharp blade of sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at the black-robed man. "A mere trifling skill." The black-robed man sneered dismissively, conjuring a black shield to deflect Lin Shuo's sword energy. Once Lin Shuo's attack was neutralized, the others swiftly surrounded them. Lin Shuo's heart sank. He realized that all 6 adversaries were indeed tribulation stage experts, although he was at the pinnacle of tribulation stage himself. Facing an onslaught from 6 formidable foes began to turn the tide against him. Su Chen, witnessing Lin Shuo falter, felt a surge of urgency. Yet, Ye Chen appeared remarkably composed. The moment the 6 tribulation periods emerged, he decisively shattered the communication jade talisman bestowed upon him by Su Taixu. Ye Chen would not foolishly wait until Lin Shuo found himself in peril before calling for help. He would certainly alert others at the first sign of danger, ensuring he did not plunge into a treacherous situation. Suddenly, a fissure tore through the void, and an overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the surroundings. "Who dares?" The black-clad figures were instantly struck with horror, as the intensity of this pressure exceeded their wildest imaginations. "How dare these insignificant creatures bully my disciple?" A thunderous voice resonated from the abyss, and shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the void. It was none other than Su Taixu, the esteemed elder of the Tianxuan Sect. Upon receiving Ye Chen's message, he had hastily torn through the fabric of space to arrive. The moment Su Taixu appeared, he unleashed an awe-inspiring aura at the pinnacle of the tribulation transcendent stage, pressing down on the black-clad individuals as if the weight of Mount Tai bore down upon them, rendering them breathless. The pressure emanating from Su Taixu was extraordinary, far beyond what these mere tribulation transcendence cultivators could withstand. The black-clad figures turned pale, their eyes wide with terror, utterly astonished that such a formidable presence backed this young man. Although Su Taixu's outward cultivation appeared to be at the divine transformation stage, the pressure he exuded was that of the pinnacle of the tribulation transcendence stage. Master, Lin Shuo, and Su Chen were also left astounded. They had never imagined that Ye Chen could summon Su Taixu. Senior brother, are you surprised? Is this unexpected? Ye Chen gazed at the astonished Lin Shuo, a grin adorning his face as if he had accomplished a trifling deed. "Well done, my friend." Lin Shuo, feeling somewhat belittled by his junior disciple, shook his head in resignation. A throng of mere ants dare to covet the disciple of this master. Su Taixu let out a cold snort, his hand sweeping through the air, and an invisible force instantly ensnared the cloaked figures. "Spare us, esteemed one. We beseech your mercy." The black-robed individuals, struck by terror, hastily pleaded for forgiveness. "Oh, now you seek mercy? It is too late." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Su Taixu's eyes as he prepared to act. "Hold on." Ye Chen suddenly interjected. "Little Chen, what are you planning to do?" Su Taixu inquired, puzzled. Old Su. It would be more beneficial to keep these individuals around rather than." Ye Chen leaned close to Su Taixu's ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing them, Su Taixu's eyes immediately brightened. Indeed, he was his beloved disciple. What a clever lad you are. He nodded, growing increasingly pleased with Ye Chen. Recognizing his burgeoning charisma, he chuckled, modestly claiming, "Oh, just average, merely the third in the world." Ye Chen smiled modestly. Ahem. Lin Shuo and Su Chen beside him could only shake their heads in disbelief. This young man truly seized every opportunity to show off. Listen closely, all of you. Ye Chen approached the group of black-robed figures, a smile transforming his eyes into mere slits. If you wish to preserve your lives, swiftly inform your sect to procure spirit stones for your ransom. What? The black-robed individuals were momentarily taken aback. This audacious youth intended to hold them as hostages, extorting their sects. This was akin to a soul-crushing betrayal, far more agonizing than mere death. A dignified figure at the tribulation stage. The pinnacle of cultivation on the Canglan continent had been captured. Should this word spread, how could they ever face the world again? Moreover, how many spirit stones would their sect need to relinquish? Should they offer too few, they would be ridiculed for their lack of worth in the tribulation stage. Too many, and their sect would be unable to bear the burden. Senior, young hero, our actions are personal and have no bearing on our sect. One of the cloaked figures sought to dissociate himself from his sect to avoid implicating them. What, are you unwilling? Ye Chen's countenance darkened, and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He cared not whether these individuals acted on their own accord or with the involvement of their sect. Ultimately, their sect would reap the benefits. The few figures in black robes trembled in fear, hastily acquiescing. After all, with their lives hanging by a thread, who would still concern themselves with the fate of their sect? This is precisely as it should be. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, remembering that the more spirit stones, the better, otherwise. As Ye Chen spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. The group of cloaked figures was instantly struck with terror, hastily assuring that they would compel their sect to produce sufficient spirit stones for the ransom. They had no desire to meet a premature demise. After enduring thousands of years of arduous cultivation to reach the present tribulation stage, they could not afford to perish in such a pitiful manner. Chapter 33. Entrapped by Su Taixu in the Starry Soul Tower, although their potential had been exhausted and the hope of ascension seemed bleak, the possibility of transcending still lingered. Should a fortuitous opportunity arise. Splendid. Ye Chen clapped his hands, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Then do hasten to relay the message to your respective sects." With that, he disregarded the cloaked figures and turned to Lin Shuo and Su Chen, awaiting their delivery of spirit stones. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of resignation in each other's eyes. This little junior brother truly possessed an extraordinary talent for stirring up trouble. Nonetheless, they could not deny that Ye Chen's approach was indeed the most effective. After all, those sects would undoubtedly spare no expense to rescue their own tribulation stage elder. The tribulation stage was no trivial matter. Only the most prestigious sects could boast of a singular elder at such a level. Before long, the sects of the cloaked individuals began to arrive, each bearing spirit stones and expressing their desire to redeem their elder. After all, a sect could only have one tribulation stage elder, a figure whose worth could not be measured in spirit stones. Furthermore, considering that their own elder had been effortlessly subdued, they had little room left for resistance. "Ha, we have struck it rich." Ye Chen gazed at the towering pile of spirit stones, a smile so broad it seemed to stretch beyond his lips. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged a glance, momentarily at a loss for words. They simply could not fathom why this junior disciple was so infatuated with spirit stones. Su Taixu, observing the exuberant Ye Chen from the side, felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Since Ye Chen entered the sect, he has been tirelessly scouring for spirit stones, engaging fellow disciples in gambling with these precious gems, and even mining spirit ore. It seems that those who seek to become his disciples are motivated solely by the allure of spirit stones. Contemplating this, Su Taixu couldn't help but twitch his lips, wondering if his young apprentice might be led astray by the temptation of spirit stones. With a sigh, he decided to leave and return home to count his fortune. With a grand flourish, Ye Chen swept the mountain of spirit stones into his possession, grinning broadly. Su Taixu shook his head in exasperation. His young disciple was indeed quite enamored with wealth. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the fabric of space and returned to Tianxuan Sect with his 3 disciples. "Welcome back, elder." The mountain disciples greeted Su Taixu with utmost respect. He nodded slightly and led his 3 disciples directly to Qingzhu Peak. Within Ye Chen's abode on Qingzhu Peak, Su Taixu felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Su Chen's acquisition of the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. Meanwhile, Ye Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he poured out the spirit stones, which piled up like a small mountain, shimmering enticingly. Ha ha, I've struck it rich. Ye Chen gazed at the towering pile of spirit stones before him, his excitement causing him to dance with joy. With these spirit stones, he could unlock several minor realms in his cultivation. His junior disciples, Lin Shua and Su Chen, looked at the money-obsessed Ye Chen and could only shake their heads in exasperation. Hee, senior brother, second senior brother, you simply do not understand. These are spirit stones. Ye Chen said with a look of bliss, with these spirit stones, I can. You can continue to be lazy, right? Su Taixu retorted with irritation. Hee. Old Su, you are indeed wise. Ye Chen chuckled and remarked, indulging in idleness is indeed delightful. As long as I have an abundance of spirit stones, I can simply recline and enhance my cultivation daily. After all, my own efforts and training seem futile. I can only rely on the heavenly Tao Pearl to refine the spirit stones. Yet, this great secret of the heavenly Tao Pearl is known solely to me. Even the Supreme Emperor Wuji, who raised me since childhood, remains oblivious. Su Taixu, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and glared, this little disciple of mine is truly beyond redemption. Enough of this chatter, focus on your cultivation. With irritation, Su Taixu continued, you possess extraordinary talent, yet you cannot afford such laxity. Otherwise, how will you inherit my legacy in the future? The mention of inheriting the legacy made Ye Chen feel that Su Taixu's words carried profound significance. Ye Chen commenced a profound analysis of Su Taixu's words, and suddenly, it seemed as though he had come to an understanding. His expression shifted dramatically. Could it be, Old Su, that your time is nearing an end? Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, displaying an expression of utter incredulity. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Su Taixu and the other two were momentarily frozen in place. They struggled to comprehend Ye Chen's meaning, exchanging glances filled with confusion and inquiry among themselves. Ye Chen meticulously scrutinized Su Taixu, noting his robust physical condition and the absence of any hidden injuries. Could it be that the old man Wu Ji played some tricks when he cast the elder Su down to the mortal realm? Ye Chen pondered silently. At that moment, Su Taixu, realizing the situation, became infuriated and began to stomp his feet. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say that speed was unacceptable? With that, he delivered a sharp reprimand to Ye Chen. Oh dear. Old Su, you lack martial ethics. Ye Chen consumed a large dish, clasping his head with both hands as he swiftly retreated several meters. Humph, who told you to speak without restraint? After indulging in his whims, Su Taixu wore a smug expression. I'm merely showing concern for you. Is it not the case that only those nearing their end seek an heir to their legacy? Ye Chen rubbed his head, still feeling somewhat disgruntled. Lin Shua and Su Chen exchanged glances, their mouths slightly agape. They sensed that they had never truly been on the same wavelength as their junior disciple. What nonsense is this rascal thinking? Su Taixu puffed out his beard and glared. I wish for you to inherit my teachings, so you may elevate my skills. How could you entertain such misguided thoughts? Oh, so that is the meaning behind it. Why didn't you clarify it sooner? Ye Chen mumbled to himself, yet his heart remained unconvinced. Inheriting the mantle? He dismissed the notion, preferring to revel in his freedom for a few more years. Moreover, he had two senior brothers above him. Su Taixu, witnessing Ye Chen's obstinacy, could only shake his head in resignation. He did not expect the young disciple to diligently pursue his cultivation. This little apprentice had only been initiated for a few months but had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement, a feat unparalleled in the Canglan continent. With a gentle sigh, Su Taixu chose to leave it be and turned to depart. Lin Shua and Su Chen also shook their heads in exasperation, caught between laughter and tears, and followed Su Taixu out. After they left, Ye Chen chuckled to himself, playfully murmuring. Ye Chen returned to his chamber, eagerly depositing all the spirit stones into the heavenly Tao Pearl. After a brief moment, the spirit stones were entirely consumed, and Ye Chen's cultivation was unsealed to the 9th level of the Yuaning. Ye Chen exhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him. A hint of bitterness etched upon his face. The expenditure of spirit stones had reached astronomical proportions, and his cultivation had merely been unsealed to the 9th level of the nascent soul. He gazed up at the ceiling, weary of cursing the infinite emperor. He had grown tired of it. It was time to savor life. For several consecutive months, Ye Chen languidly reclined on a lounge chair, doing nothing but embracing idleness. Today, he organized the magical treasures he had plundered, contemplating the opportune moment to sell them. This would yield a substantial sum of spirit stones, allowing him to elevate his cultivation further. However, Su Taixu, witnessing Ye Chen's prolonged lethargy, could no longer bear to watch. He approached Ye Chen's side, quietly observing him as he slept. After all, in the foreseeable future, rest would be a luxury he would lack. Let him indulge in one last beautiful dream. Moments later, Ye Chen, with bleary eyes, awoke to find Su Taixu standing before him, a look of confusion adorning his face. "Old Su, what brings you here?" Ye Chen rubbed his drowsy eyes and inquired, "Where are you taking me?" Su Taixu smiled benevolently. "I will take you to a delightful place." Ye Chen responded, "Oh, Old Su, what kind of place is it? I can't shake the feeling that you might be setting me up for something." Ye Chen wore a vigilant expression, perceiving something amiss in Su Taixu's smile. The Starry Soul Tower. Su Taixu's smile grew even more radiant. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen sensed an ominous foreboding. The name undoubtedly hinted at a place of ill repute. The Starry Soul Tower, a treasured artifact of Su Taixu, possesses an internal space where the flow of time differs from the outside world, allowing for exceptionally effective cultivation within its confines. Furthermore, the Starry Soul Tower serves another purpose. It tests disciples. Within its walls, one must endure immense pressure and confront various illusory trials, rendering the experience arduous beyond measure. Before Ye Chen could react, a small tower emerged from Su Taixu, swiftly expanding to envelop him entirely. Ye Chen let out a piercing scream, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. Ye Chen felt as though the world was spinning around him, and in an instant, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. Here was Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered himself enveloped in a vast expanse of whiteness, with nothing visible in sight. This was the interior of the Starry Soul Tower. Cursed old man Su. Ye Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. He realized that he had genuinely fallen victim to Su Taixu's schemes this time. "Old Su, release me, and I promise to devote myself to rigorous cultivation." Ye Chen wished to struggle once more, attempting to persuade Su Taixu to release him. Chapter 34, Comprehending the Immortal Sword Intent. Now you wish to cultivate. It is too late. You shall remain within and diligently refine yourself. I shall release you in 5 years. With that, Su Taixu stroked his beard and departed, a look of triumph adorning his face. He placed the Starry Soul Tower atop the Qingzhou Peak. Ye Chen let out a helpless sigh. Realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, he could only brace himself to explore this enigmatic place. The interior of the Starry Soul Tower was vast, and with each ascending level, the challenges grew increasingly formidable. The first level, was this it? 3 puppets in the Qi refinement stage, akin to mere beggars? Ye Chen wore an expression of disdain, effortlessly severing the puppet into shards with mere strokes of sword energy. The Starry Soul Tower was nothing extraordinary, had he known. He would have entered sooner and perhaps found a more comfortable place to rest. Ye Chen stretched languidly and yawned, completely oblivious to the trials that awaited him. As he delved deeper, the challenges he faced grew increasingly formidable, evolving from the initial Qi refinement puppets to those of the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages. Ultimately, even the formidable puppets of the Ascension stage emerged. Goodness, that old rogue Su truly wishes to see me perish. The Ascension stage puppets have appeared. As Ye Chen evaded the relentless assaults of the puppets in a state of disarray, he couldn't help but unleash a torrent of curses. However, despite his verbal expressions of fear, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. The greater the pressure, the swifter the progress. These puppets serve as my whetstone. In Ye Chen's eyes, brilliance surged, and his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During this period, Ye Chen had encountered countless life and death crises, yet he transformed peril into safety each time. After 2 years of relentless combat, although his cultivation had not advanced a single step, his battle prowess had significantly intensified. He now possessed the confidence to contend with Lin Shua, who was in the tribulation stage. At last, he had reached the final level. Ye Chen stood at the pinnacle of the Starry Soul Tower, gazing into the vast emptiness before him, letting out a long, deep sigh. The final level must surely hold the greatest secret of the Starry Soul Tower, wouldn't it? Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon an ancient stone tablet at the center of the space. The tablet was intricately engraved with a multitude of runes, emanating an aura of timeless antiquity. This stone tablet is quite intriguing. Ye Chen approached the stone tablet, his consciousness gradually penetrating its depths. Suddenly, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. The Celestial Soul Tower, an unclaimed artifact, has been inscribed with myriad formations using my own essence. It awaits a fated individual. Upon entering the concealed space, one may obtain my legacy and ascend as the new master of the Celestial Soul Tower. So, this is how it is. After Ye Chen absorbed the information contained within the stone tablet, a brilliant light flickered in his eyes. It turned out that old Su was not the true master of the Starry Soul Tower. He merely relied on his formidable cultivation to forcefully suppress it in order to wield its power. Moreover, the true secret of the Starry Soul Tower was astonishingly concealed within a hidden space. Ye Chen was filled with excitement as a powerful premonition surged within him. He sensed that upon entering the concealed realm, he would encounter an extraordinary opportunity. The hidden space, here I come. Ye Chen took a deep breath and, following the method recorded on the stone tablet, began to search for the entrance to the concealed space. Before long, he discovered the entrance to the hidden realm. It was a teleportation array shimmering with a faint white light. I hope it will not disappoint me. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Chen stepped into the teleportation array. In the next moment, he felt a fleeting shimmer before arriving in an entirely new realm. This space was not vast, yet it brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, and a formidable sword intent permeated the atmosphere. Such a powerful sword intent. Ye Chen was taken aback. The intensity of this sword intent surpassed his own by hundreds, even thousands of times. This was the essence of a mortal sword intent. Ye Chen swiftly discerned the rank of this sword intent, and his heart was filled with even greater astonishment. Could it be that the master of this concealed realm is a formidable swordsman? Ye Chen was filled with curiosity and anticipation. He ventured deeper and soon arrived before a sword tomb. This tomb was adorned with an array of exquisite swords, each emanating a fierce sword aura. What a splendid place! In Ye Chen's eyes, brilliance flickered, although these swords could not compare to his extraordinary sword of the Flying Phoenix. They were nonetheless rare and formidable weapons. However, these swords have little utility for me now. Ye Chen shook his head. His current objective was to locate the master of the hidden realm and acquire his legacy. Ye Chen ventured deeper and ultimately uncovered a humble thatched cottage within the depths of the sword tomb. Could it be that this is the dwelling of the enigmatic master of the concealed realm? Ye Chen felt a stirring in his heart as he slowly approached the thatched cottage and gently rapped on the door. Come in. An aged voice resonated from within the humble abode. Ye Chen pushed open the door and beheld an elderly man clad in coarse linen garments, seated cross-legged upon a mat. This venerable figure, with hair and beard as white as snow, emanated a vigorous spirit. His eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed capable of perceiving the essence of all things in the world. I, the younger Ye Chen. Pay my respects to the esteemed elder, he greeted. Ye Chen respectfully bowed. You are quite remarkable to have found this place, the elder remarked with a slight smile, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. You flatter me, esteemed senior. I merely stumbled upon it by chance. Ye Chen humbly replied, Luck is also a part of strength. The elder chuckled softly and continued, Since you have arrived here, it signifies the bond we share. I am the sole imprint left by the previous master of this Starry Soul Tower. You may call me Elder Jian. Ye Chen bowed once more. I observe that your talent in the sword is commendable. You have already comprehended the profound essence of the sword. However, I can guide you to ascend even further. The sword elder regarded Ye Chen with an outward calmness, though his heart was tumultuously astonished. It is worth noting that this young man, yet to reach the age of 18, has already grasped the profound essence of the sword. At Ye Chen's age, he himself had only attained the minor essence of the sword, a feat unparalleled in history. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder. Yet, Ye Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly bowed in reverence. Do pay attention, the sword elder remarked, gesturing with his finger as if it were a sword, lightly slicing through the void. In an instant, a brilliant beam of sword light illuminated the entire space. This sword light was unparalleled in its sharpness, yet imbued with a lively elegance, as if it were alive, evoking a sense of awe in those who beheld it. This was. Ye Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated intently on the radiant sword light, a tempest of emotion surging within him. This was the essence of the immortal sword. Indeed, it was the very embodiment of the immortal sword. The sword elder nodded, his gaze suffused with nostalgia. In his prime, he roamed the celestial realm with unparalleled prowess, encountering few rivals. Alas, fate dealt him a cruel hand, leading to his untimely downfall in this very place. The sword elder let out a sigh, his voice laden with regret and unfulfilled aspirations. Esteemed senior, Ye Chen opened his mouth, intending to offer some words of comfort, yet he found himself at a loss for suitable expressions. Let us not dwell on such matters, the old sword master interjected, waving his hand to silence Ye Chen. Young one, you possess considerable potential. Today, I shall assist you in comprehending the essence of the eternal sword intent. As he spoke, the old sword master waved his right hand, causing waves of eternal sword intent to permeate the surroundings. Ye Chen felt an overwhelming pressure assail him, nearly rendering him breathless. Young one, my time is limited. You must hasten your comprehension. Once you have fully grasped the essence of the immortal sword intent, this celestial soul tower shall acknowledge you as its master. Indeed, Ye Chen nodded, settling into a cross-legged position as he began to comprehend the eternal sword technique. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 3 months had passed. During this period, Ye Chen immersed himself in the study of the eternal sword technique, to the extent that he neglected both sleep and nourishment. Fortunately, his relentless dedication bore fruit. Under the meticulous guidance of the Sword Elder, Ye Chen's understanding of the eternal sword intent advanced by leaps and bounds. At long last, on a fateful day 3 months later, Ye Chen successfully grasped the eternal sword intent. A tremendous surge of sword intent erupted from within him, soaring into the heavens. The entire starry soul tower trembled violently under the weight of this formidable sword intent. What an impressive lad to have comprehended the eternal sword intent in just 3 months. The Sword Elder gazed at Ye Chen, his eyes reflecting shock and pride. I am merely a humble student. The credit belongs to your exceptional teachings, esteemed elder. Ye Chen humbly responded, there is no need for modesty. Your talent is evident to me. The old sword smiled and continued, well, now that you have comprehended the immortal sword intent, the Starry Soul Tower has willingly acknowledged you as its master. Thank you, esteemed elder. Ye Chen expressed his gratitude. Ye Chen hastily remarked, young man, my time is running short. As Sword Elder spoke, his form began to grow increasingly ethereal. Chapter 35. A reunion with Luo Qingcheng in Tianwu City. Senior Yu. Ye Chen gazed at Sword Elder, his eyes brimming with gratitude and sorrow. Alas, there is no banquet in the world that does not come to an end. You need not feel disheartened. Sword Elder chuckled softly and replied, I have lingered for far too long. It is time for me to take my leave at last. Esteemed elder. Ye Chen wished to articulate further, yet was interrupted by the elder sword master. Very well, you may depart. Remember my words, diligently cultivate your skills, and do not disappoint my expectations. Upon concluding his statement, the elder's figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing from sight. Senior. Ye Chen gazed upon the desolate thatched cottage, his heart brimming with sorrow and reluctance. He understood that the venerable Sword Elder had truly departed. Rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall diligently cultivate and will not disappoint your expectations. Ye Chen bowed deeply to the void, exhaling profoundly. Ye Chen let out a long sigh, momentarily suppressing the sorrow and reluctance within his heart. After 2 years, he could finally leave this place. He needed to make a trip to Tianwu City to sell all the magical artifacts he possessed. With a flicker of thought, Ye Chen departed from the Celestial Soul Tower. Having established his dominion over the tower, Ye Chen was now granted the liberty to enter and exit at will. Before departing from the Starry Soul Tower, Ye Chen left behind a false version of himself within its confines. Every few days, Su Taixu would probe with his divine sense to ascertain Ye Chen's condition. It was imperative that he remained unaware of Ye Chen's absence. With Su Taixu's capabilities, it would not take more than 2 days for him to apprehend Ye Chen. Tianwu City, a settlement under the auspices of the Tianxuan Sect, serves as a subordinate city to the sect's mountain gate. Ye Chen arrived at Tianwu City and spent several days meandering through its streets, savoring the delicacies of the city's finest taverns. After being confined within the Starry Soul Tower for 2 years, his palate yearned for the flavors of the outside world. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ye Chen transformed his appearance to resemble that of Night Shadow and arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion. He was greeted by the elderly gentleman Ye Chen, who had presided over the previous auction. This man was Wan Xiaowu, the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion branch in Tianwu City. Ah, young Master Night Shadow, what a pleasant surprise to see you, Wan Xiaowu exclaimed, his face adorned with a broad smile. Manager Wan, I have come today with a collection of magical artifacts that I wish to sell. Ye Chen clasped his hands together. Could it be that young Master Ying is once again preparing to auction off the heir of some prominent family? Wan Xiaowu jestingly remarked. 2 years prior, Ye Chen had apprehended the esteemed disciple of the Tianxuan Sect, Su Taixu, and brought her to the Wanbao Pavilion for auction. At that time, Wan Xiaowu was utterly astounded. Having spent a millennium at the pavilion, he had never encountered anyone who captured individuals for the purpose of auctioning them off. It was only when Ye Chen informed him that Su Taixu's great-grandfather was present and would bid a substantial sum to secure her that he consented to the auction. Master Wan is merely jesting, he added with a chuckle. Ye Chen gently shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his face. Ha ha, I was merely jesting. Young Master Nightshade, Please, let us converse further within. Wan Shouwu chuckled as he gestured for him to enter. The two proceeded into the inner chamber, where Ye Chen began to extract his treasures, filling the room to the brim with an array of magical artifacts. Wan Shouwu gazed in astonishment, pondering how many sects must have been plundered to amass such a collection. As he examined them closely, he noted that many of these artifacts were of exceptional quality. Young Master Nightshade, many of these artifacts are indeed exquisite. Might I inquire as to their origin? Wan Shouwu asked, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Master Wan, I would prefer you not to concern yourself with that. Simply provide me with an offer, Ye Chen replied. Ye Chen smiled. Let us proceed this way. I shall offer this sum. Wan Shouwu pondered for a moment before extending 3 fingers. Master Wan, your price seems rather low. Ye Chen frowned. Young Master Night Shadow, as you are aware, the market conditions are such that I have already offered a high price. Wan Shouwu replied with a wry smile. No, I cannot accept this price. Ye Chen shook his head. After a round of haggling, the two ultimately settled on a price of 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. Haha. Young Master Ying, it has been a delightful collaboration, Wan Shouwu said with a smile. Since the deal is done, I shall take my leave. The shopkeeper Wan replied readily. As Ye Chen rose to leave the VIP room, Wan Shouwu followed closely behind him. Upon passing a counter in the Wanbao Pavilion Hall, Ye Chen abruptly halted. He beheld 2 talismans displayed within the counter, both strikingly familiar to him. One was a defensive talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a cultivator below the nascent soul stage, priced at 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The other was an offensive talisman, capable of inflicting harm on cultivators below the nascent soul stage, also bearing a price of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen's eyes widened as he stared intently at the 2 talismans. Is the defensive talisman of Manager One truly so valuable? Ye Chen's expression turned somewhat grim. Little did young Master Ying know, the creation of defensive and offensive talismans is an exceedingly arduous task. The materials required are rare, and the process of inscribing the talismans demands a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy and effort, coupled with a remarkably low success rate. Hence, the price is naturally elevated. Wan Shouwu observed the situation and explained with a smile. Ye Chen felt an overwhelming surge of anger, his heart filled with deep regret. What a tremendous loss it was. Ye Chen let out a roar, struggling to maintain his composure. 2 years prior, within the secret realm, a group of cultivators pursued Su Chen. In an effort to conceal his own cultivation level, Ye Chen casually scattered several hundred attack talismans. Had he known the immense value of such items at that time, he would have preferred to reveal his true prowess rather than squander them so thoughtlessly. Wan Shouwu was taken aback by Ye Chen's sudden reaction. Young Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? Wan Shouwu inquired, momentarily bewildered. Master Wan, please assess the value of these talismans. I am eager to know how many spirit stones they can fetch. Ye Chen retrieved dozens of defensive and offensive talismans from his storage ring. Wan Shouwu gazed in astonishment at the talismans in Ye Chen's hands. While others sold them in small quantities, Ye Chen produced a remarkable number. He swiftly accepted the talismans from Ye Chen and examined them closely. Young Master Yi, the quality of these talismans surpasses that of our offerings by an entire echelon. Each defensive talisman could fetch at least 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wan Shouwu exclaimed with exhilaration. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt an increasing sense of sorrow in his heart. The spiritual stones he had carelessly scattered were indeed numerous. Fortunately, he still had a few dozen left. Manager Wan, I shall entrust these talismans to you for handling. Ye Chen nodded slightly, extending the talisman in his hand, contemplating the need to seize an opportunity to recover his losses. Rest assured, young Master Ying, I will ensure that everything is handled meticulously, Wan Shouwu replied, nodding repeatedly. Once the transaction was concluded, Ye Chen departed from the Wanbao Pavilion, clutching the newly acquired spirit stones. Ye Chen hummed a cheerful tune, playfully toying with a high-grade spirit stone as he strode out of the Wanbao Pavilion in high spirits. If I had known talismans were so valuable, I would have asked old Su for a few hundred more. He mused to himself, shaking his head in reflection. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a scene unfolding not far ahead, a farce, indeed. A young girl clad in a light blue dress found herself encircled by several young men adorned in splendid attire, her face a portrait of anxiety and helplessness. The girl's beauty was enchanting, her skin fair as snow, her features exquisite, and particularly captivating were her clear, bright eyes, which seemed to harbor the vastness of the stars and the ocean, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. Is that not Fairy Luo? He exclaimed. Ye Chen recognized that the woman encircled at the center was indeed Luo Qiqing. Dear maiden, there is no need to exert yourself in vain. It would be wise to accompany us willingly. One of the men, clad in a brocade robe and wielding a folding fan, approached the young girl with a flirtatious grin, stepping closer with each word. Indeed, as long as you comply, I assure you a life replete with delicacies and boundless wealth. Another burly man, his face adorned with excess flesh, joined in the taunts. Do not come any closer. If you dare approach, I shall not hold back. The young woman, her delicate features shadowed with frost, gripped a long sword tightly, its tip quivering slightly, revealing her profound fear. Halt. At that moment, a clear and resonant voice suddenly pierced the tension. Ye Chen's figure materialized before the crowd, a playful smirk gracing his visage. Who is this young lad daring to meddle in our affairs? The man in the brocade robe furrowed his brow, casting an irritable glance at Ye Chen. Oh, look. A few little ones in the nascent soul stage, audacious enough to emulate others and forcefully seizing maidens? Ye Chen cast a glance at the group, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. You seek your own demise. The burly man, filled with fury, swung his fist towards Ye Chen with great force. Get lost. Ye Chen did not even cast a glance. With a mere wave of his hand, an invisible force propelled the burly man away. Bang! The burly man crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, clearly sustaining grievous injuries. Old third, the man in the brocade robe's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly harmless youth before him possessed such terrifying strength. Chapter 36. Forcefully invading Tianxuan Sect. Who on earth are you? The man in the brocade robe asked, struggling to suppress the fear within him. Your grandfather. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, his figure flickering before suddenly appearing before the man in the brocade robe. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed as the man in the brocade robe followed in the footsteps of the burly man, sent flying by a single punch from Ye Chen. With a series of swift movements, Ye Chen swiftly incapacitated the remaining few. Young Master Yi, thank you for your timely assistance, Luo Qiqing exclaimed, relieved that the danger had passed, as she hurried to express her gratitude to Ye Chen. Fairy Luo, there is no need for such formality between us. Ye Chen waved his hand, his gaze settling upon Luo Qiqing, a gentle glimmer passing through his eyes. Fairy Luo, are you unscathed? Ye Chen inquired with concern. I'm fine. Thank you for your kindness, young master, Luo Qiqing replied, shaking her head and casting a grateful glance at Ye Chen. How did the fairy Luo arrive at Tianwu City all by herself? Ye Chen inquired. I, Luo Qiqing, hesitated for a moment but ultimately resolved to share my plight with Ye Chen. I stealthily slipped away. My master, having sustained grave injuries in his youth, has less than a century left to live and requires a millennium ginseng to prolong his life. I have heard that the heavenly martial city has once been graced with the presence of millennium ginseng, so I ventured here, hoping to seek my fortune and perhaps discover the elusive herb. As Luo Qiqing spoke, a flicker of determination shone in her eyes, and she gently bit her lower lip. Millennium ginseng? Ye Chen stroked his chin, pondering the fact that in the celestial realm, the 1,000-year ginseng is quite common, whereas in the Canglan Realm, it is exceedingly rare and precious. Fair maiden, do you happen to know from whence the news of the 1,000-year ginseng has originated? Ye Chen inquired. I have received news that someone has sold a millennium ginseng to the Wanbao Pavilion. Luo Qiqing replied softly, I am familiar with the Wanbao Pavilion. Why not allow me to accompany you, dear fairy, on this journey? Ye Chen smiled and extended his hand toward Luo Qiqing in a gesture of invitation. Is that true? I am immensely grateful to you, young Master Yi. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Luo Qiqing's beautiful eyes. The millennium ginseng is exceedingly rare in the Canglan Realm, and even with spirit stones, one might not be able to acquire it. It is uncertain whether Wanbao Pavilion would sell it to her if she sought it herself. However, with Ye Chen's familiarity with Wanbao Pavilion, there is a promising chance of procuring the millennium ginseng with his company. It is but a trivial matter. Ye Chen waved his hand and turned, leading Luo Qiqing to the Wanbao Pavilion. Master Wan, he inquired, I have heard that you have acquired a millennium-old ginseng. Is it still available? Ye Chen, embodying the guise of Night Shadow, directly sought out Wan Xiuwu. At that moment, Luo Qiqing realized that Ye Chen was indeed the Night Shadow who had unsettled the aristocratic families of Tianwu City 2 years prior. It turned out that Ye Chen was a concealed powerhouse, appearing to be merely at the Qi refinement stage while possessing the capability to overpower those at the integration stage. As Luo Qiqing observed closely, she confirmed that Ye Chen's cultivation was indeed limited to the Qi refinement stage. She was perplexed, unable to fathom how he could so effortlessly defeat cultivators of the integration stage. Nevertheless, in the realm of cultivation, every individual harbors their own secrets. And Luo Qicheng refrained from inquiring further. Wan Xiuwu, upon hearing her words, pondered for a moment. To be honest, young Master Yi, I did recently acquire a 1,000-year-old ginseng. He began, but hesitated at this juncture. But what? Wan Zhuozhu urged him to speak candidly. Ye Chen pressed further. However, that millennial ginseng had already been secretly purchased by a wealthy merchant, and its current whereabouts remain unknown. Manager Wan displayed a troubled expression as the steward of Wanao Pavilion. He found it inappropriate to divulge the privacy of his clients. A wealthy merchant? What is his background? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. He paid no heed to the notion of customer privacy, for he was convinced that as long as his offer was sufficiently generous, he would undoubtedly secure the acquisition. Ye Chen possesses an abundance of spiritual stones, even if the other party were to decline such treasures, with his extensive knowledge from the celestial realm. He could effortlessly exchange a mere volume of celestial-level martial arts for a millennium ginseng. The wealthy merchant, surnamed Zhao, is a renowned figure in Tianwu City, known for his immense fortune that rivals nations alongside a formidable sectal background. Wan Xiuwu replied candidly, aware that Ye Chen is not as simple as he appears. Given Ye Chen's deep-seated aversion to malevolence, Wan Xiuwu firmly believes that Ye Chen would not act recklessly. Intriguing, indeed. Ye Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. It seems we must pay a visit to this wealthy merchant surnamed Zhao. As night falls, the lights begin to illuminate the surroundings. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing stealthily infiltrated the Zhao residence. TSK, this Zhao Yuanwei truly knows how to indulge in life's pleasures. Ye Chen gazed upon the resplendent mansion before him, unable to suppress his admiration. The reputation of this affluent merchant was impeccable. Otherwise, 2 years prior, Ye Chen, disguised as Night Shadow, would not have visited the Zhao residence. Young Master Yi, we must swiftly locate the Millennium Ginseng, Luo Qingqing urged anxiously. Do not fret. Haste makes waste, he replied. Ye Chen spoke calmly, yet his gaze roamed restlessly, searching for something elusive. Suddenly, as if he had uncovered a hidden treasure, he seized Luo Qingqing's hand and made his way toward a secluded courtyard. Young Master Yi, what have you found? Luo Qingqing inquired, perplexed. Hush, do not utter a word. Simply follow me, he replied. Ye Chen made a gesture for silence, leading Luo Qingqing to the entrance of the courtyard. The large gate of the courtyard stood ajar, through which faint sounds of a struggle could be discerned. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing exchanged a glance, cautiously pushing the door open to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses. In the courtyard, dozens of lifeless bodies lay scattered about, the ground stained crimson, resembling a hell on earth. Luo Qingqing covered her mouth, striving to suppress the discomfort rising within her. Ye Chen furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping across the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about, ultimately settling upon a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire, a dagger protruding from his chest. Still clinging to life. Are you Master Zhao? Ye Chen stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, who has slain you? Where is the 10,000-year ginseng? Zhao Yuanwei, with great difficulty, nodded his head, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. Ye Chen continued to inquire. Indeed. It was the Purple Sun Sect that seized the Millennium Ginseng, Zhao Yuanwei uttered with his last vestiges of strength, his words fragmented. The Purple Sun Sect? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. How audacious. They dared to commit murder and engage in smuggling. Zhao Yuanwei, I, Ye Chen, shall exact vengeance for you. Ye Chen gazed upon the fading breath of Master Zhao. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Master Zhao gradually closed his eyes. Although Ye Chen may not be a paragon of virtue, Zhao Yuanwei enjoys an impeccable reputation in Tianwu City. Ye Chen is destined to infiltrate the Tianxuan Sect to seize the Millennium Ginseng. Avenging Zhao Yuanwei would be a welcome bonus. Young Master Yi, what shall we do now? Asked Luo Qingqing. What else can we do? Naturally, we shall storm the Tianxuan Sect and rid the world of its scourge. Ye Chen scoffed. 2 years ago, in the enigmatic valley, the ancestral elder of Tianxuan Sect during the harmonization stage had relentlessly pursued Ye Chen, intent on seizing the 9-turn golden spirit fruit that Ye Chen had obtained. At that moment, Ye Chen did not resort to lethal measures against them. He merely abducted their most cherished disciple, Shen Yushu. However, the Tianxuan Sect stands as the foremost sect in Tianwu City, its ranks filled with formidable experts. Luo Qingqing expressed her concerns, acknowledging that while she was aware of Ye Chen's concealed prowess, capable of defeating those in the integration stage, the Tianxuan Sect still boasted ancestors at the Great Ascension and even Tribulation crossing stages. Fear not, he reassured. With me here, I guarantee you shall encounter nothing but excitement without peril. Ye Chen spoke with unwavering confidence. Although his current strength was insufficient to confront those in the tribulation stage, he was more than capable of a swift retreat. As he spoke, he retrieved a black cloak from his storage ring and handed it to Luo Qingqing. Put this on, and let us be on our way. Without hesitation, Luo Qingqing donned the cloak. Ye Chen donned a black cloak, concealing his visage. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. In the next moment, two shadows soared into the sky, racing towards the direction of the Tianxuan Sect. Beneath the night veil, the shadows appeared as wraiths seeking vengeance, carving chilling arcs through the darkened heavens. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing, two shadowy figures, sliced through the night sky, swiftly arriving at the gates of the Tianxuan Sect. Nestled against the mountains, the sect exudes grandeur, with two colossal stone lions at the entrance, vividly lifelike and exuding an imposing presence. Halt! Who dares to intrude upon the Tianxuan Sect? Two disciples guarding the mountain, alerted by the descent of the shadowy figures, drew their long swords and shouted sternly. Summon your sect leader. Convey that an old acquaintance has come to visit. Ye Chen spoke with an air of indifference, yet there lingered an undeniable authority in his tone. The leader of the Tianxuan Sect was one of the three who had pursued Ye Chen into the enigmatic valley. What audacity! Do you not realize the significance of this place, daring to request our leader's presence? One disciple scoffed derisively, his expression filled with disdain. Indeed. Take a moment to reflect upon your own worth. Our leader's status is far beyond your reach. He is not someone you can simply summon at will. Another disciple chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Chapter 37. A power of the Tianxuan Sect in the tribulation stage takes action. A fool unaware of their own recklessness. A chilling glint suddenly flickered in Ye Chen's eyes, and in a mere instant, his figure vanished from sight like a wraith, with two crisp sounds echoing through the air. The two mountain-guarding disciples were sent flying as if severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness immediately. Let us depart. Ye Chen greeted Luo Qingqing and strode confidently into the Tianxuan Sect. As soon as he entered, a throng of disciples surged toward him like a tidal wave. Who is this audacious rogue that dares to wreak havoc within the Tianxuan Sect? The leading disciple bellowed in furious indignation. Ye Chen, disinterested in engaging in further discourse with them, unleashed the formidable pressure characteristic of the nascent soul stage. The group of disciples was instantly overwhelmed, as though a mountain had descended upon them, leaving them gasping for breath and collapsing one after another onto the ground. Hasten to inform the sect master. One disciple cried out in panic. Moments later, the current sect master of the Tianxuan Sect, an elder clad in purple robes exuding an aura of celestial grace, arrived in haste accompanied by several elders. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Tianxuan Sect? The sect master's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the area before finally locking onto Ye Chen with the intensity of a hawk. I am Ying, and I have come today to demand an item from your esteemed sect. Ye Chen spoke leisurely, casually removing his cloak to reveal his true form, transformed into a shadow of the night. It is you. The current leader of the Tianxuan Sect, upon seeing Ye Chen, instantly darkened, his expression resembling the depths of ink. He recognized at once that the shadow of the night embodied by Ye Chen was none other than the individual who had seized the 9-turn golden spirit fruit in the valley 2 years prior. Indeed, it is I. I have come today in pursuit of the Millennium Ginseng, and I hope the sect leader can grant me this favor. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Though his tone was courteous, his demeanor exuded unwavering firmness. Just based on you. 2 years ago, you managed to escape by mere chance. And today you willingly walk into the trap. Do not blame me for being ungracious. The master of the Tianxuan Sect, filled with rage, laughed derisively, his laughter laced with contempt and fury. What do you think you are, daring to demand something from my Tianxuan Sect? An irate elder of the sect, as tempestuous as a thunderstorm, bellowed, appearing as if he would devour Ye Chen whole. Indeed, do you not realize where this is? Do you truly believe you can come and go as you please in our Tianxuan Sect? Another elder chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Gentlemen, please remain calm. The master of the Tianxuan Sect raised his hand, signaling for silence, then fixed his piercing gaze upon Ye Chen, as intense as a blazing torch. You claim that a millennial ginseng resides within my Tianxuan Sect. Do you possess any evidence? The master was reluctant to acknowledge that the sect had seized the ancient ginseng. As one of the foremost righteous sects in the Canglan continent, should word spread that the sect's ancestors engaged in such nefarious acts of murder and theft, they would undoubtedly be subjected to scorn and ridicule from the world. Moreover, he felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that Ye Chen was no ordinary adversary. After all, 2 years ago, he had effortlessly evaded 3 formidable opponents. What Zhao Yuanlai proclaimed before his demise was that not sufficient proof. Ye Chen scoffed, his smile brimming with derision. What utter nonsense! Our Ziyang sect is a prestigious and righteous school. How could we possibly engage in such despicable acts? The sect leader vehemently denied the accusation. His face flushed with indignation. Haha, it appears the esteemed leader has quite the forgetful nature. 2 years ago, it seems you also partook in similar deeds, did you not? Ye Chen gazed at the leader of the Ziyang sect with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, his eyes brimming with a sense of amusement, as though he were witnessing a comical performance. Upon hearing his words, the leader's countenance turned as pale as a ghost. 2 years prior, he, along with 2 esteemed ancestors of the sect, had pursued the shadow of Ye Chen in a mysterious valley, seeking to seize the coveted 9-transformation golden spirit fruit. However, Ye Chen proved to be exceedingly cunning and clever, effortlessly evading capture, and the matter was left unresolved. Now, with Ye Chen publicly referencing this incident, the leader found himself utterly humiliated, as if he were being soundly slapped in the face before an audience. What exactly do you intend to do? The leader's voice quivered slightly, imbued with an unmistakable sense of trepidation. Ye Chen was able to effortlessly evade the pursuit of 3 formidable beings in the combined stage. Now, with such audacity, he has come seeking an audience. He speculates that Ye Chen may possess an exceedingly powerful backing. What I intend to do is of little consequence. What truly matters is that today, I am resolute in my determination to acquire the Millennium Ginseng. Ye Chen spoke with unwavering resolve as he stepped forward, an overwhelming aura of terror instantly enveloping the entirety of the Ziyang sect. Outrageous. The sect's leader's countenance darkened immediately upon witnessing this. Although he harbored concerns regarding Ye Chen's potential formidable backing, this was the Ziyang sect, where a mere youth could not be permitted to act with such impunity. Seize him. At the leader's command, several elders behind him swiftly sprang into action, charging towards Ye Chen with fierce determination. Utterly presumptuous. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, his figure flickering like a phantom before vanishing from sight in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of dull thuds, several elders of the Ziyang sect were sent flying by Ye Chen with a single strike, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. With such meager strength, how dare they show off before me? Ye Chen clapped his hands, his expression filled with disdain, as if mocking a troop of buffoons. Upon witnessing this, the leader of the Ziyang sect's countenance darkened considerably, turning a hue reminiscent of liver. He could scarcely fathom that this youth possessed such formidable prowess, rendering even the elders of the Ziyang sect incapable of withstanding a single strike. It seemed that today, he must unveil his true capabilities. A glint of ferocity flashed in the leader's eyes as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, a terrifying aura of the integration stage surging forth from within him. Great Master, I beseech you to intervene and vanquish this fiend. The leader of the Ziyang sect bowed reverently towards the direction of the back mountain, his demeanor profoundly earnest. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as a figure shot up from the back mountain like a rocket, hovering steadily in midair. This was an elderly man clad in golden robes, with a youthful visage and white hair, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura akin to that which arises from the depths of the abyss. The tribulation stage. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened, and he silently acknowledged the truth of the matter. You audacious brat, how dare you trespass into my Ziyang sect and harm my disciples? Today, I shall ensure that you return empty-handed. The elder in golden robes fixed his frost-bitten eyes upon Ye Chen, his voice dripping with an icy chill that sent shivers down the spine. Old fool, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, his eyes devoid of fear, instead ignited by a fierce fighting spirit. Humph! How dare this inexperienced brat act so arrogantly before me? The elder in the golden robe snorted disdainfully, a flicker of contempt flashing in his eyes, completely disregarding Ye Chen. In his view, although Ye Chen possessed some strength, he was, after all, far too young and limited in cultivation, rendering him incapable of being a worthy opponent. Old fool, you truly underestimate me. Ye Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, and a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes, reminiscent of a fox poised for the hunt. Allow me to experience firsthand the extent of your prowess, you ancient being in the tribulation stage. As soon as Ye Chen's voice faded, his figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, darting towards the golden-robed elder with lightning speed. Seeking death, the golden-robed elder, witnessing this, was momentarily engulfed by a surge of fury. He struck out with a palm, his terrifying spiritual energy instantly transforming into a colossal golden hand, ruthlessly aimed at Ye Chen. A mere trifling skill, Ye Chen let out a cold snort, neither dodging nor retreating, and nonchalantly cast aside a jade talisman. This was the ultimate defensive talisman inscribed by Su Taixu, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from someone in the tribulation stage. Additionally, Su Taixu had bestowed upon Ye Chen several jade talismans imbued with his sword intent, powerful enough to slay formidable adversaries in the tribulation stage. The jade talisman absorbed the majority of the assault, transforming into a golden fist ray that clashed violently with the enormous golden palm. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the entirety of the Tianxuan Sect as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Terrifying waves of energy surged forth like a roaring tsunami, sweeping outwards in all directions. Ye Chen let out a muffled groan, his body jolted by the aftermath of the tribulation, causing his blood to surge uncontrollably. And a trickle of crimson escaped the corner of his mouth. He was propelled backward like a cannonball. "Young Master Yi, are you all right?" Luo Qingsheng flew forth to catch Ye Chen, her face etched with anxiety and concern, her beautiful eyes brimming with worry. "I am fine, merely unsettled by the residual shock," he replied. Ye Chen revealed a faint smile, gently wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth with an air of nonchalance. He had intentionally feigned injury, aiming to lower the vigilance of the elder clad in golden robes, in hopes of unleashing the sword intent jade talisman at a critical moment, striving to inflict a severe blow upon the elder. Chapter 38. The sword intent jade talisman, slaying the ancestor of the Tianxuan Sect. Is this the foundation of your arrogance, young man? The golden-robed elder stood confidently in midair, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Chen, his gaze reminiscent of one surveying a trivial ant. Is it not premature to revel in your triumph, when this is merely the beginning? Ye Chen tightly grasped a jade talisman infused with sword intent, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. What lay ahead was the true battle. Ye Chen, with a grandiose spirit, summoned the Canglan Emperor's sword, from which emanated a faint yet formidable imperial aura that instilled dread in the hearts of those present. The elderly man in the golden robe, upon witnessing this, furrowed his brow slightly as an ominous premonition surged within him. Who exactly is this young man? The elder's expression grew increasingly grave as he fixated on the Canglan Emperor's sword in Ye Chen's grasp, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. With his extensive experience in the Canglan Realm, he could not discern the exact rank of the Canglan sword, yet he was acutely aware that it was no ordinary artifact. The imperial might radiating from the sword filled him with trepidation. The disciples of the Tianxuan Sect, whose cultivation was considerably less advanced, were rendered speechless by this overwhelming imperial presence, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Having never encountered such a high-grade artifact in the Canglan Realm, the golden-robed elder felt a surge of greed, contemplating the assassination of Ye Chen to claim the emperor's sword for himself. Ye Chen, wielding the imperial sword, launched the first assault, his spiritual energy surging around him, emanating an aura of indomitable determination. "Old fool, prepare to meet your demise." With a resounding shout, Ye Chen propelled himself forward once more, the imperial sword radiating a brilliant light as it swung fiercely toward the elder in golden robes. This strike was merely a feint. Given Ye Chen's current cultivation level, it was unlikely he could vanquish a formidable opponent in the tribulation stage. As he unleashed the sword, the intent of the sword from the jade talisman in his hand simultaneously locked onto the golden-robed elder. The elder waved his hand, conjuring an incredibly solid barrier of spiritual energy before him. Clang! The imperial sword collided with the barrier, producing a piercing sound and sending sparks flying. "Is this all you've got, boy?" The elder scoffed coldly. "Oh, is that so? Then allow me to show you this." A cold smile played upon Ye Chen's lips. As he spoke, he instantly activated the jade talisman of sword intent in his hand. An exceedingly sharp sword intent surged forth from the talisman, sweeping menacingly towards the elder in the golden robe. The elder's expression changed drastically as he sensed the terrifying force of this sword intent. He attempted to evade it, but it was already too late. This was the sword intent inscribed by Su Taixu, though it was merely an immortal sword intent. The prowess of Su Taixu rendered it capable of slaying a tribulation realm cultivator. In an instant, the sword intent pierced through the defenses of the elder in the golden robe, leaving a deep scar upon his body. With a cough, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood. He was gravely injured and swayed precariously. The supreme leader, The members of the Xiang sect were taken aback, their faces etched with shock. Several elders were also drenched in cold sweat from the overwhelming sword intent unleashed by the Jade Talisman. They had never encountered such formidable sword intent before. Meanwhile, Luo Qiqing noticed that the powerful sword intent wielded by Ye Chen was scarcely inferior to that of the Jade Talisman. She gazed at Ye Chen, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. In the crowd, Xian Yushu was left in a state of despair, having collapsed to the ground. 2 years prior, Ye Chen had kidnapped him and sold him, leaving him utterly humiliated. He had been unable to hold his head high since then. His hatred for Ye Chen ran deep. And over the past 2 years, he had diligently cultivated, yearning for the day he could exact his revenge. As Ye Chen made his entrance into the Xiang sect, his adversary was consumed with thoughts of how to launch a surprise attack, fixated solely on the desire to eliminate Ye Chen. However, after witnessing Ye Chen's formidable strength, he found himself paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, his resolve shattered. With his innate talent, even a century of cultivation would not suffice to match Ye Chen. At this moment, thoughts of vengeance had abandoned him. He merely hoped that Ye Chen would not take notice of his presence. Ye Chen had no inclination to pay attention to a minor character like Xian Yushu. At this moment, he pressed his advantage, once more wielding the imperial sword to launch an assault upon the golden-robed elder. "You insolent brat, do not overstep your bounds," the elder bellowed, mustering all his strength to parry Ye Chen's strike. He was already at the end of his tether, devoid of any further fighting spirit. As a wave of dread surged within him, Ye Chen refrained from making any further moves, sheathing the stunning sword as he patiently awaited the continuation of the elder in the golden robe. Coughing violently, the elder expelled a mouthful of blood that stained his snow-white beard, his trembling finger pointing at Ye Chen, his eyes brimming with terror. Who are you?" Such sword intent is inconceivable. On the Canglan continent, only the pinnacle of sword intent has ever been witnessed. The notion of immortal sword intent is beyond their hearing and comprehension. Ye Chen approached him with a smile, firmly placing a foot upon his chest. Looking down from his elevated position, his tone bore an air of nonchalance. "Old senior, shall we engage in a serious discussion regarding the matter of the Millennium Ginseng? You see, my patience is rather limited, particularly when it comes to those who are unreasonable." "Millennium Ginseng? What Millennium Ginseng? I know not of what you speak." The elder in the golden robe struggled to muster his final breath, defiantly lifting his chin as he spoke. He was unwilling to relinquish the Millennium Ginseng, for he had reached the limits of his lifespan during the tribulation phase. Without the Millennium Ginseng, he would soon exhaust his life force and succumb to death. The golden-robed elder refused to accept his demise so easily. He yearned to utilize the Millennium Ginseng to extend his life. With sufficient longevity, perhaps he could still aspire to ascend to immortality. However, this was merely the elder's wishful thinking. His potential had long been depleted. Even with a millennium at his disposal, he would have no opportunity for further advancement, let alone the prospect of becoming an immortal. Oh, it seems that the old senior prefers to drink the penalty wine rather than the celebratory one. The smile on Ye Chen's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. "I detest being deceived more than anything. Tell me, if I were to turn your Xiang sect upside down, would I be able to find what I seek?" "How dare you?" The elder in the golden robe roared with a fierce facade, yet the frailty in his tone betrayed the fear lurking within. "Do you truly doubt my courage?" As Ye Chen spoke, he exerted a slight force beneath his feet, causing the elder in the golden robe to emit a chilling scream before collapsing, having met his demise. "Stop." At that moment, 2 figures descended swiftly from the rear mountains, moving with the swiftness of lightning. The Grand Elder, the Ancestral Master. The disciples of the Xiang sect, upon seeing the newcomers, erupted in fervent cries, as if they had encountered a savior. The arrivals were indeed the Grand Elder and the Ancestral Master of the Xiang sect, both formidable beings at the pinnacle of the fusion phase, having brushed against the threshold of the ascension phase, renowned throughout the Canglan Realm. Although they were not transcendental beings themselves, the disciples believed that Ye Chen had triumphed over their tribulation phase elders solely through the use of the sword intent talisman. They were convinced that Ye Chen could not possibly possess another sword intent talisman. The sword intent talisman was an extraordinary artifact that even transcendental warriors would spend decades of immense effort to forge with an exceedingly low success rate. No one would squander decades on such an endeavor unless it was for an extraordinarily significant heir. "You dare to slay the Grand Master of the Xiang sect. Today shall mark your end," roared the Grand Elder, thrusting a palm toward Ye Chen. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal golden hand, blotting out the sky and appearing intent on reducing Ye Chen to mere pulp. "Is that all you've got?" Ye Chen let out a cold laugh. showing neither evasion nor hesitation as he met the impending strike with the palm of his own. Boom! The two golden giant palms collided, producing a deafening roar. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, causing the entire Zhang sect to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Gasp! The elder, known as the Supreme Elder, let out a muffled groan, being forced back several steps by Ye Chen's strike, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? The Supreme Elder's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was a peak-stage cultivator, yet he had been injured by a mere young lad with a single blow? This boy is no ordinary foe. Beside him, the patriarch's countenance also grew solemn. He could perceive that Ye Chen's strength was far more profound than it appeared on the surface. Old man, it is now your turn. Ye Chen paid no heed to the astonishment of the elder, but instead directed his gaze towards the ancestor beside him, a glimmer of combativeness flickering in his eyes. You are exceedingly arrogant. The ancestor scoffed, a terrifying aura erupting from within him, enveloping the entirety of the Zhang sect. Do you truly believe that you can run rampant in my Zhang sect? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a true powerhouse. This suits me perfectly. Ye Chen let out a hearty laugh, his eyes brimming with a fierce determination. Stop. At that moment, a clear and cold voice resonated. As Luo Qingcheng gracefully soared to Ye Chen's side, grasping his hand, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Young Master Yi, please refrain from fighting any further. We can devise another plan regarding the Millennium Ginseng. Although Ye Chen possessed the strength to injure a formidable opponent at the harmonization stage with a single strike, the Purple Sun Sect boasted numerous skilled practitioners. Should he become encircled, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 39, The Annihilation of the Purple Sun Sect and the Acquisition of the Millennium Ginseng. Luo Qingchen was acutely aware of the stakes involved. She did not wish for Ye Chen to risk himself on her behalf. All she yearned for was to leave this place of turmoil alongside him in safety. Ye Chen gazed into Luo Qingchen's anxious eyes, his heart softened. He understood that her concern stemmed from a place of care, wishing to shield him from danger. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute. He clasped her hand firmly, having already made up his mind. Today's events would not be dismissed lightly. Fairy Luo, rest assured. I am fully aware of my own limits. Ye Chen gently patted Luo Qingqing's hand, signaling her to remain at ease. Young man, do you have any final words to convey? The ancestor, witnessing Ye Chen's blatant disregard, was instantly consumed by fury, his voice chillingly cold as he spoke. Final words? To deal with you, I have no need for such declarations. A cold smile curled at the corners of Ye Chen's mouth, and a glint of frost flashed in his eyes. Are you prepared to meet your demise? With that, Ye Chen leisurely retrieved 2 jade talismans from his storage ring, gently shaking them in his hand. Sword intent talismans? The ancestral master and the elder were instantly taken aback, their faces paling with dread as they beheld the talismans in Ye Chen's grasp. They never anticipated that he possessed such terrifying artifacts. Impossible. This cannot be. The elder exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. How could you possibly have so many? Sword intent talismans require decades of painstaking effort to craft. With an exceedingly low success rate, the entire Zhang sect possesses not a single one. Yet, Ye Chen casually produced 2 more. Who on earth is this young man? There is nothing impossible. Ye Chen smiled faintly, yet his tone was imbued with an undeniable aura of dominance. Now, you may perish. With these words, he unhesitatingly activated the 2 jade talismans of sword intent in his possession. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 extraordinarily sharp beams of sword intent surged forth from the talismans, instantly piercing through the foreheads of the ancestral patriarch and the Supreme Elder. Thump, thump. The 2 lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, their eyes still reflecting profound fear and incredulity. A formidable figure had fallen. The onslaught of sword intent emitted by the jade talismans did not diminish. It continued to surge towards the other elders and the sect leader. These elders, merely at the Yuan-Ing and Huashan stages, were caught unawares and fell victim to the penetrating sword intent, meeting their demise. The entire Zhang sect was enveloped in an eerie silence. All disciples stood in stunned disbelief, as if petrified, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. The Zhang sect bore a notorious reputation, and Ye Chen felt no pressure in his assault. Was this not utterly terrifying? 2 peak-stage integration realm experts, along with several at the Huashan stage, had been so effortlessly dispatched? Even their integration realm sect leader had been slain in an instant. What manner of monster is this youth? Now, who dares to defy him? Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings, his tone icy and suffused with an oppressive aura that rendered the atmosphere stifling. No one dared to utter a word. All heads were bowed, their eyes brimming with terror. It was no jest. Having witnessed the demise of even the ancestors, the esteemed elders, and the sect leader, how could they possibly dare to act recklessly? The Purple Sun Sect had effectively been annihilated, with all elders above the transformation stage falling victim to Ye Chen's hand. Without formidable guardians to provide protection, the remaining disciples of lesser cultivation either scattered like frightened birds or were ultimately eradicated by rival sections. Ye Chen hardly regarded these disciples, nor did he resort to lethal measures. Their future was for them to determine. He wished to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, for their reputation primarily stemmed from the actions of the higher-ups. These disciples were merely influenced by their superiors, not inherently wicked individuals. The upper echelons of the Tianxuan Sect frequently engaged in disreputable dealings, and the disciples, in turn, emulated their example, as the saying goes. An unsteady beam leads to a crooked frame. Although Ye Chen acts decisively, he is not a bloodthirsty individual. Today's events serve as a lesson for the Tianxuan Sect. It is my hope that these disciples will, in the future, discern right from wrong, embark on the righteous path, and avoid repeating past mistakes. Is there anyone who dares to dissent? Ye Chen's voice resembled the chilling frost of the nether realms, reverberating through the tranquil expanse above the Tianxuan Sect. Imbued with a pressure that sent shivers through the very essence of one's soul, the disciples fell silent, paralyzed by fear, dare not utter even a word of dissent. What a jest it would be! Even the ancestral elder had been effortlessly vanquished in an instant. Who would be audacious enough to step forward and meet a futile demise? Ye Chen paid no mind to these insignificant minions and strode directly to the heap of corpses. With a swift motion of his hand, he drew all their cosmos bags into his possession. TSK, these old fellows have certainly amassed a fortune from the common folk in their daily exploits. As Ye Chen perused the Tianxuan bag, he shook his head and sighed contemplatively. Young Master Yi, what are you searching for? Luo Qingqing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity at Ye Chen's nonchalant demeanor. The Millennium Ginseng, the lifeline of your master, he replied, without raising his head. Ye Chen responded casually while his hands continued to work tirelessly, rummaging through one Tianxuan bag after another. He collected all the spirit stones into his storage ring, along with the magical artifacts, which he could later exchange for spirit stones at the Wanbao Pavilion. Finally, upon uncovering the Tianxuan bag belonging to the old man in the golden robe, who was none other than the tribulation stage ancestor of the Tianxuan Sect, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had found it. He extracted a jade box from the Tianxuan bag, and upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of a crystal-clear, vibrant ginseng, exuding a rich aura of life, a millennium-old treasure. Indeed, this old fellow possessed quite an impressive collection of treasures. Ye Chen smiled as he handed the jade box to Luo Qingqing. Here, the item you requested. Thank you, young Master Yi, Luo Qingqing replied, her beautiful eyes brimming with gratitude. What is there to thank? It was but a trifling effort, he said modestly. Ye Chen casually waved his hand, his expression brimming with indifference. This time, he not only dealt with the Tianxuan Sect, but also completely emptied their treasury, acquiring a vast fortune of spirit stones. Ye Chen gazed at the towering pile of spirit stones, a smile so broad that it seemed he could scarcely close his lips. Let us depart. It is not prudent to linger here, he declared. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he and Luo Qingqing transformed into two streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon in an instant, leaving behind a sea of corpses and an eerie silence enveloping the Tianxuan Sect. The news of the Tianxuan Sect's obliteration spread like wildfire across the entire Canglan continent. No one had anticipated that this colossal entity, which had stood for millennia, could be reduced to rubble overnight. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the perpetrators were merely two young individuals. In no time, a cacophony of rumors erupted. Some claimed that the assailants were an unparalleled duo, a man of striking beauty and a woman of breathtaking allure. Together, they were said to be formidable enough to challenge even the most seasoned of tribulation stage experts. Others suggested that the assailants hailed from a higher realm, asserting that the Tianxuan Sect had incurred the wrath of powerful beings, thus inviting their untimely demise. Various accounts painted Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing as almost supernatural figures, as if they were merciless fiends devoid of compassion. Chapter 40. A heartfelt conversation. Yet, amidst all this tumult, Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, they found themselves nestled within a secluded mountain range. Ye Chen kindled a bonfire, roasting the spirit beast meat obtained from the Tianxuan Sect. Meanwhile, Luo Qingqing sat beside him, her beautiful eyes fixated on Ye Chen, filled with curiosity. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Ye Chen felt a sense of unease under Luo Qingqing's unwavering gaze and could not help but inquire. Young Master Yi, with your evident prowess, why do you choose to conceal your abilities? Luo Qingqing questioned, a look of confusion adorning her face. What advantage is there in possessing great strength? It only invites a myriad of challengers and incessant troubles. Ye Chen smiled and continued, instead, it would be wise to conceal one's cultivation, to act with humility and seek tranquility, allowing for a peaceful night's rest, which is far superior to anything else. While most cultivate for fame and the admiration of the masses, young Master Yi is truly exceptional. Luo Qingqing smiled gently, her expression as warm as a spring breeze. Ye Chen found himself momentarily captivated. Luo Qingqing, sensing his gaze, felt a slight flush creep across her delicate face, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Ye Chen's gaze. Ye Chen noticed the subtle shift in Luo Qingqing's expression and was instantly brought back to reality, his demeanor slightly awkward. Oh well, I do not concern myself with such superficial accolades. As long as I can act according to my own will and remain unburdened by trivial matters, that is sufficient for me. Ye Chen shyly waved his hand. Young Master Ye's thoughts were indeed unique. Luo Qingqing, blushing, also felt a tinge of embarrassment. Come. Enjoy the meat. It is quite delicious. Ye Chen broke the awkward atmosphere by offering a piece of roasted spirit beast meat to Luo Qingqing. As she accepted the delicacy and took a gentle bite, a subtle smile graced her lips. Young Master Yi, what is your cultivation level? Luo Qingqing inquired, voicing one of her lingering curiosities. How is it that you can so effortlessly defeat the formidable experts of the Tianxuan Sect? Even the ancestors in their tribulation phase cannot withstand a single blow from you? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen retorted with a slight upward curl of his lips, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile as he unleashed the peak power of his nascent soul. Luo Qingqing, observing Ye Chen's infuriating demeanor, felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. Who exactly is this individual? Unable to ascertain his identity, Luo Qingqing shook her head, abandoning her conjectures. Perhaps it is indeed better not to know. Ye Chen chuckled heartily, presenting a piece of roasted spirit beast meat to Luo Qingqing. Come, savor my culinary skills. This is the spirit beast raised for many years by those old fellows of the Tianxuan Sect. Luo Qingqing accepted the spirit beast meat and took a delicate bite, whereupon an indescribable deliciousness spread through her mouth. Delicious. Luo Qingqing could not help but exclaim. If it is that good, indulge yourself further. Ye Chen smiled and remarked. Having eaten and drunk to our fill, we must continue on our journey. As the two dined and conversed, the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. However, Luo Qingqing could not help but speculate about Ye Chen's cultivation level. Upon observing Luo Qingqing abandon her speculation and withdraw her smile, Ye Chen spoke earnestly. Fairy Luo, I truly possess the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. However, the unique nature of my cultivation method has allowed me to grasp a fragment of the power of loss, enabling me to triumph unexpectedly over formidable opponents in battle. Luo Qingqing's eyes widened, her face a portrait of astonishment. Young Master Yi, to have attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage before the age of 18 is already astonishing, and to have comprehended the power of laws as well. This is simply unfathomable. Moreover, the sword intent you displayed while at the Tianxuan Sect evidently surpassed that of consummate sword intent. Her countenance was filled with incredulity. In the Canglan continent, breaking through to the golden core stage at 18 is deemed as an extraordinary talent. Yet, Ye Chen has ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Fairy Luo, there is no need for astonishment. My physique is exceptional, naturally attuned to the laws. Ye Chen smiled gently. Young Master Yi, could you share with me the power of the laws you have comprehended? Luo Qingqing inquired tentatively, calming her emotions. Ye Chen nodded slightly. Fairy Luo, since you wish to listen, I shall share with you the essence of comprehending the power of the laws. With that, Ye Chen began to elucidate the key points of understanding the power of the laws to Luo Qingqing. She listened intently, nodding in agreement. Fairy Luo, grasping the power of the laws is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single moment. It requires a prolonged period of accumulation and refinement. After Ye Chen elucidated the key points of comprehending the power of the laws, he offered a gentle reminder. His insightful explanation greatly benefited Qingqing, who resolved to ponder it further in the days to come. Luo Qingqing nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Ye Chen. There is no need for you to stand on ceremony, nor must you address me as young master. Simply calling me by my name will suffice in the future. Ye Chen smiled gently and extended his right hand with a subtle wave. A faint blush appeared on Luo Qingqing's face. Ye Chen, from now on, feel free to address me by my name, she said, gazing at him with a serene demeanor. Ye Chen replied with a smile, all right, Qingqing. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew warm with their increasingly affectionate address. Young Master Yi, what are your plans for the future? Luo Qingqing broke the silence with her question. Qingqing, I currently have no definitive plans. I am merely contemplating a life of wandering. Returning to the sect is not an option at the moment. Ye Chen slightly raised his head, his gaze somewhat perplexed as he stared at the sky. What could be the reason for this? Luo Qingqing displayed a look of confusion. My master, the old demon Su, confined me within a dilapidated tower for a full 2 years, compelling me to cultivate. It was a tremendous effort for me to finally escape. Ye Chen displayed a wry smile. Is it truly the case? Why would Senior Su treat you in such a manner? Luo Qingqing asked, her expression one of astonishment. I have never practiced cultivation within the sect. My master, the old demon Su, fears that I might squander my potential, thus he confined me, compelling me to cultivate. Ye Chen sighed and forced a smile. Luo Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Ye Chen, your cultivation is astonishing despite not practicing at all. This is truly unprecedented. Just how terrifying is your innate talent? Ye Chen replied, Qi-chung, please refrain from probing further. I am just as bewildered as you are. Ye Chen shrugged helplessly, unwilling to elaborate on the secrets of the heavenly Tao Pearl and the ability to directly refine spirit stones to enhance one's cultivation. Luo Qingqing nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that everyone in the cultivation world harbors their own secrets, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Yet, her heart brimmed with curiosity and admiration for Ye Chen's exceptional talent. The two began to engage in light conversation, with Luo Qingqing recounting the tales of her journey alongside her master. Ye Chen then realized that Luo Qingqing's master, named Yao Miaoyi, was a renowned celestial physician on the Canglan continent. Unfortunately, in his early years, he sustained grave injuries while healing the common folk, which led to his impending demise. The legendary ginseng, aged a millennium, was the sole elixir capable of extending his life. Thus, it was revealed. Ye Chen nodded, his heart brimming with sympathy for the plight of Luo Qingqing and her master. And you, Ye Chen? What compels you to aid me? Luo Qingqing inquired. In Chapter 41, as they entered the 100 Flowers Palace, Ye Chen displayed his medical skills. Is it not the duty of a chivalrous individual to rise against injustice and offer assistance? Ye Chen smiled as he reminisced about his encounter with Luo Qingqing 2 years ago in the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm. Thank you, Ye Chen. Luo Qingqing expressed her gratitude once more, a peculiar glimmer flickering in her beautiful eyes. She invited Ye Chen to visit the 100 Flower Palace, eager to share insights and experiences regarding their understanding of the laws. Ye Chen, having nowhere else to go, readily agreed. Thus, the two of them journeyed together, engaging in casual conversation, their bond growing ever closer. In time, Ye Chen began to develop a subtle yet profound affection for this kind and beautiful woman. Before long, they arrived at the Palace of 100 Flowers. Ye Chen reverted to his original form, with his cultivation level revealed to be merely at the 9th stage of qi refinement. The location of the 100 Flower Palace was suffused with floral fragrances, and colorful butterflies danced gracefully, resembling a fantastical paradise. Traditionally, the 100 Flower Palace only accepts female disciples, which renders the presence of men a rarity within the sect. Generally, men are forbidden from entering the 100 Flower Palace unless granted permission or an invitation from the higher echelons. However, Luo Qingqing, as the new generation saintess of the 100 Flower Palace, possessed the authority to invite trustworthy men into the palace. Ye Chen, this is the 100 Flower Palace. Luo Qingqing smiled as she made the introduction. Indeed, it was a place of unparalleled beauty. Ye Chen could not help but express his heartfelt admiration. Upon entering the palace, numerous female disciples greeted him with reverence. Senior Sister Luo has returned. The saintess has come back. Luo Qingqing led Ye Chen to a courtyard, where she arranged for him to settle in. Ye Chen, please rest here for a while. I shall go pay a visit to Master, Luo Qingqing remarked. Ye Chen nodded. After Luo Qingqing departed, he strolled leisurely through the courtyard. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed. Are you the Ye Chen who returned with Sister Luo? Ye Chen turned around and beheld a young maiden clad in a pink dress. May I inquire as to your name, fair lady? He asked. I am Xiao Tao, a junior disciple of Master Luo, she replied, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. The two engaged in conversation, with Xiao Tao eagerly inquiring about Ye Chen's various experiences with Luo Qingqing. At that moment, Luo Qingqing approached them. Xiao Tao, do not pester Ye Chen any longer, she said. Xiao Tao stuck out her tongue playfully and skipped away. My master wishes to see you, Luo Qingqing informed Ye Chen. She recounted to her master the tale of how Ye Chen had assisted her in acquiring the Millennium Ginseng. However, she refrained from disclosing Ye Chen's true cultivation level and the annihilation of the Tianxuan Sect, considering those matters to be Ye Chen's own secrets. Even in the presence of her master, as long as Ye Chen remained silent, Luo Qingqing resolutely vowed to reveal not a word. She merely stated that Ye Chen was well acquainted with the Wanmao Pavilion and that it was through his efforts that they agreed to sell the Millennium Ginseng to her. Ye Chen followed Luo Qingqing into a chamber, where he beheld the medical immortal seated cross-legged upon the bed. Though her countenance appeared haggard, her eyes still radiated a benevolent warmth. Ye Chen, this is my master, the renowned Yomioi, Luo Qingqing gently introduced, guiding him to the bedside. Esteemed medical immortal, I am Ye Chen, your junior. I have long heard of your illustrious name, and to meet you today is indeed a privilege. For your presence embodies the essence of ethereal grace and inspires profound admiration. Ye Chen slightly bowed, revealing a smile that was both innocent and harmless, his tone imbued with just the right amount of concern. Young Master Yi, there is no need for such formality. I am sincerely grateful for your care towards Qingqing. The skilled physician, albeit somewhat frail, managed a faint smile and waved her hand dismissively. You honor me with your words. Qingqing possesses a kind heart and is always eager to assist others. To be of service to her is indeed a privilege for Ye Chen. Ye Chen spoke, his gaze subtly sweeping over Yao Miaoi, while he contemplated silently in his heart. This injury is indeed more severe than I had anticipated. No wonder that the Millennium Ginseng can merely prolong life. During his time in the Celestial Realm, Ye Chen had perused numerous ancient texts, including some long-lost alchemical secrets of the immortal world. With his remarkable photographic memory and profound understanding of the principles of heaven and earth, he acquired considerable knowledge of alchemy. At this moment, he discreetly activated the myriad laws celestial eye, meticulously examining the injuries of the renowned healer. He discovered that her meridians were completely severed and her vital organs had sustained severe damage. Had it not been for her exceptional cultivation, she would have perished long ago. Although the Millennium Ginseng was precious, it merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. To thoroughly heal the esteemed elder, several exceedingly rare medicinal herbs would be required. Ye Chen withdrew his gaze and spoke with an air of casualness. Oh? Both Yao Miaoi and Luo Qingqing were taken aback by his words, turning their attention to Ye Chen in unison. Surprise filled Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes. She had regarded Ye Chen merely as a young prodigy of profound cultivation, not realizing that he was also well-versed in the art of medicine. Moreover, he had succinctly articulated the crux of why the millennium-old ginseng could not heal her master's injuries. As a medical fairy, Yao Miaoi naturally understood the implications of Ye Chen's statement. Struggling to contain her excitement, she inquired, Might I ask what several herbs you are referring to, young Master Yi? Ye Chen smiled faintly, feigning contemplation for a moment before he spoke slowly. In addition to the 10,000-year ginseng, we also require the 9-grade snow lotus, the 9-leaf soul-reviving herb, and the 7-leaf. Each name he uttered caused a tremor in the hearts of Luo Qingqing and Yao Miaoi. These herbs were all exceedingly rare spiritual entities in the world. To gather them all was no simple feat, young Master Yi. The herbs you mentioned have crossed our minds as well, but Luo Qingqing hesitated, a flicker of melancholy passing through her beautiful eyes. They are simply too precious, a treasure one can encounter but not seek, are they not? Ye Chen took the lead in the conversation, his tone laced with a hint of irreverent amusement. Luo Qingqing nodded gently, yet her heart was filled with increasing perplexity. Why was Ye Chen so well informed about these matters? Could it be that he was truly just a wasteful disciple of Tianxuan Sect, uninterested in cultivation? Qingqing, there are things you are unaware of. Ye Chen deliberately elongated his tone, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. Luo Qingqing's heart instantly leapt to her throat. Could it be that Ye Chen truly possessed a solution? In reality, Ye Chen paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across Luo Qingqing's exquisite face, which was brimming with anticipation. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he thought to himself, how truly naive this girl is. In truth, I may lack various talents, but my luck is remarkably fortuitous. As it happens, I have encountered these herbs before. Ye Chen deliberately assumed a nonchalant demeanor, yet his tone exuded an undeniable confidence. What? Luo Qingqing and Yao Miaoi exclaimed in unison, their disbelief evident as they fixed their gaze upon Ye Chen. How could this be possible? He had actually encountered those legendary treasures of heaven and earth that were thought to exist only in myths. Ye Chen observed the astonished expressions of the two, secretly feeling a sense of pride within, while maintaining an outward demeanor of nonchalance, as if he had merely uttered a commonplace remark. However, Ye Chen shifted his tone, revealing a hint of difficulty. The medicinal herbs lay in perilous locations, and acquiring them was no simple endeavor. Chapter 42. The astonishing treasure of medicine, crafting the 9 rebirth soul pill. As long as it could heal her master's wounds, Qingsheng would willingly venture into any dangerous realm. Luo Qingsheng declared without hesitation, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Qingsheng, the skilled healer, gazed at her disciple with deep admiration, her heart brimming with pride. Ye Chen, do you truly have a solution? Luo Qingsheng turned to Ye Chen, her eyes filled with hopeful light. Ye Chen gazed into Luo Qingsheng's clear and innocent eyes, a gentle stir within his heart. This girl truly possesses a foolish charm that elicits one's affection. As for solutions, they are certainly not in short supply. Ye Chen deliberately elongated his tone, with a playful smirk gracing his lips and a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes and brows. This made Luo Qingsheng feel both flustered and anxious. Yet she could not help but be filled with anticipation for his forthcoming words. Ye Chen, do hurry and speak, she urged, unable to restrain herself from stamping her foot. Her usual cool elegance had vanished, revealing a girl who was clearly tantalized and impatient. Nearby, Yao Miaoi observed the scene, secretly amused. This girl, usually so frosty towards everyone, transformed entirely in the presence of Ye Chen. As for me, I may lack many talents, but I possess good fortune. I happen to be familiar with these medicinal herbs. And moreover, Ye Chen stifled a chuckle, cleared his throat, and then spoke slowly and deliberately. Moreover, everything is in my possession. Upon witnessing Luo Qingsheng's anxious demeanor, Ye Chen ceased his playful antics. He paused momentarily, observing how both Luo Qingsheng and the esteemed physician Yao Miao held their breaths in palpable tension, before articulating each word with deliberate clarity. What? Luo Qingsheng and Yao Miao gasped in unison, their disbelief evident as they gazed at Ye Chen. How could this be possible? Those legendary treasures of heaven and earth. He actually carries them with him? As Ye Chen observed the astonished expressions of the two individuals, a sense of secret delight welled within him. Yet, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely uttered the most commonplace of remarks. Slowly, he raised his right hand, and as a radiant glow flickered within his palm, a radiant 9-tiered snow lotus materialized in his grasp. The snow lotus, crystalline and translucent, bore droplets of dew upon its petals, emanating an enchanting fragrance that was immediately recognizable as a rare spiritual treasure. Without pause, Ye Chen proceeded to replicate the feat. One by one, legendary treasures such as the 9-leaf soul grass and the 7-leaf chime flower appeared in his hands, accumulating to fill the entire table. Luo Qingsheng and Yao Miaoi were utterly mesmerized, having never before witnessed such an abundance of celestial materials and treasures. Moreover, it was astonishing that they were produced by the hands of a youth who appeared no older than 18 or 19. Overwhelmed with excitement, Luo Qingsheng found herself at a loss for words, simply staring blankly at Ye Chen. All of these were intended for treating the injuries of their revered elder. Ye Chen smiled gently, placing the herbs in his hand softly upon the table. Qingsheng, rest assured, I assure you I can heal the elder's wounds. His tone, though unassuming, was imbued with an undeniable confidence that compelled others to trust him. Ye Chen, Luo Qingsheng gazed at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, and all the words she wished to convey ultimately condensed into a single, heartfelt whisper. Thank you. Foolish girl, what is there to thank for? He replied. These herbs, invaluable treasures to the Canglan continent, were mere ordinary ingredients to Ye Chen. It's getting late. I shall commence the alchemy now. Ye Chen meticulously arranged the herbs in his hands. Having spoken, he paid no further attention to Luo Qingsheng, immersing himself wholly in the alchemical process. With hands that moved like the wind, flames erupted spontaneously at his fingertips, enveloping the precious herbs and initiating their gradual transformation. Yao Miaoi and Luo Qingsheng observed quietly from the side, not daring to breathe, lest they disturb Ye Chen. As a celestial healer, Yao Miaoi possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding alchemy and could discern the remarkable proficiency with which Ye Chen executed his craft. The rare herbs seemed to come alive under his deft manipulation, continuously morphing in form and harmony with his movements. Ultimately, they melded together, forming luminous and crystalline elixirs. As seconds turned into minutes, beads of sweat began to form on Ye Chen's brow. Yet he remained undeterred, his focus sharpening and his caution intensifying. At last, upon the completion of the final elixir, he exhaled deeply, a smile of relief illuminating his face. "It is done," he murmured, his tone laced with a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly infused with joy and fulfillment. "Ye Chen, are you all right?" Luo Qingqing inquired anxiously, stepping forward with concern. "I am fine, merely drained of some spirit." "A brief respite will suffice," he replied. Ye Chen shook his head gently, extending the elixir in his hand towards the esteemed physician, esteemed elder. "This is the elixir I have concocted for you. Please, do partake of it." The physician, upon receiving the elixir, scrutinized it for a moment, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Is this the nine-turn soul revitalization pill?" she exclaimed, incredulity evident in her gaze as she looked upon Ye Chen. "You truly managed to forge the nine-turn soul revitalization pill? This legendary elixir is said to possess miraculous powers of resurrection, even within the entirety of the Canglan continent. It is an exceedingly rare entity." She could hardly believe that Ye Chen had indeed succeeded in crafting such a mythical elixir. "Elder, your discerning eye is impeccable. This is indeed the nine-turn soul revitalization pill." Ye Chen smiled faintly, a hint of pride evident in his tone. What he practiced was the supreme alchemy of the Wuji Xianzong from the celestial realm, and the mere 9 revolution soul-returning pill was, naturally, a trivial matter for him. "Ye Chen, who exactly are you?" Yao Miaoi gazed at Ye Chen, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. This youth, seemingly no more than 18 or 19, possessed an unfathomable cultivation and was also adept in the art of alchemy. The fact that he could even concoct the legendary 9 revolution soul-returning pill was an unparalleled talent, simply unheard of. Just as Ye Chen was about to explain, he was interrupted by Luo Qingqing. "Master, Ye Chen is my friend. He has come to assist in healing your injuries," Luo Qingqing stated. "Let us discuss other matters at a later time." Upon hearing this, Yao Miaoi cast a deep glance at Ye Chen, ultimately nodding in agreement without further inquiries. She understood that everyone harbors their own secrets. Since Ye Chen was reluctant to share, she felt it inappropriate to press him. "Ye Chen, thank you," Yao Miaoi said earnestly, gazing at him. "I owe you my life. Otherwise, I fear I would not have survived." "You flatter me, esteemed elder. It was merely a small effort," he replied modestly. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Though his tone was unpretentious, it brimmed with an undeniable confidence. Chapter 43. A comfortable life in the 100 Flowers Palace. He recognized that the 9 transformation soul recovery pill could not only mend the injuries of the esteemed physician Yao, but also elevate her prowess in martial arts, potentially allowing her to transcend to an even higher realm. This, indeed, was his fervent desire. After all, Luo Qingqing was the woman he had chosen, and he naturally wished for her to experience happiness and joy. Moreover, the well-being and contentment of physician Yao, as Luo Qingqing's mentor, were paramount to her. For Luo Qingqing's sake, he would sacrifice everything, even defy the heavens, without a second thought, without a hint of hesitation. Physician Yao placed the 9 transformation soul recovery pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a gentle warmth that flowed through her body. Her previously pallid complexion swiftly regained its rosy hue, and the frail aura surrounding her gradually dissipated. The severed meridians began to reconnect, and her damaged organs were astonishingly restored at an incredible pace. The onlookers fixed their gaze upon physician Yao, witnessing her remarkable transformation firsthand. Her once haggard visage gradually became smooth and firm, as wrinkles seemed to vanish as if erased. Her skin radiated a youthful, resplendent glow. Before long, physician Yao opened her eyes. They sparkled with clarity and vitality, and she emanated an unparalleled vigor and energy. Her formerly snow-white hair turned lustrously black, and she appeared to have regained decades of youth, resembling a graceful and mature beauty. "I have never felt so splendid," physician Yao exclaimed as she stood, stretching her limbs, her face a canvas of astonishment and gratitude. "Master, you are finally well," Luo Qingqing cried out in exhilaration, throwing herself into physician Yao's embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. All of this was thanks to Ye Chen. Physician Yao gently patted Luo Qingqing's back. "Seeing you, my dear disciple, so joyful at my recovery fills me with genuine happiness." Ye Chen offered a faint smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. The numerous disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace rushed over, astonished and elated by the transformation of Yao Miaoi. "The palace master has recovered. How splendid! We are profoundly grateful for young master Ye's immense kindness." The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, enveloping the entire 100 Flowers Palace in a sea of happiness. "Ye Chen, the gratitude we owe you is beyond measure. Henceforth, The entire Hundred Flowers Palace shall be at your command. Yao Miaoi gazed at Ye Chen with heartfelt appreciation. Thoroughly satisfied with him, Ye Chen saved not merely the skilled healer Yao Miao, but the entire Hundred Flower Palace. The palace is composed solely of women. Without a formidable protector, it would inevitably fall prey to the assaults and divisions of the major sections. The disciples would be captured, forced to serve as vessels for the sinister cultivators. Senior, you are too modest. My friendship with Ye Chen compels me to act in this manner. Ye Chen hastily replied. Regardless of the circumstances, you shall always be a cherished guest of the Hundred Flower Palace. Yao Miaoi remarked. As night descended, Luo Qingqing accompanied Ye Chen back to the courtyard where he was temporarily residing. Ye Chen, thank you. Luo Qingqing gazed at Ye Chen with her beautiful eyes, which sparkled with a hint of affection. As Ye Chen turned around, he met the gaze of Luo Qingqing, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Bathed in the luminous glow of the moonlight, Luo Qingqing appeared breathtakingly beautiful, leaving Ye Chen momentarily entranced. So, how will you express your gratitude to me? Ye Chen stared blankly at Luo Qingqing and inquired. Luo Qingqing, fully aware of Ye Chen's intentions, felt a rush of crimson color swiftly rise to her delicate face. She hurriedly approached, embraced Ye Chen, and gently pecked his lips before swiftly escaping the courtyard. As Ye Chen came to his senses, she had already ventured quite far away. Ye Chen smiled faintly, extending his finger to gently trace his red lips, still lingering with the fragrance of Luo Qingqing's kiss. In the days that followed, Ye Chen took up residence in the Hundred Flowers Palace. He deposited all the spiritual stones he had acquired into the Heavenly Doubt Pearl, which subsequently unlocked his cultivation to the third level of the transformation stage. After this breakthrough, Ye Chen sealed his cultivation back to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. During his time in the Hundred Flowers Palace, he spent his days grilling meat, leading a life of leisure and indolence. The lively Xiao Tao frequently came to seek roasted meat from Ye Chen, her curiosity piqued by his lack of interest in cultivation. In response, Ye Chen could only admit his laziness and lack of desire to practice. He did wish to cultivate, however, he found it futile. He could only rely on the Heavenly Dao Pearl to refine spiritual stones or absorb the dense spiritual energy around him to enhance his cultivation. Luo Qingqing also visited Ye Chen daily to share insights on comprehending the laws, and their relationship deepened swiftly. With Ye Chen's assistance, Luo Qingqing successfully grasped the laws, advancing her cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Elated, she leapt joyfully, unable to resist placing a quick kiss on Ye Chen's cheek before fleeing, as if in a hurry. Achieving the nascent soul stage at the tender age of 18 was an unparalleled feat on the Canglan continent, especially for someone who had comprehended the power of the laws. In the celestial realm, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, with Ye Chen being the sole exception. Having broken through to the void refining stage at the age of 15 while also comprehending the power of the laws. Meanwhile, as Ye Chen enjoyed his leisurely days in the Hundred Flowers Palace, accompanied by beautiful women, Su Taixu, far away at the Tianxuan Sect, was brewing a trouble that would send him into a fury. The Tianxuan Sect, shrouded in mist, resembled a fairyland. Yet, within the main hall of the peak, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Master Xianyuan sat at the head, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed at a captivating woman below, alongside a charming young girl, silently sighing. This enchanting woman was none other than Lu Qingyi, the leader of the Qingyin Pavilion, while the young girl was Mu Rongxue, the pavilion's saintess. Brother Xianyuan, our Qingyin Pavilion is facing great peril. I implore the Tianxuan Sect, considering our past connections, to lend us your assistance. Lu Qingyi's voice was filled with sorrow. Her eyes reddened, exuding a pitiable charm. Please speak, junior sister. As long as the Tianxuan Sect can offer help, we shall not decline. Master Xianyuan replied earnestly. Our ancestor in the tribulation stage has passed away, and now our sect lacks a strong protector. I fear. Lu Qingyi's voice trailed off as she wept uncontrollably, her tear-streaked visage evoking sympathy from anyone who beheld her. What you mean is, Master Xianyuan felt a stirring in his heart, beginning to piece together the situation. I beseech the Tianxuan Sect to arrange a marriage alliance with our Qingyin Pavilion to safeguard our sect's foundation for the next century. Lu Qingyi rose and bowed deeply. Mu Rongxue followed suit, her eyes cast down, long eyelashes quivering slightly, concealing the complex emotions within. In the world of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and a sect lacking a powerful protector is destined to become mere prey on the chopping board, especially for a sect like Qingyin Pavilion, predominantly composed of female cultivators. Furthermore, the recent news of the Ziyang sect being annihilated by a mysterious figure had spread, causing unrest among various sections. Master Xianyuan felt a sudden weight on his shoulders. A marriage alliance? This was indeed a significant matter. However, among the younger generation of the Tianxuan Sect, there was truly no suitable candidate. It would be absurd to suggest that he, an old man, marry a young girl. How shameless of me, Master Xianyuan thought, drifting off. Mu Rongxue, as the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion, was not someone just any disciple could marry. Age, aptitude, and status had to align. Master Xianyuan felt somewhat troubled, as the Tianxuan Sect currently had no saint son nor any disciples who met the necessary criteria. Sister, this matter. Master Xianyuan was poised to decline when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, conjuring the image of a languid figure in his mind. Ah, how could I have forgotten that young man? Please wait, sister. Allow me to consult with the elder. Master Xianyuan stood and left in haste. In the back mountain, amidst the purple bamboo grove, Su Taixu reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sun with a jug of wine in hand, savoring it leisurely, utterly content. Elder, you truly know how to enjoy life. Master Xianyuan observed this scene, filled with envy. He too wished to be as carefree as Su Taixu. Yet he found it impossible. As the sect leader, he could not afford to be as unrestrained as Su Taixu. Chapter 44. Su Chun rejects the marriage alliance. Let Ye Chen step up. You troublesome lad, instead of managing the sect properly, you come to disturb my peaceful retirement. What brings you here? Su Taixu said lazily without lifting his eyelids. Elder, someone has come from the Qingyin Pavilion. Master Xianyuan got straight to the point. The Qingyin Pavilion? Isn't that your old flame sect? What, do they miss me? Su Taixu teased, recalling the brief romance between Lu Qingyi and Master Xianyuan during her youth, which ultimately could not flourish due to various sect-related reasons. Elder, please don't joke about me like that. The Qingyin Pavilion has come seeking assistance. Master Xianyuan replied, exasperated. Oh, assistance? They are a first-rate sect. What could possibly require the Tianxuan Sect's help? Su Taixu's interest peaked as he sat up straight, eager for the juicy gossip. Their ancestor in the tribulation stage has passed away, leaving the sect without a strong protector, and they fear. Master Xianyuan did not continue, but the implication was clear. So, they want us to send someone as their bodyguard? Su Taixu scoffed, losing interest in their gossip. They are seeking a marriage alliance. Master Xianyuan steeled himself to say. Pfft. Su Taixu spat out his drink, eyes widening in shock. A marriage alliance? With whom? You? Elder, please don't jest. I am far too old for such matters. Master Xianyuan replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Then who do they have their eyes on? Su Taixu asked curiously. They did not specify, but I noticed Lu Qingyi's gaze seemed to linger behind me. Master Xianyuan trailed off, suddenly halting as a realization struck him, his expression turning peculiar. Behind you? What is behind you? Could it be that you're hiding the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion? Su Taixu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Elder, please, that's absurd. Master Xianyuan sighed in exasperation, recalling that not far behind him, Su Chun had passed by. Could it be? An audacious thought surged within Master Xianyuan's mind. Elder, I have an unreasonable request. Outside the purple bamboo grove, Su Chun had just returned, preparing to practice swordsmanship when he was summoned inside by Su Taixu's voice. Master, what do you need? Su Chun stepped into the bamboo grove, his face a mask of perplexity. Su Chun, I have taken it upon myself to arrange a union between you and the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion. This is indeed a delightful affair, Su Taixu declared straightforwardly. Gazing at Su Chun, Master, you must not. I, Su Chun, already have someone I hold dear. I could never wed another, Su Chun exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically as he resolutely declined. Oh, and which young lady has captured your heart? Su Taixu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. The senior sister of Baiwa Palace, Yu Chu Man. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon her, I was smitten. I shall marry no one else in this lifetime. Su Chun asserted, his gaze unwavering. Yu Chu Man was the senior sister of Luo Qingcheng, and their inaugural encounter took place within the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm. Oh, what is it about Yu Chu Man that has so completely ensnared your heart? Su Taixu asked, narrowing his eyes, stroking his beard, and regarding Su Chun with curiosity. Master, she is gentle and kind, beautiful and graceful, with profound cultivation. Whenever I am with her, my heart is filled with joy and tranquility, Su Chun replied earnestly, fearing that Su Taixu might compel him to unite with the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion. Very well, you young lad. It seems you are quite the romantic. Su Taixu responded, a faint smile gracing his lips. In truth, He was indifferent to the notion of marriage alliances and harbored a certain aversion to forcing his disciples into such unions. He merely wished to indulge in the gossip of Xuanji real person, hence allowing Su Chen to enter and ascertain his willingness for a matrimonial alliance. "Thank you for your understanding, master." Su Chen expressed his gratitude and swiftly departed. This place was too perilous. Should Su Taixu change his mind and pressure him into marriage, it would spell trouble. Thus, leaving was the wisest course of action. Once Su Chen left, the bamboo grove returned to a fleeting tranquility. However, this serenity was soon shattered by the arrival of Xuanji real person. "Oh dear, what shall I do?" Xuanji real person entered with an anxious expression, his lips muttering incessantly. He was exceedingly worried. If the marriage alliance fell through, he felt he would have no face to confront Lu Qingyi in the future. Suddenly, a thought of Ye Chen flashed through his mind. As a disciple of the transcendent elder in the tribulation phase, his status was sufficiently esteemed. Although his cultivation was currently somewhat lacking, his potential was remarkable. Ye Chen had reached the 8th level of qi refinement in less than a year. The more Xuanji real person pondered, the more he believed that Ye Chen was an exceptional candidate. "Elder, since Su Chen is unwilling to marry, what if we arrange for your disciple Ye Chen to wed the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion?" He eagerly proposed to Su Taixu. Su Taixu took a sip of wine and began to contemplate. He was quite resistant to the idea of arranging marriages for his disciples, as he preferred that they choose their own paths in love. Yet, the thought of Ye Chen lounging about, neglecting his training, and exhibiting a carefree demeanor gave him a headache. Perhaps finding a suitable partner for that lad might instill some discipline in him. Indeed, Su Taixu muttered to himself. "Yes, the elder is wise." Xuanji real person exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at Su Taixu's musing, eagerly seizing the moment. "The saintess of Qingyin Pavilion is gentle and virtuous, knowledgeable and understanding. She would surely be able to keep Ye Chen in line." Su Taixu stroked his beard, appearing somewhat swayed by the suggestion. Nevertheless, it is prudent to inquire about his own wishes. With that, Su Taixu focused his consciousness and attempted to reach into the starry soul tower to summon Ye Chen. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. "What is going on? Where is Ye Chen?" Su Taixu exclaimed, trying repeatedly to extract Ye Chen from the tower, but to no avail. Could it be? Su Taixu was suddenly struck by a foreboding intuition as he locked his consciousness onto the figure seated cross-legged within the tower. As his awareness approached, that figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately dissipating into wisps of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace. A ruse. Su Taixu realized he had been outwitted by Ye Chen. "This rascal, how dare he deceive me?" Su Taixu fumed, his anger causing him to bristle with rage, wishing to capture Ye Chen and give him a thorough reprimanding. He attempted to enter the Starry Soul Tower to investigate further, but discovered he could not control the treasured artifact. The Starry Soul Tower had recognized that lad as its master. When had this happened? Su Taixu then comprehended that Ye Chen had long since departed from the Tianxuan Sect. Moreover, he had done so without anyone being the wiser, managing to have the Starry Soul Tower acknowledge him as its master. Chapter 45. Journey to Baiwa City. The prodigal Wang Ma Jiyu. Ye Chen dared to sneak away. "Just wait until I catch you. I will make you pay." Su Taixu gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. He had intended to confine Ye Chen within the Starry Soul Tower for rigorous training, yet he had no idea when Ye Chen had escaped. "Forget it. Since this lad wishes to play, let him have his fun. I shall take charge of this marriage alliance." Su Taixu scoffed, dismissing Ye Chen's opinions as he made a decisive gesture, firmly establishing the union between Ye Chen and the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion, Murong Shui. The elder, Ye Chen. Xuanji real person stood agape, wanting to voice his concerns, but was silenced by a piercing glare from Su Taixu. "It is settled. When Ye Chen returns, he shall wed the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion," Su Taixu declared, his tone brooking no dissent, clearly resolved to surprise Ye Chen. Meanwhile, far away in Baiwa Palace, Ye Chen lounged leisurely in a rocking chair. With a roasted beast leg in hand, he indulged himself while engaging in lively gossip with Xiao Tao. For several months, Ye Chen had been enjoying an idyllic existence in Baiwa Palace, feasting on barbecued meat, drinking wine, and frequently exchanging insights on the principles of cultivation with Luo Qingqing. One day, Baiwa Palace received word that a scion of a noble family from Baiwa City was frequently bullying others, leading to several fatalities. Luo Qingqing was incensed. As the saintess of Baiwa Palace, she could not tolerate such behavior within her sect's jurisdiction. Determined to eradicate this menace, she resolved to personally travel to Baiwa City to confront the rogue. Approaching Ye Chen, she sought his company for the journey. Qing, I have heard that Baiwa City has produced a bully who has caused several deaths. Shall we go and see for ourselves? Ye Chen reclined in a rocking chair, holding a half-eaten beast's leg, and spoke with an air of nonchalance. He had just heard from Su Taixu about the debauchery in Baiwa City and was contemplating a visit with Luo Qingqing. Humph, such scoundrels deserve to be punished. Luo Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a glint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. I want to go too. I want to go too, Su Taixu exclaimed, bouncing over and playfully tugging at Luo Qingqing's sleeve. Very well, let us go together, Luo Qingqing replied affectionately, ruffling Su Taixu's hair. Then let us set off. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. I am eager to continue roasting meat upon our return. Ye Chen stretched lazily, exuding an air of nonchalance. The trio ascended on their swords, transforming into 3 streaks of light as they soared towards the direction of Baiwa City. In Baiwa City, the streets bustled with activity. A vibrant tapestry of life. Have you heard? That debauched young master of the Wang family has once again forcefully seized a maiden. Alas, the Wang family, relying on their status as the foremost clan in Baiwa City, engages in nefarious deeds without remorse. Such a travesty. Indeed, the young lords of the Li and Zhao families are no paragons of virtue either. Sigh. We can only hope that the Baiwa Palace intervenes, otherwise this city will surely be ravaged by his misdeeds. The townsfolk engaged in fervent discussions, their words imbued with indignation towards the Wang family scion and a yearning for the intervention of the Baiwa Palace. Upon overhearing these remarks, Luo Qingqing's countenance darkened further. Accelerate, she commanded coldly, urging her sword to hasten its pace once more. The Wang family, the most prestigious clan in Baiwa City, occupied an expansive estate, exuding grandeur. At this moment, at the entrance of the Wang residence, a rotund man clad in lavish attire was brazenly embracing a ragged woman, lewdly jesting with her. This man was none other than Wang Maji, the eldest son of the Wang family. My dear, come with me, and I promise you a life of luxury. Wang Maji leered, reaching out to caress the woman's face. The woman struggled desperately, crying out, Help! Help! The surrounding citizens, filled with sympathy and fury, dared not voice their anger, merely observing from a distance. Just then, 3 streaks of light descended from the sky, landing at the entrance of the Wang residence. Cease at once. Luo Qingqing's voice rang out like thunder, reverberating in Wang Maji's ears. Upon raising his gaze, Wang Maji beheld 3 figures before him, one of whom was a stunning woman, her ethereal beauty and graceful demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Oh, what a beauty! And with quite the temper. Wang Maji's eyes gleamed with avarice as he appraised Luo Qingqing. Are you Wang Maji? She inquired icily. Indeed, that is I. What? Do you wish to entertain me? Wang Maji retorted arrogantly, dismissing her presence entirely. You seek death. A glint of cold fury flashed in Luo Qingqing's eyes as she waved her hand, unleashing a sharp sword chi towards Wang Maji. Trivial skill. Wang Maji scoffed dismissively, effortlessly evading Luo Qingqing's sword chi with surprising agility for his corpulent frame. Interesting. Ye Chen watched the scene with great interest, showing no intention of intervening. He was curious to see what other abilities Wang Maji possessed. Su Taixu, let us enjoy the spectacle. As Ye Chen gnawed on a beast's leg, he spoke to Su Taixu. Su Taixu nodded with excitement, her large eyes fixed intently on the battle unfolding before them. Although Wang Maji was a debauched young master in his 30s, his cultivation surpassed Luo Qingqing by several minor realms. Yet, Luo Qingqing was a peerless prodigy, her movements as swift as lightning, and her swordsmanship exceedingly sharp. After a few exchanges, with a delicate cry, Luo Qingqing brandished her sword, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows in an instant. Wang Maji's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to evade, but it was already too late. With a piercing sound, the sword shadows pierced through his body, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood before his corpulent form collapsed heavily to the ground, his breath waning. Wang Maji, you have committed heinous acts. Today, I shall enact justice on behalf of the heavens. With that, Luo Qingqing raised her sword, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Everyone, please remain calm. This reckless child has offended you. I beseech you to show mercy. At that moment, the head of the Wang family hurriedly arrived, witnessing the scene and quickly offering apologies. Show mercy? He has committed such grave offenses. How can he be easily forgiven? Luo Qingqing halted her actions, snorting coldly. Who are you to dare cause chaos within the Wang family? Only then did Wang Maji realize the gravity of the situation, his voice trembling slightly. We are from the 100 Flowers Palace, here specifically to deal with this debauched scoundrel. Xiao Tao interjected, hands on her hips, her voice ringing out boldly. Upon hearing Hundred Flowers Palace, Wang Maji's face turned ashen, his body trembling. Fear gripped him. The Hundred Flowers Palace was not something the Wang family could provoke. Though the Wang family held significant influence in Hundred Flower City, they were as insignificant as ants before the might of the Hundred Flowers Palace. Wang Maji had assumed that killing a few mortals would not draw their attention, but he had underestimated their concern for the lives of even ordinary people. With the Hundred Flowers Palace intervening, there was no way the Wang family could protect him. "Father, save me, please," Wang Maji cried out in desperation, realizing his fate was sealed, yet unwilling to relinquish his last hope for rescue. "Fairy, my son is unruly and has offended you. I am willing to offer reparations. I implore you, show mercy and spare his life." The head of the Wang family, aware of the Hundred Flowers Palace's formidable power, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded earnestly. "Reparations? His hands are stained with the blood of innocents. Can mere compensation resolve such matters?" Luo Qingcheng's voice was frigid, her eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. "Please, Fairy, show mercy. He is my only son." The head of the Wang family knelt, portraying a visage of utter despair, hoping that Luo Qingcheng might soften her heart and spare his offspring. And what of it? Life for a life is only just. Luo Qingcheng ceased her verbal exchanges, her sword slicing through the air. A fierce sword aura instantly cleaving Wang Maji in two. "No." The head of the Wang family's eyes widened in anguish, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Consumed by the agony of losing his son, he disregarded all else, oblivious to the potential retribution from the Hundred Flowers Palace. The oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage erupted suddenly, bearing down upon Luo Qingcheng and Ye Chen. "You seek death." A glint of cold brilliance flickered in Ye Chen's eyes as the immaculate sword flashed forth. If the Wang family sought their demise, he would gladly escort them on their final journey. As Ye Chen was poised to strike down the head of the Wang clan and obliterate the entire Wang family, a venerable voice suddenly echoed through the air. An elderly man with white hair materialized, effortlessly repelling the clan's leader with a single palm. "Ancestor!" exclaimed the head of the Wang clan, immediately prostrating himself on the ground upon recognizing the newcomer. "We, the Wang family, cannot afford to provoke the Hundred Flowers Palace." The elder of the Wang family sighed, casting a wary glance at Luo Qingcheng, his eyes filled with trepidation. "Ancestor, this vile woman has slain Jir. You must avenge him." The head of the Wang clan cried out, pointing an accusing finger at Luo Qingcheng. "Silence!" thundered the Wang elder, glaring fiercely at the clan leader. "The true perpetrator is dead. I beseech you, fair maiden, to spare the remaining members of my family. I am willing to offer compensation." At this moment, Ye Chen finally spoke up. The mention of compensation invigorated him, as it presented an opportunity to collect spirit stones once more. "Very well. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Not a single one less." Ye Chen spoke with a smile, yet his tone brooked no dissent. The principal culprit had perished, and the remaining members of the Wang family were indeed not deserving of death. If it could be avoided, Ye Chen had no desire to eradicate them entirely. After all, excessive killing would be detrimental to his future cultivation, and seizing a few spirit stones in the process would be advantageous. 100 million? The expression of the Wang family elder shifted dramatically, for this was no trifling sum. Fury raged within him, yet he dared not unleash it, instead feigning an air of deference. "What is the matter? Is it too much? Then I shall have no choice but to annihilate your Wang family and seek elsewhere." Ye Chen spoke as he waved the pristine sword in his hand, and terrifying sword rays sliced through the sky. "Stop. I concede. I concede." The elder of the Wang family, appearing utterly terrified, hastily acquiesced. He discerned that Ye Chen was not jesting. Although he was in the fusion stage and undaunted by Ye Chen, he dared not provoke the Hundred Flowers Palace. Before them, he was but an inconsequential insect. While they could earn back the lost spirit stones, the obliteration of the Wang family would signify a complete and irrevocable loss. As for Ye Chen and his companions, he believed that once they left Hundred Flower City, he would have a means to eliminate them, provided the Wang family did not intervene. The Hundred Flowers Palace would be unable to trace the incident back to him. Despite the elder's outward agreement to Ye Chen's demands, his heart bled with resentment. Simultaneously, he discreetly schemed that once Ye Chen and his companions departed, he would undoubtedly dispatch someone to secretly slay them, to vent today's fury. Chapter 47. The Alliance of Families for Revenge. After a brief moment, the elder of the Wang family, his countenance darkened, handed a cosmos bag to Ye Chen. Inside was precisely 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. With the spirit stones secured, he declared, "Let us proceed to the next establishment. I am eager to witness just how extravagant the scions of Hundred Flowers City can be." Ye Chen weighed the storage bag in his hand, smiling as he spoke to Luo Qiqing and Xiao Tao. "Well, brother Ye Chen, we still need to earn more spirit stones." The lively Xiao Tao beamed with joy like a child. Luo Qiqing offered a gentle smile, shaking her head in resignation. She had come to realize that anyone who provoked Ye Chen would inevitably face dire consequences. In the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm, those who dared to challenge Ye Chen found themselves kidnapped, forcing their sects to pay a hefty sum of spirit stones for their release. The treasury of the Tianxuan Sect had been completely plundered, and Ye Chen had even annihilated their entire clan. "Qicheng, rest assured. We are merely ridding the world of evildoers and restoring peace to Baiwa City." Ye Chen observed Luo Qiqing shaking her head and mistakenly assumed her discontent with his handling of the situation. He adopted a demeanor brimming with righteousness, embodying the image of a chivalrous hero who despises evil. Indeed, senior sister Luo, brother Ye Chen is the finest. He is merely assisting us in doing good. Xiao Tao chimed in, still reveling in the joy of Ye Chen's promise to take her on a shopping spree. Luo Qiqing was amused by Ye Chen's antics, laughing heartily. Her reaction was not due to dissatisfaction with his approach, but rather a perception of him as a little money-obsessed. Ye Chen and Luo Qiqing, along with another, replicated their previous success, systematically eliminating the debauched scions of several other noble families in Baiwa City. Each family, after incurring substantial losses, departed with a significant compensation of spiritual stones. The swift actions of Ye Chen and Luo Qiqing in slaying the ruffians have rapidly spread throughout the bustling city of Baiwa. Today, this once vibrant city is shrouded in an unusual atmosphere. The once domineering and oppressive young scions, who habitually bullied the weak, now resemble wilted eggplants, their heads hanging low as they cower in their homes, afraid to venture outside. This is a consequence of yesterday's events. When Luo Qiqing and her companions sought out these nefarious youths, resulting in the demise of a significant portion of them. Have you heard? Wang Maji of the Wang family was slain by the sword of Baiwa Palace's fairy Luo, failing to escape even to the Yuan Ing stage. Furthermore, Li Tianba of the Li family, who arrogantly relied on his golden core cultivation to oppress the good, was reduced to mere pulp by the mighty hand of young hero Yi. And then there is Zhao and Lin of the Zhao family. Throughout the streets and alleys of Baiwa City, in tea houses and taverns, this matter is the topic of fervent discussion. Although the common folk dare not openly criticize the aristocratic families, their words are laden with a sense of vindication. These noble houses, exploiting their immense power to oppress the populace and committing all manner of atrocities, have long incited public outrage. Now, with Ye Chen and Luo Qiqing eliminating these ruffians, they have indeed delivered the people from harm. Young hero Yi and fairy Luo, you are truly the benefactors of Baiwa City. Indeed, had it not been for you, we would have remained at the mercy of those tyrants for an indefinite time. Many who had suffered under the oppression of these ruffians have gathered spontaneously outside the inn where Ye Chen and Luo Qiqing reside, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. It was but a small effort, hardly worthy of mention. Ye Chen waved his hand slightly, a hint of a serene smile gracing his face. Indeed, those fellows deserve their fate. Xiao Tao, beside him, brandished her small fists and declared fiercely. Luo Qiqing observed Ye Chen and Xiao Tao, a helpless smile appearing on her lips. She understood that while Ye Chen may outwardly seem irreverent, he was, in truth, a kind-hearted individual. Otherwise, he would not have sought out the families of the victims after vanquishing those scions, bestowing upon them a substantial sum of money. Ye Chen, do you think those aristocratic families will seek revenge against us? Luo Qiqing inquired, her expression tinged with concern. Revenge? Upon hearing those words, Ye Chen's lips curled into a disdainful arc. How could they possibly be worthy? Ye Chen's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with formidable confidence. As Luo Qiqing gazed at him, she felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Indeed, with Ye Chen's prowess, what did those noble clans amount to? The most formidable among them were merely cultivators in the harmonization realm, while Ye Chen's true abilities could effortlessly overpower them. Meanwhile, in Baiwa City, at the Wang family estate, the family head Wang Pa sat in the main seat of the conference hall, his expression a mask of fury as he ground his teeth in anger. Before him sat several other family heads, each bearing a grim countenance. They were all heads of clans whose offspring had met their demise at the hands of Ye Chen. Wang family head, what good are words now? The pressing matter is how to avenge our children. A burly middle-aged man with a bushy beard thundered, slamming his hand on the table. He was Li Biyuan, the head of the Li family, and his son, Li Tianba, had been slain by Ye Chen with a single strike. Indeed, that boy has killed so many of us. This grudge cannot go unavenged. He must pay in blood. The other family heads echoed in agreement. Vengeance? How do you propose we exact it? Zhao Zhijing, the head of the Zhao family, suddenly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at the others as he shouted. They are disciples of the Baihua Palace. Who among you dares to confront them? Zhao Zhijing's words rendered the other family heads speechless. Indeed, they were disciples of Baihua Palace. How could they dare to oppose such a formidable force? Were they to merely stand by and watch their children perish in vain? Li Biyuan, filled with resentment, roared. Certainly not. Wang took a deep breath, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I refuse to believe that there is no one in this world capable of dealing with that boy. Wang family head. Do you have a plan? The family heads looked at Wang Po with renewed interest. I have already made contact with an assassin organization. They are a band of desperate rogues, willing to eliminate anyone for the right price, Wang Po declared, a fierce glimmer in his gaze. An assassin organization? The family head's eyes brightened at the prospect. Indeed, if they could not confront Ye Chen directly, they could employ assassins. Very well. Let us proceed as suggested by the Wang family head. I, from the Li family, am willing to contribute 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I too, from the Zhao family, will offer 500,000. The other family heads eagerly voiced their willingness to finance the assassination. Then it is settled. We shall unite to hire the assassin organization to eliminate that boy and avenge our children. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Wang Po's eyes. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and Luo Qiqing, accompanied by Xiao Tao, were leisurely strolling through Baihua City. Wow, brother Ye Chen, look at that beautiful dress, Xiao Tao exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a pink gown displayed in a shop. If you like it, then buy it, Ye Chen replied. Ye Chen affectionately ruffled Xiao Tao's hair, smiling as he spoke. Thank you, brother Ye Chen, Xiao Tao exclaimed, eagerly pulling Luo Qiqing into the shop. Observing Xiao Tao's lively and adorable demeanor, a tender smile of indulgence graced Ye Chen's face. You are truly wonderful to Xiao Tao, Luo Qiqing remarked with a smile as she looked at Ye Chen. Xiao Tao is your junior sister, and thus my sister as well. Naturally, I must treat her well. Ye Chen smiled faintly, his gaze tenderly fixed upon Luo Qiqing. When she met his eyes, a blush blossomed on her delicate face. How could she not comprehend that Ye Chen was subtly confessing his feelings? Qiqing, do you have any preferences? He inquired. Do not hesitate to express them. Today, the bill is on me. Ye Chen gazed at Luo Qiqing's bashful demeanor and chuckled softly. Just as Luo Qiqing was about to articulate her thoughts, her expression suddenly shifted. What is the matter? Ye Chen sensed the peculiar behavior of Luo Qiqing and inquired. I have a feeling that someone is following us. Luo Qiqing replied in a hushed tone. Following us? Upon hearing those words, Ye Chen's lips curled into a playful arc. His thoughts were entirely consumed by Luo Qiqing, rendering him oblivious to the presence of someone trailing behind. How intriguing. It seems that someone could no longer contain their restlessness. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Let us go and meet them. Ye Chen led Luo Qiqing and Xiao Tao as they ventured towards the outskirts of the city. Outside the city, amidst a dense forest, several dark figures concealed themselves within the thicket, their cold gazes fixated on the trio. Is it them? An icy voice emerged from one of the shadows. Indeed. It is them. That man is Ye Chen, another shadow pointed out. Excellent. The chilling voice resonated once more. Attack. As the command was issued, the shadows surged forth from the woods, launching themselves towards Ye Chen and his companions. Humph. Ye Chen let out a cold snort, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Do you truly dare to seek your demise with such pitiful and wretched beings? As Ye Chen's words fell, his figure flickered and vanished in an instant. The laws of space? The shadows, witnessing this, were instantly filled with terror. Before they could comprehend the situation, a terrifying pressure enveloped them in a heartbeat. In the next moment, several splashes of blood erupted as the shadows were swiftly severed into multiple segments, their crimson lifeblood staining the ground. What? In the distance, amidst the trees, the chilling voice, upon witnessing this scene, underwent a drastic change in expression. This young man possesses the cultivation of the tribulation stage. The chilling voice brimmed with disbelief. Ye Chen, despite his youth, astonishingly possesses the cultivation of the tribulation transcendent stage. Initially, he believed that given their tender years, Ye Chen and his companions, no matter how formidable, could not be exceedingly powerful. However, it has become evident that he has grossly underestimated Ye Chen's strength. In their understanding, the power of the laws can only be comprehended by those who have reached the tribulation transcendent stage, and even then, only by the most gifted among them. Particularly with regard to the laws of space, such comprehension is a feat that even the most extraordinary talents struggle to achieve. Damn. This mission may prove to be exceedingly difficult to accomplish, the cold voice murmured. Ye Chen, who are these people? Luo Qiqing inquired, gazing at the lifeless shadows strewn across the ground. They are likely assassins hired by those aristocratic families, came the response. Ye Chen glanced at the lifeless body on the ground and remarked indifferently, a hired assassin? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingqing's expression shifted slightly. Those noble clans dare to employ assassins to eliminate us? Humph, they are courting death. Ye Chen cast a furtive glance towards the distant forest, a glimmer of cunning amusement flickering in his eyes. He surmised that the noble families of Baiwa City would undoubtedly persist, seeking out even more formidable assassins to eliminate him. Upon inspecting the corpses, Ye Chen discovered that these assassins belonged to the Shadow Pavilion. He had heard of the Shadow Pavilion, the largest assassin organization in the Canglan continent, known for accepting any task as long as the payment in spirit stones was adequate. They had executed contracts ranging from commoners to those in the tribulation stage, with failures being a rare occurrence. Ye Chen had merely dispatched a few assassins at the transformation stage. These assassins were insignificant figures within the Shadow Pavilion. Utterly unaware of the very location of the Shadow Pavilion itself, Ye Chen revealed his strength merely to lure out the big fish from the Shadow Pavilion. As the largest assassin organization in the Canglan continent, it must harbor an immense fortune in spirit stones. Such extraordinary wealth has captivated Ye Chen. How could he possibly let it slip away? Senior brother Ye Chen, what shall we do next? Xiao Tao inquired timidly. Do not fear, Xiao Tao. We shall remain patient and wait for their big fish to take the bait. Ye Chen gently patted Xiao Tao's head, offering words of comfort. Ye Chen, are you confident in dealing with the masters that the Shadow Pavilion may send? Luo Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed with concern. Perhaps I should send a message to my master, urging him to confront the Shadow Pavilion. Luo Qingqing felt a twinge of worry. She did not wish for any misfortune to befall Ye Chen. Rest assured, Qingqing, there will be no trouble. Summoning the esteemed elder now would only serve to alarm the enemy. Perhaps the Shadow Pavilion will not dare to make an appearance. Ye Chen smiled with confidence. Yao Miao-yi was indeed a top-tier figure in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Even the Shadow Pavilion had to think twice before confronting him. Ye Chen did not wish to deter the Shadow Pavilion. He eagerly anticipated the appearance of their assassins. His intention was to capture one and extract the location of the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters, subsequently raiding it thoroughly. Very well, Ye Chen, we must exercise caution, Luo Qiqing remarked. Observing Ye Chen's confident demeanor, though apprehension lingered in her heart, she chose to place her trust in him. Let us return to Baiwa City. Ye Chen grasped the hands of Luo Qiqing and Xiao Tao, turning to depart. In the kingdom of Baiwa, Wang's residence. What? The mission has failed? Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Wang Po's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Those assassins were reputed to be infallible. Wang Po exclaimed incredulously. Chapter 49, Xiao Tao's shock, the tortured assassins. Master, those assassins are all dead, his subordinate murmured, head bowed. This subordinate was Guo Huai, the chief steward of the Wang family, who had been lurking in the woods. What? All dead? Wang Po seemed struck by lightning, his corpulent form collapsing into the grand armchair, his lips quivering. Those were assassins from the Shadow Pavilion. How could they have failed? Could it be that this youth was merely feigning weakness to ensnare the strong? Master, the three assassins cried out the phrase spatial law before they perished. They suspect that Ye Chen possesses the cultivation level of the tribulation stage. Guo Huai recounted everything he had witnessed in the woods to Wang Po. Impossible. That Ye Chen is merely a teenager. How could he possibly possess tribulation stage prowess? He must have utilized some artifact, Wang Po asserted with unwavering conviction. In the Canglan continent, finding a golden elixir cultivator under 20 was a rarity, let alone someone at the tribulation stage. It was utterly absurd. Master, what shall we do now? Should we contact the Shadow Pavilion again? Guo Huai inquired cautiously. Contact them, of course. Wang Po exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes glinting with malice. I refuse to believe that this mere child can turn the tide. This time, I shall demand that the Shadow Pavilion dispatch their most formidable assassins at any cost to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and his companions were seated in the opulent private room atop the Zhaixing Tower, the most lavish restaurant in Baiwa City. They savored exquisite delicacies while enjoying the splendid view outside. Brother Ye Chen, this drunken immortal brew is truly delightful. Yet it still pales in comparison to our Baiwa Palace's Baiwa brew, Xiao Tao remarked cheerfully as she sipped the spiritual wine. Naturally, no matter how exquisite this drunken immortal brew may be, It cannot rival even a single drop of Baiwa brew. Ye Chen smiled as he served a piece of spirit beast meat to both Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao. Ye Chen, when do you think the Wang family will take action? Luo Qingqing asked, taking a delicate sip of her wine, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. No matter when they decide to move, let us first enjoy our meal and drink. Ye Chen chuckled nonchalantly. Indeed, we should first satiate our hunger. With that, Xiao Tao seized a chicken leg with her bare hands and began to gnaw on it with little regard for decorum. Ye Chen eagerly anticipated swift action from the Wang family, for he awaited the spirit stones from the Shadow Pavilion to enhance his cultivation. Within a clandestine chamber of the Shadow Pavilion's Baohua City branch, a figure clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a ghostly mask. Seethed with rage as he hurled the intelligence report onto the table, his voice chilling as if echoing from the depths of the underworld. He was the esteemed assassin known as Ghostface, the head of the Baohua City branch. Master Ghostface, one of his subordinates, began. We have discovered that Ye Chen is a disciple of Su Taixu from the Tianxuan Sect. Su Taixu possesses the power of the Tribulation Transcendent stage, and his origins are shrouded in mystery. Silence! Ghostface bellowed, interrupting the report. What of the Tribulation Transcendent stage? The Shadow Pavilion has slain such beings before. But no buts. A cold glint flashed in Ghostface's eyes. This time, I shall see what abilities Ye Chen possesses that embolden him to challenge the Shadow Pavilion. The subordinate hesitated, contemplating dissuading Ghostface from the assassination of Ye Chen. He had been fortunate enough to witness Su Taixu's terrifying prowess near the Tianxuan Sect a century ago. Although he appeared to be merely at the divine transformation stage, he effortlessly extinguished several demons of the Tribulation Transcendent stage with a mere wave of his hand. 3 days later, on a desolate expanse of gravelly wasteland outside Baohua City, Ye Chen and his companion strolled leisurely, unaware of the 3 shadowy figures stealthily trailing them. Assassins dispatched by the Shadow Pavilion. Brother Ye Chen, where are we headed? Xiao Tao inquired with curiosity. To take a life, came the chilling reply. Ye Chen spoke without turning around. Murder? Xiao Tao was taken aback. Who are we killing? Behind the trailed a few small mice. Luo Qingqing's lips curled into a chilling smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao wanted to look back, but was stopped by Luo Qingqing. Do not turn around. Luo Qingqing took Xiao Tao's hand and continued walking forward. Humph. A troop of buffoons dare to seek their demise. A flicker of disdain flashed in Ye Chen's eyes as his figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he materialized before the 3 assassins, delivering a single, powerful punch before they could even react. Bang! 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 The 3 assassins were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. Their breaths weak and labored. Who are you? One of the assassins stammered, terror etched across his face, disbelief filling his eyes. These 3 were all formidable experts at the integration stage, yet they could not withstand even a single strike from Ye Chen. Xiao Tao's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wide enough to fit an egg. 3 integration stage experts had been effortlessly subdued by him. Over the past few days, Ye Chen had continually astonished her. Initially, she believed him to be merely a Qi training stage cultivator. Later, in Baohua City, he effortlessly dispatched the young masters of various clans at the foundation and core formation stages, leaving her mildly shocked. Subsequently, he had annihilated 3 assassins at the transformation stage with a single blow, further deepening her astonishment. Now, even those at the integration stage had been gravely injured by him in one strike, leaving Xiao Tao in a state of disbelief. I am the one who will end your lives. Ye Chen spoke softly, his eyes devoid of any trace of compassion. You cannot kill us. We are members of the Shadow Pavilion. If you take our lives, the Shadow Pavilion will not let you go. The assassin threatened, a facade of bravado masking his inner fear. The Shadow Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's lips curled into a playful grin. I was just lamenting my inability to locate you, yet here you are, presenting yourselves so conveniently. Ye Chen lightly tapped on the 3 individuals, sealing their cultivation to prevent any thoughts of self-harm. What exactly do you intend to do? A foreboding sense of dread welled up within the assassin. Tell me, where is the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion? Ye Chen gazed down upon the 3 assassins with an air of superiority, his tone frigid and unequivocal. You must be dreaming. One of the assassins retorted through clenched teeth. Is that your obstinacy? Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I shall see just how resilient your words truly are. Ye Chen instructed Luo Qingqing to take Xiao Tao and temporarily depart from this place, to await his return ahead. The ensuing scene was not suitable for their eyes. After Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao left, Ye Chen's figure flickered, and he instantaneously appeared before a certain assassin. Ye Chen extended his finger and gently touched the assassin's body, An extraordinary force instantly surged into the assassin's being. Suddenly, the assassin felt an unbearable itch enveloping him, compelling him to roll on the ground. As he writhed, he desperately clawed at his own skin, emitting agonized cries of torment. Ye Chen, well-versed in the arts of medicine and alchemy, found such torment to be a mere trifle. Ah, it itches terribly. Please, stop. Please, stop. The assassin, tormented by an unbearable itch, pleaded with Ye Chen to cease his actions. Chapter 50, Confronting the Shadow Pavilion. Yet, Ye Chen remained unmoved, gazing coldly at him as he inquired, "Will you speak? If not, the itching shall persist." The assassin, on the brink of madness from the incessant itching, still gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. It was not that he lacked the desire to divulge, rather, he was constrained by the knowledge that revealing anything would lead to his certain demise upon his return. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen lightly pressed again, causing the assassin to experience not only an intense itching sensation throughout his body, but also the feeling of countless ants gnawing at his bones. The profound agony penetrated to the very marrow, rendering his cries even more haunting, as if they could pierce the heavens and reach the most vulnerable corners of the human heart. His hands flailed like uncontrolled claws, desperately clawing at his own flesh. Under the force of this violent torment, his clothing was instantly reduced to tatters. His body bore deep wounds, exposing the bone beneath, resembling grotesque ravines drenched in blood. A sight that was truly harrowing. What say you now? Ye Chen wore a mocking smile upon his face. When it came to tormenting enemies who sought to assassinate him, he showed no mercy whatsoever. The other two assassins, witnessing the agony of their comrade, turned pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. At that moment, the tortured assassin could no longer endure the pain and, with a sudden gasp, expelled a mouthful of fresh blood before succumbing to death. Alas, what a pitiful display of weakness. It took merely a brief moment for him to falter. Ye Chen let out a soft sigh, turning his gaze towards the other two assassins. "I beg you, spare me from this torment." The two assassins, upon witnessing this, were instantly struck with terror, desperately pleading for mercy. As assassins, they had long since cast aside their fear of death, having relinquished their lives the moment they embraced this perilous profession. Yet, they were profoundly afraid of meeting their demise through such agonizing torture. Ye Chen crossed his arms, awaiting his words. "We do not know the location of the Shadow Pavilion headquarters. Our faction resides in the southern part of Baiwa City," a trembling assassin spoke. "At Baiwa Palace? Behind the main peak." Achoo! Suddenly, Yamiao, who was engrossed in her secluded cultivation, sneezed, her brow slightly furrowing. "How strange. Who is speaking of me?" Yamiao murmured, a sense of foreboding rising within her. "No, I must go and check on Qiqing and Xiaodao. I hope nothing amiss has occurred." Disturbed by her anxious thoughts, Yamiao hastily rose and made her way towards Baiwa City, where Ye Chen resided. Baiwa City, the Gobi Desert. "Hiki, lead the way, my friends." Ye Chen, with a mischievous smile, patted the two trembling assassins, resembling a cat toying with a mouse. Terrified by Ye Chen's tormenting methods, the assassins dared not resort to any tricks. They obediently led Ye Chen and his companions through a labyrinth of twists and turns, arriving at what appeared to be an ordinary backyard of a residence in the southern part of Baiwa City. "Is this truly it? The Shadow Pavilion seems rather shabby. Surely, a killer organization wouldn't hide its headquarters in a latrine?" Xiao Tao remarked disdainfully, surveying the surroundings with a scowl. "The entrance is indeed within the well," one of the assassins said with a wry smile, gesturing towards a decrepit well in the corner of the yard. Ye Chen stepped forward, his consciousness sweeping across the surroundings. And he indeed discovered that the bottom of the well concealed a hidden realm. Such cleverness in hiding, had it not been for these two inept guides. Locating it would have proven quite the challenge. With that, Ye Chen waved his hand, enveloping Luo Qiqing and Xiao Tao in a gentle surge of spiritual power, propelling them into the depths of the well. At the bottom lay a dimly lit secret passage, with walls adorned at intervals with luminous night pearls, casting a soft glow that illuminated the tunnel. How impressive! The Shadow Pavilion displays considerable wealth. Even the secret passage is constructed with such opulence. As Xiao Tao walked, she gazed around in wonder, exclaiming in astonishment. Ye Chen paid no heed to Xiao Tao's incessant murmuring. He expanded his consciousness, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Before long, he discerned a concealed chamber at the terminus of the secret passage, surrounded by intricate barriers, with several potent ores concealed within. It appeared that this was indeed the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion's Baihuiqing branch. A cold smirk played at the corners of Ye Chen's mouth, while a glimmer of frost flashed in his eyes. "Ye Chen, shall we charge in directly?" asked Luo Qi-Ching, drawing her precious sword with a vigilant expression. Not so hasty. Let us first ascertain the situation, he replied. Ye Chen spoke as he swiftly struck, rendering the two guiding assassins unconscious. These two assassins could not be entirely trusted. There might be an ambush. The Shadow Pavilion had several individuals at the tribulation stage, and Ye Chen was uncertain whether 100 Flower City possessed any. Caution was still imperative. Ye Chen stealthily infiltrated the secret chamber, with Luo Qi-Ching and Xiao Tao trailing closely behind. Within the dimly lit room, a man clad in a black robe and adorned with a ghostly mask sat in a chair, eyes closed in contemplation. Behind him stood several formidable figures cloaked in dark attire. Master, those little rascals have yet to return. Could something have gone awry? One of the dark-clad men inquired in a hushed tone. Humph, a pack of inept fools, incapable of handling such a trivial task. If they have perished, they deserve their fate. The masked man scoffed, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Your wisdom is unparalleled, master. The black-clad man promptly flattered. At that moment, Ye Chen and his companions emerged abruptly from the shadows. Who goes there? The masked man's eyes snapped open, a chilling glare emanating from them as he barked out his command. Hearing the command, the dark-clad man quickly regained his composure. Noticing Ye Chen's unfamiliar face, he immediately lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed directly at Ye Chen. Ye Chen's fist met its mark with a thunderous impact. The black-clad figure, nearly at the refining void realm, was sent flying by a strike, crashing violently against the wall as a torrent of blood spewed from his mouth. Who dares trespass upon the Shadow Pavilion? The masked figure demanded, casting a glance at the fallen assailant. Where is the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion? Ye Chen did not respond to the ghost face. Instead, he calmly inquired. The ghost face let out a cold sneer. Humph. Do you truly believe you can uncover the location of the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters? That is nothing but a fool's dream. As he spoke, several assassins clad in black erupted into furious shouts, simultaneously launching their attacks towards Ye Chen. A mere swarm of ants dares to act so boldly. Ye Chen let out a cold snort, his figure darting like lightning as he weaved between several men in black. These individuals possessed only the cultivation level of the transformation stage. Ye Chen effortlessly dispatched them with a few deft maneuvers. With such meager strength, do they dare to emerge and embarrass themselves? Ye Chen clapped his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the masked figure. Who are you, precisely? State your name, for I. Ghost Face, do not slay nameless wretches. Ghost Face remained utterly indifferent to the fate of the several cloaked figures in the Shadow Pavilion. Those at the transformation stage were considered inconsequential assassins, most of whom were even oblivious to the very location of the pavilion's entrance. Ghost Face resolved to take matters into his own hands. Possessing the cultivation of the Great Ascension stage, he was on the verge of crossing into the Tribulation stage. He was confident that he could effortlessly subdue Ye Chen. It is you who seeks to end my life, Ye Chen. Ye Chen spoke with an air of indifference. Ye Chen? The ghostly figure paused momentarily, and then, as if recalling something, his expression shifted slightly. You are the very Ye Chen who slaughtered the majority of the noble offspring from Baiwa City. Indeed, that is I. What of it? Has the Wang family sent you to eliminate me, yet you do not even recognize your target? Such incompetence is unbecoming of an assassin. With a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Ye Chen teasingly remarked, since you have ventured into my Shadow Pavilion, you might as well leave your life here. As he spoke, the ghostly face launched an assault towards Ye Chen. Then it shall depend on whether you possess the capability. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Ye Chen's eyes as a jade talisman imbued with sword intent, gifted by Su Taixu, suddenly materialized in his hand. Die. The ghostly face roared, launching a palm strike towards Ye Chen. At that moment, Ye Chen activated the jade talisman, unleashing an extraordinarily sharp sword intent that ascended to the heavens, instantly shredding the ghostly face's assault. With a cry of anguish, the ghostly figure was hurled backward by the sword intent, crashing heavily to the ground, breathless and gravely injured. What kind of power is this? The ghostly face gasped in terror, gazing at the jade talisman in Ye Chen's hand, disbelief etched across his features. He could never have anticipated that Ye Chen possessed such a formidable trump card. Now, can you reveal to me the location of the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters? Ye Chen tucked away the jade talisman, gazing down at the ghostly visage with an icy demeanor that brooked no dissent. You shall not succeed. The ghostly figure ground out through clenched teeth. So you are stubborn, are you? Ye Chen let out a cold laugh and approached the ghostly figure, lightly tapping several points on his body. Instantly, the ghost felt an unbearable itch coursing through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, he gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing to utter a single word. Ye Chen remained unhurried as he turned to lead Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao into the adjacent treasury. Upon entering, the trio was instantly taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before them. The treasury was a veritable mountain of spirit stones radiating a dazzling brilliance, while an array of magical artifacts and cultivation resources dazzled the senses. Wow, so many spirit stones! Xiao Tao exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap into the air. It was unfathomable how many lives the Shadow Pavilion must have extinguished to amass such a fortune. Though Luo Qiqing struggled to conceal her own exhilaration, a slight furrow formed on her brow, revealing a hint of disdain in her gaze. Indeed, being an assassin was undeniably lucrative. Ye Chen felt a sense of emotion. This was merely a branch of the Shadow Pavilion. The headquarters likely possessed an unimaginable quantity of spirit stones. This realization intensified Ye Chen's desire to locate the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion. He speculated that acquiring the spirit stones from the headquarters would undoubtedly enable him to return to the refining void stage of cultivation. Ye Chen unreservedly placed the spirit stones into his storage ring and then began to select magical artifacts for Luo Qiqing and Xiao Tao. Qiqing, this defensive artifact is well suited for you. Ye Chen picked up a shield that radiated a gentle glow and handed it to Luo Qiqing. Xiao Tao, this spell will enhance your illusionary abilities. Ye Chen selected another exquisite bell and presented it to Xiao Tao. The two of them joyfully accepted the magical artifact. Ye Chen gathered the remaining magical artifacts and cultivation resources into a spatial bag and handed it to Luo Qiqing. Qiqing, take this back to the sect. It should aid in its development. Thank you, Ye Chen. Luo Qiqing solemnly accepted the spatial bag. She did not refuse nor utter any further expressions of gratitude, merely offering a simple thank you. These magical artifacts and cultivation resources were of great significance to the sect's growth. Luo Qiqing understood that Ye Chen was indifferent to such material possessions. She would repay him in other ways. Ye Chen has already made his determination regarding her, and she, too, has silently affirmed her commitment to Ye Chen within her heart. Ye Chen and his companions thoroughly pillaged the treasure vault before approaching the figure of the ghost face. The ghost face remained stubbornly curled up on the ground, gritting his teeth. Ah, quite resilient, indeed. Ye Chen crouched down, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the ghostly visage before him, as if observing some rare curiosity. Yet, your resilience is formidable. I wonder if you can withstand the methods I shall employ next. As he spoke, he reached out and pressed down on the ghostly figure several more times. A piercing scream escaped the ghostly face, akin to the sensation of countless ants gnawing at one's very marrow, thrashing violently upon the ground. So, what will you say now? Ye Chen leisurely inquired, his tone laced with mockery. Go on, kill me. The ghostly figure gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. TSK. What is the necessity of that? Ye Chen shook his head with a pained expression. Wouldn't it have spared you suffering had you spoken earlier? You forced me to resort to my ultimate measure. As he spoke, he withdrew a jade vial from his robe and uncorked it, releasing an extraordinary fragrance that instantly permeated the air. What is this? The masked man's countenance drastically changed upon inhaling the scent, his eyes brimming with terror. This is the enhanced version of my treasured itching powder Bone Deep Itch, Ye Chen explained with a smile, promising to make you experience what it truly means to be unable to live or die. Do you dare? The ghostly figure was filled with terror. He would rather be slain by a single strike than endure such inhumane torment once more. Do you see whether I dare or not? Ye Chen spoke, making a motion as if to pour the powder from the jade vial onto the ghostly face. Wait, I say, is it not enough for me to say it? The ghostly face finally broke down, shouting hoarsely. Would it not have been better to do this sooner? Ye Chen smiled gently as he tucked away the jade vial, adorned with an expression of a promising pupil. The leader of the Shadow Pavilion, Ghost Face, weakly uttered a statement. The headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion is actually located in Zhangzhou City. Upon hearing Ghost Face's words, Luo Qiqing exclaimed in astonishment, her delicate face filled with disbelief. Zhangzhou City? What kind of place is that? With a curious expression, Ye Chen inquired. Although he had been in the Canglan continent for over 3 years, 2 of those years had been spent confined within the Starry Soul Tower, and he had seldom ventured outside, leaving him somewhat unfamiliar with the distribution of forces on the continent. Zhangzhou City is the territory of the Canglan Sect, one of the 10 great sects of Canglan, possessing formidable strength. Luo Qiqing elaborated that it was truly astonishing for the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion to be located there. Yet, there was nothing particularly strange about it. Ye Chen scoffed dismissively. The most perilous locations often harbor the greatest safety. Nevertheless, as Luo Qiqing yearned to articulate further, she was abruptly interrupted by Ye Chen. Very well. Let us not dwell on such matters for now. Ye Chen waved his hand and turned to the ghostly figure, inquiring, "Do you have anything further to say?" The specter had succumbed to utter despair, realizing that being in Ye Chen's grasp offered no hope for survival. Consequently, he closed his eyes and remained silent. "Since you have nothing more to express, then may you embark on your journey in peace." Ye Chen spoke, and suddenly a ball of flame materialized in his hand. With a gentle flick, the fire swiftly engulfed the ghostly visage. "Let us proceed to the next destination." Ye Chen clapped his hands and turned to walk outside. Where to next? Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao hurriedly followed. Of course, it was to pay a visit to those who wished for his demise. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's lips. Those who dare to employ assassins against us must be prepared to pay the price. Outside the city of 100 Flowers, amidst the void, the recently arrived Yao Miaoyi observed the retreating figures of Ye Chen and his companions. A flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. Chapter 52. Settling accounts with the aristocrats of 100 Flowers City. Initially concerned for the safety of Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao, she had rushed here, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. This young man truly possesses audacity. Having obliterated the entrance of the Shadow Pavilion and now seeking to confront their headquarters, Yao Miaoyi murmured to herself, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness and affection. She understood Ye Chen's character, outwardly carefree, yet his mind was astute and profound. Well, if he wishes to proceed, I shall protect him from the shadows. With a shake of her head, she gradually vanished into the void, resolving to safeguard Ye Chen and his companions while simultaneously producing a communication talisman to send a message. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing's thoughts have not escaped her notice. She acknowledges the potential future son-in-law, and it is imperative that no harm befalls him. Meanwhile, Ye Chen seems to sense the presence of the skilled healer, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How delightful it is to have a free bodyguard. Ye Chen felt a secret sense of pride, and his steps became increasingly light and buoyant. With the assurance of having free bodyguards in the shadows, what was there to fear? He was ready to unleash his full potential. Ye Chen and his companions, engaged in lively conversation, soared through the skies on their swords. Arriving above the Wang family's estate. "Wang Patriarch, come forth and reminisce with us," Ye Chen proclaimed loudly, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. Resonating like thunder above the Wang family estate. Within his study, the family head, Wang Pe, paced anxiously. Upon hearing Ye Chen's voice, he was startled into a shiver, causing the teacup in his hand to crash to the floor, shattering into fragments. How did he arrive? Could it be that he knows? Wang Po's face turned ashen. A surge of profound unease swelling within him. "Master, trouble is brewing. That rascal Ye Chen has come knocking again." A servant rushed in, falling to his knees, his voice trembling with fear. "Calm yourself. I am not deaf," Wang Po bellowed, striving to regain his composure. "Summon all the elders and disciples. We shall go out to greet him." Though fear gnawed at his heart, Wang Po feigned tranquility, leading a cadre of Wang family elites to the entrance of the estate. "Young Master Yi, what brings you here?" Wang Po managed to muster a smile that was more grotesque than a cry of despair, cautiously inquiring. "Is it that I am unwelcome?" Ye Chen gazed at Wang Po with a smile that was almost inscrutable, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. "Not at all. Young Master Yi is jesting. Your presence is indeed a privilege for my Wang family." Wang Po, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly refuted. "If it is such a privilege, then why do you not invite us in for a seat?" Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with amusement. "Indeed, it appears I have overlooked certain matters. Master Yi, Fairy Luo, and Miss Xiao Tao, please, do come in." Wang Po promptly stepped aside, ushering Ye Chen and his companions into the residence. Upon entering the grand hall, Wang Po ordered tea to be served. "Might I inquire, Master Yi, what brings you here today?" Wang Po asked cautiously. "Nothing of great consequence," Ye Chen replied. "I merely wish to ask the head of the Wang family if he has recently engaged in any unscrupulous dealings." Ye Chen raised his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and casually inquired, "Are you harboring any guilty secrets?" "Ever since the previous incident, I have adhered strictly to the law and have not engaged in any underhanded dealings." Wang Po's forehead was slick with cold sweat, his gaze flickering, unwilling to meet Ye Chen's eyes. "Oh, is that so?" Ye Chen set down his teacup, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Does the head of the Wang family truly understand the nature of the Shadow Pavilion?" Upon hearing this, Wang Po's complexion instantly grew even paler, his body trembling involuntarily. "Young Master Yi, what are you talking about?" I do not comprehend," Wang Po stammered, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Ye Chen's eyes. "Do you not comprehend?" Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, suddenly striking the table with force as he rose to his feet, casting a lofty gaze upon Wang Po. Wang Pe, I shall ask you one final time. Will you speak? Wang Pe, overwhelmed by Ye Chen's imposing presence, found himself paralyzed with fear. Collapsing to the ground as a foul stench emanated from his trousers. He was utterly terrified. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, and his face was awash with aversion. Luo Qiqing and Xiao Tao pinched their noses, one hand waving in front of them, equally displaying their distaste. Ye Chen turned to look at Luo Qiqing, his expression gentle. Qiqing, what do you think should be done with him? After all, this was within the jurisdiction of the 100 Flowers Palace, and Ye Chen felt it necessary to respect Luo Qiqing's opinion. Ye Chen, it would be too lenient to simply kill such a person, Luo Qiqing replied, a glint of coldness flickering in her beautiful eyes. Oh, so what does Qiqing imply? Ye Chen inquired with gentle curiosity, why not summon all those involved in this matter? At this point, Luo Qiqing deliberately paused, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her beautiful eyes. And then what? Ye Chen inquired, yet he had already fathomed Luo Qiqing's thoughts. Then, let them take their own lives to atone for their sins. Luo Qiqing articulated each word with chilling precision. A splendid notion. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes immediately sparkled with delight as he smiled and remarked, Qiqing, you are indeed astute. Of course. Luo Qiqing replied, lifting her chin with an air of superiority, embodying the very essence of brilliance that only Ye Chen could witness. To other men, however, Luo Qiqing maintained an icy demeanor, keeping them at a distance. Wang Pe, did you hear that? Ye Chen turned to look at Wang Pe, who was slumped on the ground, and spoke in a chilling tone. Now, at once, send a message to those individuals, instructing them to bring all their magical artifacts and spirit stones, and arrive here to plead for forgiveness within the hour. Otherwise, their families shall no longer have a reason to exist. Wang Pe, utterly shattered at this moment, realized that he was trapped in an inescapable calamity. In a desperate bid for survival, he had no choice but to comply. An hour later, the heads of all the families involved in the assassination attempt against Ye Chen in 100 Flower City arrived, each bearing their family's treasures and spirit stones. They knelt before Ye Chen, trembling with fear, their faces ashen. Young Master Yi, spare us. We were merely caught in a moment of folly. We beseech you. In your magnanimity, grant us mercy this once. The family heads knelt on the ground, pleading earnestly, hoping for Ye Chen's clemency. Spare you? Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an icy demeanor. Did you ever consider sparing me when you conspired with the Shadow Pavilion to assassinate us? The heads of the families fell silent, their faces paling as they realized they were beyond salvation today. Young Master Yi, we acknowledge our mistakes and are willing to sacrifice our entire fortunes to atone for our sins. Please grant us a chance to live, lamented the head of the Zhao family. Indeed, we are prepared to lose everything, just begging for your mercy, echoed the other family heads in desperate agreement. Chapter 53. Entering the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion. Sacrificing everything. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh. Do you believe your lives are worth such a paltry sum? What do you intend to do? The head of the Li family asked, mustering his courage. Offer your lives in atonement. Ye Chen spoke with an icy tone. Otherwise, I shall make your lives a living hell. Your families will also face dire consequences. What? To commit suicide as an apology? Upon hearing this, the heads of the families were immediately stricken with horror, their faces paling like ashes, their eyes brimming with despair. They could never have anticipated that Ye Chen would be so ruthless as to demand their lives in atonement. What? Are you unwilling? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Since that is the case, I shall grant your wishes. As Ye Chen spoke, he was about to take action. Wait. At that moment, a patriarch suddenly exclaimed loudly. Young Master Yi, we are willing to take our own lives, but could you spare our families after our demise? Indeed, young Master Yi, we are prepared to sacrifice ourselves in atonement, only asking that you grant mercy to our families. Other patriarchs also pleaded earnestly. I can assure you, as long as you take your own lives in atonement, I shall not hold your families accountable. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen fell into a moment of silence before gradually responding. He was not one to revel in bloodshed. Punishing an entire clan for the transgressions of a single individual was not his way. Very well. If that is the case, let us atone with our lives. I hope young Master Yi will uphold his word. The heads of the families, realizing they had no path of retreat, understood their dire predicament. They believed Ye Chen to be yet another disciple of the 100 Flowers Palace, a notion widely accepted due to the palace's known aversion to accepting male disciples. They had speculated that Ye Chen might be the illegitimate offspring of a high-ranking member of the palace, Otherwise, it was inconceivable for a male disciple to be accepted. Had Ye Chen been aware of their thoughts, he would have given them a rude awakening, for he hailed from the celestial realm and was no one's illegitimate child. Gritting their teeth, the family heads raised their hands and struck their palms against their own crowns, thus ending their own lives. Moments later, the hall was left with nothing but a floor strewn with corpses and a heavy scent of blood. Ye Chen gazed upon the scene before him, his eyes devoid of any trace of compassion, only an endless chill. Let us depart. Ye Chen spoke softly, then turned and walked outside. Luo Qiqing and Xiao Tao followed him in silence. After the trio departed from the Wang family, the news swiftly spread throughout the entire Baiwa city. Upon learning of this event, the citizens erupted in applause, praising Ye Chen for ridding the world of evil and bringing great relief to the people. Meanwhile, those noble families that had not participated in the assassination of Ye Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their families had not engaged in the wanton slaughter of innocent, reckless science. They simultaneously reinforced their restrictions on their own offspring, wary of any potential trouble that might bring calamity upon their clans. As for Ye Chen, he led Luo Qiqing and Xiao Tao toward the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion in Zhangzhou City. Qiqing, Xiao Tao, let us proceed and pay a visit to the Shadow Pavilion. Ye Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, as if he were not about to engage in a confrontation, but rather attending a gathering with an old friend. With the formidable presence of the adept healer and bodyguard, who was in the late stages of tribulation, Ye Chen felt no trepidation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion in Zhangzhou City, a disciple rushed into the grand hall in a flurry. Reporting to the pavilion master, the entrance of Baiwa City has been obliterated. The disciple knelt upon the ground, his voice trembling. What? The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically, the jovial conversation abruptly interrupted, faces turning pale with shock. What did you say? Repeat that. The pavilion master, an elderly man clad in a black robe with a sinister visage, slammed his palm upon the table and bellowed in anger. The entrance of Baiwa City has been destroyed, and the hall master, Ghost Face, has also been slain. The disciple, quaking in fear, hastily reiterated. Who is responsible? A burly elder with a face full of scars roared, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the hall. Reporting to the elder, it was a young man named Ye Chen. His cultivation is unfathomable. Ghost Face could not withstand even a single strike from him. The disciple's voice dwindled to a near whisper. Useless. Ghost Face is also a failure. The elder, enraged, smashed a chair beside him with a single blow. Pavilion master, this matter is of great significance. How shall we respond? Another elder inquired solemnly. Humph. To dare annihilate a branch of my shadow pavilion is to court death. A chilling glint flashed in the pavilion master's eyes as he spoke with a grim tone. Issue a command to pursue this boy relentlessly. Upon discovery, he must be executed without exception. Understood. The disciple hurriedly took his leave. Elders, what are your thoughts? The pavilion master surveyed the assembly, his voice low and serious. Pavilion master, this situation is exceedingly suspicious. We should ascertain the facts before proceeding, one elder advised cautiously. Indeed. Ghostface possessed perfected cultivation in the Great Ascension stage. It should have been effortless for him to dispatch this foe, suggesting that the assailant is likely of tribulation stage. Another elder concurred. Humph. Regardless of who he may be, those who dare to provoke my shadow pavilion shall pay the price. The pavilion master scoffed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Zhangzhou City, bustling far beyond the levels of Baiwa City, was alive with throngs of people, the streets echoing with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Ye Chen and his companions followed the map provided by the phantom face and arrived at a seemingly ordinary tea house. Is this the place? It hardly resembles a den of murder and smuggling, Xiao Tao remarked with a look of skepticism. The tea house was elegantly decorated, and the patrons were cultured gentlemen and ladies, far removed from the sinister and terrifying headquarters of an assassin organization they had envisioned. The most perilous places often conceal themselves beneath the most mundane facades. Ye Chen feigned profundity as he uttered a phrase and stepped into the tea house. Inside, the storyteller was vividly narrating tales of the Jianghu, captivating the audience and eliciting resounding applause. Ye Chen, however, was indifferent to the conversation, striding directly to the counter and placing a black token engraved with arcane symbols upon the table. This was the token of the ghost mask, granting entry solely to its bearer into the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion. The gatekeeper acknowledged only the token, not the individual, as the various leaders from different regions would invariably disguise their true identities during their visits. The innkeeper, initially drowsy, was jolted awake at the sight of the token and scrutinized Ye Chen with keen eyes. The esteemed guests may proceed upstairs, he intoned, lowering his voice. With that, he guided Ye Chen and his companions through a concealed corridor, arriving at the foot of an artificial mountain. Hidden within this mountain was an underground passage. After ushering Ye Chen and his companions inside, the innkeeper turned and departed. This innkeeper, ostensibly an ordinary man, was in fact the gatekeeper of the Shadow Pavilion headquarters, possessing formidable cultivation at the Great Ascension stage. Halt! Who dares to intrude upon the sanctum of the Shadow Pavilion? As Ye Chen emerged from the underground passage, he was immediately surrounded by several guards clad in black. Luo Qiqing and Xiao Tao swiftly assumed defensive stances. Chapter 54. A business discussion with the Shadow Pavilion Master. Only those of Hall Master rank and above are permitted entry into the inner sanctum of the Shadow Pavilion. To gain access to this place, one must shed all disguises and revert to their true appearance. The guards recognized the Hall Masters from various regions. Yet Ye Chen's unfamiliar visage was a novelty to them. The guards were intent on conducting a thorough inspection, should anyone attempt to trespass, regardless of their identity. They would be met with immediate execution. I have come today merely to engage in conversation with your pavilion master. Ye Chen paid no heed to their inquiries, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke casually. Impudent. The Lord is not someone you can simply meet at your whim. One of the guards barked, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. I must see him today, regardless. Ye Chen let out a cold snicker, his figure flickering as he effortlessly passed several guards, making his way directly into the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion. Bold indeed. The guards, witnessing this audacious act, were instantly enraged and drew their weapons, charging towards Ye Chen. However, their assaults were nothing more than child's play to him. Ye Chen did not cast a glance at them. He merely waved his hand casually, unleashing several streaks of sword energy that sent the guards hurtling through the air, crashing violently to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their fates uncertain. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Shadow Pavilion? A furious voice resounded, and moments later, a dark figure soared out from the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion, appearing before Ye Chen. This individual was none other than the master of the Shadow Pavilion. His gaze fixed on Ye Chen with a somber intensity, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Are you the master of the Shadow Pavilion? Ye Chen scrutinized the individual before him and inquired nonchalantly, indeed. Young man, who are you? What brings you to intrude upon the headquarters of my Shadow Pavilion? The master of the Shadow Pavilion asked in a frigid tone. My name is Ye Chen. I have come here to discuss a business proposition with you. Ye Chen spoke lightly. Business discussions? What business? The master of the Shadow Pavilion furrowed his brow and inquired. Typically, assassination contracts are handled through various halls. The master and elders do not meet directly. I demand that your Shadow Pavilion compensate me for the losses incurred from the assassination attempt. A playful smile curled at the corners of Ye Chen's lips. What? The master of the Shadow Pavilion paused momentarily at these words, only to erupt into laughter as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. Young man, are you jesting? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? The laughter of the Shadow Pavilion's master abruptly ceased as a realization struck him. The one who had obliterated the entrance of the 100-Flower City was also named Ye Chen. Could it be that this youthful figure before him was indeed that very individual? He found himself uncertain, as this Ye Chen appeared exceedingly young. The master of the Shadow Pavilion fixed his icy gaze upon Ye Chen, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Regardless of whether or not he was that Ye Chen, any intruder in the Shadow Pavilion was destined to perish. I am fully aware of what I am saying. Ye Chen, oblivious to the thoughts of the Shadow Pavilion's leader, spoke with a hint of disdain. In Baihuiqing, I fell victim to the assassination attempts of your Shadow Pavilion's assassins. How can you target individuals as virtuous as us? Does your conscience not ache? Ye Chen assumed a demeanor of profound sorrow. Therefore, you must compensate us for our emotional distress. Luo Qingsheng and Xiao Tao stood nearby, utterly astonished by Ye Chen's audacious maneuver. Must one really seek justification to demand compensation? If justification is required, it should at least be plausible. How can your reasoning be so far-fetched? Xiao Tao blinked her bright, expressive eyes and nodded, feeling as though she had learned yet another trick from Ye Chen. Even the concealed physician, Yao Miaoi, could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth. Young man, it turns out that the Hall of Baihua City was annihilated by you. The master of the Shadow Pavilion glared at Ye Chen with indignation, scoffing disdainfully. Young man, I care not who you are or what connections you possess. Today, you shall not leave here alive. Is that so? I am eager to see how you intend to prevent me from walking out of here unscathed. A cold smile curled at the corners of Ye Chen's lips, and a glint of frost flashed in his eyes. Seeking death, the master of the Shadow Pavilion bellowed furiously, his figure flickering as he lunged towards Ye Chen. The moment he struck, he unleashed his full might, leaving no room for mercy. The terrifying fluctuations of his tribulation stage cultivation surged forth like a raging tide, crashing towards Ye Chen. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. With a cold snort, he flipped his right hand, revealing the sword intent jade talisman bestowed upon him by Su Taixu. As the talisman activated, an immortal sword intent surged forth, slicing towards the master of the Shadow Pavilion. What? The master of the Shadow Pavilion's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with horror. From this sword intent, he sensed a terrifying aura that sent chills down his spine. He had never encountered such a formidable sword intent before. It instilled within him an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How could this be possible? In a state of utter shock, the master of the Shadow Pavilion hastily mobilized his entire vital energy, coalescing it into a massive protective shield that stood before him. Boom! The sword's shadow collided violently with the protective shield, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The terrifying energy wave erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping outward in all directions. The buildings surrounding the Shadow Pavilion headquarters crumbled under the onslaught of this dreadful energy, transforming into a wasteland. Puff! The master of the Shadow Pavilion let out a muffled groan, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite, with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground, his complexion pale as a sheet, and his breath weak and feeble. How could this be possible? Struggling to rise from the ground, the master of the Shadow Pavilion stared at Ye Chen with eyes wide in disbelief, filled with incredulity. He never imagined that as a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, he would be defeated in one move by a mere youth. Moreover, the opponent appeared to do so with such nonchalance, as if it were merely a trivial act. Who exactly are you? The master of the Shadow Pavilion stammered, his voice trembling with fear. As I have stated before, my name is Ye Chen. Ye Chen spoke softly. Do you still believe that I lack the qualifications to demand compensation from your Shadow Pavilion? Upon hearing this, the master of the Shadow Pavilion fell silent. He realized that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. He also understood that the terrifying sword intent talisman could only have been forged by someone of formidable power standing behind Ye Chen. The individual behind Ye Chen possesses an unfathomable power, far beyond what he can contend with. What do you desire? The master of the Shadow Pavilion inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear within, and inquired. It is quite simple. Compensate us for the psychological distress caused by the assassination attempt. Ye Chen spoke softly, otherwise, I would not hesitate to erase your Shadow Pavilion from existence. Upon hearing this, the master of the Shadow Pavilion was instantly engulfed in fury. How dare this young man threaten him? You insolent brat, do not be too arrogant. The master of the Shadow Pavilion bellowed. My Shadow Pavilion has stood for thousands of years in the Canglan continent, and we have never feared anyone. Is that so? With a cold smile playing at the corners of Ye Chen's lips and a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes, he declared, since that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of Ye Chen. Chapter 55, The Shameless Su Old Demon. Just as Ye Chen was about to take action against the sect leader, several elders from the Shadow Pavilion, who were in the transcending tribulation stage, hastily arrived, drawn by the commotion. Leader, what has transpired? One elder inquired with urgency. It is this brat who has grievously wounded me with a single strike of his magical artifact. The leader of the Shadow Pavilion replied darkly, pointing at Ye Chen. The elders were taken aback, their gazes turning warily toward Ye Chen. Who exactly are you, boy, to dare wreak havoc in my Shadow Pavilion? One elder bellowed in anger. Humph, you sent someone to assassinate me. Today, I shall settle this score. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh. Arrogance. Another elder's figure flickered, instantly charging towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen, undaunted, once again activated the jade talisman of sword intent in his hand. A fierce blade of sword energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards the elder. The elder, sensing the terrifying aura of the sword intent, turned pale with fright. He attempted to evade, but it was already too late. With a piercing strike, the sword energy penetrated the elder's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. The other elders, witnessing this scene, collectively gasped in shock, their hearts filled with astonishment and dread. How could this be possible? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, none of you shall leave here alive. Ye Chen stood proudly, wielding the sword intent jade talisman. The elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to what course of action to take. The sword intent jade talisman in Ye Chen's hand had exhausted its uses, disintegrating into a fine powder. Each talisman could be utilized thrice, and Ye Chen possessed 3 in total, having now depleted 2. He still retained 1, though it remained sheathed. For he felt no trepidation in the presence of the 4 tribulation phase cultivators. With the esteemed physician Yao Miao in the void, should she choose to intervene, these 4 would prove no match for her prowess. Ye Chen wished to conserve the sword and tint jade talisman for future perils. An elder, with keen eyes, noticed the talisman in Ye Chen's hand disintegrate into powder, and his heart surged with joy, prompting a wild outburst. Youngster, without that magical artifact, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. With that, he extended his palm towards Ye Chen, channeling all his power from the tribulation stage, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Brother Ye Chen, be careful. Xiao Tao and Luo Qingqing's expressions shifted dramatically. Without the sword and tint jade talisman, Ye Chen stood no chance against such a strike. Luo Qingqing moved forward, prepared to shield Ye Chen from this lethal attack. In that critical moment, the ethereal Yao Miao also perceived that Ye Chen lacked the protective talisman. Concerned for his safety, she swiftly intervened to thwart the elder. Yao Miao materialized out of thin air, her sleeves sweeping with a powerful force that sent the elder staggering back several paces. Who dares to harm my disciple? Yao Miao proclaimed fiercely, exuding a formidable aura that astonished all present. Master! Xiao Tao exclaimed with excitement, waving her hand joyfully, the tension in her heart dissipating. With her master's arrival, all would be well. Master, what brings you here? Luo Qingqing, her anxiety eased, regarded Yu Miao with a glimmer of surprise and offered a slight bow. With the master present, Ye Chen's safety was assured. At last, the esteemed elder had revealed herself. Ye Chen wore a relaxed expression, greeting Yao Miao with a cheerful smile. Yao Miao cast a sidelong glance at Ye Chen, realizing for the first time that he had been aware of her presence all along. Simultaneously, she was astonished, pondering how Ye Chen had discerned her. No matter how Ye Chen investigates, he remains at the 9th level of qi cultivation, yet he is capable of defeating both nascent soul and transformation stage adversaries, while also detecting her presence nearby. The members of the Shadow Pavilion, however, are taken aback, astonished by the sudden emergence of such a formidable force. Who are you? The elder, who had been repelled, reveals a look of terror. Humph! It's Yao Miao from the 100 Flowers Palace. How dare you from the Shadow Pavilion lay a hand on my disciple? Truly audacious. Yao Miao coldly retorts. The leader of the Shadow Pavilion and several elders exchange glances, a sense of alarm dawning upon them. They understand that Yao Miao is not to be trifled with, and today's events will likely not end amicably. The elders of the Shadow Pavilion communicate silently through their gazes while simultaneously whispering amongst themselves. Suddenly, they strike together, launching an assault toward Yao Miao. Even the injured elder lying on the ground, along with the pavilion leader, muster their remaining strength to join the attack against her. Master, be careful. Xiao Tao and Luo Qingqing exclaim in alarm, urging Yao Miao to exercise caution. Yet, undaunted by the imminent threat, Yao Miao lets out a cold snort. You overestimate yourselves. With that, she swiftly forms hand seals, and a dazzling radiance erupts from her, creating a formidable shield around her. Ye Chen grasped the final jade talisman of sword and tint in his hand, preparing to activate it. Suddenly, Su Taixu stepped forth from the void, forming his fingers into a sword and unleashing a formidable strike. An overwhelmingly tyrannical immortal sword intent surged towards the 6 members of the Shadow Pavilion. Before they could react, they were struck by the sword intent, sent sprawling to the ground, their fates uncertain. Qingqing and Xiao Tao immediately exhaled in relief, while Ye Chen tucked the jade talisman away. When Yao Miao learned of Ye Chen's intent to venture into the Shadow Pavilion, she promptly sent a communication to Su Taixu. Aware that the Shadow Pavilion harbored several tribulation stage powerhouses, she did not dare to be complacent. Upon receiving the message, Su Taixu swiftly arrived with Su Chen, though he had assigned Su Chen a task of his own. Upon his arrival, he remained concealed within the void, unnoticed even by Yao Miao, as well as by Ye Chen's myriad forms. Su Taixu then flashed before Ye Chen. Haha, my dear disciple, have you had your fill of play? He displayed what he believed to be a benevolent smile, yet in Ye Chen's eyes, it concealed a dagger. Hey, old demon Su, are you planning to drag me back and imprison me? Ye Chen swiftly retreated several meters, wearing a vigilant expression. He certainly did not wish to be confined again. How utterly dull that would be. Yao Miao, Luo Qingqing, and Xiao Tao stared at Ye Chen with wide eyes, astonished. He actually referred to his master, Su Laomo, in such a manner. Ye Chen's intense reaction left Su Taixu momentarily stunned, his facial muscles twitching slightly. After a brief pause, Su Taixu regained a smile that he considered warm and inviting. Hige, My dear disciple, how could I ever confine you? You slipped away without my hindrance, did you not? Su Taixu stroked his beard thoughtfully. You see, with my abilities, how could you possibly escape my notice? I was fully aware of your clandestine departure. It was all a deliberate act on my part, he asserted, adopting an expression of benevolence. Ah, pish. The shameless Su Laoma speaks without a hint of embarrassment. Clearly, he has no idea when or how Ye Chen made his escape. Yet he speaks with such self-righteousness, as if everything was under his control. Is it truly so? Ye Chen was uncertain about the veracity of Su Taixu's words. He only understood that Su Taixu was not as simple as he appeared. Of course it is true. You are my disciple. How could I possibly harm you? Su Taixu proclaimed with sincerity, his palms pressed together in earnestness. Chapter 56, Disciple. Returned for a surprise, he indeed held a fondness for Ye Chen, his disobedient disciple. What astonished him even more was that Ye Chen had silently established his dominance over the Starry Soul Tower. Something Su Taixu himself had never achieved despite possessing it for millennia. Yet, Ye Chen accomplished this feat in merely 2 years. At that moment, Lin Shuo and Su Chen, accompanied by a throng of disciples from the heavenly Tianxuan Sect, stormed in with great fervor. Lin Shuo was dragging an almost lifeless old man behind him. Salutations to the elder. The disciples of the heavenly Tianxuan Sect greeted Su Taixu with utmost respect. There's no need for formalities, Su Taixu replied indifferently. Lin Shuo carelessly tossed the old man onto the ground. He was the manager of the tea house, a figure of considerable importance during the Mahayana period. Master, all members of the Shadow Pavilion outside have been eradicated. This old man is the gatekeeper of the tea house. Lin Shuo reported with a respectful gesture towards Su Taixu. The old man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Humph. Daring to assassinate my disciple, this is the consequence, Su Taixu remarked, slightly nodding as he cast a cold glance at the old man. Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao stood by, somewhat astonished at how swiftly the heavenly Tianxuan Sect had obliterated the nefarious Shadow Pavilion. Yet, Ye Chen remained utterly indifferent to these matters, his mind solely fixated on the spirit stones within the Shadow Pavilion's treasury. He exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao, then proceeded towards the vault. Understanding his intent, Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao promptly followed suit. This lad is perpetually preoccupied with treasures. Su Taixu observed Ye Chen's actions, shaking his head in resignation. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile at their junior brother's unrelenting obsession with wealth. Ye Chen and his companions swiftly arrived at the treasury, a vast chamber brimming with spirit stones and an array of magical artifacts and cultivation resources, a veritable cornucopia of treasures. Wow, so many precious items, exclaimed Xiao Tao, her voice filled with excitement. Luo Qingcheng could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. Ye Chen gazed at the mountain of spiritual stones before him, overwhelmed with excitement. He truly had not anticipated that the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion would possess such an abundance of these precious stones. The sudden influx of wealth felt almost surreal. With this fortune, his cultivation would ascend to new heights, and a broad smile stretched across his face, reaching the back of his ears. Without a hint of hesitation, he swept his hand, collecting all the spiritual stones into his storage ring. These treasures are mine alone. No one shall dare to claim them. Ye Chen chuckled. You only know about wealth. Luo Qingcheng cast him a disdainful glance, while Xiao Tao busily selected her favored magical artifacts. At that moment, Lin Shuo and Su Chen entered with disciples from the Tianxuan Sect. Su Chen and the Tianxuan disciples stood in awe, gazing at the dazzling array of magical treasures and cultivation resources, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Conversely, Lin Shuo displayed little interest, casually surveying the surroundings. Hurry, pack it up and take it back to the sect, Su Chen commanded, snapping back to reality. The disciples behind him immediately reacted to Su Chen's instruction, swiftly retrieving their Tianxuan bags to fill them with the treasures and resources. They managed to stuff a dozen Tianxuan bags to the brim. The Tianxuan disciples erupted in excitement, exclaiming that they had struck it rich. Even combined, the two Tianxuan sects had never possessed such an abundance of treasures and resources. Lin Shuo took half of the treasures and resources, approaching the esteemed healer, Yao Miao. Esteemed Yao, I owe you my gratitude for alerting my master. Please accept these. Lin Shuo pushed several Tianxuan bags towards Yao Miao. This is too much. The 100 Flowers Palace did not contribute this time, and it would be inappropriate to accept such a generous gift. Yao Miao hastily declined. Esteemed Yao, please accept it. After all, the Tianxuan Sect cannot utilize so many treasures. Let us share together. Ye Chen offered his persuasion from the side. To him, none of this mattered, as long as his spiritual stones remained untouched. Very well then, I extend my gratitude to young Master Lin and fellow Taoist Su. After a moment's hesitation, Yao Miaoi ultimately nodded in acceptance. These resources were of paramount importance for the development of the sect, and she could no longer decline. You are too modest. Senior Yao, our two sects must engage more frequently in the future, Lin Shou remarked with a gentle smile. Su Taixu also offered a slight nod. Upon hearing the mention of increased interactions, Su Chen's eyes sparkled. He was still thinking of Yao Miaoyi's esteemed disciple, Yu Chu Man. The group tidied their treasures and prepared to depart from the Shadow Pavilion. They stepped out into an expansive open area. Ye Chen discreetly slipped a Tianxuan pouch into Luo Qingqing's hands. Within it lay 6 9-turn golden spirit fruits, which Ye Chen had procured 2 years prior in a mysterious valley. The consumption of these fruits could cleanse the marrow and strengthen the bones, significantly enhancing one's cultivation, an invaluable treasure in the Canglan Realm. They would greatly aid both Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao in their training and advancement. Fair maiden of the medicinal arts, we part ways here. May we meet again, Su Taixu said with a respectful gesture. The medicine fairy smiled in return. Farewell, Taoist friend Su. Luo Qingqing gazed at Ye Chen, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Her lips moved slightly, yet in the end, she could not bring herself to utter a word. Ye Chen felt similarly, with a torrent of words swirling in his mind, yet unsure of how to articulate them. Sister Luo, brother Ye Chen, in your current state, it would be more straightforward to express your true feelings, Xiao Tao remarked, observing the two with a knowing look. Xiao Tao, mind your words, Luo Qingqing replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she gently reprimanded her. Ye Chen awkwardly scratched his head. All right, let us be on our way. Yao Miaoi chuckled as she took hold of Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao, vanishing into the void. Before departing, Luo Qingqing cast a lingering glance at Ye Chen, then turned and followed Yao Miaoi into the unknown. Ye Chen gazed at their receding figures, lost in thought for an extended moment. Junior brother, stop staring. They have already departed, Su Chen remarked with a peculiar expression as he approached and gently patted Ye Chen's shoulder. He was already aware that Ye Chen had declined the marriage alliance with the Qingyin Pavilion, while Su Taixu had unilaterally arranged a matrimonial engagement for him. Ye Chen regained his composure and sighed. Let us depart. However, Su Taixu remained oblivious to Ye Chen's unusual demeanor as he approached his side. Disciple, upon our return, I shall present you with a delightful surprise, Su Taixu remarked with a cheerful smile. Su Chen opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Yet, in his heart, he thought, Junior brother, this is your tribulation. It is a journey you must undertake alone. Ye Chen observed the smile of the old sorcerer Su, finding it somewhat lecherous. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart, as he sensed that this surprise might very well turn into a fright. A surge of impulse to flee welled up within Ye Chen, yet escaping beneath the watchful gaze of the old demon Su was an impossibility. Indeed, Ye Chen possessed a certain foresight, albeit lacking a modicum of confidence to transform his feelings into certainties. Su Taixu, accompanied by his 3 disciples, vanished into the void. The other disciples of the Tianxuan Sect were required to undergo their own trials, relying on their own strength to return. Moments later, Su Taixu reappeared at the Tianxuan Sect with his 3 disciples, heading directly into the purple bamboo forest of the back mountain. My dear disciple, you are 18 this year, aren't you? Su Taixu beamed as he approached Ye Chen, his gaze reminiscent of a weasel that had just successfully pilfered a chicken. Ye Chen's heart sank momentarily, realizing the gravity of the situation. The lecherous grin of the old devil Su suggested that he was up to no good. What of being 18? Ye Chen furrowed his brow but still responded. Chapter 57, Disciples of Tianxuan Sect being robbed. At 18, youth is indeed a blessing. Su Taixu shook his head thoughtfully, as if reminiscing about some cherished past. Let us address the matter at hand. There is no need for pretense. Ye Chen rolled his eyes, pondering the unnecessary preamble from the old demon Su. Truly, it was a case of the emperor being unhurried while the eunuchs grew anxious. He secretly calculated that if Su's announcement pertained to a favorable matter, perhaps involving a reward of spirit stones, he would graciously accept it. However, should it entail any unfavorable dealings, such as a betrothal, he would not hesitate to employ the 36 stratagems and discreetly withdraw. Oh dear, my disciple. Why are you more anxious than I? Su Taixu said, revealing an expression that everyone understood. Upon hearing Su Taixu's words, Su Chen's lips twitched slightly. He was uncertain whether the little junior disciple would appreciate the betrothal. For the young disciple, it would surely not be a surprise, but rather a fright. Lin Shuo also found himself at a loss with Su Taixu, thinking, as a master, couldn't you be more straightforward? After all this lingering, he had yet to mention the matter at hand. Cough, cough. Su Taixu, noticing the disdain in the gazes of his three disciples, realized he had indeed been rather verbose. Alas, there was no remedy for age, a bit of rambling was to be expected. He cleared his throat, poised to reveal the monumental good news. Suddenly, Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. What's wrong? Junior brother, what happened? Lin Shuo could not help but inquire upon witnessing his distress. Master, there's trouble. I just received a transmission that the resources we obtained from the Shadow Pavilion have been seized. Su Chen's countenance was grave as he turned to Su Taixu. At this revelation, everyone furrowed their brows. Who was audacious enough to pilfer their possessions? Truly, they must be tired of living. Lin Shuo was seething with anger. What on earth transpired? Speak slowly. Su Taixu's jovial demeanor faded, although he did not place much importance on the resources. As the esteemed elder of the Tianxuan Sect, it was imperative to inquire into the matter, if only to retrieve what had been taken. Taking a deep breath, Su Chun recounted the entire sequence of events. After Su Taixu departed with his three disciples, the Tianxuan Sect disciples responsible for transporting the resources were set to return to the sect according to the original plan. However, as they exited Zhongzhou City, they were ambushed by a group of mysterious figures clad in black. These assailants were formidable and ruthless, rendering the Tianxuan disciples powerless to defend themselves. They were utterly overwhelmed and left in disarray. In the end, more than 20 disciples were injured, and all the resources, including artifacts and cultivation materials looted from the Shadow Pavilion vault, were completely pillaged. Unthinkable. These individuals are truly brazen, Lin Shuo exclaimed in furious indignation, vowing to track down the black-clad thieves to settle the score. Old demon Su, stop dawdling. Let us swiftly reclaim what is ours. Ye Chen rubbed his fists, exuding an eagerness to spring into action. Though he feigned indifference towards the treasures and resources, they were, after all, acquired through his own efforts. The thought of them being taken away felt akin to having one's hard-earned crop stolen from their own fields, a grievance he could not possibly swallow. Indeed, master, let us swiftly unearth those scoundrels and make them aware that the possessions of Tianxuan Sect are not so easily pilfered. Su Chen echoed in agreement. Very well. The three of you shall proceed to Zhongzhou City and ascertain who dares to set their sights on Tianxuan Sect. Such matters did not necessitate the personal intervention of Su Taixu. Sending Lin Shuo, who was at the transcendent stage, was already a significant concession. Lin Shuo, accompanied by Su Chen and Ye Chen, transformed into three streaks of light, racing towards Zhongzhou City. Yet at that moment, Ye Chen's mind was occupied with another scheme. Once I uncover who has stolen the resources, I shall profit handsomely from the spirit stones. Externally, he feigned righteous indignation, while internally he reveled in delight, completely forgetful of the monumental opportunity Su Taixu had intended to discuss earlier. Those who dared to rob Tianxuan Sect must surely be affiliated with a major sect, which undoubtedly possessed an abundance of spirit stones. Outside Zhongzhou City, in a small grove, over 20 disciples of Tianxuan Sect stood, bruised and battered, their spirits as deflated as wilted eggplants. Lin Shixiao, Su Shixiao, it was right here where we were robbed. One disciple lamented, pointing at the disordered footprints on the ground. Did you manage to discern who the assailants were? How many were there? Lin Shuo inquired, scanning the surroundings with a furrowed brow. In response to Lin Shixiao, all those individuals were masked, but there were approximately 30 of them, all at least at the golden core and nascent soul stages. Another disciple replied, his voice trembling with trepidation. Over 30 golden core experts, and nascent soul as well? Lin Shuo's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Such a formidable assembly was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary faction to mobilize. It seemed this incident was far more intricate than it appeared. Su Chun, too, furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Ye Chen knelt down, feigning an examination of the traces on the ground, yet a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Over 30 cultivators at the golden core stage, along with those at the nascent soul stage. Tut, tut, such a formidable assembly indeed. They truly hold our heavenly Xuanzong in high regard. Ye Chen's myriad law body sensed the presence of a transformation stage cultivator, coinciding with the time when those disciples were abducted. Junior brother, have you made any discoveries? Su Chen could not help but inquire upon seeing his demeanor. Hee, indeed. I have uncovered something, a trace of a transformation stage aura, Ye Chen said with a sly smile, a glimmer of cunning light flashing in his eyes. The transformation stage? Lin Shuo and Su Chen asked in unison. The disciples of the Tianxuan Sect are all at the golden core and early nascent soul stages. Yet the opponent has even dispatched someone from the transformation stage to seize the treasure. Follow me. The direction in which this aura departed was towards Zhongzhou City. Ye Chen turned and walked towards the direction of Zhongzhou City. Lin Shuo and Su Chen exchanged a glance, allowing the disciples of Tianxuan Sect to return to their sect first, before closely following behind Ye Chen. Ye Chen and his companions arrived outside Zhongzhou City. Yet they did not hasten to enter. Instead, they sought a secluded spot where Ye Chen discreetly activated the Heavenly Dao Pearl to commence his investigation. The Heavenly Dao Pearl possessed the ability to trace the precise location of the master of a particular aura. Before long, he detected a faint presence indicative of the transformation realm at the site where the group of black-clad individuals had vanished. I have found you. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Ye Chen's lips, and a glimmer of frost flashed in his eyes. He had pinpointed the presence of that aura at the transformation stage, which had already entered the city of Zhongzhou. Oh, where are they? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo and Su Chen both felt a surge of joy and hurriedly inquired. Chapter 58. This little junior brother is truly stingy. He has entered Zhongzhou City. Ye Chen proceeded with two companions towards the heart of Zhongzhou City. Within this vibrant metropolis lies the renowned Zhuai Lu, one of the most illustrious pleasure houses in the area, bustling with patrons and filled with the enchanting melodies of songbirds and the lively atmosphere of revelry. At this moment, in a private chamber on the second floor of Zhuai Lu, a middle-aged gentleman was indulging in the company of two lovely courtesans, sipping on exquisite wine. A lavish array of delectable dishes and fine spirits adorned the table before him, while several songstresses surrounded him, flattering him with their charms. This affluent gentleman was exceedingly generous, bestowing golden treasures and jewels upon the courtesans as tokens of his appreciation. Ladies, he boisterously declared, serve this esteemed lord well, and you shall reap the rewards. I have recently come into a windfall, ha ha ha. The middle-aged man, emboldened by his fortune, brazenly caressed the two courtesans beside him. Ye Chen and his companions arrived at the entrance of the drunken immortal pavilion, standing side by side, their mouths slightly agape as they fixated on the grand doors. It was their first visit to such an establishment, and the sight of the heavily adorned, flirtatious women inside left them feeling a tad awkward. Junior brother, are you certain that presence is within? Lin Shuo inquired, his expression betraying his unease. I am absolutely certain. The owner of that aura is indeed inside, came the assured reply. Ye Chen's expression was somewhat unnatural. He excelled in acts of robbery and plunder, yet when confronted with these flirtatious maidens, he found the prospect more daunting than traversing a mountain of blades or plunging into a sea of flames. What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly drag him out, Su Chen exclaimed, preparing to take a step forward. Indeed, we await your triumphant return. Lin Shuo and Ye Chen chimed in unison, their gazes fixed upon Su Chen. Yet, Su Chen hesitated, retracting his foot. Perhaps it would be better to proceed together. In truth, Su Chen felt a surge of anxiety. He merely wished to take the lead, to embolden Lin Shuo and Ye Chen. Inside the drunken immortal pavilion, a group of singing maidens had already taken note of the trio, standing in a row. Such scenarios were familiar to them. Many young men, upon their first visit, often exhibited this bashfulness. They hesitated to enter. And it was at such moments that the maidens were needed to lend a helping hand. Once they stepped inside, they would find themselves utterly captivated, yearning to return day after day. One leading maiden exchanged glances with her companions, who understood her unspoken cue. Esteemed gentlemen, might you wish to venture inside for a bit of merriment? I have just arrived today and have yet to attend to any guests. Oh, dear sirs, grant me the pleasure of your company just once. My skills are quite remarkable, and I assure you, satisfaction is guaranteed. A throng of elegantly adorned maidens encircled Ye Chen and his companions. The melodious sounds of flirtation echoed in their ears, a fragrant breeze enveloped them, and the heady scent of cosmetics filled the air, rendering them momentarily dizzy. Ahem. Ye Chen cleared his throat, intending to decline, but was abruptly seized by Lin Shuo. Junior brother, do not be shy. Since you are here, let us unwind and enjoy ourselves, Lin Shuo exclaimed, as he pulled Ye Chen towards the intoxicated fairy pavilion. Observing this, Su Chen followed suit with a mischievous grin on his face. Ye Chen, feeling helpless, could only allow them to lead him into the drunken immortal pavilion. Ye Chen understood that Lin Shuo intended to seize this opportunity to infiltrate and, in turn, discover the owner of that elusive aura of the transformation realm. Ye Chen sensed the presence of its master within an elegant private room, and his eyes brightened. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Shuo and Su Chen, and the three discreetly approached the room where the middle-aged man resided. As they reached the entrance, Su Chen was about to push the door open when they were intercepted by a group of young ladies. "Oh, young master, this room is already occupied. Let us move to the adjacent one," they insisted, playfully pulling and nudging Ye Chen and his companions into the neighboring private chamber. Upon entering, attendants promptly brought forth exquisite food and fine wine. The young ladies immediately ushered Ye Chen and his friends to sit down, surrounding them closely, serving them dishes and pouring drinks. Ye Chen found himself almost suffocated by the encirclement of these young ladies. "Might I kindly request that you step outside for a moment, allowing my brothers and me some time alone?" Ye Chen could no longer endure the situation, his brows furrowing in discontent. The young ladies, however, erupted into fits of laughter, mistaking his discomfort for shyness. "Do not be shy, young sir. In matters of the heart, familiarity breeds ease," one of the maidens teased, casting a flirtatious glance his way. Indeed. Allow us, dear sir, to impart our wisdom and experiences to you," another maiden chimed in, echoing her companion's sentiment. Ye Chen felt overwhelmed, his heart burdened with vexation. However, due to their mortal status, he hesitated to take action and could only incessantly signal Lin Shuo with his eyes. Yet, Lin Shuo remained utterly perplexed, completely oblivious to Ye Chen's intent. He mistakenly believed that Ye Chen was flustered by the enthusiasm of the young women, grinning foolishly in response. "Senior brother, quickly provide the funds to send them away. These ladies will leave once they receive their payment." Ye Chen was so incensed that he nearly leapt to his feet, lowering his voice to admonish Lin Shuo. It was only then that Lin Shuo registered the situation, scratching his head and preparing to reach for his money. However, just as he was about to make the gesture, he hesitated, his lips twitching incessantly. His junior brother had amassed such a fortune in spirit stones that he was on the verge of becoming the wealthiest individual in the Canglan continent. How could he possibly expect him to part with even this modest sum? At that moment, Lin Shuo felt an overwhelming urge to give Ye Chen a good thrashing. Goodness, just how miserly could this junior brother be? "Eldest brother, hurry up," Ye Chen urged Lin Shuo, who stood in a daze. Lin Shuo stared vacantly at Ye Chen. Had he not been his junior brother, he would have felt compelled to deliver a sound thrashing. Reluctantly, Lin Shuo retrieved a dozen low-grade spirit stones from his Tianxuan bag. Upon seeing the spirit stones, the young lady's eyes sparkled with allure. "Dear ladies, I sincerely apologize. We are in urgent need of your assistance," Lin Shuo implored, distributing a spirit stone to each of the young women. Their faces lit up with joy. They were mere mortals accustomed to receiving only silver and gold. It was rare for anyone to bestow spirit stones upon them, as a single low-grade spirit stone was worth more than their monthly earnings. Yet, they understood the gravity of the situation. Those who could afford spirit stones were practitioners of the art and not to be trifled with. Incurring the wrath of an immortal master could spell instant doom. Immediately, they fell silent, lined up, and offered a deep bow of respect before gracefully exiting the elegant chamber. Once the young women departed, the three companions felt a wave of relief wash over them. Meanwhile, in the adjacent chamber, a middle-aged man dismissed the other young ladies, retaining two enchanting ones for himself. "Haha, with these two beauties, I am poised to indulge in some delightful mischief," he exclaimed eagerly. "Come forth, my lovely dears. Serve me well, and you shall be amply rewarded." The middle-aged man, unable to contain his excitement, embraced the two young women, panting with anticipation. "Dear sir, do not be so hasty," the two women playfully protested, feigning reluctance. "Please, have mercy on us, sisters." One of them gently leaned against his shoulder, speaking in a soft, alluring voice. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "Fear not. As long as you please me, everything is negotiable." Just as he led the two young women to the side of the bed, intent on furthering their revelry, the door of the elegant chamber was suddenly thrust open from the outside. The unexpected commotion startled the middle-aged man, causing him to nearly collapse in shock. Ye Chen and his companions entered the elegant room with an air of nonchalance, gathering around the table in anticipation of the forthcoming performance by the middle-aged individual. "Please, continue. Do not mind us." Ye Chen crossed his arms, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips as he regarded the middle-aged man with a mocking gaze. Lin Shuo furrowed his brow slightly, shaking his head in resignation, while Su Chen stifled a laugh, his shoulders quivering with suppressed mirth. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man, disturbed by their antics, seethed with anger, his furious gaze sweeping over Ye Chen and his companions. Chapter 59. A visit to Qingyun Gate to admire the scenery, one at the 9th level of Qi refinement and the other at the 9th level of Golden Core. The man's pupils constricted upon sighting Lin Shua. Although he could not discern Lin Shua's cultivation level, the aura radiating from him was undeniably tenfold stronger than his own. "What do you seek from me?" The middle-aged man released the two ladies, his tone softening. He understood that if he did not humble himself at this moment, he would soon find himself in dire straits. A sense of foreboding washed over him, recalling the recent incident involving the robbery of disciples from the Tianxuan Sect. The timing of this confrontation felt ominously coincidental, leaving him quite apprehensive. Lin Shua produced two low-grade spirit stones and tossed them to the two ladies, signaling for them to depart. The ladies caught the stones and performed a respectful bow before exiting the private chamber. "What brings us here?" "Surely, it is to collect a debt." Once the ladies had left, a cold smirk appeared on Ye Chen's face. "Debt? When did I owe you anything?" The middle-aged man feigned composure, pretending to be bewildered. Yet, deep within, he clung to a sliver of hope that this was merely a coincidence. My dear brother, let us not beat around the bush. You have pilfered items from our Tianxuan Sect. Do you truly wish to deny it?" Ye Chen gazed at him with a faint, mocking smile, his eyes brimming with playful derision. You're spouting nonsense. When have we ever seized anything from your Tianxuan Sect?" The middle-aged man vehemently denied the accusation. "TCH? Still stubborn even at death's door? Since you refuse to admit it, we'll have no choice but to resort to persuasion." A cruel smile played at the corners of Ye Chen's mouth as he slowly rubbed his hands together. Lin Shua's figure flickered and appeared before the middle-aged man in an instant, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Cough, cough. "What do you intend to do?" "I warn you, I am." The middle-aged man's face flushed crimson as he struggled desperately. Yet he could not break free from Lin Shua's grip. "What are you?" Lin Shua pressed, applying slight pressure and inquiring coldly. Cough, cough. "I am a member of the Canglan Sect. If you dare to harm me, our ancestral master will not let you off," the middle-aged man managed to say, invoking the support behind him. "The Canglan Sect? Such grandiosity," Su Chen remarked, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. He mused to himself. Despite being merely at the Golden Core stage, his master was at the Tribulation stage, and his senior brother too was at the Tribulation stage. What was there to fear from the Canglan Sect? "So, are you implying that the items in question were seized by your Canglan Sect?" Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of danger emanating from his gaze. "No, that's not it," the middle-aged man stammered, his eyes flickering. "Alas, it seems that only by applying some pressure will you be compelled to speak the truth." Ye Chen revealed a smile that he deemed rather cruel, appearing somewhat odd. Eldest senior brother, first render him powerless. Ye Chen resolved to first incapacitate the cultivation of the middle-aged man before administering further punishment. In the presence of his two senior brothers, Ye Chen merely exhibited the cultivation level of the Qi refinement stage, as he was not yet inclined to reveal his true capabilities. Upon hearing the threat of having his cultivation abolished, the middle-aged man was instantly filled with dread. Without his cultivation, he would be rendered utterly insignificant. The Canglan Sect would not wage war against the Tianxuan Sect merely for his sake. "No, you cannot strip me of my cultivation," he protested vehemently, struggling with desperation. Lin Shua raised his other hand, poised to nullify the man's powers. Wait, I will speak." The middle-aged man, realizing Lin Shua's resolve to carry out his threat, hurriedly pleaded for mercy. If you had said so earlier." Ye Chen stood with his arms crossed, slightly lifting his chin, a hint of a smug smile gracing his lips. Lin Shua released the middle-aged man, unceremoniously casting him to the ground. The man coughed, attempting to speak, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. "Speak quickly," Su Chen urged, growing somewhat impatient as he delivered a kick to the man's abdomen. However, given the man's golden core cultivation, this kick inflicted no harm upon the middle-aged man, who was at the divine transformation stage. After regaining his breath, the middle-aged man slowly began to explain, "I am an elder of the Canglan Sect, sent by our sect leader to seize." Through the man's account, Ye Chen and his companions finally comprehended the entirety of the situation. It was revealed that Lin Shua and Su Chun had created quite a commotion while besieging the Shadow Pavilion, prompting disciples of the Canglan Sect to investigate. They discovered that the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion was concealed within Zhongzhou City, a territory under the jurisdiction of the Canglan Sect. Given the formidable strength of the Shadow Pavilion, which boasted more than one expert at the transcendence stage. The sect leader dispatched a transcendence elder along with several others for support. However, by the time they arrived, the Shadow Pavilion had already been obliterated, and the disciples of the Heavenly Qian sect had retreated, leaving the treasury completely emptied. Having dominated for millennia, the Shadow Pavilion had amassed an enormous wealth of resources and magical artifacts, inciting the Qingyun sect leader's envy. His intention in sending the Transcendence Elder for support was, after all, to claim a portion of the treasures. Now that the Heavenly Qian sect had made off with everything, he was filled with resentment. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to send the middle-aged man, accompanied by 30 disciples, to disguise themselves and attempt to seize the treasures. How disgraceful it is for the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect to engage in such unscrupulous acts. Ye Chen scoffed with disdain, yet his heart brimmed with joy. An opportunity for fortune had presented itself. This matter could not simply be overlooked. They must provide an explanation. Su Chen's countenance darkened as he spoke with indignation. Let us proceed to the Qingyun gate and behold the scenery, Lin Shuo remarked calmly. With that, he effortlessly lifted the middle-aged man, guiding Ye Chen and Su Chen as they soared towards the Qingyun gate. Lin Shuo held the middle-aged man as if he were merely a chick, striding confidently before the entrance of the Qingyun gate with Ye Chen and Su Chen in tow. Who dares approach? Who has the audacity to intrude upon our Qingyun gate? 2 disciples stationed at the mountain's gate, upon witnessing the trio's formidable approach, immediately drew their swords in defense. Summon your sect leader. Su Chen huffed coldly, and an overwhelming pressure instantaneously sent the 2 disciples flying. Impudent ruffians, how dare you wreak havoc at my Qingyun gate? A voice boomed with fury as an elder clad in a blue robe descended upon them, revealing himself to be the sect leader of Qingyun gate. Are you the sect leader of Qingyun gate? Ye Chen inquired with a smile, as if greeting an old friend. I am indeed. Who might you be? What brings you to my Qingyun sect to cause a disturbance? The sect leader's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized the 3 individuals, his heart filled with caution. We are disciples of Tianxuan Sect. Your people have seized our possessions, and we have come to seek an explanation. Ye Chen spoke directly. Nonsense. How could the Qingyun sect engage in such underhanded deeds? The sect leader of Qingyun sect vehemently denied it. Why not inquire of him whether it was you who sent him? Ye Chen pointed to the middle-aged man held by Lin Shuo. Speak, master. The middle-aged man stammered, afraid to reveal the truth. Humph. Clearly, you are framing us. Seize these ruffians. At the command of the leader of the Qingyun sect, dozens of disciples surrounded Ye Chen and his companions. Chapter 60. What do you mean 7? There are clearly only 6. What? Do you intend to make a move? I advise you to contemplate the consequences. Lin Shuo scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Humph. Does the Qingyun sect fear your Heavenly Qian sect? The leader of the Qingyun sect spoke with a facade of bravado, confident due to the presence of 2 ancestors in the tribulation stage within his ranks. Believing there was no need to fear any sect, your elder has already admitted that he led his disciples to steal treasures from our Heavenly Qian sect, Su Chen asserted, pointing at the middle-aged man that Lin Shuo was holding. If this matter spreads, your Qingyun sect's reputation will surely. Su Chen paused, choosing not to elaborate further, confident that the leader of the Qingyun sect would grasp the implications. Though it is common in the cultivation world to kill and seize treasures, it is an entirely different matter when the leader of a sect personally sends disciples to commit robbery within their jurisdiction. Who would dare venture into the territory governed by the Qingyun sect if they risked being robbed? If no one comes, the sect and the city will stagnate and gradually decline. Humph. What do you truly intend to do? The leader of the Qingyun sect suppressed his rising fury and inquired. Realizing that the situation had been exposed, it ultimately required resolution. Master, calm your anger. Let us discuss this civilly. Ye Chen smiled cheerfully, seemingly unperturbed by the situation at hand. Humph. Speak. What are your demands? The leader of the Qingyun sect inquired in a deep voice. Is this how you, the leader of Qingyun, conduct your hospitality? Ye Chen spread his hands, surveying his surroundings, where everyone remained gathered before the majestic gate of the Qingyun sect. Follow me, commanded the sect master of Qingyun, as he elegantly swept his sleeve and strode toward the inner sanctum of the sect. Moments later, they entered a grand and imposing hall, where disciples presented exquisite spiritual tea. Speak your minds. What do you wish to pursue? Inquired the sect master after the serving disciples had withdrawn. Ye Chen lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. It is quite simple. Return what you have taken from us, and provide some compensation for our emotional distress, and this matter shall be considered resolved. Ye Chen boldly declared, You must be dreaming. The leader of the Qingyun sect was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. It was evident that this young man was attempting to extort him. What? Are you unwilling? Ye Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, delicately toying with the teacup in his hand. The leader of the Qingyun sect pondered for a moment. This matter was unbeknownst to him. It was the actions of an elder within the sect. I can return the items to you, and we shall consider this matter resolved. The leader of the Qingyun sect shifted all responsibility onto the middle-aged man. Naturally, our Tianxuan sect is known for its reasonableness, Ye Chen said with a smile. Ye Chen pondered to himself, regardless of whether you are under the command of the sect leader, as long as your Qingyun sect compensates, you shall soon realize that this young master is not so easily deceived. With this thought, a sly smile crossed Ye Chen's face. The leader of the Qingyun sect, feeling helpless, had no choice but to surrender the 6 stolen Tianxuan bags. Is everything gathered here? Ye Chen received the Tianxuan bag, a smile that danced on the edge of irony gracing his lips as he inquired, Is this all there is? The headmaster of Qingyun sect replied through gritted teeth. Everything is here, not a single piece missing. However, a furrow of confusion crossed his brow as he added, But wait, I distinctly recall there being 7. Where's the last one? Ye Chen feigned surprise and exclaimed, What 7? There are clearly only 6. The leader of the Qingyun sect immediately grew anxious. Impossible. I distinctly remember there being 7, with one containing 500 million mid-grade spirit stones in the Tianxuan bag. Ye Chen spoke with utmost seriousness. 500 million middle-grade spirit stones. The sect leader of Qingyun Gate and the surrounding disciples were taken aback. Where could such a staggering sum of spirit stones originate? Had this young man lost his senses? Did he comprehend the magnitude of 500 million spirit stones? It equated to the accumulated wealth of a sect over a millennium. Even Su Chen and Lin Shua stared incredulously at Ye Chen, bewildered by the notion of 500 million middle-grade spirit stones. Su Chen silently gave Ye Chen a thumbs up, inwardly marveling at the audacity of this maneuver. Indeed, it was 500 million middle-grade spirit stones. Surely, they did not intend to renege on their promise? Ye Chen, with a face full of grievance, spoke. He had initially wished to elaborate further, yet the capacity of a single Tianxuan bag was limited. As for the high-grade spirit stones, they were exceedingly rare in the Canglan Realm, and the Qingyun sect could hardly possess such a multitude of spirit stones for compensation. You are slandering me. The sect leader of Qingyun trembled with rage, fully aware that this young man was clearly attempting to extort them. Slandering? Then enlighten me. Why do I recall 7 Tianxuan bags, while you have only surrendered 6? Ye Chen relentlessly pressed forward, leaving the leader of the Qingyun sect no opportunity to catch his breath. The leader found himself at a loss for words, unable to admit that he had indeed seized 7 Tianxuan bags. What is the matter? Struck dumb are we? In that case, we shall have no choice but to conduct our own search. As Ye Chen spoke, he pretended to lead Su Chen and Lin Shua into action. Wait, do you dare? The head of Qingyun sect was instantly alarmed. If they were allowed to enter and conduct a search, the reputation of Qingyun sect would be utterly tarnished. In that moment, both parties found themselves in a standoff. The head of Qingyun sect discreetly transmitted a message to 2 ancestors in the tribulation stage, recognizing Lin Shua's formidable power. Summoning the 2 ancestors was a precautionary measure. Given the severity of the situation, it seemed unlikely to resolve amicably. Should matters escalate, he contemplated having the 2 ancestors eliminate Ye Chen and his companions on the spot. Subsequently, when Tianxuan Sect arrived, they could claim that the accused had already taken their compensation and departed, leaving no evidence for Tianxuan Sect to act upon. After a brief standoff, 2 formidable pressures from the tribulation stage descended upon the hall. Who dares to act recklessly in my Qingyun sect? One of the venerable elders, with hair as white as snow, bellowed in fury. Ye Chen and the others remained unaffected by the 2 waves of pressure, as Lin Shua skillfully repelled them. Oh, esteemed ancestors, your arrival is most opportune. It seems that your Qingyun sect has pilfered our Tianxuan sect's possessions and yet seeks to deny such transgressions. This is rather unbecoming. Wouldn't you agree? Ye Chen remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Nonsense. How could the Qingyun sect engage in such despicable acts? Another elder, sporting a goatee, let out a cold snort. The evidence is irrefutable. Your sect leader has already acknowledged it. Do the 2 esteemed elders intend to shield them still? Ye Chen spoke calmly and unhurriedly. The elder, adorned with a goatee, cast a questioning glance at the sect leader. He was one of the elders who had participated in the support against the Shadow Pavilion, but after returning empty-handed, he had not inquired further about the subsequent matters. The sect leader's expression was grim as he recounted the events in a hushed tone. Regardless of the circumstances, you cannot persist in this unreasonable entanglement. The two elders exchanged glances, and one of them remarked, "So, according to your intentions, shall we let this matter rest?" Ye Chen crossed his arms, snorting disdainfully. "Do you intend to offer compensation? Take your Tianxuan bag and leave this place. Otherwise, we shall not hold back." The venerable elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, glared fiercely, his powerful aura radiating from him. Chapter 61. Do not get upset. Harmony brings prosperity. And how do you intend to demonstrate your lack of courtesy? A wry smile curled at the corners of Ye Chen's lips as he brandished the jade talisman imbued with sword intent, gifted by Su Taixu. The two venerable ancestors gazed at the talisman in Ye Chen's grasp, sensing the potent fluctuations of spiritual power and sword intent emanating from it, more formidable than their own. Their pupils constricted in response, for Ye Chen had merely infused a modicum of his spiritual energy into the talisman, allowing its true essence to seep forth. Simultaneously, Su Chen revealed a similar jade talisman, a testament to his status as Su Taixu's disciple, though he had yet to employ it. The expressions of the two ancestors shifted to one of grave seriousness. They were acutely aware of the talisman's formidable might. They recognized that should the talisman unleash its full power, they would be ill-equipped to withstand it. Despite the presence of another in the tribulation phase, they were reluctant to diminish their own stature. "Young man, do not presume that this talisman grants you the ability to threaten our Canglan Sect," declared the elder with a goat-like beard, feigning composure. "Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. After all, if the fish perish, so too shall the net." Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, displaying an air of indifference. In an instant, the atmosphere within the grand hall plummeted to a frigid low. The two venerable ancestors exchanged silent communications, ultimately reaching the conclusion that they were powerless to confront him and could only temporarily yield. "Once you return our possessions, will this matter be resolved?" inquired the elder with hair as white as snow, his voice deep and resonant. "Certainly, you must trust in our integrity. As long as you provide compensation, we shall depart at once." Ye Chen revealed a cunning smile, playing a trick on them. "Very well. I trust you will honor your word." The venerable elder, whose hair was as white as snow, turned to the sect leader and commanded, "Fulfill his request and provide him with the spirit stones." The leader of the Canglan Sect, filled with reluctance and resentment, begrudgingly dispatched an elder to procure the spirit stones. He felt an intense sense of frustration, realizing that his attempt to outsmart had backfired. However, with the elder's decree in place, he had no choice but to comply. Moments later, the elder returned with 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and handed them over to Ye Chen. "Now that you have received the spirit stones, this matter is concluded. I kindly ask you to take your leave from our Canglan Sect." The sect leader, seeing Ye Chen accept the spirit stones, wore a sullen expression and began to usher them out. "Do not be hasty. We have yet to discuss the matter of compensation. Why must we be expelled so soon?" Ye Chen clasped his hands across his chest, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of mockery. "Did you not just assert that you would depart immediately upon receiving your compensation?" The elder with the goatee was incensed, his finger trembling as he pointed accusingly at Ye Chen. "Indeed, you have yet to provide the compensation in spirit stones. What I retrieved moments ago was merely the spirit stones that you seized from me." Ye Chen spread his hands, a look of innocence adorning his face as he shrugged. Beside him, Lin Shuo and Su Chun nodded in unison, secretly giving Ye Chen a thumbs up. This young disciple was indeed cunning, his methods remarkably adept. The elder, whose hair had turned completely white, was so enraged that he felt blood rising in his throat. At that moment, he genuinely wished to strike Ye Chen down with a single blow. Only then did they realize that they had fallen victim to Ye Chen's clever ruse. The compensation that Ye Chen referred to is indeed genuine. However, what they perceive as compensation is the 500 million spiritual stones mentioned by Ye Chen, mistakenly believing that it is merely a pretext for reparations. "Young man, do not overstep your bounds. My Canglan Sect fears no other sections." An elder, unable to contain his indignation, bellowed furiously. The other elders present were equally enraged, their eyes ablaze with fury as they fixated on Ye Chen and his companions. At this moment, the two ancestors could no longer suppress their inner turmoil, and the pressure of their tribulation stage inadvertently leaked out. "Alas, everyone, let us not lose our temper. We are merely conducting business. Harmony brings prosperity." Ye Chen casually settled into a chair nearby, idly toying with the jade talisman imbued with sword intent. Indeed, at such an advanced age, it would be ill-advised to strain one's health. Su Chen mimicked his actions, nonchalantly taking a seat and fiddling with the jade talisman in his grasp. He even infused a trace of spiritual energy into the talisman, allowing the sword intent within to emanate forth. Instantly, the formidable aura of immortal sword intent and the overwhelming pressure of a perfected tribulation stage enveloped the entire hall. The elders present felt the oppressive force of the immortal sword intent and the tribulation stage, rendering them momentarily mute, as if struck by an icy chill. They had never before encountered such a piercing sword intent. It seemed likely that only an immortal could wield such power. Some elders, merely at the divine transformation stage, even broke into a cold sweat. Their murderous intent evaporated without a trace, each one resembling a deflated balloon, their heads drooping in defeat. The two old ancestors remained on high alert, seemingly fearful that Su Chen might inadvertently activate the talisman. They were acutely aware of the talisman's potency, fully recognizing that it could obliterate them in an instant. Oh dear, little Su, must you be so violent? We are here to conduct business. And look how frightened you have made them. Ye Chen displayed an expression that was tinged with mild reproach, yet also carried a hint of playful teasing. Oh, junior apprentice, I have yet to utilize this contraption. I am eager to test its might, though I am uncertain if an opportunity will present itself. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a sense of eager anticipation as he gently swayed the jade talisman of sword intent in his hand. Lin Shuo remained silent, arms crossed, his expression impassive as he observed the banter between his two junior brothers. This mischievous junior brother had quite the knack for stirring up trouble, and it seemed the second junior brother had taken a page from his book. As the eldest apprentice, he could do little more than watch the spectacle unfold. The members of the Tianxuan Sect were left with expressions ranging from pale to purple, their countenances reflecting utter dismay. Here stood one of the 10 great sects, the Tianxuan Sect, utterly powerless against the antics of a few younger disciples. Ironically, they possessed formidable weapons capable of annihilating those in the tribulation stage, yet they found themselves at a loss as to how to retaliate. With a thunderous crash, the elder, whose hair was as white as snow, could no longer contain his indignation and shattered the chair behind him into splinters. Unable to direct his wrath towards Ye Chen and the others, he vented his frustration on the furniture instead. How do you intend to compensate for this? Once he had released his pent-up anger, the elder felt a measure of relief and inquired in a deep tone. You see, is it not far better to engage in a calm and rational discussion, rather than resorting to violence that only breeds discord? Ye Chen chuckled and said, Since you, ancestor, have inquired, I shall not hold back. Each of us disciples has endured a beating, so let us settle for a compensation of 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones apiece. You are making an outrageous demand. The disciples of the heavenly profound sect have merely sustained minor external injuries, the headmaster of the Tianxuan Sect exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed a trembling finger at Ye Chen. Upon hearing this figure, the members of Tianxuan Sect gasped in shock, astonished by Ye Chen's audacity. Headmaster, your perspective is flawed. The wounds may not be visible, yet they have left scars upon the soul. Ye Chen slightly raised his chin and spoke with utmost seriousness. Our disciples of the Tianxuan Sect, the males are dashing and handsome, while the females are as beautiful as flowers. Now, being beaten to a pulp by your disciples has severely undermined their confidence in seeking partners. Ye Chen paused momentarily before continuing. Their lack of confidence in finding a companion on the path will undoubtedly affect their lives for a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years. Is it unreasonable to demand compensation of 100 million mid-grade spirit stones? Ye Chen spread his hands, wearing an expression of self-evidence. Chapter 62. The fish may die, but the net shall not tear. The members of the Tianxuan Sect were momentarily rendered speechless. What kind of absurd reasoning was this? Each of them wore a grim expression, their fists tightly clenched. Ye Chen is not merely seeking compensation, he intends to annihilate the Tianxuan Sect. 20 billion spirit stones represent the essence accumulated over several millennia by the entire sect. Su Chen silently nodded, acknowledging the validity of Ye Chen's argument. Lin Shuo rolled his eyes, perceiving his junior brother's audacity as shameless and excessively brazen. If you feel that this sum is insufficient, we are open to accepting a little more. Ye Chen observed the silence enveloping the crowd and interjected once more. A sudden outburst erupted from a venerable elder in the transformation stage, who had just been suffocated by the oppressive aura of the tribulation and was now further incensed by Ye Chen's provocations, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood. Good heavens! Is there no end to your audacity? Is this not akin to robbery? The expressions of the two ancestors darkened to an extreme. Yet upon noticing the jade talisman of sword intent in Ye Chen's grasp, They restrained their impulse to eliminate him. This is utterly excessive. It is impossible. Our Canglan Sect lacks such an abundance of spirit stones, one elder could not help but exclaim. Oh, it seems our previously amicable atmosphere is about to shatter? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and lifted the jade talisman of sword and tin in his hand. My young friends, it is merely the inadequacy of your disciples from the Tianxuan Sect that has led to this unfortunate event. Therefore, we shall compensate each disciple with 1,000,000 medium-grade spirit stones and let this matter be resolved, shall we? The elder with a goat-like beard spoke in a tone of counsel and negotiation. If what you propose is true, then our Tianxuan Sect would indeed have no face to accept such compensation. Ye Chen slightly raised his chin, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, you resort to overwhelming the few with the many and oppressing the weak with the strong. You even mobilize those in the transformation stage merely to bully disciples in the golden elixir stage. Ye Chen shrugged, his arms crossed over his chest, a faint smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. The leader of Tianxuan Sect was rendered speechless by Ye Chen's retort, his expression darkening in an instant. Indeed, they had dispatched 30 disciples to contend with the 20 disciples of Tianxuan Sect. Among the latter, the highest cultivation level was merely at the early stage of the nascent soul, and to err on the side of caution. The leader had also sent a god transformation elder. Observing the leader's changing demeanor, the two elders recognized the truth in Ye Chen's words. My young friend, there is no need to be so aggressive. 1,000,000 is already quite a sum. As the saying goes, patience brings peace. And taking a step back opens up vast horizons for all. An elder with snow-white hair struggled to contain his frustration, earnestly attempting to persuade. No. Enduring only breeds further resentment. Stepping back does not lead to expansive vistas, but rather to greater losses. Ye Chen shook his head vigorously in refusal. 10,000,000. Each disciple must compensate 10,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It cannot be any more. If it exceeds that, we shall be left with no choice but to fight to the bitter end. The elder with the goatee retorted angrily, adopting a posture that suggested he was prepared for a desperate struggle. Very well, alas. I shall concede a little. 10,000,000 it shall be. Ye Chen donned an expression of magnanimity, feigning a sense of loss, while inwardly, he reveled in amusement. Upon hearing his words, everyone stood in a state of bewilderment. Utterly stunned. Was it truly that simple to acquiesce? They could scarcely believe their ears. Just moments ago, they had been unwavering in their stance. Yet now he agreed with such alacrity. They remained skeptical that Ye Chen could be intimidated by the desperate tactics of the ancestor with the goatee. Even Lin Shua and Su Chun were perplexed by Ye Chen's intentions. What? Is that insufficient? Then let us add another 10,000,000. Seeing them all in a state of astonishment, Ye Chen lightly remarked, No, just 10,000,000, and we shall agree. The headmaster of Tianxuan Sect promptly interjected, simultaneously instructing an elder to retrieve the spirit stones. He was eager to settle the matter swiftly, as prolonging the negotiation would threaten his composure. The elder acted swiftly, returning in mere moments with 200,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which he handed over to Ye Chen. They had anticipated that upon receiving the spirit stones, Ye Chen would take his leave. However, he showed no inclination to depart. Esteemed guests, the items taken have been returned, compensation has been received. Now let us discuss the remuneration for the hardships endured by my 3 brothers. Ye Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, his arms crossed over his chest, and a glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes. Humph, bargaining with me? Let us see if I can drive you to your wits' end. Upon the utterance of Ye Chen's words, the members of the Tianxuan Sect were visibly displeased. You have taken back your possessions and even contributed an additional 500,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Compensation has already been provided. And now you demand a fee for your troubles. This seems never-ending. Su Chen gazed at Ye Chen with admiration, recognizing his little junior brother's exceptional knack for creating trouble. Today, he had learned yet another trick. It was no wonder that this disciple had so readily agreed earlier. He had been biding his time. Su Chen yearned to jot down this method in a small notebook to ensure he would not forget it in the future. Conversely, Lin Shua felt that his junior brother was excessively cunning, utterly shameless, and devoid of any moral boundaries. He felt embarrassed to be associated with such a junior and resolved to distance himself in the future, lest he find himself ensnared and compelled to count the ill-gotten gains. At that moment, the members of the Tianxuan Sect could no longer contain their inner fury, their eyes wide with rage, their bodies trembling. Ye Chen, you have gone too far. One elder shouted, his voice hoarse from intense anger. Our Tianxuan Sect has already made such significant concessions, yet you still seek to take advantage. Another elder, teeth clenched, spoke with fiery eyes, as if flames were about to erupt from them. "Let us confront them," the elders proclaimed in unison, gripping their weapons tightly. Their faces etched with resolve. "Ye Chen, do not think that with that jade talisman in hand, we truly fear you. We shall fight to the bitter end. The dignity of the Tianxuan Sect shall not be trampled upon." The sect leader's face turned ashen as he pointed an accusing finger at Ye Chen. "You young rascal. Cease your arrogance. Do you truly believe we are afraid of you?" The two elders exuded an overwhelming aura, their powerful presence enveloping the entire hall as they roared in fury. In that instant, the anger of the Tianxuan Sect reached its zenith. As if they were ready to charge at Ye Chen and his companions, Lin Shua waved his hand, dispersing the two formidable pressures. The elders exchanged glances, astonished that Lin Shua could effortlessly dissipate their might. "Alas, why do you not heed my advice? Harmony breeds prosperity. A fish may perish, but the net should not tear." Ye Chen, in deep anguish, offered consolation while delicately toying with the jade talisman of sword intent. His junior brother spoke wisely. "The net cannot be broken." Su Chen also fiddled with his jade talisman, echoing Ye Chen's sentiments. The two venerable ancestors had a vivid perception of Lin Shua's recent actions. They understood that with the jade talismans in Lin Shua, Ye Chen, and Su Chen's possession, they could effortlessly annihilate the Tianxuan Sect. Once life is extinguished, nothing remains. Even if spiritual stones are lost, one can still pillage from other minor sections. As for face, well, they had already lost all semblance of dignity. Boom, boom. The two venerable ancestors unleashed the fury that had been building within, reducing the surrounding furniture to mere fragments. Once their rage subsided slightly, one of the white-haired ancestors gritted his teeth and inquired, "What is your demanded compensation?" "Let me calculate that carefully," Ye Chen replied with newfound vigor. "Consider this. My senior brother, an elder in the tribulation phase, has made this arduous journey for such a trivial matter. Surely, a minimum of 200 million in compensation is warranted." Ye Chen extended two fingers and waved them gently, his face displaying a look of nonchalance. Chapter 63. We are truly honest people. The members of the Canglan Sect paid little heed to the amount of compensation Ye Chen mentioned. Rather, they focused on the term elderly. Goodness, how could this Lin Shua, who appeared to be in his 20s, be referred to as an elder? Indeed, Lin Shua had not yet reached the age of 100, and in the context of practitioners who often live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, he could only be considered a mere child. Ye Chen glanced at Lin Shua, sensing that his words might have been somewhat inappropriate. Do not judge by appearances. One in the tribulation stage ought to be revered within the sect, much like the ancestors. Yet here is my senior brother, personally undertaking this journey. Such effort deserves due compensation. Upon concluding his statement, Ye Chen extended a finger towards Lin Shua, his expression solemn as he regarded the members of the Tianxuan Sect. The faces of the Tianxuan Sect members grew increasingly grim as they absorbed Ye Chen's words. Yet, some acknowledged the reasonableness of his assertion. After all, which sect did not possess a patriarch at the tribulation stage? However, they also found it peculiar, as Lin Shua appeared far too youthful. An irascible elder, seething with indignation, was on the verge of erupting, but refrained from taking action, resorting instead to verbal outbursts. Yet, Ye Chen intervened, saying, "Do not be hasty. I have yet to finalize my calculations. Let us discuss once I have completed them." Upon finishing his words, Ye Chen extended his hands in a gesture of calming restraint, a reassuring smile gracing his countenance. The members of the Tianxuan Sect suppressed their fury, their gazes fixed intently upon Ye Chen. Yet Ye Chen seemed oblivious, engrossed in settling accounts with them. My second senior brother, who had been diligently cultivating within the sect, was unable to put aside this trivial matter and personally made the journey, which severely disrupted his cultivation. Ye Chen furrowed his brows, casting a serious gaze upon the members of Tianxuan Sect, while one hand gently gestured as if to underscore the gravity of the situation. My poor second senior brother, at the age of 20, has yet to break through to the yuaning stage. Ye Chen spoke with a heart-wrenching expression, dramatically clutching his chest with both hands. Su Chen, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. If he weren't fully aware of Ye Chen's true nature, he might have been led to believe it. Lin Shua stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of aloofness as if he were unfamiliar with everyone present. Meanwhile, the members of Tianxuan Sect inwardly cursed in frustration. Surely, this was an attempt at showing off, achieving a breakthrough to the yuaning stage at the tender age of 20, in the entirety of the Canglan continent. Even reaching the golden core stage at such a young age is already considered extraordinary talent. Yet here you are, aspiring to break through to the Yuan stage by 20. Thus, my second senior brother's compensation must amount to at least 200 million mid-grade spirit stones to make amends for his spiritual and cultivation losses. Ye Chen spoke earnestly. As for myself, I was once the most cherished disciple of the venerable old demon Su. However, due to my inadequate cultivation, he fears that I might suffer even the slightest injury. A triumphant expression adorned Ye Chen's face as he crossed his arms over his chest, slightly tilting his chin upward. Once, Su Lamao had harbored concerns for my safety, keeping me close and nurturing me with great care for 2 years. Now, simply because the disciples of our sect have been wronged, I dare to undertake this perilous journey, fully aware of the risks involved. Surely, this effort warrants some form of compensation. After Ye Chen spoke, he tilted his head slightly, extending one hand towards the members of the Canglan Sect, a resolute expression adorning his face. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Su Chen could scarcely contain his amusement. Though internally he was disparaging, my junior brother weaves his fabrications with such finesse. Clearly, he has been confined by the master, yet he claims to be tenderly cared for. Lin Shuo maintained an impassive demeanor, appearing calm on the surface, yet he had long grown accustomed to Ye Chen's unconventional methods. The members of the Canglan Sect were rendered numb, with a little demon like you wielding a formidable weapon. Who would dare confront you? You are currently bullying the entire Canglan Sect. Rather than harassing others, they would be praying for mercy. How about this? I shall concede a bit. Demanding merely 500 million, which totals to 900 million, I shall extend a discount, rounding it to a neat 1 billion spirit stones. And thus this matter shall be resolved. Upon finishing his words, Ye Chen extended a hand, palm facing upwards, and gently swayed it, donning an expression of magnanimity. The members of the Canglan Sect were nearly driven to the brink of fury upon hearing Ye Chen's statement. Is this a discount or a reverse discount? Is there even such a concept as your kind of discount? 10 billion? Why not just rob it outright? What more justification do you need? An elder, unable to contain his indignation, bellowed once more. At this utterance, the members of the Canglan Sect turned their sharp gazes towards the elder in unison. Ye Chen and his companions could effortlessly annihilate the Canglan Sect. They could indeed seize it directly. Are you not inadvertently suggesting that he might do just that? Your idea is rather commendable. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with a glint of mischief, a sly smile gracing his lips as he clapped his hands together. However, we are civilized individuals, rational beings. How could we possibly engage in such disreputable acts as robbery? Ye Chen spoke earnestly, slightly raising his chin. His face adorned with an expression of righteous conviction. Master of Qingyun, do you not agree? Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips as he mocked the Grandmaster of Qingyun. Ye Chen, do not take your arrogance too far. Those present from the Canglan Sect may perish, but do not expect to escape unscathed. The Grandmaster's expression was dark, as if it could drip with bitterness. He suppressed his fury and uttered a grim warning. Oh, has the esteemed Grandmaster taken offense? One must bear the consequences for their misdeeds. Ye Chen shrugged, wearing an expression of indifference. My young friend, regarding today's matter, our Canglan Sect concedes defeat. However, 10 billion spirit stones is quite excessive. We can only offer 5 billion at most. At that moment, the elder with the goatee spoke up. He had come to realize that the other party could effortlessly annihilate their entire clan, and their restraint in not resorting to outright theft was already a gesture of courtesy. Now, he could only hope to reduce the spirit stones required. Very well, 500 million middle-grade spirit stones it shall be. We accept. Lin Shuo interjected promptly. Ye Chen's actions were truly astonishing, single-handedly humiliating an entire sect to the point of utter defeat, forcing them to compensate over 1 billion spirit stones. The grievances of the Tianxuan Sect disciples have finally been avenged, with the Canglan Sect already paying such an exorbitant sum, nearly depleting their entire treasury. There's indeed no need to push them to absolute ruin. Very well, out of respect for my senior brother, 500 million shall suffice. Ye Chen curled his lips, crossing his arms over his chest and slightly raising his chin. He was willing to give face to his senior brother, yet he had no genuine desire for the 10 billion spirit stones. His intention was merely to vex the Canglan Sect, which could scarcely produce such a substantial sum. After this 5 billion is handed over, will all accounts be settled, with no further compensations to be expected? The sect leader of Qingyun turned to Lin Shuo, gritting his teeth as he inquired. He had lost faith in Ye Chen, fearing that after offering the spirit stones, Ye Chen might present yet another demand for compensation. Lin Shuo glanced at Ye Chen, deferring to him for a decision. The entire negotiation for compensation was spearheaded by Ye Chen. Although he was the senior brother, he would not make decisions on Ye Chen's behalf. Indeed, we are a sect that values integrity. Ye Chen patted his chest, wearing an expression of utmost seriousness. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Tianxuan Sect were filled with an overwhelming desire to rush forward and devour Ye Chen whole. You speak of integrity. Do you truly possess any? The sect leader of Tianxuan still harbored doubts about Ye Chen, casting a hopeful glance towards Lin Shuo, eagerly awaiting his affirmation. Chapter 64. The Return of Power. Seeking a sparring partner, is my junior disciple's message not sufficiently clear? Lin Shuo remarked, observing the sect leader's gaze with a furrowed brow, his irritation evident. Upon hearing Lin Shuo's response, the sect leader of Tianxuan felt a slight sense of relief and hastily instructed his disciples to procure 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, the spirit stones were gathered, placed within several Tianxuan bags, and handed over to Ye Chen. Ye Chen took the Tianxuan bag and weighed it in his hand. Then, let us part ways here. I hope that the Tianxuan sect will conduct its affairs with greater integrity in the future. Ye Chen spoke with a cheerful grin. Upon finishing his words, Lin Shuo waved his hand, enveloping Ye Chen and Su Chen as they departed from the Tianxuan sect. In the secluded bamboo forest of the back mountain of Tianxuan Sect, the headmaster, Master Xuanji, was seated at a stone table, engaged in tea tasting with the headmistress of Qingyin Pavilion, Lu Qingyi. The saintess, Morong Shui, stood behind Lu Qingyi, while not far away. Su Taixu lay leisurely in a chaise lounge, his eyes partially closed. Since Ye Chen's return, Master Xuanji had urgently sent a message to his old acquaintance, Lu Qingyi. Both Lu Qingyi and Morong Shui had yet to meet Ye Chen and were eager to see what he looked like. Hoping to facilitate more interaction between Morong Shui and Ye Chen to nurture their relationship. However, by the time they arrived, Ye Chen had already left, and thus they waited for his return. At this moment, Ye Chen and the others were on their way back. Ye Chen contemplated that the spiritual stones he had acquired were sufficient for him to return to the realm of refinement. He resolved that upon his return to the Tianxuan Sect, he would retreat into the Celestial Star Soul Tower to enter seclusion, where he would refine all the spiritual stones. Ye Chen was eagerly anticipating his return to the realm of refining void. Moments later, they arrived at the Tianxuan Sect. Lin Shuo directly soared through the air on his sword, escorting Ye Chen and Su Chen into the bamboo grove of purple. As soon as Ye Chen landed, he leaped towards his mountain peak, Qingzhu Peak, intending to enter seclusion, completely oblivious to the presence of others. Hey, Ye Chen, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Su Taixu called out, noticing that Ye Chen had not even acknowledged him and was about to leave. Old Su. Let us speak later. I am eager to commence my retreat, Ye Chen replied. Ye Chen left behind a remark, departing without a backward glance. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Su Taixu's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Ye Chen had been cultivating at the 9th level of Qi for quite some time, and Su Taixu assumed he was hastily retreating for foundational establishment. Otherwise, with Su Taixu's capabilities, no one could escape his grasp. Just as the Master of Mysteries rose to his feet, intending to call Ye Chen over to introduce him to Morong Shui, he refrained upon hearing Ye Chen's intent to seclude himself, also believing it was for foundational purposes. Junior sister. Ye Chen's eagerness to enter seclusion likely indicates his impending foundational establishment. Perhaps we should linger at Tianxuan Sect for a few days, waiting for Ye Chen to emerge, proposed the Master of Mysteries to Lu Qingyi. Then we shall impose upon you for a few days, senior brother. Lu Qingyi replied with a slight nod and a smile. She and Morong Shui had caught a glimpse of Ye Chen earlier and found him quite satisfactory. With his handsome appearance and remarkable talent, achieving foundational establishment after merely 3 years of cultivation was indeed prodigious. Typically, individuals on the Canglan continent commence their cultivation at the age of 10, requiring at least 5 or 6 years to establish their foundation. Some with lesser aptitude may not achieve this until their 20s. Only those with extraordinary talent can establish their foundation within 2 to 3 years. In their eyes, Ye Chen was already considered a prodigy, even though he had only reached the 9th level of Qi at 18, as he began his cultivation relatively late. Were Ye Chen aware of their thoughts, he would surely scoff at them, for he had reached the realm of refinement at the age of 15, albeit sealed by his master, the ancient Wuji. Upon returning to Qingzhu Peak, Ye Chen swiftly entered the Starry Soul Tower. Inside the tower, he eagerly emptied all the spirit stones to assess them. The Tianxuan Sect compensated a total of 1.2 billion, the Shadow Pavilion contributed approximately 700 million, and the various families of Baiwa City collectively acquired over 500 million. Ye Chen possesses over 2 billion spirit stones. With these spirit stones in hand, I can once again ascend to the realm of void refinement. Perhaps I may even advance further still. Ye Chen was filled with exhilaration, unable to contain his laughter. He first cast 1,000,000,000 spirit stones into the heavenly Tao Pearl, and after the span of an incense stick, he exclaimed, "Ha ha, my cultivation has returned." Ye Chen's cultivation has been restored to the void refinement realm. He let out a long, resonant howl that echoed throughout the entire starry soul tower. He unleashed the full extent of his void refinement realm pressure, which rampaged through the confines of the tower. Fortunately, the starry soul tower isolated external perception, leaving the outside world tranquil, oblivious to the events within. I sense that this return to the void refinement realm surpasses my previous power in the celestial realm by more than double. Ye Chen clenched his fists, sensing the formidable pressure he had unleashed, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. However, he dismissed it, for any improvement over his past self was a positive development. Now, he contemplated how much his remaining spirit stones could elevate his cultivation. Ye Chen once again settled into a meditative posture, casting all remaining spirit stones into the heavenly Tao Pearl. The spirit stones were swiftly consumed, and his cultivation steadily advanced, from the second to the fourth, and then to the fifth level of the refining void realm. After the span of a single incense stick, the spirit stones were entirely depleted, and Ye Chen's cultivation ascended to the ninth level of the refining void realm. Alas, despite the enormous expenditure of spirit stones, he had yet to break through to the composite body stage. Ye Chen let out a soft sigh, a hint of disappointment shadowing his features. It is all the fault of that old man Wuji. Once I return to the celestial realm, just wait and see how I shall make you regret it. Ye Chen harbored a slight resentment towards the infinite celestial emperor for sealing his cultivation. Nevertheless, he felt an undeniable strength within himself at present. Ye Chen estimated that he could now defeat those in the tribulation stage even without utilizing the laws of space. Perhaps he should seek someone to practice with. Ye Chen transformed his appearance to resemble that of Night Shadow, donned a black robe, and cloaked himself as he stealthily departed from the starry soul tower. Ye Chen vanished into the void, departing from Qingzhou Peak and making his way directly towards Lin Shua's Bamboo Peak. At Bamboo Peak, within the bamboo dwelling, Lin Shua was seated in a meditative posture, engrossed in his cultivation. Ye Chen arrived at Dazhu Peak, emanating a concealed aura of cultivation. "Who goes there?" Lin Shua exclaimed as he sensed the unfamiliar energy, swiftly appearing before Ye Chen. "It is you, Night Shadow," Lin Shua exclaimed, somewhat astonished. After more than 2 years of absence, what brought Night Shadow to appear today? Ye Chen disregarded Lin Shua and struck out with a palm aimed directly at him. Lin Shua instantly reacted, meeting the attack with a palm of his own. A thunderous roar erupted as their palms clashed, the overwhelming force causing the surrounding bamboo to snap and splinter. Ye Chen staggered back a step, while Lin Shua was forced to retreat several paces. His face etched with astonishment as he gazed at Ye Chen. He was well aware of Night Shadow's prowess, having previously relied on spatial laws to launch surprise attacks. Yet, in a mere span of 2 years, he found himself engaging in a direct confrontation, and to his astonishment, Ye Chen held the upper hand. Yet Ye Chen was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He lunged forward once more, the wind from his fist howling. His sole intention was to swiftly assess his combat prowess. Lin Shua, not one to yield easily, unleashed all his capabilities and engaged in battle with Ye Chen. In an instant, the air atop Dazhu Peak surged with spiritual energy, radiating brilliance. However, throughout the encounter, it was Ye Chen who dominated, leaving Lin Shua with no choice but to defend himself. Chapter 65. The surprise from old Demon Su. How could this fellow possess such formidable strength? Lin Shua marveled inwardly, realizing that he was on the verge of being unable to withstand Ye Chen's relentless assault. Yet, Ye Chen grew increasingly exhilarated with each strike, his techniques becoming ever more fierce. "Stop, Yi Ying, what do you intend to do?" Lin Shua exclaimed, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer. "I don't intend anything. I simply wish to give you a good beating." Ye Chen paused his movements, crossing his arms with a faint smile grazing his lips. Lin Shua's mouth twitched slightly. "Did I provoke you? Are you simply eager to deliver a beating?" He longed to uncover the true identity of Night Shadow. He sensed no malice from Night Shadow. During their recent altercation, neither party had wielded lethal weapons nor harbored any intent to kill. "You will come to know in due time." Ye Chen wore a mysterious smile, and after speaking, his figure flickered and vanished without a trace. The behavior of this shadowy figure was peculiar, strikingly reminiscent of his junior disciple. Lin Shua gazed in the direction Ye Chen had departed, lost in contemplation. Alas, how could it be? His junior disciple is merely at the qi refinement stage. Lin Shuo shook his head, dismissing his fanciful thoughts, and retreated into the bamboo cottage to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, after leaving Deju Peak, Ye Chen was filled with exhilaration, quite pleased with his own strength. Haha, that battle was truly exhilarating. Next time, I shall give old demon Su a good thrashing. Ye Chen murmured to himself. Brimming with confidence in his own abilities, he made his way to the rear of the Qingzhou Peak, where his spirit companions, Bai Hu, the White Tiger, and Su Chen's spirit companion, He Bao, the Black Panther, were reared. Since the acquisition of these two spirit pets 2.5 years ago, they had been nurtured in this very place. Naturally, upon his return, he felt compelled to pay them a visit, for they were, after all, his beloved companions. As soon as Bai Hu spotted Ye Chen's arrival, it soared forward, circling around him with exuberance, occasionally nudging him affectionately with its head. Meanwhile, He Bao wagged its tail energetically, embodying the essence of devotion, as it rested its front paws before Ye Chen and incessantly licked his feet. Ye Chen chuckled as he affectionately patted Xiao Bai's head and playfully nudged Xiao He. Well, how are you two adjusting to the Tianxuan Sect? Master, it is splendid here, Xiao Bai exclaimed with a joyful yelp. Xiao He, still unable to articulate words, quickly rose to his feet and bounded around Ye Chen in excitement. Indeed, though your cultivation progress seems to have lagged a tad. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. With a grand gesture, a collection of demon cores materialized before Xiao Bai and Xiao He. These were the inner cores of the demon beasts he had hunted alongside Luo Qingqing and others during his months at the 100 Flowers Palace. These cores would greatly aid in the cultivation of Xiao Bai and Xiao He. Thank you, Master, Xiao Bai nuzzled against Ye Chen. Meanwhile, Xiao He began to wag its tail enthusiastically, licking Ye Chen affectionately. All right, focus on your training. I shall take my leave, he declared, and with a swift motion, Ye Chen vanished from sight. The following dawn, Ye Chen absorbed the starry spirit tower into his being, meticulously regulating his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement, and proceeded towards the purple bamboo forest at the back of the sect. Have you failed in your foundation establishment? Su Taixu inquired. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized Ye Chen before him. He repeatedly examined Ye Chen, yet no matter how diligently he probed, Ye Chen remained at the 9th level of qi refinement. Ye Chen wore a bewildered expression, pondering when he had ever expressed the desire to establish a foundation. This couldn't be right. With the body of myriad laws, foundation establishment should be infallible if he were to intensify his cultivation. He ought to have already reached the stage of forming a core by now. Su Taixu furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth, his face a canvas of confusion and perplexity. Old Su, what are you talking about? When did I ever mention wanting to establish a foundation? Ye Chen said helplessly. Aren't you in a hurry to enter seclusion to establish your foundation? Su Taixu abruptly halted his steps, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Ye Chen. Ye Chen understood that his hasty departure yesterday had undoubtedly led to a misunderstanding with Su Taixu. However, he was not yet inclined to reveal to Su Taixu that he had attained the cultivation level of void refinement. I had some insights yesterday and feared I might forget them, so I secluded myself to organize my thoughts. Ye Chen casually concocted an excuse to deflect Su Taixu. Upon hearing this, Su Taixu's mouth fell slightly agape, at a loss for words. For practitioners of the Tao, while they may not possess perfect recall, the knowledge retained within their minds is not easily forgotten. Su Taixu increasingly felt that this young disciple's behavior was peculiar, as he often spoke in riddles. More importantly, he seldom heeded his master's advice, consistently opposing him, showing a blatant lack of respect. Oh dear, old Su, did you not come to me with a matter of importance? Ye Chen swiftly shifted the topic, fearing that Su Taixu might pose further inquiries to which he would find himself at a loss. Alas, it is best that he focuses on his cultivation. Everything else shall be left to him. Su Taixu sighed softly within, a hint of helplessness evident in his demeanor. Suddenly, a radiant smile, as brilliant as the stars themselves, illuminated Su Taixu's face. My dear disciple, I have prepared a tremendous surprise for you. Su Taixu stroked his beard, his eyes twinkling with delight as he gazed at Ye Chen. Ye Chen rolled his eyes, secretly pondering, what mischief is old demon Su up to now? Can't he just speak plainly if there's something to discuss? Can you guess what the surprise is? Su Taixu said, feigning mystery. I cannot fathom it, nor do I wish to. Ye Chen replied with irritation, please don't be like this, master. I assure you, I am considering your lifelong happiness. Su Taixu spoke earnestly, your lifelong happiness? You needn't worry about that. I will strive for my own happiness. Ye Chen curled his lips in disdain. Ah, my child, how is it that you fail to comprehend the heartfelt intentions of your master? Su Taixu lamented with palpable sorrow. I have arranged a betrothal for you, to the sanest of the Qingyin Pavilion. What say you, my disciple? Are you not astonished? Even taken aback? Su Taixu gazed at Ye Chen with a sense of pride, his hands clasped behind his back, slightly raising his chin. A betrothal? Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him rooted to the spot, his mind a blank slate. A furious blaze ignited within him as he realized that this old sorcerer, Su, had audaciously arranged a betrothal in his absence. Ye Chen had long since determined his unwavering affection for Luo Qingcheng, and he would never consent to an engagement with any other woman. Su Taixu, observing Ye Chen's expression, felt quite pleased, believing he had astonished him with his delightful surprise. The holy maiden of Qingyin Pavilion, endowed with exceptional talent, gentle grace, and beauty that could rival the blossoms, Su Taixu assumed Ye Chen would be thoroughly impressed and began to extol the virtues of Murong Shui with great enthusiasm. You old demon, how dare you unilaterally decide to arrange a marriage for me? Ye Chen regained his composure, seething with rage as he bellowed. Su Taixu was taken aback by Ye Chen's furious outburst. What is the matter? Do you not approve? The holy maiden of Qingyin Pavilion is a coveted partner for countless talented youths. Su Taixu inquired, genuinely perplexed by Ye Chen's intense reaction. I care not for her identity. I shall never consent to this marriage arrangement. Ye Chen exclaimed with great anger. However, I have already promised to the Qingyin Pavilion for this marriage alliance. Su Taixu's expression revealed difficulty. An annulment of the marriage. Ye Chen spoke without hesitation. Isn't this rather inappropriate? On the other side, Su Taixu from the Qingyin Pavilion hesitated. Chapter 66, bought off by 1 million top-quality spirit stones. He had personally established the engagement with the head of the Qingyin Pavilion, and now he was expected to annul the engagement himself, which was indeed a difficult face to save. Moreover, it would tarnish the reputation of the holy maiden of the Qingyin Pavilion. Humph. If you are concerned about how to explain it, you might as well fulfill the engagement yourself. Ye Chen shrugged and spread his hands in jest. You rebellious disciple. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Taixu exclaimed, his anger evident as he puffed out his cheeks and glared. Forcing an old man like him to fulfill a marriage pact with a young girl left him utterly embarrassed. Su, old demon, I harbor no feelings for that saintess. How can I carelessly bind myself to a marriage? Such an act would only lead to the ruin of both parties. Ye Chen stood resolutely, gazing directly at Su Taixu as he spoke. Su Taixu fell silent, recognizing the validity of Ye Chen's words. Why not meet Murong Shui first? Su Taixu tentatively inquired. I shall not meet her, came the firm reply. Ye Chen resolutely declined. Su Taixu, feeling helpless, understood that he could not pressure Ye Chen too much, lest it backfire. How about this, my disciple? You should meet Murong Shui, perhaps after the encounter. You may change your mind. Consider it a favor to your master. Su Taixu lowered his stance, attempting to persuade Ye Chen. There was no remedy for the mess he had created, after all. It was his own folly to hastily bind Ye Chen to a marriage contract in a fit of anger. If there was no intention to fulfill the engagement, then what was the point of meeting? Ye Chen shook his head once more, resolutely asserting his stance. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's unwavering determination, Su Taixu felt a flicker of doubt within himself. However, the engagement was a promise he had made with his own lips. It was simply too humiliating for him to retract it now. Thus, Su Taixu could only reiterate his persuasive arguments, urging Ye Chen to meet with Murong Shui in hopes of fostering some semblance of affection. Yet, Ye Chen remained impervious to such entreaties. With a heavy sigh, Su Taixu's countenance displayed an unmistakable sense of helplessness, for he realized that he could no longer sway Ye Chen. Old Su, he implored, please do not put me in such a difficult position. My mind is resolute. Upon observing Su Taixu's attitude soften, Ye Chen seized the moment to speak. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall no longer impose upon you. After a moment of contemplation, Su Taixu ultimately yielded, albeit with a sense of resignation. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen immediately sighed in relief, a smile gracing his face. However, Su Taixu swiftly changed his tone and continued. Murong Shui has already arrived at Tianxuan Sect. It would be rather unreasonable for you not to meet her, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was taken aback, utterly astonished by Su Taixu's unexpected maneuver. Old demon Su, are you not putting me in a difficult position? Ye Chen said with a pained expression. She has come all this way specifically for you. We cannot let her journey be in vain. Su Taixu replied innocently. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Given my strikingly handsome appearance, What if she becomes infatuated with me? Ye Chen, still full of self-importance, nonchalantly declined. You impudent fellow. Cease this self-adulation. Regardless, you must meet her in person. We shall discuss the annulment later. Su Taixu cast a disapproving glance at Ye Chen and firmly insisted. Humph. Ye Chen let out a cold snort, turning his head away and ignoring Su Taixu. Ah, Su Taixu. Seeing that Ye Chen was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, was infuriated, his beard bristling as he glared, yet he found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Taixu, and a sly smile crept across his face as he produced his trump card. A mysterious bag, seemingly carelessly, fell from his person. The opening of the bag appeared deliberately unfastened, radiating a dazzling brilliance from its mouth. Ye Chen gazed in astonishment at the radiant glow emanating from the Tianxuan bag. It was an exquisite spirit stone of the highest caliber. Ye Chen picked up the Tianxuan bag, and as his consciousness delved within, he was immediately struck with even greater astonishment. Inside the storage bag lay a mountain of exquisite spirit stones, roughly estimated to be at least 1,000,000. One exquisite spirit stone equates to 100 superior spirit stones, and one superior spirit stone corresponds to 100 medium spirit stones. Consequently, 1,000,000 exquisite spirit stones translates to a staggering 1 billion medium spirit stones. The sight ignited a fervent excitement within Ye Chen. He had not anticipated that old demon Su possessed such wealth. It is worth noting that in the Canglan continent, superior spirit stones are exceedingly rare, let alone exquisite spirit stones. Quite discerning, indeed. You even recognize exquisite spirit stones? With a casual gesture, Su Taixu summoned the Tianxuan bag into his hand. Ye Chen gazed eagerly at the Tianxuan bag in Su Taixu's hand, swallowing hard. Old Su, he remarked, you speak as if I have never encountered a pig, though I may not have tasted its meat. Ye Chen's eyes gleamed with shrewd intent as he contemplated the prospect of acquiring the exquisite spirit stones. Should he successfully procure this 1,000,000 of top-tier spirit stones, transcending to the harmonization stage would be merely a stepping stone, with the tantalizing possibility of ascending to the great ascension stage. Disciple, do you desire these so fervently? Su Taixu chuckled, casually tossing the bag of holding in his hand, raising an eyebrow in smug satisfaction. Oh, dear Su, your words are quite amusing, Ye Chen replied. With your unparalleled wisdom and longevity, surely you do not require these spirit stones for your twilight years. I implore you, show me some mercy and bestow these stones upon me. Ye Chen quickly responded with a smile, saying, spare me this act. I am not in a good mood right now, and do not wish to comply. Su Taixu let out a snort and turned away. Ye Chen suddenly understood. Su Taixu intended to bribe him with spirit stones. How cunning of you, old devil Su. To attempt to entice me with spirit stones in order to arrange a meeting with the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion. Ye Chen silently scoffed to himself. However, with such a delightful opportunity, he was more than willing to oblige. For the sake of spirit stones, he would gladly barter both his soul and body. After all, it was merely a meeting with the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion. Oh, old Su, is it not your wish for me to meet that saintess? Why must you go about it in such a roundabout manner? Am I not free to go? Ye Chen shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands. Oh, weren't there some who swore they would never go? Su Taixu turned around, crossing his arms, a slight smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of mockery. Humph. You dare challenge your master? With just a mere spirit stone, I can easily control you. Experience is indeed the greatest teacher. Is that so? Such a thing does not exist. When a beautiful woman is to be met, one must certainly make the encounter. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a mischievous smile as he rubbed his hands together. However, payment must come first. Ye Chen extended a hand, slightly raising his chin. His gaze fixated intently on the Tianxuan bag held by Su Taixu, his expression brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing his words, Su Taixu's lips twitched. Such shamelessness was delivered with an alarming sense of conviction. Sighing softly, Su Taixu ultimately relinquished the Tianxuan bag filled with exquisite spirit stones to Ye Chen. Though parting with such a considerable number of spirit stones brought him a twinge of regret, there was little he could do, as his disciple had an insatiable appetite for wealth. Ye Chen took the Tianxuan bag, a surge of excitement coursing through him. He swiftly transferred the spirit stones into his storage ring, anxious that Su Taixu might retract his offer. He chuckled to himself, old demon Su, just you wait. I am about to meet that saintess. Ye Chen's face blossomed with a radiant smile as he turned and departed. Since Lu Qingyi and Murong Shui planned to stay at Tianxuan Sect for a few days, Master Xuanji arranged for them to have a separate mountain peak. Chapter 67, Mistaken Identity. How awkward. Ye Chen soared through the skies on his sword, arriving at the peak where Murong Shui resided. In the distance, he beheld a figure of enduring grace. Standing solitary atop the summit, gazing down upon the sect below, Ye Chen furrowed his brows slightly, pondering how the situation diverged from what the old demon Su had described. He activated the laws of space, rendering his form indistinguishable from the void as he crept closer. As Ye Chen approached the figure and discerned her features, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood a beautiful woman. Despite the passage of time, her allure remained intact. Her gaze radiated wisdom and gentleness, her movements exuded grace, and her presence was extraordinary. The weight of years had only enhanced her charm, emanating a mature elegance. Ye Chen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, as he found it difficult to believe his own eyes. The holy maiden of the Qingyin Pavilion must be at least 4,000 or 5,000 years old, wouldn't she? Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity. This marriage pact should rightly belong to the old demon Su himself. Ye Chen furrowed his brows and pursed his lips. This must undoubtedly be the type favored by the old devil Su. Could it be that the old devil Su is aware of my need for spirit stones and is genuinely considering my well-being by arranging for me to marry a wife of a more mature age? Ye Chen stroked his chin, a look of skepticism adorning his face. As the adage goes, a woman 3 years older brings fortune. At 30, she brings power. And at 30,000, she ascends to celestial ranks. Surely, the venerable Su Laoma could not genuinely subscribe to such a trite saying. Ye Chen shook his head, his face a portrait of helplessness. Nevertheless, having accepted the spiritual stones from Su Taixu, he resolved to venture out and meet the saintess. Ye Chen prided himself on his integrity. Having received payment, he was committed to fulfilling his obligations. Ye Chen took a deep breath, materializing from the void, and slowly approached the beautiful woman. This enchanting lady was none other than Lu Qingyi. As the saintess Morong Shui had been taken away by the Tianxuan Sect saintess to engage in a philosophical discourse, temporarily absent from the peak. Ahem. May the saintess be well. Ye Chen mustered the courage to greet her, entirely unaware that he had mistaken her identity. Upon hearing Ye Chen refer to her as the saintess, Lu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. Soon, she realized that Ye Chen had confused her with her disciple, Morong Shui. A hint of amusement flickered in her eyes, yet she chose not to disabuse him of his misunderstanding. Are you Ye Chen? Lu Qingyi inquired gently, her gaze laced with curiosity. The youth appeared rather carefree and frivolous, a stark contrast to her preconceived notions of a genius. Moreover, the esteemed Master Xuanji had mentioned just the day prior that Ye Chen was eager to enter seclusion to establish his foundation. Yet the Ye Chen before her remained at the 9th level of qi refinement, without having laid his foundation. Indeed, it is I. I have had the pleasure of meeting the saintess. Ye Chen inclined slightly, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his lips. Saintess, may I inquire what brings you to the Heavenly Xian sect on this occasion? Ye Chen, fully aware of his intentions, unabashedly scrutinized Lu Qingyi, inwardly marveling at her ethereal grace and exquisite figure, acknowledging that Su Laoma possessed discerning taste. Lu Qingyi, feeling somewhat uneasy under his fervent gaze, cleared her throat lightly to mask her embarrassment. Ahem, Ye Chen, the primary purpose of my visit is... Just as she was about to continue, her words were abruptly interrupted by a hearty laughter. Junior Sister Qingyi, I have returned with Shuer. The esteemed Master Xuanji appeared, accompanied by a woman clad in pristine white. This woman, as radiant as freshly fallen snow, possessed an unparalleled beauty and an aura of serene transcendence. Akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, it was none other than Morong Shui. When Ye Chen agreed to meet Morong Shui, Su Taixu had discreetly conveyed to Master Xuanji that Ye Chen had gone to the peak where the saintess resided. At that moment, Morong Shui was engaged in philosophical discourse with her disciples atop the main peak. Upon receiving the message, Master Xuanji promptly returned with Morong Shui in tow. Upon seeing Morong Shui, Ye Chen was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, rendered utterly speechless. Is this truly the saintess? Ye Chen's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he pointed at Morong Shui, stammering in disbelief. Lu Qingyi, witnessing Ye Chen's flustered demeanor, struggled to suppress her laughter. Ye Chen, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed saintess of the Qingyin Pavilion, Morong Shui. Lu Qingyi remarked with a hint of calmness. Ah, this. Ye Chen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Wishing desperately to find a hole in the ground to burrow into, he had mistakenly identified someone's master as their disciple and had even dared to offer unsolicited critiques. If this were to spread, how could he, Ye Chen, possibly maintain his reputation in the Canglan continent? Meanwhile, Su Taixu, who was secretly observing from the void, also felt his face burn with shame. This impudent boy was truly a source of humiliation. He lamented his own decision to take such a pupil under his wing, especially considering that it was he who had earnestly sought Ye Chen's apprenticeship. Ah, the holy maiden truly has her work cut out for her. Ye Chen awkwardly greeted Murong Shui, his eyes discreetly surveying her. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her demeanor exuded an ethereal chill, reminiscent of a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. What a stunning ice queen she was. In his heart, Ye Chen could not help but express admiration, however. When compared to Luo Qicheng, she still fell slightly short. Luo Qicheng possessed a beauty that was unparalleled, her skin as flawless as jade, her figure reminiscent of a willow's slender waist, and her demeanor exuded an ethereal grace, devoid of any imperfections. If one were to assign a score, Luo Qicheng would undoubtedly receive full marks, while Murong Shui, though beautiful, could only attain an 8. Murong Shui seemed to sense Ye Chen's gaze, slightly furrowing her brows, her expression growing even more frosty. At the same time, she noted that Ye Chen appeared to have failed in his foundational cultivation. A prodigy who had cultivated to the 9th level of qi refinement in merely 3 years should find the establishment of their foundation an effortless endeavor. The failure of such a genius to establish their foundation suggests only one possibility: his cultivation was forcibly elevated through external means. The most likely method of such augmentation would be through the consumption of medicinal pills. Forcing one's cultivation through pill consumption would deplete one's inherent potential, rendering the establishment of a foundation hopeless. Even if successful, further advancement would be exceedingly difficult. Alternatively, it could be that Ye Chen was never a genius but merely an individual of mediocre talent, whose initial cultivation speed was simply swifter. As time progressed, further advancement would become increasingly challenging, leading to a short-lived journey in cultivation. Since they had already met, let us sit down to discuss this marriage arrangement. The esteemed Master Xuanji cleared his throat. The guests took their seats, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Each harbored their own thoughts. Ye Chen contemplated how to delicately dissolve the engagement, while Lu Qingyi and Murong Shui began to doubt Ye Chen's cultivation aptitude. Sanus Murong, I apologize for any offense caused during our first encounter. I hope you will forgive me. Ye Chen was the first to shatter the awkward silence. It is of no consequence, Murong Shui replied with a calm demeanor. This union was agreed upon by the elders of both families. I wonder what the sentiments of the two parties involved are? Lu Qingyi cautiously inquired, seeking to ascertain the intentions of the involved individuals before making a decision. After all, it was her Qinin pavilion that sought refuge, taking the initiative to form an alliance with the Tianxuan Sect. Ye Chen remains the disciple of Su Taixu, and their engagement was personally arranged by her and Su Taixu. Without justifiable reason, Lu Qingyi would not dare to publicly withdraw from the engagement. Moreover, Su Taixu possesses a mysterious background and profound cultivation. It seems improbable that he would take an incompetent disciple. Yet, Ye Chen has indeed failed in his foundation establishment, leaving room for speculation that Su Taixu may have accepted him as a disciple due to some special sentiment. The true potential of Ye Chen hinges on his future cultivation progress. Should Ye Chen truly be deemed a waste, she would possess ample justification to annul the engagement. Chapter 68, Practicing with the Old Demon Su. Murong Shui, a prodigious talent of the Canglan continent, has already reached the 8th level of foundation establishment at the tender age of 19, and is destined to attain core formation within 2 to 3 years. Such an extraordinary genius could never wed a wastrel. Were Ye Chen privy to their thoughts, he would undoubtedly be elated. A side note, you shall only witness my cultivation during the qi refining stage throughout your lifetime. In response to Lu Qingyi's inquiry, Ye Chen scratched his head, firmly resolved not to acquiesce. Were it not for the allure of 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, he would not even entertain the prospect of a meeting. However, this is, after all, a betrothal personally arranged by Su Taixu, and to publicly decline would be a direct affront to him. Ye Chen sought a subtle means to dissolve the engagement, for he knew full well that the union could never be fulfilled. However, Murong Shui preemptively interjected. Such a significant matter as marriage cannot be decided in haste. She remained uncertain about Ye Chen's true circumstances. Her speculation that he had merely consumed elixirs to enhance his cultivation was yet unverified. Should Ye Chen indeed be nothing more than a once promising talent rendered a mere wastrel through reliance on pills, she would categorically refuse the engagement. Although the Qingyin Pavilion sought an alliance with the Tianxuan Sect for protection, marrying a talentless individual, even if he were a disciple of Su Taixu, was out of the question. Murong Shui, after all, was a prodigious genius of the Canglan continent, and to bind herself to a failure would render her a laughingstock among her peers. Moreover, as a genius, the rate of her cultivation advancement would lead to an extended lifespan. In contrast, Ye Chen, still in the qi refinement stage, could expect a lifespan of scarcely a century. Upon hearing Murong Shui's words, Ye Chen's eyes instantly brightened. He silently mused, it appears that the Holy Maiden harbors dissatisfaction with the engagement. There may be hope for its dissolution. Despite her seemingly frosty demeanor, this Holy Maiden proves to be quite understanding. It seems that the process of annulling the engagement will be far more straightforward than anticipated. Ye Chen's lips curled into a subtle yet captivating smile. As he secretly contemplated how to bring this marriage to a complete halt, ensuring that Luo Qingqing would not misunderstand his intentions. Indeed, the saintess was absolutely right. Matters of marriage should never be approached with such haste. Ye Chen chuckled lightly and continued in accordance with Murong Xue's words. This is also my first meeting with the saintess. We are not yet well acquainted and indeed require more time to deepen our understanding of one another. Ye Chen crossed his arms, his gaze reflecting a contemplative demeanor. Indeed, he spoke wisely. The matter of marriage necessitates careful deliberation, and it would be prudent to postpone discussions regarding the wedding date until after the upcoming grand tournament. Lu Qingyi nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. The grand tournament, set to take place in a year, is a prestigious event held once every decade on the Canglan continent, organized in rotation by the 10 major sects, with this edition being hosted by the Tianxuan Sect. During this occasion, each sect will select their most talented disciples under the age of 25 to participate in the competition. Lu Qingyi wished to observe Ye Chen for a while longer. If he truly was a prodigy, that would suffice. However, should he prove to be a mere inept, then the Qingyin Pavilion would have no choice but to retract the engagement and seek refuge elsewhere. This, too, seemed reasonable, for both young individuals were still in their youth, and it would be beneficial for them to interact more and cultivate their feelings. Master Xuanji stroked his beard, chuckling heartily. He remained oblivious to the underlying sentiments shared between Lu Qingyi and Murong Xue, mistakenly believing that Murong Xue simply felt the marriage arrangements were made too hastily. Ye Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. How could this old fellow deviate from the expected script? He had initially intended to take advantage of the situation to extricate himself from the marriage, yet now it seemed this old man actually desired them to cultivate their feelings. Ye Chen was inwardly lamenting, yet outwardly maintaining a facade of tranquility. The cultivation of feelings had become an impossibility at this juncture. Ye Chen could only confront Su Taixu directly, expressing his true sentiments. Ye Chen has resolutely committed himself to Luo Qingqing, thus refraining from any excessive interaction with Murong Xue. For such actions would only inflict pain upon both women, although it is not uncommon in the realm of cultivation for one to have multiple wives. Ye Chen's heart can only harbor Luo Qingqing, leaving no space for any other. Murong Xue, perceptive as ever, discerned Ye Chen's insincerity, deepening her disdain for him. Since this is the case, senior brother, we shall take our leave, said Lu Qingyi, rising to bid farewell as the discussions had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Her visit was primarily to ascertain whether Ye Chen was worthy of her disciple, Murong Xue. Having gathered a general understanding of Ye Chen, she deemed that further evaluation of his cultivation would be necessary in the future. Very well, I shall not detain you any longer, Master Xuanji remarked, rising to escort them. After Lu Qingyi and Murong Xue departed, Ye Chen hastened back to Qingzhou Peak, promptly entering the Starry Soul Tower. Ye Chen sat cross-legged, placing 1 million top-grade spirit stones into the Heavenly Tao Pearl. After half a day, the Heavenly Tao Pearl had completely consumed all 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen has successfully advanced to the first level of the Great Ascension stage. Alas, 1 million top-tier spirit stones were barely sufficient to achieve this breakthrough. How shall one elevate their cultivation in the future? Ye Chen gazed skyward with a profound sigh, his brow furrowed and a visage steeped in sorrow, both for the precious spirit stones and the impending need for more to elevate his cultivation. After a moment, he once again settled into a meditative posture, retrieving the Stunning Swan Sword. Since acquiring the Imperial Sword of Stunning Swan, he had yet to delve into the understanding of its sword techniques. Ye Chen placed the Stunning Phoenix Sword upon his lap, allowing his consciousness to delve within, as he commenced the profound understanding of the 9 styles of the Stunning Phoenix contained within the blade. As Ye Chen's divine consciousness penetrated the Jingong Sword, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming aura of sword intent. It felt as though he were immersed in an ocean of blades, with countless fierce sword energies darting around him. The first move, the sword cleaves the void. Ye Chen beheld an illusory sword shadow flickering in the void, elusive and unpredictable, its speed and enigma instilling a sense of awe. The second move, the sword shatters the firmament. Before Ye Chen, a radiant core of the sword materialized, transparent and flawless, seemingly capable of perceiving all that exists in the world. The third move, sword shatters the universe. A colossal beam of sword light surged towards the heavens, as if intent on tearing apart the very firmament. As Ye Chen continued to comprehend, an intense sword aura gradually emanated from his being, causing the surrounding space to tremble under the weight of its pressure. After an indeterminate period, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Indeed, the 9 moves of the stunning swan are formidable, yet to fully master them will require further time and cultivation. Ye Chen murmured to himself. Ye Chen rose to his feet, wielding the stunning Hong sword, and with a delicate sweep, the void shattered instantaneously. A formidable and immortal sword intent unfurled, reverberating throughout the entire starry soul tower, causing a tremor to ripple through its very core. Ye Chen felt the surging power and sword intent within him, his heart brimming with confidence. With such strength, perhaps it was time to seek out old Demon Su for a sparring session. Ye Chen murmured to himself. The enhancement of his power had already inflated his ego. He resolved to challenge Su Taixu to a duel, seeking to gauge the extent of his own abilities. However, when it came to Su Taixu's strength, Ye Chen still harbored considerable uncertainty. Ye Chen speculated that Su Taixu's cultivation undoubtedly surpassed the tribulation stage. Even the sword intent jade talisman casually bestowed by him could effortlessly annihilate those at the tribulation stage, revealing the immense prowess he possessed. One must be thoroughly prepared. A cultivation level that transcends the tribulation stage would typically incur the rejection of the heavenly Tao of the Canglan continent, suggesting that ascension to a higher realm should be imminent. Ye Chen was unaware of the method employed by Su Taixu to remain in the Canglan continent. On the surface, his cultivation appeared to be at the God transformation stage, yet his true strength was at the tribulation transcendent stage. Chapter 69. Kicking the rear of the old Demon Su. Ye Chen entered the sword tomb within the starry soul tower and selected a sword known as the Immaculate. The stunning Emperor sword was not yet suitable for exposure, so he opted for the Immaculate sword as a substitute. He suppressed his aura using the heavenly Tao Pearl, disguised himself as Night Shadow, donned dark attire, and wore a cloak. As night fell, the lights began to illuminate the surroundings. Ye Chen soared from Qingzhou Peak, making his way towards the purple bamboo forest on the back mountain of the sect. Upon passing by Su Chen's cultivation peak, Ye Chen came to a halt. Ye Chen sensed that Su Chen was on the verge of breaking through to the Yuaning stage, yet he still fell slightly short. Allow me to assist you in your breakthrough. Alas, it seems I am destined for a life of toil. Ye Chen sighed, lamenting his arduous fate. 2 years prior, he had assisted Su Chen in enhancing his swordsmanship and comprehending the essence of the sword. Now, he found himself once again aiding him in elevating his cultivation. He produced a 9 transformation golden spirit fruit and infused it with a strand of elemental power. Ye Chen swiftly entered the cave dwelling where Su Chen was in seclusion. Startled, Su Chen immediately awoke, shouting in alarm. Consuming it will aid your breakthrough. Ye Chen restrained the terrified Su Chen, presenting him with the exquisite 9-turn golden spirit fruit. Altering his tone, upon recognizing Night Shadow, Su Chen relaxed. Although he was unaware of Night Shadow's true identity, he instinctively felt that Night Shadow posed no threat to him. This was the illustrious 9-turn golden spirit fruit, capable of refining one's essence and marrow. Su Chen was utterly astonished, his curiosity about Night Shadow's identity intensifying. He even entertained the notion that Night Shadow might be his master, Su Taixu. For the rarity of the 9-turn golden spirit fruit rendered it improbable for anyone with a mere acquaintance to bestow such a precious gift. Without hesitation, Su Chen accepted the fruit, as the process of refining his essence and marrow would be immensely beneficial to him. Upon consuming the 9-turn golden spirit fruit, he immediately sensed a powerful yet gentle force coursing through his body, accompanied by a thread of law weaving within him. He promptly closed his eyes, activating his cultivation technique, and exerted all his effort to break through to the nascent soul stage. Ye Chen stood beside him, safeguarding him while remaining vigilant regarding Su Chen's condition. Moments later, the spiritual energy surrounding Su Chen began to fluctuate intensely, emanating a formidable aura from within him. Concurrently, the strand of the law that Ye Chen infused with the 9-turn golden spirit fruit also took effect, allowing Su Chen to grasp the power of the law prematurely. Waves of laws encircled Su Chen. A breakthrough was imminent. A surge of joy welled up in Ye Chen's heart as he swiftly departed from Su Chen's secluded abode. Having successfully navigated the perilous phase, Su Chen no longer required protection. Within the confines of Tianxuan Sect, there existed no imminent threats. With the formidable presence of the old Demon Su, even the slightest disturbance, such as a mere fly entering, would not escape his vigilant notice. Apart from Ye Chen, an extraordinary prodigy, even his master, the Immortal Emperor Wuji, would struggle to detect his presence while he concealed his aura beneath the suppression of the Tao Pearl. Before long, Ye Chen arrived at the bamboo grove. Old Su, emerge for a duel. Ye Chen called out loudly, his voice echoing through the bamboo growth. Su Taixu, who had been dozing in a reclining chair, instantly sat up upon hearing Ye Chen's challenge. He felt a surge of astonishment. He had not sensed anyone approaching him beforehand. How intriguing. Su Taixu's figure flickered and appeared before Ye Chen. Who are you, young man? Why do you seek to challenge me? He scrutinized Ye Chen with a piercing gaze, yet internally he was taken aback. Despite his formidable strength, he was unable to detect any trace of the aura emanating from the figure clad in black before him. For no particular reason. I merely wish to ascertain our respective strengths. Ye Chen's gaze was resolute as he slightly raised his chin, his arms crossed over his chest. An intriguing young man. I shall indulge you in this game. Su Taixu's lips curled into a faint smile, his hands clasped behind him, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Ye Chen took the initiative, brandishing his longsword, sending a wave of sword energy sweeping towards Su Taixu. Unperturbed, Su Taixu gently waved his sleeve, effortlessly dissipating the sword energy. Such a modest display of skill is insufficient. Su Taixu chuckled softly. Now prepare to witness. Ye Chen no longer held back. Unleashing a sword strike that split the void, imbued with the essence of eternal sword intent, aimed directly at Su Taixu. This blow was astonishing in its power. The brilliance of the sword light dazzling as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space itself. The eternal sword intent. Su Taixu was taken aback. Forming his fingers into the shape of a sword and wielding the same eternal sword intent to counter Ye Chen's assault. The two forces of sword intent clashed, producing a deafening roar, and the immense shockwave instantly reduced the surrounding bamboo to dust. What a remarkable young man. To comprehend the eternal sword intent at such a tender age, you could be deemed the foremost in the Canglan continent. Su Taixu expressed his admiration. Though he could not discern Ye Chen's cultivation aura, he could gauge the youth's vitality, concluding that Ye Chen was indeed very young. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Ye Chen remarked, Old man Su, this is merely the beginning. As he spoke, Ye Chen moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Su Taixu. His sword, akin to a tempest, struck with relentless ferocity towards Su Taixu. Come on, old man Su, brace yourself. With a resounding shout, Ye Chen unleashed a flurry of sword blossoms with his immaculate blade, the sword energy surging forth, forcing Su Taixu to retreat repeatedly. This young man possesses a remarkably fierce swordsmanship, Su Taixu mused silently, yet his countenance remained impassive, maintaining an air of nonchalance. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, their sword energies intertwining amidst the swaying bamboo shadows. The surrounding bamboo, succumbing to the force of their spiritual energies, snapped under the pressure, leaving the outcome of their duel indeterminate. Heh, old man Su, is this all you've got? As Ye Chen launched his attacks, he did not forget to provoke with taunts, his tone laced with mockery. Su Taixu's face flushed with indignation. This young man truly possessed a sharp tongue. You are seeking a beating. Su Taixu bellowed, his assault suddenly becoming fierce. Ye Chen, unwilling to be outdone, wielded the immaculate sword, which transformed into a flurry of afterimages, engaging in a fierce battle with Su Taixu. As their duel intensified, their movements became increasingly rapid, their figures interweaving, and the glimmer of swords dazzled the spectators. This cannot continue. At this rate, even if my spiritual energy is exhausted, I will be unable to overcome him. Ye Chen pondered silently, now certain that Su Taixu's true cultivation level was far beyond the tribulation stage. He needed to devise a cunning plan to catch him off guard and disrupt his rhythm. Ye Chen's eyes flickered, and an idea instantly took shape in his mind. Old Su, prepare to receive my strike. With a resounding shout, Ye Chen suddenly leapt into action, his immaculate sword no longer aimed at Su Taixu's vital points, but instead directed towards his posterior. What? Su Taixu's eyes widened in disbelief. This rascal had resorted to such a base tactic. Bang! With a dull thud, Ye Chen delivered a solid kick to Su Taixu's backside. Instantly, Su Taixu stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Although he had managed to deflect Ye Chen's sword, he had not anticipated that the strike was merely a feint, with the true intent being a kick to his rear. Ha ha ha, old man Su, you have been outsmarted. Ye Chen laughed heartily, relishing the success of his cunning ploy. Reminiscent of a monkey stealing a peach, an endeavor that had proven consistently effective. At last, he had returned the favor for the kick he received from the old demon Su. Ye Chen contemplated delivering two swift kicks to Su Laoma's posterior, thereby reclaiming the interest owed to him. Meanwhile, Su Taixu's face flushed a deep crimson, a potent blend of shame and indignation washing over him. Here he was, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the tribulation realm, utterly humiliated by a mere junior. Should this scandal become public, how could he possibly hold his head high again? Chapter 70. Su Laoma cannot bear the game simultaneously. Su Taixu was profoundly astonished by Ye Chen's combat prowess. The true extent of his own strength was a closely guarded secret, and in the vast expanse of Canglan continent. No one could match him in a fierce confrontation, let alone successfully launch a surprise attack against him. This cloaked individual before him was undoubtedly an unparalleled prodigy. Young man, are you seeking a fight? Su Taixu bellowed, as his aura surged dramatically. A terrifying pressure, transcending the tribulation realm, instantaneously enveloped the entire purple bamboo forest. This is bad. The old man is about to get serious. Ye Chen felt a jolt of alarm as an overwhelming pressure washed over him, causing his heart to race. You insolent brat. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Today, I shall obliterate your rear end. Su Taixu bellowed, his figure transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards Ye Chen. Good grief, this old man cannot take a joke. Ye Chen let out a peculiar cry and turned to flee. Those who have transcended the tribulation stage are akin to immortals. No matter how extraordinary Ye Chen may be, he cannot contend with an immortal. You cannot escape. Su Taixu roared incessantly, relentlessly pursuing him. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying, causing the surrounding space to begin to warp. By heavens, this old man is about to shatter the limits of the Canglan continent. Ye Chen pondered to himself. Breaking through one's limits would inevitably attract the tribulation of thunder. In the Canglan Realm, achieving perfection in the tribulation stage and then attempting a breakthrough would summon a thunderstorm. Should one successfully endure it, they could ascend on the spot, but failing would mean returning to dust, returning to the earth. I must leave at once. Determined in his resolve, Ye Chen quickened his pace once more, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed toward the outer realms of the Tianxuan Sect. Thunderous roars reverberated through the air. The aura emanating from Su Taixu continued to surge, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire firmament, causing the heavens to tremble and the void to shatter. All disciples of the Tianxuan Sect felt this overwhelming force, their hearts racing in trepidation. What was occurring? Could this immense pressure possibly be from the Grand Elder, the very essence of the Grand Elder? Good heavens, what has befallen the Grand Elder? Is it true that he is about to transcend and ascend? Panic engulfed the entire Tianxuan Sect. Experiencing a tribulation within the sect could spell doom for all. Quickly, retreat beyond the sect's boundaries, commanded Master Xuanji as he led several elders to direct the disciples to evacuate. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had already escaped to the exterior of the Tianxuan Sect. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he beheld a sky thick with ominous clouds, where lightning flashed and thunder roared as an overwhelming presence surged upwards, piercing the heavens. This old fellow is truly on the verge of breaking through his limits. Ye Chen secretly thought to himself, fortunate was he for his swift escape. Otherwise, he would have truly met his demise here. Old Su, you cannot afford to play this game. I shall seek you out for another battle next time. Ye Chen shouted towards the direction of Tianxuan Sect, then turned his back and departed without a glance. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's departure, Su Taixu immediately retracted his imposing aura, restoring tranquility to the sky as the dark clouds dissipated. What an intriguing young man. Su Taixu mused with a faint smile as he watched Ye Chen's retreating figure. The disciples of Tianxuan Sect exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what had transpired. The Grand Elder seems to have had an epiphany, one disciple murmured softly. However, the crisis has been averted. Let us all disperse. After a moment of contemplation, the esteemed Xuanji Jinren furrowed his brow and spoke. The disciples then exhaled in relief and began to scatter. Meanwhile, Ye Chen sprinted away, taking several detours before stealthily returning to Qingzhou Peak. Humph. That old demon Su is not to be trifled with. I nearly fell into his grasp. Ye Chen gasped for breath, speaking with indignation. After a brief respite, he entered the Starry Soul Tower, shedding his disguise and reverting his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Old demon Su, if you cannot play the game, then do not engage. I shall seek you out for another duel next time. Ye Chen ascended to the pinnacle of the Starry Soul Tower and plunged into a chamber, succumbing to slumber. Simultaneously, a piece of news reverberated throughout the entire Canglan continent. In the southern region of Canglan, a place known as the Celestial Star Secret Realm was soon to be unveiled. It is said that the Celestial Star Secret Realm is a sanctuary left behind by an ancient empress, rumored to harbor countless treasures and legacies. Upon the announcement, the entire Canglan continent was set ablaze with excitement. A multitude of cultivators hastened towards the south, eager to enter the secret realm in search of fortuitous encounters. Naturally, the Tianxuan Sect was no exception. The Celestial Star Secret Realm? It warrants a visit. Ye Chen displayed a hint of interest. However, I must seize this opportunity to extort a sum from old demon Su. Ye Chen, This time the celestial star secret realm is opening. You shall accompany Su Chen on your journey of cultivation, just as Su Taixu summoned Ye Chen and Su Chun before him. Expressing his desire for them to venture into the secret realm for training, Ye Chen interjected, "That is agreeable. But it will require 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones as travel expenses." Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ye Chen demanded spirit stones from the old demon Su. Knowing full well that Su's wealth was substantial, 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones, Su Taixu nearly leaped in astonishment. This young man truly had the audacity to ask for such an exorbitant sum. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Taixu flatly refused. "You, young man, have already drained the entire Canglan Sect of its spirit stones, and yet you have the gall to ask me for travel expenses? Ha ha, old demon Su. One cannot speak in such a manner." Ye Chen chuckled and remarked, "I am merely contributing to the sect. Those spirit stones will inevitably be spent. So why not let them benefit me instead? You rascal, truly incorrigible." Su Taixu was both exasperated and amused by Ye Chen's shameless reasoning, pondering how he ended up with such a frivolous disciple. Chapter 71. The most frugal in the Canglan Realm. Ye Chen scoured nearly the entire Canglan Sect for spirit stones, as well as the entirety of the Shadow Pavilion's reserves, leaving not a single piece behind. Yet he still dares to claim he has contributed to the sect. Ha ha. I concede. Ye Chen chuckled as he clasped his hands together. "What say you, old demon Su? Will you agree or not? It is merely 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. You may choose to accept or decline." Su Taixu, infuriated and gnashing his teeth in frustration, found himself compelled to negotiate. This young man had truly taken full advantage of him. Very well, 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones it is. Ye Chen had no genuine desire for the exquisite spirit stones. His demand for 1,000,000 was merely a tactic to negotiate more effectively with the old demon Su. Gritting his teeth, Su Taixu tossed a Tianxuan back to Ye Chen. "You remember this, young man, if you don't take your training seriously this time. Just wait and see how I will deal with you upon your return." He felt utterly exhausted, having fretted over this little disciple while also providing an abundance of spirit stones. "Rest assured, old demon Su, I shall handle my affairs with utmost diligence." Ye Chen cheerfully accepted the Tianxuan bag. "Senior brother, let us depart." With that, Ye Chen took hold of Lin Shuo and Su Chen, striding away with great confidence. "Hey, that rascal." Su Taixu watched Ye Chen's departing figure, shaking his head in exasperation. This boy is truly becoming more outrageous. Su Taixu felt a complex mix of affection and frustration toward his disciple, Ye Chen. The Tianxuan secret realm is situated in the southern part of the Canglan continent. Within Tianxuan City, the Tianxuan Sect lies to the east, a considerable distance away, necessitating the use of a teleportation array to reach it. Tianxuan City is the largest city in the south and the closest one to the Tianxuan secret realm. Ye Chen and his companions needed to venture to Tianwu City to utilize the teleportation array leading to Tianxuan City. At that moment, Tianwu City was teeming with people, buzzing with excitement. Cultivators from various regions in the eastern part of the Canglan continent had gathered here, preparing to embark on their journey to the Tianxuan secret realm. Due to the considerable distance, each individual was required to pay 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones for the teleportation from Tianwu City to Tianxuan City. In front of the teleportation array, Lin Shuo gazed at Ye Chen, awaiting his payment for the necessary spirit stones. However, Ye Chen merely looked up at the sky, feigning ignorance of the need to pay. "Junior brother, each person must contribute 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones to utilize the teleportation array," Lin Shuo reminded. Noticing Ye Chen's reluctance to pay. "What? We must pay spirit stones?" Ye Chen abruptly sprang to his feet, as if he had just learned for the first time that utilizing a teleportation array required the payment of spirit stones. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones? Why not simply resort to theft? The three of them together possessed 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which indeed constituted a significant sum for an ordinary cultivator. However, to Ye Chen, it was merely a trifling amount, yet even this insignificant sum he was reluctant to part with. "When my senior brother mentioned this, could it be that I am expected to cover the cost of these spirit stones?" Before leaving, Ye Chen had just received 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones from Su Taixu, which, both in reason and sentiment, should be his to contribute. However, he was reluctant to part with them, as these spirit stones were the foundation of his growth. Lin Shuo was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that Ye Chen seemed unwilling to part with such a sum. "Never mind, I shall refrain from going after all." Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. What a ridiculous request to provide 3,000 spirit stones. The mere thought of it caused him distress. It was utterly impossible for Ye Chen to acquiesce to such a demand. Junior brother, wait, Lin Shuo exclaimed, suddenly anxious. After all, it was their master who had entrusted him with the responsibility of safeguarding Ye Chen during his trials in the secret realm. He simply could not allow Ye Chen to return and squander his potential. Do not refer to me as junior brother. We are not acquainted. Ye Chen spoke without turning back. Su Chen stared at Ye Chen's reaction, dumbfounded. This little junior brother was truly miserly to an extreme. He finally understood that Ye Chen's reluctance to venture into the secret realm stemmed from his unwillingness to spend even a trifling amount on travel expenses. Lin Shuo, exasperated, stomped his foot in frustration. This rascal was utterly detestable. He simply did not wish to part with this small sum of spirit stones and expected me to shoulder the cost. Rather than being forthright, he resorted to theatrics. How shameless. It was absurd that before setting out, the master had bestowed upon Ye Chen 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, yet he still refused to contribute to the transportation fee. Lin Shuo inwardly lamented how he had landed such a money-grubbing, stingy, cunning, and shameless junior brother. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I shall cover. Lin Shuo gritted his teeth, realizing that this little junior brother truly held the title of the most miserly in the Canglan continent. Big brother, it is still you who possesses the generosity. Ye Chen swiftly turned around, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he gazed at Lin Shuo, eagerly awaiting these very words. Enough chit-chat, let us be on our way. Lin Shuo retorted with a hint of exasperation. Having ventured out to safeguard the two junior disciples, he had also invested several thousand mid-grade spirit stones. A thought that was undeniably painful. Hige, certainly. Ye Chen followed with a cheerful smile, secretly feeling quite pleased with himself. You think you can compete with me? You're still too inexperienced. Thus, Ye Chen and Su Chen subtly took advantage of Lin Shuo's spiritual stones and made their way to Tianxuan City. As the Tianxuan secret realm would not open until the following day, the three of them found accommodation at an inn named Cloud Shadow Immortal Residence. As Ye Chen and his companions entered the inn, they immediately spotted two familiar figures. Qiqing, Chuman, Su Chen exclaimed in delight. Ye Chen also looked up, and indeed, it was Luo Qiqing and Yu Chuman. Yu Chen, Su Chen, are you also here for the Tianxuan secret realm? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Luo Qiqing's beautiful eyes, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she inquired. Of course, where there is excitement, we must certainly join in. Ye Chen said with a smile. In that case, why don't we travel together? It would be beneficial to look out for one another. Luo Qiqing replied, of course. I could not ask for anything more. Ye Chen promptly exclaimed that being able to share a hotel with two beautiful ladies was indeed a delightful opportunity. He could not have wished for more. Ye Chen and his companions, along with Luo Qiqing and Yu Chumin, settled into the Cloud Shadow Immortal abode. Early the following morning, they set off together towards the starry secret realm. This mysterious domain is nestled within a valley located 100 miles outside of Starry City. At this moment, a multitude of cultivators had gathered outside the valley, each brimming with eagerness and anticipation. Chapter 72. The Decline of Society and the Erosion of Human Morality. What an immense crowd! Ye Chen gazed at the dense throng before him, exclaiming in wonder. Indeed, the opening of the Tianxuan secret realm has drawn cultivators from across the vast Canglan continent. Su Chen nodded in agreement. It seems that this journey into the Tianxuan secret realm will not be a tranquil one. Luo Qiqing furrowed her brow and remarked solemnly. What is there to fear? With my presence, I assure you of your safety. Ye Chen patted his chest and confidently declared. Luo Qiqing, aware of Ye Chen's prowess, harbored unwavering faith in him. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the heavens. Boom. The crowd looked up in unison, witnessing the emergence of a colossal vortex in the sky, its center emanating a blinding radiance. The entrance to the secret realm has materialized. Let us rush forth. The throng erupted in excitement. Countless cultivators vying to surge towards the vortex. We shall also proceed. Ye Chen called out, leading Su Chen, Luo Qiqing, and others towards the swirling vortex. The secret realm imposed restrictions on cultivation levels, permitting only those below the nascent soul stage to enter. Individuals surpassing this threshold would be repelled by the realm's laws. The only exception was someone like Ye Chen, who possessed a heavenly Dao Pearl, allowing him to suppress his cultivation to a level undetectable by the Tianxuan secret realm. Lin Shuo awaited at the entrance for Ye Chen and the others to emerge. Being at the tribulation stage, he was unable to enter. His purpose for coming was solely to ensure the safety of Ye Chen and Su Chen. Within the secret realm, Ye Chen and his companions had already stepped into its depths. Is this truly the Tianxuan secret realm? Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Within the secret realm, The air was thick with spiritual energy, and the melodious chirping of birds intertwined with the fragrance of blooming flowers, resembling a paradise. Such rich spiritual energy. Su Chen inhaled deeply, his face reflecting sheer ecstasy. This truly is an exquisite place for cultivation. Yuchuman couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Let us proceed inside and explore. As Ye Chen spoke, he proceeded deeper into the secret realm, with Luo Qingqing and Su Chen closely trailing behind. Ye Chen and his companions traversed through the mountains and rivers in search of fortuitous opportunities. I remarked to my junior brother, have you stumbled upon some extraordinary luck? How is it that you consistently discover such valuable treasures? Su Chen, observing the ancient medicinal herb in Ye Chen's hand, couldn't help but express his envy. Hee, this is what one might call luck. Do you understand? Ye Chen smiled with delight as he stored the spiritual medicine in a storage ring, wearing an expression of triumph. Humph, it seems your fortune is merely a stroke of luck, Yuchuman remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Ye Chen. Oh, do not doubt me. I am simply blessed with an innate fortune, he replied with a hint of arrogance. Ye Chen shook his head with a sigh, displaying an expression of helplessness, yet exuding an undeniable aura of excellence. Luo Qingqing, observing Ye Chen's somewhat infuriating demeanor, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. Ahead lay a valley. Let us venture forth to explore it. Ye Chen pointed ahead and said. The four descended into the valley, discovering an area rich in spiritual energy and adorned with picturesque scenery, making it an excellent place to rest. Let us spend the night here, Su Chen suggested. Agreed. The other three nodded in consensus. Ye Chen retrieved a selection of ingredients from his storage ring and commenced the grilling process. Before long, the delectable aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Wow, it smells divine, Luo Qingqing exclaimed, her mouth nearly watering at the tantalizing scent of the barbecue. Ye Chen, your culinary skills have certainly improved. Yuchuman could not help but remark in admiration. Higi, of course. I grill meat every day. How could my skills possibly falter? As Ye Chen grilled the meat, he spoke with a sense of pride. Stop being so vain and hurry up with the grilling. I am on the verge of starving. Su Chen urged. All right, it will be ready shortly. Ye Chen quickened his pace. Before long, the barbecued meat was ready. The four of them gathered around the campfire, indulging in the delicious grilled meat, sipping fine wine, and sharing laughter and lively conversation, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. The wine was truly exquisite, rich and smooth on the palate, with a lingering aftertaste that surpassed any wine I had previously tasted outside. Su Chen took a sip and sang its praises. Of course, I replied, this is a treasured vintage I have cherished for many years. Ye Chen declared with pride, Humph, go ahead and boast. This is the drunken immortal brew of Baohua City. Yuchuman curled her lip, unhesitatingly exposing Ye Chen's pretentiousness. Alas, how could you, my dear girl, be so candid? Ye Chen feigned sorrow as he spoke. Indeed, it was 3 months prior when Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing ventured to Baohua City to slay the ruffians and made the purchase. Humph. Who told you to be so glib with your words all day long? Yuchuman shot Ye Chen a glance, retorting with annoyance. Indeed, junior brother, you are quite unreliable. Su Chen chimed in from the side. Alas, it is truly difficult to be a good person. Ye Chen shook his head with a sigh, wearing an expression that reflected his disillusionment with the declining morals of society. Luo Qingqing, observing Ye Chen's exaggerated display, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, causing the campfire to flicker and the surrounding temperature to plummet. Who goes there? Su Chen stood up alertly, scanning the vicinity with a vigilant gaze. Heh, gentlemen, we're here to rob you. A gruff voice emerged from the shadows. Chapter 73. No chance for those who seek spirit stones immediately. A dozen figures clad in black emerged from the woods, encircling Ye Chen and his companions. Each of these individuals possessed at least golden core cultivation, with their leader reaching the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, clearly not to be trifled with. Who are you? Why do you intend to rob us? Su Chen inquired nonchalantly, seemingly dismissing the bandits before him. Heh, what we are is of little consequence. What matters is that you have crossed paths with us today, so consider yourselves unfortunate. The leader of the black-clad men scoffed, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. What do you want? Luo Qingqing rose to her feet, a cold glimmer flickering in her beautiful eyes. She was deeply unsettled by the lascivious gaze the bandits cast upon her. Heh, dear ladies, if you comply and entertain us, we might consider sparing your lives. The leader leered at Luo Qingqing and Yuchuman, his eyes brimming with lewd intent. Do you truly believe that with your disheveled appearances, you can lay claim to the beauty before you? Ye Chen feigned anger as he rose to his feet, patting Su Chun on the shoulder with a grave expression. "Brother Su," he said earnestly, "do tell me, can this motley crew truly catch your eye?" "Junior brother," Su Chun replied, with such countenances. "They are unworthy even to carry my shoes, yet they dare to covet the likes of Luo Qiqing and Yu Chuman. Truly, it is akin to a toad dreaming of consuming swan flesh." Suppressing his laughter, Su Chun solemnly shook his head in agreement. "Ha ha." Luo Qiqing and Yu Chuman, unable to contain themselves, erupted in laughter, their bodies shaking with mirth. "You seek death." The leader of the cloaked figures, incensed by their banter, bellowed in fury and prepared to take action. "Hold on," Ye Chen suddenly shouted, halting the movements of the cloaked figures. "What is this? Have you come to your senses? Ready to surrender?" The leader of the black-clad men, believing Ye Chen was intimidated, spoke with an air of triumph. "Heh, you are overestimating yourself." Ye Chen's lips curled into a sly smile as he leisurely spoke. "I merely wish to convey that one must consider the target when engaging in robbery. With a motley crew such as yourselves, daring to rob us is truly an act of reckless folly." "You seek death," roared the leader of the black-clad figures, unable to contain his fury any longer as he struck out a palm towards Ye Chen. "Humph, utterly deluded." Ye Chen let out a cold snort, standing his ground without flinching, and casually unleashed an attack talisman. Boom! A resounding explosion ensued, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance. The leader among the cloaked figures felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him, sending him hurtling backward to the ground, where he landed heavily, spitting blood. His complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. "What?" The other cloaked figures were immediately struck with astonishment. They had never anticipated that this seemingly harmless youth possessed such a terrifying attack talisman. "Now, may you enlighten me as to your true identities?" Ye Chen clapped his hands and inquired nonchalantly, "Young man, do you dare to provoke us? You shall surely meet your demise." The leader of the cloaked figures gritted his teeth, enduring his injuries as he spoke. "We are disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If you dare to lay a hand on us, our sect will not let you go unpunished." "Heavenly Demon Sect?" Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. It turned out to be the rabble from the Celestial Demon Sect. No wonder they were so arrogant and overbearing. Su Chen let out a cold snort, his murderous intent evident in his gaze. "What is the Celestial Demon Sect?" asked Luo Qiqing and Yu Chuman, their faces filled with confusion. "The Celestial Demon Sect is a malevolent cult, notorious for its heinous deeds," Su Chen explained. "Their arrival in the Celestial Star's secret realm is undoubtedly in pursuit of opportunities to enhance their strength, only to bring disaster upon the world afterward." "Now it makes sense," Luo Qiqing and Yu Chuman exclaimed in unison. "Since they are members of the Celestial Demon Sect, they must not be allowed to remain." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ye Chen's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. "Junior brother, allow me to take this on." Su Chen proactively volunteered. "Very well, let us resolve this swiftly." Ye Chen nodded. "Kill." Su Chen bellowed, his figure flashing as he plunged into the throng of black-clad men. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen's strikes were ruthless and lethal. In the blink of an eye, several black-clad men lay dead at his feet. "Damn it!" The leader of the black-clad men, witnessing the carnage, was filled with rage. He never anticipated that these seemingly youthful boys would possess such formidable strength. "You dare to slay my disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect? You shall pay dearly," the leader roared, preparing to self-destruct in a bid to take Su Chen down with him. "Self-detonate? You lack the qualification," Su Chen scoffed, delivering a powerful blow that reduced the leader to a mere puddle of flesh. Hiss. The remaining black-clad men, upon witnessing this gruesome sight, were struck with terror and began to flee in all directions. Attempting to escape? It is too late. Luo Qiqing and Yu Chuman also sprang into action. Luo Qiqing gracefully waved her hand, unleashing a series of sharp sword energies that decimated several black-clad men. Meanwhile, Yu Chuman brandished a long whip, which danced like a serpent, ensnaring a number of black-clad men, and with a forceful tug, she tore them apart. In an instant, the group of over 10 black-clad men was annihilated by Ye Chen and his companions. Sighing in relief, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. It had been far too long since he had experienced such exhilarating combat. Indeed, these scum from the Heavenly Demon Sect truly deserve their fate, Yu Chuman concurred. "All right. Let us swiftly clear the battlefield," she added. Ye Chen remarked, "Let us examine what treasures these individuals possess." "All right." Su Chen and Yu Chuman promptly commenced their search for spoils. Before long, they had thoroughly scavenged all the belongings from the dark-clad figures. "Junior brother, behold our bounty from this venture," Su Chen said, presenting a bag of holding to Ye Chen. Ye Chen accepted the storage bag, his consciousness probing within. To his astonishment, he discovered over 10,000 spiritual stones, along with a considerable number of elixirs, magical artifacts, and manuals of cultivation techniques. Indeed, quite impressive. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. He completely destroyed the martial arts techniques, for they were all practices of the demonic sect, relying on the consumption of others' vital essence for cultivation. Retaining them would only bring disaster to the world. Ye Chen gathered all the spirit stones into his storage ring and returned the elixirs and magical treasures to Su Chen. Junior brother, these spirit stones. Su Chen took the elixirs and treasures, rubbing his hands together, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Spirit stones? What spirit stones? There are none. Ye Chen wore an expression of vigilance. Everything else was negotiable, but the notion of coveting spirit stones was out of the question. Su Chen, with a sense of resignation, shrugged his shoulders and shook his head with a wry smile. He should have known better. Once the spirit stones fell into Ye Chen's possession, they would never resurface. Ah, Su, he said, do not be like this. In the future, any treasures we plunder shall belong to you, while the spirit stones shall remain with me. Ye Chen gazed at the somewhat dejected Su Chen and offered words of comfort. Chapter 74. Now it is our turn. Robbery? Upon hearing this, Su Chen, Luo Qingqing, and Yu Chuman exchanged bewildered glances. Junior brother, surely you cannot be serious. Su Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Ye Chen. Indeed, that is precisely what I am contemplating. Ye Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Rather than toiling endlessly in search of opportunities, it would be far swifter to seize them directly. However, is that not rather improper? Luo Qingqing hesitated as she spoke. What is improper about it? Those practitioners of the demonic path, who among them does not have blood on their hands? By eliminating them, we are merely ridding the world of its scourge. Ye Chen nonchalantly remarked. Moreover, we are merely engaging in theft, not indiscriminate slaughter. Similar occurrences transpire throughout the secret realm. We have not targeted others, yet we have been robbed ourselves. We specifically choose to prey upon those sects with a tarnished reputation. So what say you? Are you inclined to join me in this endeavor? Ye Chen gazed intently at Su Chen, Luo Qingqing, and Yu Chuman. I am in. Luo Qingqing was the first to respond, her eyes brimming with excitement. She held an unwavering belief in Ye Chen. Although he appeared to be frivolous and overly fond of wealth, she recognized the profound kindness that resided within his heart. I am in as well. Su Chen nodded in agreement, knowing that as a senior brother, he must join his junior in this audacious endeavor. Very well, I shall join too. Seeing that both Luo Qingqing and Su Chen had consented, Yu Chuman had no choice but to nod in acquiescence. Haha, splendid. Let us commence our venture tomorrow. Ye Chen let out a hearty laugh, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Let us go. Today, I shall lead you all to prosperity. Early the next morning, Ye Chen enthusiastically called upon Su Chen and the others. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. His junior brother was truly a money fanatic. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman exchanged glances, both recognizing the mirth reflected in each other's eyes. Following, Ye Chen always promised delightful surprises. The four of them, their faces concealed, began to wander through the secret realm in search of potential targets. Whenever they encountered individuals with a brazen demeanor, those who audaciously seized opportunities from others, Ye Chen and his companions would approach them for a friendly exchange. After several days, they amassed a fortune beyond their wildest dreams. Unbeknownst to them, their acts of amicable engagement had spread throughout the entire Tianxuan secret realm, earning them a resounding title, the four great demon kings of robbery. Surrender your treasures. As Ye Chen and his companions were in pursuit of their next target, a sudden roar echoed from the other side of the small hill behind them. The four paused, exchanging puzzled glances. Ah, it seems there are fellow travelers. Luo Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. It appears that someone has come to us willingly. Ye Chen's lips curled into a subtle yet mischievous smile. The four of them ascended the mountain peak, whereupon they beheld a group of cultivators clad in black robes who had just robbed several individuals dressed in the uniform of a particular sect. They appeared to be members of the Black Wind Gang. Su Chen furrowed his brow, recognizing this group. The Black Wind Gang? I have not heard of them. Ye Chen shrugged his shoulders, wearing an expression of indifference. The Black Wind Gang is a modest faction located in the southern region of Canglan continent. Having thrived through plunder and robbery, Su Chen elaborated beside him. How fortuitous. Today, we shall rid the people of this menace. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh and spoke with righteous indignation, as if he were a great hero. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman exchanged eye rolls. Every time Ye Chen embarked on a heist, he felt the need to concoct some grandiloquent justification. Do not move. This is a robbery. You are surrounded. Surrender your spirit stones and treasures. Ye Chen shouted, and the four of them rushed towards the members of the Black Wind Gang. The gang members were momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events, exchanging bewildered glances. They had built their empire through thievery and had always been the ones to rob others. Never before had anyone dared to rob the Black Wind Gang. Today, however, these young individuals had audaciously targeted them. Who were these reckless fools that dared to challenge the might of the Black Wind Gang? The leader, clad in a black robe, glared with fierce eyes, his face twisted in rage. Humph! You lawless scoundrels, today you have encountered my wrath. Consider yourselves unfortunate. Ye Chen stood with his arms crossed, a slight smirk playing upon his lips, exuding an air of arrogance. The members of the Black Wind Gang erupted in laughter, mocking. With just a few insignificant younglings like you, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Spare us the chatter and hand over the treasures at once. Or do not blame us for being impolite. Ye Chen's gaze hardened as he stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura. Let us see if you possess the ability, he declared fiercely. At the command of the black-robed leader, the members of the Black Wind Gang surged toward Ye Chen and his companions. Luo Qingsheng was the first to strike, delivering a powerful kick that sent the black-robed leader flying. Su Chun and Yu Chu Man swiftly joined the fray, and in a matter of moments, they had incapacitated the members of the Black Wind Gang. Oh no, my arm. It's broken. My leg, my leg. They cried in despair. Enough, enough. We surrender. The gang members lay on the ground, wailing, no longer daring to resist. Spare us, noble hero. We were blind to not recognize your greatness and have offended you. The leader of the Black Wind Gang, enduring his pain, knelt and pleaded for mercy. If only it had been this way from the start. Why must we endure a beating? Ye Chen nodded slightly, his gaze fixed upon the row of kneeling members of the Black Wind Gang, a playful spirit suddenly igniting within him. Ah, the time has come for us to strike. Let the looting commence. Ye Chen stood with his hands on his hips, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he extended one hand in a gesture of demand. The members of the Black Wind Gang were momentarily taken aback by such audacity. Quickly relinquish your treasures, or face the consequences, exclaimed Luo Qingsheng with a sharp rebuke. Yes, yes, we shall comply at once. The gang members, recognizing the futility of resistance, hurriedly produced their valuables. Su Chun, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and stepped forward to collect the bounty: spiritual stones, medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and a plethora of gold and silver jewels. Junior brother, we have struck it rich. Su Chen exclaimed with glee. Stay calm, stay calm. This is merely the beginning. Ye Chen waved his hand, signaling Su Chen to remain calm. Esteemed heroes, may we take our leave? The leader of the Black Wind Gang cautiously inquired, seizing the opportunity while Ye Chen and his companions were in high spirits. Do not rush. If you assist us in a grand endeavor, I shall grant you your freedom. A sly smile played upon Ye Chen's lips. Upon hearing that Ye Chen was about to embark on a grand endeavor, Su Chun and Luo Qingsheng's eyes brightened, aware that Ye Chen was surely poised to create quite a stir. What is it that the esteemed hero wishes for us to do? The leader of the Black Wind Gang inquired after a brief moment of hesitation. I need you to help me draw everyone from the secret realm over here. Ye Chen addressed the leader of the Black Wind Gang, outlining the tasks that lay ahead. Chapter 75, The Hidden Immortal Clan, Eastern Cloud Sea Boss. Must we truly proceed in this manner? A young member of the Black Wind Gang inquired with a troubled expression directed at his leader. Need I even articulate this? If we do not act, do you wish for your demise? The gang leader shot back fiercely, not wishing to endure another thrashing at the hands of Ye Chen and his companions. Very well, the young member sighed in resignation before turning to depart. Let us patiently await the fish to take the bait, he mused with a smirk. Ye Chen observed the retreating figure of the Black Wind Gang's minion, a satisfied smile curling upon his lips. They had discovered an abandoned palace, where they deposited all the treasures and riches they had plundered. By utilizing these artifacts, they crafted the illusion of a rare treasure emerging into the world. He instructed the Black Wind Gang members to disseminate rumors of a newfound treasure in the vicinity, enticing other cultivators to embark on a quest for riches. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and the remaining members of the Black Wind Gang lay in ambush, poised to ensnare all who ventured into the secret realm. Ye Chen, do you intend to rob everyone who enters this hidden domain? Luo Qingsheng inquired, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon him. Ye Chen chuckled softly, remarking, how intriguing this is. Besides, These individuals have not refrained from taking lives and treasures within the secret realm. Our actions may well be seen as a form of divine justice. Luo Qingcheng rolled her eyes, yet the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, clearly stirred by Ye Chen's audacious notion. Junior brother, your strategy is rather unscrupulous, isn't it? Su Chen could not help but interject. This is merely a tactic of warfare. Do you not comprehend? Ye Chen cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen and remarked, moreover, we are ridding the world of evildoers. Those greedy individuals deserve to be looted by us. All right, you are right, Su Chen replied with a resigned shake of his head. His face alight with eagerness and his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yu Chuman pressed her lips together and gently nodded, seemingly in agreement with Ye Chen's course of action. Have you heard? A rare treasure has emerged in this vicinity. Is that true? What kind of treasure is it? I'm not certain, but it appears to be quite formidable. Many people have already rushed over. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and take a look. Word spread quickly, and soon a multitude of cultivators arrived, drawn by the news. They're coming, they're coming. Ye Chen gazed at the approaching cultivators in the distance, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The practitioners, alerted by the news, discovered the treasures within the palace, their eyes brimming with avarice. Like ravenous wolves pouncing on their prey, they surged wildly towards the artifacts. A burly man swung his massive axe, cleaving a frail cultivator who stood in his path to the ground, blood splattering in all directions. The feeble cultivator had no time to utter a single cry of despair before succumbing to his fate. This treasure belongs to me. A wiry, sharp-featured cultivator suddenly launched a treacherous attack from behind, plunging a gleaming dagger into the heart of his companion, his eyes filled with greed and madness. Several other cultivators engaged in a fierce brawl over a radiant jade pendant, the scene descending into utter chaos. The cacophony of shouts, screams, and the clash of artifacts intertwined, revealing the grotesque nature of humanity in that moment. Ye Chen and his companions concealed themselves in the shadows, observing the unfolding events with unperturbed expressions. Within the realm of the secret domain, there existed no regulations to impose restrictions. Acts of murder and treasure plundering frequently transpired. Strike! As Ye Chen observed that they had nearly completed their slaughter, he issued a command. Su Chen, Luo Qiqing, and Yu Chuman immediately surged forth. The members of the Black Wind Gang, who had been lying in ambush, also rushed in unison, encircling those who had come to seize the treasures. Robbery! You are all surrounded by me. Surrender your spirit stones and magical artifacts. Ye Chen bellowed, simultaneously sweeping his right hand forward. The members of the Black Wind Gang immediately raised their weapons, assuming a menacing stance. The cultivators, upon hearing Ye Chen's proclamation, were initially taken aback, only to be swiftly overtaken by expressions of indignation. Who do you think you are to dare rob us? Bellowed a bearded cultivator, his face a mask of fury. Those surrounded, those brave enough to enter the secret realm were not timid souls. They were unyielding in the face of danger. Oh, so it appears you are inviting punishment for your insolence. Ye Chen's lips curled into a subtle yet disdainful smile. With a flick of his right hand, the members of the Black Wind Gang swiftly surged into the crowd. Su Chen, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chuman quickly joined the fray, wielding iron rods as they commenced their assault. Thud, thud, thud. What? Each of the trio struck down their foes with precision, leaving a substantial number of cultivators dazed and incapacitated. The air was filled with cries of anguish and roars of fury. Ha ha! Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. As Su Chen plundered with glee, he erupted into boisterous laughter. The trio of Su Chen, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chuman grew ever more emboldened, sending the cultivators reeling in disarray. Run! It's a trap! It's a black market ambush! The cultivators finally grasped the deception and scattered in a panic. Want to escape? It wouldn't be so simple. Ye Chen let out a cold chuckle, his figure flickering as he pursued. Cease your resistance. I surrender, I surrender. In a mere moment, those cultivators had all clasped their heads with both hands, prostrating themselves on the ground. The members of the Black Wind Gang approached, collecting all the storage treasures from the cultivators and presenting them to Ye Chen and his companions. Junior brother, we have struck it rich this time, Su Chen exclaimed, gazing at the mountain of spoils with excitement. Indeed, just look at who I am, came the confident reply. Ye Chen spoke with great pride. Ye Chen, you are truly wicked, Luo Qingcheng remarked, her eyes brimming with mirth as she gazed at him. Hee, it takes one to know one, Ye Chen said with a smile. All right, let us hasten our departure from this place, lest the night stretch on and bring forth unnecessary troubles. Yu Chuman cautioned. Ye Chen nodded, leading the three individuals away from that place rife with turmoil. Meanwhile, as Ye Chen and his companions engaged in their exploits within the celestial star-secret realm, a most unexpected visitor arrived at the distant Chinyin pavilion. This uninvited guest was a young man clad in exquisite garments, adorned with a lustrous jade at his waist. His striking features and extraordinary demeanor were overshadowed only by a hint of rebelliousness in his brow. Accompanying him were two elderly men, exuding an air of calm authority, indicating their profound cultivation. "Esteemed young sir, may I inquire if you are here on behalf of Chinyin Pavilion?" The gatekeeper, sensing the imposing presence of the newcomer, approached with utmost respect. The young man in splendid attire disregarded the inquiry and instead called out loudly towards the depths of Chinyin Pavilion. "I am Dongfang Yunhai of the Dongfang family, seeking an audience with the pavilion master." His voice resonated throughout the pavilion, prompting the master, Lu Qingyi, to feel a slight tremor of surprise upon hearing his name. The Dongfang family was known to be a secluded celestial clan, reputed for having ancestors who ascended to immortality. Their depth of heritage immeasurable and far beyond what Chinyin Pavilion could contend with. Dongfang Yunhai, a prodigy of the family, had already reached the golden core stage by the age of 20, making him a renowned figure across the Canglan continent. Lu Qingyi, not daring to delay, promptly went forth to welcome him. The arrival of the young master of the Dongfang family brings great honor to Chinyin Pavilion. "Please, do come in," she greeted, her professional smile illuminating her face as she ushered Dongfang Yunhai inside. "Your kindness is appreciated, Pavilion Master Lu," Dongfang Yunhai replied with a subtle smile, his cultured demeanor enveloping the atmosphere like a gentle spring breeze. The two took their seats in the grand hall of Chinyin Pavilion, with Lu Qingyi directly addressing him. "Might I inquire the purpose of your visit today, young Master Dongfang?" To speak candidly, he began, "I have come in pursuit of Murong Shui, the saintess of Chinyin Pavilion." Dongfang Yunhai wasted no time in declaring his intentions. Lu Qingyi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the name Murong Shui, though her expression remained composed. "Might I ask what you mean by this, young Master Dongfang?" "I have been captivated by Murong Shui at first sight and wish to take her as my wife." Offering the position of the Dongfang family's heir in return, Dongfang Yunhai stated with unwavering conviction, his gaze filled with affection. He had once caught a distant glimpse of Murong Shui during a previous outing, her breathtaking beauty leaving an indelible impression on him. After returning to his family, he had learned of her identity as the saintess of Chinyin Pavilion and could no longer contain his yearning. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyi's heart sank. Murong Shui was already betrothed to Ye Chen, the disciple of Su Taixu. Yet, the influence of the Dongfang family was unparalleled compared to the Tianxuan Sect. Rejecting Dongfang Yunhai could spell disaster for Chinyin Pavilion, while acquiescing would pose a dilemma regarding Ye Chen. "Young Master Dongfang, this matter." Lu Qingyi hesitated, about to offer an explanation, only to be interrupted by Dongfang Yunhai. "Pavilion Master Lu, I understand your concerns," he said, a confident smile gracing his lips. "The Tianxuan Sect is of no consequence to my Dongfang family. Should you agree to this union, I assure you they will not dare to utter a word of dissent." His tone was assertive, brimming with confidence. During his inquiries about Murong Shui, he had also thoroughly investigated her background, including her engagement to Ye Chen. The Dongfang family, claiming to be a celestial clan, disregarded the sects of the Canglan continent, viewing them with disdain. Dongfang Yunhai had even looked into Ye Chen, dismissing him as a mere youth in the qi refining stage at the age of 18. Lu Qingyi found herself increasingly troubled. She recognized the truth in Dongfang Yunhai's words. With his family's power, obliterating the Tianxuan Sect would indeed be effortless. However, the engagement was a protective measure she had initiated with Su Taixu. To back out now would be to act in bad faith. "Young Master Dongfang, this matter holds great significance. I kindly ask for your patience as I consider it." Lu Qingyi ultimately decided to buy time rather than give an immediate response. "Pavilion Master, you are being overly formal. Just call me Yunhai," Dongfang Yunhai replied, feigning nonchalance, a confident smile lingering on his lips. He was well aware of her intent to delay, but he would not allow her the luxury of time. "I am rather forthright by nature and dislike delays," he continued, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qingyi. "My admiration for Miss Murong Shui compels me to wish to marry her at once and cherish her dearly." Lu Qingyi's expression grew troubled. "It is indeed a blessing for my daughter to be favored by young Master Dongfang, yet she is already bound by an engagement. Until that is resolved. Oh, but I have heard that the esteemed Ye Chen is merely 18 and still in the qi refining stage." Dongfang Yunhai interjected, a slight smirk creeping onto his face. his eyes filled with disdain. Such qualifications hardly befit a woman of Murong-Shue's caliber. His words struck Lu Qingyi like a dagger to the heart. She had harbored doubts about Ye Chen's abilities. Just 3 months prior, he had failed his foundation establishment, and no news of his success had surfaced since. Such circumstances were nearly impossible for a genius. Could it be that Ye Chen was truly nothing more than a product of medicinal enhancement? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became. Dongfang Yunhai keenly sensed her wavering resolve and felt a surge of triumph, recognizing that his scheme was half accomplished. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, "Pavilion Master, I do not intend to belittle others, but—" He lowered his voice, feigning secrecy. "My ancestors of the Dongfang family have passed down information that within a year, an immortal shall descend upon us." "An immortal?" Lu Qingyi gasped, her face paling in shock. "Indeed," Dongfang Yunhai affirmed solemnly. "This secret has been entrusted to me by my family elders. Moreover," he paused dramatically, presenting an even greater bait. "The arrival of this immortal is to select exemplary cultivators, with my Dongfang family's prodigies being the first on the list. Those chosen will be directly taken to the immortal realm for cultivation. Furthermore, the families and sects of those selected shall receive the immortal's protection." His words echoed like thunder in Lu Qingyi's mind. The descent of an immortal, the selection of prodigies, the protection of the immortal. Each of these aspects was enough to drive the entire Canglan continent into a frenzy. Although Lu Qingyi holds the esteemed position of the master of Qingyin Pavilion, she remains, at her core, merely a modest cultivator at the harmonization stage. In the face of legendary beings such as immortals, her heart brims with both reverence and longing. Cultivators strive to ascend and attain immortality, yet the path to transcendence is fraught with uncertainty. Few are those who truly achieve such a lofty goal. Should a disciple of Qingyin Pavilion be chosen, it would be akin to soaring to the heavens in a single leap, receiving the protection of an immortal. And standing atop the Canglan continent, her pursuit of an alliance with Tianxuan Sect was fundamentally a quest for refuge. The identity of her partner seemed inconsequential compared to the potential benefits of immortal patronage. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingyi endeavored to calm her racing heart. She needed to consult her most accomplished disciple, Murong-Shuo, who possessed the finest talents among them. "Young Master Dongfang, this matter is of great significance. I must seek Shuo's opinion." Lu Qingyi suppressed her excitement, striving to maintain her composure, and promptly instructed her disciple to summon Murong-Shuo. Chapter 77. Drawn into the abyss naturally, Dongfang Yunhai replied with a subtle smile, his confidence unwavering. As the young master of a reclusive immortal clan, his standing was exalted, and he was a prodigy who had reached the golden core stage by the tender age of 20. In contrast, Ye Chen, an unremarkable lad from unknown origins, had yet to establish his foundation at 18. It was evident where the wise choice lay. Before long, Murong-Shuo was escorted into the grand hall by her fellow disciple. Lu Qingyi hastily recounted Dongfang Yunhai's proposition to her. Upon hearing it, Murong-Shuo felt a tumult of emotions within her, her beautiful eyes glinting with astonishment and yearning. She cast a glance at Dongfang Yunhai, handsome and distinguished, a young master of an immortal lineage, and a paragon of excellence who had achieved the golden core stage at just 20 years of age. In that moment, Murong-Shuo made her decision. "Master, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Ye Chen's prospects appear bleak. I cannot entrust my future to him." She bit her lips slightly as she spoke. "Shuo, I comprehend your thoughts. However, we must tread carefully regarding the engagement with Tianxuan Sect," Lu Qingyi replied, nodding gently in acknowledgement of Murong-Shuo's choice. "Master, I understand." Murong-Shuo affirmed with a nod. "Miss Murong, as long as you are willing, I, Dongfang Yunhai, will not let you down," he interjected at the opportune moment. "As for your engagement with Ye Chen, leave that matter to me." "Then I shall rely on young Master Dongfang," Murong-Shuo said, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "With that settled, we must strategize meticulously to ensure this matter is handled thoroughly, avoiding any unnecessary conflict with Tianxuan Sect," Lu Qingyi remarked from the side. The engagement had been initiated in her quest for refuge, and now, as she sought to annul it, she hoped to navigate the situation without it becoming overly contentious. "Rest assured, Pavilion Master, I shall exercise discretion," Dongfang Yunhai replied, a hint of a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. In his view, the minor Tianxuan Sect hardly warranted his direct involvement. He merely sought to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Meanwhile, deep within the eerie and foreboding depths of the Tianxuan secret realm, a sinister chasm awaited. Ye Chen, Su Chen, Luo Qingchen. and Yu cautiously ventured deeper into the canyon. Ye Chen, why have we come to this cursed place? Yu could not help but complain. It feels so eerie here. It is clearly not a good location. Indeed, junior brother, let us find a different spot, Su Chen concurred. Do not be afraid. I possess a strong intuition that great opportunities await us within. Ye Chen's gaze was resolute as he slightly raised his chin, confidently proclaiming, moreover, fortune often favors the bold. Within this gorge, there may indeed lie great opportunities, perhaps even the legacy of an ancient empress. Let us place our faith in Ye Chen. Luo Qingqing responded with a gentle smile, nodding slightly, her eyes brimming with trust. She understood Ye Chen's character. Once he made a decision, not even 10 oxen could pull him back, and she believed in him wholeheartedly. It seems Qingqing truly understands me. Ye Chen chuckled softly, leading the way deeper into the canyon. As they ventured into the heart of the gorge, an immense chasm loomed before them, shrouded in swirling mists that obscured its depths. This fissure seemed like a gaping wound torn into the earth by some colossal force, emanating an aura of both mystery and peril. The jagged rocks lining the edge of the chasm appeared to have been carelessly sculpted by the relentless hand of time. Wisps of ethereal mist curled upward from the abyss, heightening the sense of dread and eeriness. Occasionally, a few stones tumbled into the void, yet not a sound echoed back, as if they had been consumed by the boundless darkness. A peculiar force hovered above the chasm, preventing Ye Chen and his companions from soaring through the air. Surely, that cannot be the legendary abyssal maw beneath us. Su Chen shuddered at the sight of the unfathomable crevice. Abyssal maw? What is that? Yu inquired with curiosity. It is said that the abyssal maw is a remnant of a cataclysmic battle from ancient times, a prison for a dreadfully powerful entity, Su Chen whispered, feigning an air of mystery. Spare me your ominous tales. I suspect you've read too many novels, Yu scoffed, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Indeed. I believe this is more likely the entrance to the lair of an ancient powerhouse, perhaps concealing some ancient legacy or divine weapon within. Ye Chen, feigning a demeanor of a money grubber, rubbed his hands together. In truth, his myriad law's physique sensed that beneath the fissure lay extraordinary opportunities. Is it true? Let us hasten down to investigate. Upon hearing of the treasure, Yu Chen's spirit soared, and she tugged at Su Chen, eager to approach the edge of the crack. Hey, do not act rashly, Su Chen exclaimed, grasping Yu Chen's arm with a pained expression. Did you not hear Ye Chen mention that this is the lair of an ancient powerhouse? What if there lies danger within? What is there to fear? We are the chosen ones, blessed with extraordinary fortune. We can transform peril into safety. Yu Chen declared, raising her chin with confidence, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ahem. Let us remain discreet. Such matters should be kept to ourselves. There is no need to voice them. Ye Chen coughed twice and feigned humility as he spoke. All right. Enough of the antics. Let us first ascertain how to descend. As Luo Qingqing said this, she approached the edge of the fissure and began to observe intently. The space surrounding the crack appeared somewhat distorted, accompanied by an unusual gravitational pull. Luo Qingqing furrowed her brow, as if she had uncovered something significant. A pull. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen stepped forward and attentively sensed the surroundings. Indeed, the allure of this force seemed to be growing ever stronger. Before Ye Chen could finish his words, a powerful force suddenly emanated from the crevice, drawing all four of them into its depths. Ah! Ye Chen exclaimed, instinctively clutching tightly to Su Chen beside her. What on earth is happening? Su Chen, equally startled by this unforeseen turn of events, frantically attempted to steady himself. Ye Chen reacted swiftly. At the very moment he was drawn into the rift, he embraced Luo Qingqing's delicate waist, sheltering her within his arms. Luo Qingqing's slender form trembled, instinctively yearning to resist. Hold on to me tightly. Ye Chen uttered a low exclamation, drawing Luo Qingqing tightly into his embrace. As she felt the strength of Ye Chen's powerful arms and the warmth of his chest, a sense of tranquility washed over her, prompting her to relinquish her resistance and nestle comfortably against him. The four of them were engulfed by a tremendous force, pulled into the chasm of the gorge, where darkness enveloped them, and the only sound was the howling wind. Time seemed to lose its meaning until Ye Chen sensed that he had collided with something soft. Immediately, an immense power enveloped him, dragging him downward. Chapter 78. The mysterious space, the antiquated palace with a resounding splash. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing plunged into the frigid waters of a lake. Cough, cough, cough. Ye Chen choked on a few mouthfuls of water and hastily held his breath. Simultaneously, he sensed a formidable force emanating from the depths of the lake, pulling him downward. Enchanting beauty. Ye Chen was taken aback, hastily lowering his head, only to discover that Luo Qingqing had already been swept away by the lake's waters. Cursed be this fate. Ye Chen silently cursed, striving to swim towards Luo Qingqing's side. However, the force of attraction was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Qingqing, hold on. Ye Chen found himself silently shouting within. Being inexorably drawn towards the abyss of a pitch-black lake, his consciousness gradually becoming hazy. After an indeterminate passage of time, Ye Chen slowly regained awareness, discovering himself in an extraordinary realm. Surrounding him was an ethereal glow, a tapestry of light that danced between brilliance and dimness, weaving a vibrant and colorful panorama. Beneath his feet lay a layer of transparent crystalline substance, akin to solidified ripples of water, shimmering with a mysterious luster. Through this crystalline layer, he could perceive what appeared to be countless runes flowing gently below, emanating an ancient and formidable aura. In the distance, colossal crystal pillars soared majestically, piercing the obscured vault above. These pillars were adorned with a variety of peculiar gemstones, radiating hues of blue, green, and purple, casting a kaleidoscopic illumination throughout the entire expanse. Above, the sky mirrored the tranquil undulations of the lake, separated by an invisible barrier, with sunlight refracted through the water's surface. Ye Chen was profoundly astonished by the marvelous and enigmatic spectacle before him, momentarily rendered almost spellbound. Luo Qingqing lay upon Ye Chen's chest, still lost in a deep slumber. As Ye Chen was drawn into the depths of the lake, in the final moments before losing consciousness, he unleashed all his cultivation and surged towards Luo Qingqing. It was only when he tightly embraced Luo Qingqing that he completely succumbed to oblivion. Even in his unconscious state, he held her firmly in his arms, refusing to let go. At that moment, a soft sigh escaped from Luo Qingqing as she gradually awakened, slowly opening her beautiful eyes. She realized she was in an exceedingly embarrassing position, lying upon Ye Chen's chest. Instantly, her delicate face flushed crimson, resembling a perfectly ripened apple, radiant and alluring. Ye Chen, where are we? Luo Qingqing called softly, her voice as gentle as a feather brushing against one's heart. Upon noticing that Luo Qingqing exhibited signs of awakening, Ye Chen feigned slumber, indulging in the delightful sensation of her soft warmth nestled against him. Hearing Luo Qingqing's call, a mischievous smile curled at the corners of Ye Chen's lips as he deliberately pretended to have just awakened, groggily opening his eyes. Ah, Qingqing, you are awake? Ye Chen rubbed his eyes, his voice languid and magnetic, imbued with a hint of morning hoarseness that tugged at Luo Qingqing's heartstrings. Let go of me, she implored. Feeling Ye Chen's fervent breath cascading over her ear, her body stiffened further. She attempted to struggle free, only to discover that Ye Chen's embrace was unyielding, rendering her utterly motionless. Do not move. Allow me to hold you a while longer. Ye Chen embraced Luo Qingqing a bit tighter, his tone imbued with a subtle hint of dominance. Luo Qingqing's heart raced fiercely. She could feel the powerful rhythm of Ye Chen's heartbeat and the warmth emanating from his body, which afforded her an unparalleled sense of security. Ye Chen, you. Luo Qingqing intended to articulate her thoughts, yet words eluded her, leaving her to surrender to Ye Chen's embrace. Ye Chen gazed at the blushing and bashful Luo Qingqing in his arms, his heart swelling with tenderness. He understood that Luo Qingqing harbored feelings for him as well. Qingqing, you are truly exquisite. Ye Chen lowered his head and gently whispered into Luo Qingqing's ear, his tone so tender it seemed to exude warmth. Instantly, her ears flushed crimson, and as she attempted to evade Ye Chen's fervent gaze, he assertively cupped her chin, compelling her to meet his eyes. In that moment, time appeared to stand still, with nothing but each other reflected in their gazes. Ye Chen gazed into Luo Qingqing's eyes, clear as water, and an intense impulse surged within him, compelling him to press his lips against her alluring crimson ones. Luo Qingqing sensed Ye Chen's intentions. Instinctively, she wanted to evade him, yet inexplicably, she closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly, reminiscent of a butterfly poised to break free from its cocoon. Just as Ye Chen's lips were about to brush against hers, a sudden thought struck Luo Qingqing, and she abruptly opened her eyes, pushing Ye Chen away with urgency. What about my senior sister and Su Chen? Luo Qingqing rose, hastily adjusting her attire, unable to meet Ye Chen's gaze. Her voice quivered, much like a petal swaying in the breeze. Rest assured, Qingqing, though this rift is enigmatic, it harbors no peril. I surmise they have merely fallen into another location. Ye Chen slightly raised his chin, his gaze imbued with determination. He gently patted Luo Qingqing's shoulder, offering her solace. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingqing felt a measure of reassurance, yet she could not suppress the urge to bite her crimson lips. She was acutely aware of Ye Chen's heightened sensitivity to danger. Let us first explore this space. I sense that great fortune awaits you here. Ye Chen extended his hand, gently clasping the delicate, jade-like palm of Luo Qicheng. A faint blush graced her cheeks. Though shy, she did not withdraw from the warmth of his touch. Hand in hand, they strolled forward amidst the interplay of light and shadow. However, there was something I must convey to you. As they walked, Ye Chen suddenly halted, turning to gaze earnestly at Luo Qicheng. What is it? She asked, her grip on his hand tightening with apprehension. My master, the old demon Su, has secretly arranged a betrothal between me and the saintess of the Qingyin Pavilion, Morong Shui. Ye Chen's gaze was intricate, filled with a mix of emotions as he gritted his teeth. After a brief pause, he declared, But you must know, my heart belongs solely to you. A hint of sorrow lingered in his tone, for Su Taixu had unilaterally arranged an engagement without his consent. However, had Ye Chen not been swayed by the allure of 1 million top-tier spirit stones, it is possible the engagement would have been thwarted by his own actions. Upon receiving this news, Luo Qicheng was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure, confident that Ye Chen would adeptly manage the situation. I believe in you, she replied softly. The pair continued their journey along the crystal pillars in search of the great opportunity that Ye Chen sensed. Upon reaching the innermost depths of the enigmatic space, they beheld an ancient palace ahead. Look, Luo Qicheng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with astonishment as she pointed toward the palace. I have a feeling that the great opportunity lies within this palace. Ye Chen smiled faintly. As they approached the grand entrance, the doors gradually swung open with a soft creaking sound, as if welcoming their arrival. Ye Chen teased, yet his steps did not falter. Upon entering the palace, he gazed around, taking in the resplendent grandeur mingled with a touch of antiquity. Wow, this scene is truly breathtaking. Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Chapter 79. The Empress's Legacy, A Passionate Kiss. Could there be any danger here? Luo Qicheng nervously grasped Ye Chen's hand. Rest assured, there is no need to fear when you are with me. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. His body, a manifestation of myriad laws, possessed an acute sensitivity to danger, allowing him to sense threats before they materialized. At long last, you have arrived. A sudden voice echoed, melodious and ethereal, akin to the sweetest of celestial harmonies, yet imbued with an otherworldly quality. Subsequently, a translucent apparition of a woman emerged upon the main seat, her beauty striking yet somewhat diaphanous. Luo Qicheng felt a surge of tension at the unexpected appearance of the woman, instinctively positioning herself in front of Ye Chen. Do not be concerned. Ye Chen gently pulled down the arm of Luo Qicheng, who stood before him, and cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the somewhat translucent figure of the woman. He discerned that she was merely a remnant spirit, harboring no hostility towards them. May I inquire about your identity, esteemed elder? What brings you here to await us? Ye Chen clasped his hands in front of the woman, a veil of perplexity shrouding his mind, as if she had anticipated their arrival long before. Little child, you possess remarkable talent, akin to that of a dear acquaintance from my past, the Empress remarked with a gentle nod, her gaze revealing a hint of nostalgia. She discerned that Ye Chen's constitution mirrored that of her late friend, both embodying the unparalleled physique that required an abundance of spirit stones for cultivation. Your flattery is unwarranted. Esteemed senior, may I inquire who this esteemed acquaintance is? Ye Chen queried with curiosity. That is a tale from long ago, best left unspoken, she replied. Your presence here today is a matter of fate. I am the ancient empress who perished in a cataclysmic battle between immortals and demons eons ago. The empress sighed softly, her tone calm and resonant. This place is the sanctuary of my legacy. I noticed you the moment you emerged from the abyssal rift, she continued, her gaze shifting to Luo Qicheng. Little girl, you are exceptionally suited for my inheritance. Are you willing to accept it? Can I truly? Luo Qicheng's eyes widened with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Of course, the two little ones accompanying you are also in the process of receiving their respective legacies. The Empress affirmed with a warm smile, assuring that the circumstances of Yu Chuman and Su Chun would not disturb Luo Qicheng's state of mind during her acceptance of the inheritance. Upon hearing this, Luo Qicheng exhaled in relief and turned to Ye Chen for confirmation. It seems we have indeed stumbled upon a land of fortune. Ye Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. So, dear Saintess, have you decided to become a superhero or continue as my noble lady? Luo Qicheng hesitated for a brief moment before responding with unwavering determination. I am willing to accept the inheritance. Excellent. The Empress nodded with approval. The inheritance also seals my remaining Dao fruit, and the process of acceptance will take some time. During this period, no one is permitted to leave this place. The Empress's brow furrowed slightly as she spoke with a serious expression. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing exchanged a nod of mutual understanding, devoid of any dissent. The Empress, with a graceful gesture, transmitted an ancient storage ring into Ye Chen's hands. The contents within are said to aid in your cultivation. The Empress gazed deeply at Ye Chen, as if she beheld a long-lost acquaintance from the past. Ye Chen smiled as he accepted the storage ring handed to him by the ancient Empress, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Thank you, esteemed elder, he said, bowing respectfully to the Empress. She nodded gently, leading Luo Qingqing deeper into the palace. Upon entering a resplendent hall, the ancient Empress gestured for Luo Qingqing to take her place upon the inheritance platform. Though nervous, Luo Qingqing slowly seated herself and closed her eyes to begin receiving the legacy. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, remaining in the outer hall, opened the storage ring to inspect its contents, discovering it brimming with spirit stones, piled high like a small mountain. Indeed, the Empress's wealth is substantial, he chuckled to himself. Finding a quiet corner, he sat cross-legged and placed all the spirit stones, including those acquired from his recent endeavors, into the celestial pearl. As time passed, with a continuous influx of spiritual energy flowing into his body, Ye Chen felt an exhilarating lightness, as if he were on the verge of ascension. Finally, after half a day, he successfully refined all the spirit stones, elevating his cultivation to the 9th level of the Great Ascension stage. What a marvelous sensation! He stood and stretched lazily. Yet, the consumption of spirit stones had been quite considerable. How would he advance further in the future? Although Ye Chen rejoiced at his enhanced cultivation, he was also troubled by the realization that advancing to higher realms would require an abundance of spiritual stones. Sigh. One step at a time, he thought. He chose to cast aside his worries, for lamentation served no purpose. After all, it was uncertain how long it would take for Luo Qingqing to complete her inheritance. Consequently, he dedicated himself to the study of the Ji and Gh 9 styles of swordsmanship, meticulously analyzing each movement and the essence of the techniques. The passage of time felt tedious while waiting, and immersing himself in the intricacies of the Ji and Gh 9 styles provided a welcome distraction. 6 months swiftly elapsed in rigorous training. By the end of this period, Luo Qingqing had concluded her reception of the inheritance. During these 6 months, she also refined a portion of the Empress's sealed Dao fruit, resulting in a remarkable leap from the 6th stage of the nascent soul realm to the 1st stage of the void refinement realm. Luo Qingqing sensed that if she could fully refine the Empress's Dao fruit, she could at least break through to the tribulation transcendent stage, or perhaps even ascend further. Rising slowly from the inheritance platform, she emanated an aura of celestial energy, her appearance now exuding an air of sanctity and inviolability. Witnessing this transformation, the ancient Empress smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. My inheritance has been entirely received by you. It is time for me to dissipate. With that, the remnants of the Empress transformed into shimmering starlight, dispersing into the air. In reverence, Luo Qingqing bowed deeply in the direction of the dissipating Empress, expressing her profound respect. Descending from the inheritance platform, she cast a lingering glance back before making her way towards the outer hall. At that moment, Luo Qingqing resembled a celestial being who had stepped forth from a painting. Ye Chen gazed at Luo Qingqing, who gracefully emerged, her ethereal demeanor surpassing her former beauty, captivating him entirely. When Luo Qingqing met Ye Chen's intensely penetrating gaze, her delicate face flushed slightly, radiating an exquisite shyness. Ye Chen beheld the bashful visage of Luo Qingqing, and his heart surged with emotion. He swiftly approached and enveloped her in his embrace, holding her tightly. Luo Qingqing, blushing, buried her face in Ye Chen's chest. After a brief moment, she lifted her delicate face, their gazes locking in an intimate exchange, causing Ye Chen's heart to race. Unable to contain his yearning any longer, he gradually lowered his head, inching closer to Luo Qingqing's crimson lips. Witnessing Ye Chen's descent, her heartbeat quickened, and a fleeting look of panic flickered in her eyes. Yet, in that fleeting instant, she seemed to resolve herself, gently closing her eyes, her long lashes quivering slightly, awaiting Ye Chen's tender caress. Ye Chen felt the tacit consent of Luo Qingqing, and a surge of excitement coursed through his heart as he gently pressed his lips against her delicate ones. Ye Chen gently brushed against her soft lips, and a jolt of electricity coursed through him, sending a tingling sensation throughout his entire being. Chapter 80. The Collapse of the Secret Realm, a Perilous Escape. In that fleeting moment, the air around them seemed to sweeten. As the two became enraptured in this exquisite instant, momentarily forgetting everything else, they kissed passionately, oblivious to their surroundings. While Luo Qingqing responded to Ye Chen's advances with a hint of shyness, their lips parting after an eternity. Still reluctant to let go, they remained in each other's embrace, enveloped in silence, savoring the warmth of that cherished moment. At that instant, Luo Qingqing's delicate face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing the entire palace to sway as if it were experiencing a cataclysmic earthquake. "Quick, follow me." Luo Qingqing grasped Ye Chen's hand tightly, her heart racing as the space before them began to contort and warp. In a flash of white light, they found themselves standing hand in hand on the surface of a lake at the bottom of a chasm. With a thunderous roar, the chasm seemed to be struck by a colossal hammer, with debris cascading down incessantly. The peculiar force that had protected this place dissipated as Luo Qingqing accepted the inheritance, rendering the fissure unstable, with signs of imminent collapse. Suddenly, a glimmer of iridescent light flickered around Luo Qingqing, as a spatial artifact left by the Empress transformed into a glass ring that elegantly adorned her slender finger. This exquisite ring represented the mysterious realm they had entered at the lake's bottom, a high-level spatial treasure. It appeared that this time, they had indeed made a significant gain. Ye Chen gazed at the sudden transformation, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, he swiftly reined in his expression as the abyssal rift began to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. It was time to depart. Now he could soar. Ye Chen grasped Luo Qingqing's hand as they ascended. The ability to soar through the skies restored following the alteration of the loss. They moved like phantoms amidst the crumbling chaos, dust swirling around them and rocks tumbling down. "Be careful," he cautioned. Ye Chen grasped the delicate hand of Luo Qingqing tightly, maintaining his composure and humor in the face of peril. He refused to let the newfound legacy slip away. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Luo Qingqing could not help but chuckle, even in this moment of utmost danger. He still dared to jest. Finally, after numerous trials, they successfully escaped from the fissure. Just as they departed, the entire rift underwent a violent collapse, the heavens shattered, and massive rock layers disintegrated, enveloping the sky in dust. What is happening? What has transpired? Inside the secret realm, disciples from various sects, who had come seeking opportunities, felt the earth tremble violently, plunging them into panic, utterly unaware of the unfolding catastrophe. "Run! It seems the secret realm is about to collapse," an elder cultivator shouted, swiftly commandeering his sword towards the exit. The other disciples hastily followed suit, racing towards the opening. What is going on? What calamity has befallen within? The elders of the various sects, who had been waiting outside, were equally astounded and dismayed by the scene. Most of their talented disciples were still inside the secret realm. If disaster struck, it would result in a significant loss of talent for their sections. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing stood safely on a distant mountaintop, with Yu Chuman and Su Chun by their side. They had entered the space beneath the abyssal rift through the glass ring adorning Luo Qingqing's hand, albeit in a different location. After their safe escape from the fissure, Luo Qingqing had relocated them. Yu Chuman had also received her legacy at the bottom of the rift, while Su Chun, having already inherited the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor, did not accept any further legacies. "It seems we have stirred quite a commotion." Ye Chen surveyed the panicked cultivators fleeing or inquiring about the situation around him, feeling little concern. Indeed, Luo Qingqing glanced back at the abyssal rift that had ceased to exist, a shiver running down her spine. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a faint tremor emanating from the ring on her finger. The glazed ring had the power to govern the entire secret realm, and it was signaling to her that the realm was on the verge of collapse. "The secret realm is about to collapse. We must hasten our departure from this place," Luo Qingqing declared with a grave expression. Ye Chen nodded, urging, "Everyone, stay close to me, and do not stray." The four swiftly made their way toward the exit of the secret realm. This ancient secret realm was a spatial world left behind by a powerful being of yore. Once the core inheritance was taken away, the absence of its foundational power would lead to a collapse of space. Along the journey, spatial rifts and fractures emerged incessantly, casting an apocalyptic shadow over the entire realm. Amidst this chaotic environment, numerous cultivators scurried like ants on a hot pan, desperately fleeing toward the exit. Many cultivators were drawn into the spatial fissures, while others were tragically severed in half by the rifts. Fear gripped the hearts of the cultivators as they recklessly maneuvered their magical artifacts, striving to escape the realm post-haste. Don't push. Make way. The crowd was filled with cries of alarm and curses. The spatial ruptures intensified, with fissures appearing on the ground, devouring those who lagged behind. The air was filled with gasps and screams, permeated by an atmosphere of despair and panic. As everyone shared a singular thought, to flee this impending doom as swiftly as possible. Some cultivators, in their frenzy to survive, resorted to slaying those blocking their path, inciting chaos. Humph! Luo Qingqing scoffed, swiftly dispatching a cultivator who had already claimed several lives with a single stroke of her sword. In such a moment of turmoil, how could there still be those with nefarious intentions? With her brows furrowed in anger, Luo Qingqing shouted, "If you wish to live, flee immediately." The companion of the slain cultivator, poised to retaliate, was halted by Ye Chen's icy admonition. It was then that the crowd, as if awakening from a dream, resumed their frantic dash toward the exit. This pace is far too slow. At this rate, we shall perish before reaching the exit. Yu Chuman exclaimed in distress. They had to navigate around the spatial rifts while moving, and a moment's carelessness could result in grievous injury, hindering their speed. Let me clear the way. You all follow closely, Ye Chen declared, summoning the Starry Soul Tower to lead the charge ahead. The Starry Soul Tower, a treasure of unknown caliber, was capable of withstanding the spatial cleavages. Luo Qingqing, Yu Chuman, and Su Chen followed closely behind, leaving no room for complacency. Observing this, other cultivators also began to trail behind them. Ye Chen exerted all his strength to propel the Starry Spirit Tower forward, the tower spinning rapidly, emanating a formidable wave of power that repelled all spatial rifts. These rifts incessantly sliced through the Starry Spirit Tower, generating visible spatial storms at its apex. As Ye Chen fervently navigated the Starry Spirit Tower through this tumultuous landscape, the collapse of the secret realm intensified dramatically. Spatial storms poured forth from the fissures, engulfing the entirety of the secret realm. Suddenly, a spatial fault emerged ahead, swiftly spreading and threatening to obstruct the path of the group. Be careful, Su Chen exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm. Ye Chen's pupils constricted, gritting his teeth as he abruptly altered the direction of the Starry Soul Tower. Harnessing his comprehension of spatial laws, he led the group to leap across the spatial rift. A thunderous roar echoed as they barely made it through. A tremendous sound erupted, and behind them, the spatial rift manifested an overwhelming compression, transforming the area into an expanse of nothingness. A colossal spatial tempest was expelled, hurtling toward Ye Chen and his companions. Ye Chen swiftly redirected the Starry Soul Tower to shield against the encroaching threat. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal force struck him, causing a metallic taste to flood his throat, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Yu Chen, Luo Qingqing exclaimed anxiously. Do not worry about me. Press on. Ye Chen let out a furious roar, redirecting the Starry Soul Tower as he continued to charge towards the exit. However, at that moment, the surrounding space began to violently contract, as if intending to compress them into mere pulp. This is not good. It is the self-destructive force of the secret realm. Yu Chuman's face turned ashen. Chapter 81. Today, this calamity is firmly within my grasp. Ye Chen gritted his teeth against the searing pain, intensifying the energy he channeled into the Starry Soul Tower. The tower began to spin with fervor, laboriously expanding the constricted space around it. Hurry! Ye Chen's voice was hoarse. In that cramped environment, the group raced desperately, each step seemingly draining the last remnants of their strength. Just as they were a mere step away from the exit, a formidable spatial tempest erupted within the secret realm, sweeping toward them. It's over, someone cried out in despair. A flicker of resolve flashed in Ye Chen's eyes as he infused all his magical energy into the Starry Soul Tower, exclaiming, "Charge with me." The Starry Soul Tower radiated with brilliant light, propelling the group through the tempest of space. Thunderous roars echoed as the entire secret realm collapsed, vanishing from existence. Just before the realm's complete disintegration, Ye Chen and his companions surged forth to escape. The survivors gazed at the obliterated realm, their hearts still trembling with fear. The elders of various sects, witnessing their safe return, finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. We are profoundly grateful for your rescue, young Master Yi. The escaped cultivators expressed their heartfelt thanks to Ye Chen and his companions. Ye Chen merely waved his hand casually, retrieving a medicinal pill to replenish his depleted spiritual energy. What transpired, after all? An elder stepped forward to inquire. I am immensely grateful to all of you, but what exactly occurred within the secret realm? Another elder from the sect gazed anxiously at Ye Chen and the others. Within the secret realm, a chasm had collapsed, resulting in the entire domain's collapse. Ye Chen shook his head helplessly as he spoke. He would never divulge the matter of the Empress's inheritance, as it could lead to trouble for himself and Luo Qingqing. Now it all made sense. No wonder it was so perilous. An elder of a sect stroked his beard, deep in thought, clearly somewhat skeptical. Have you young friends made any gains within the secret realm? Another elder, with piercing eyes, fixed his gaze upon them, his mind undoubtedly scheming. He was the Grand Elder of the Tianxuan Sect in the southern region. We have merely acquired some ordinary magical artifacts and spiritual herbs, which pales in comparison to what you esteemed seniors possess. Ye Chen smiled knowingly, fully aware of the ulterior motives harbored by those around him. Their intentions were nothing more than the desire to commit murder and seize treasures. In his heart, Ye Chen secretly hoped they would act upon their ambitions, for such a move would present him with an opportunity to acquire a modest fortune. Luo Qingqing and the others nodded in agreement, their vigilance heightened. Despite Luo Qingqing having transcended to the refinement void stage, the presence of formidable beings at the integration and great ascension stages lingered nearby, and there might even be hidden experts of the tribulation stage lurking in the shadows. Lin Shuo, concealed in the void, shook his head in resignation. Initially, he had intended to reveal himself when Ye Chen first emerged, but Ye Chen had telepathically urged him to refrain. He understood that his junior disciple was once again plotting something. However, Lin Shuo also felt a surge of excitement. The expenses of this expedition had drained several tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones from his coffers. Presently, he felt impoverished and was eager to learn from his junior how to amass spirit stones. This secret realm's collapse is indeed peculiar. Are you mere youngsters truly claiming to have obtained only trivial items? A mysterious figure clad in black robes suddenly spoke from the crowd. He was an elder from the esteemed Tianxuan Sect, reputed to be the foremost sect in the southern region. Ye Chen felt a surge of joy within. The god of wealth had come forth before him. Senior, you jest. How could we possibly harbor secrets in the presence of such esteemed elders? Ye Chen spoke with a playful grin. Humph, I do not trust you. Open your storage treasures for my inspection. A grim-faced elder let out a cold snort, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. He was also a peak master of the Tianxuan Sect. The actions of this peak master were nothing short of brazenly thuggish. Such behavior not only displayed a blatant disrespect and bullying towards Ye Chen and his companions, but also reflected the harsh reality within the realm of cultivation, where might reigns supreme. Storage treasures are an integral part of a cultivator's privacy and should never be casually revealed to outsiders. The actions of these elders were no different from those of robbers. Yu Chuman stepped forward, her voice icy as she declared, "Cease your prattle. If you do not relinquish your storage treasures today, do not expect to leave." The dark expression on the Tianxuan Sect master's face deepened in response. Humph, are you trying to bully the weak, old man? Su Chen retorted with a snort, glaring fiercely, his fingers already gripping the jade talisman of sword intent. Should these decrepit elders dare to make a move, Su Chen would not hesitate to obliterate them with the talisman in his hand. As the situation grew increasingly tense, Ye Chen felt a surge of delight within, for he understood that the moment he had been awaiting was drawing near. Luo Qingqing, observing the subtle expressions on Ye Chen's face, remained silent. She knew him all too well and was aware that he was once again plotting something. What of using strength to bully the weak? In this realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme, cackled the elder of the Tianxuan Sect, garbed in black. Just as the atmosphere became charged with tension, Ye Chen suddenly burst into laughter. What you say, esteemed elder, is indeed reasonable. Since you have stated it so, I shall now proceed to rob you without any moral qualms. Ye Chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile, his eyes brimming with provocation. Luo Qingqing, Su Chen, and Yu Chuman all cast him an exasperated glance. He always required a grandiose justification for his every act of plunder. The elder in black robes from the Tianxuan Sect trembled with rage at Ye Chen's words. You insolent wretch, how dare you speak so boldly? You are utterly oblivious to your own peril. With that, the elder's aura surged dramatically, unleashing a formidable pressure directed at Ye Chen. Senior brother. Ye Chen shook his head in resignation, aware that there were still individuals rushing to deliver wealth. He could only call out lightly into the void. Lin Shuo stepped forth from the emptiness, his aura of the tribulation stage erupting, forcing the elder in the black robe and the peak master of the Tianxuan Sect to bow beneath its pressure. The tribulation stage. The elder and the peak master of the Tianxuan sect were filled with immense dread, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Ye Chen and his companions possessed a protector of such formidable strength. Furthermore, this guardian of the tribulation stage was remarkably youthful. What identities did these young individuals possess? The other elders of the sect, equally terrified, fell silent, grateful that they had not taken action against Ye Chen and his companions. What do you think now, old man? Am I still considered reckless and unaware of my own mortality? Ye Chen looked down at the two elderly men lying on the ground, a teasing glint in his eyes. Who exactly are you? The elder in the black robe from the Tianxuan sect asked with great difficulty. Old fellows, it matters not who we are, today. This calamity is firmly within my grasp. Ye Chen crossed his arms, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. Do you dare? I am an elder of the esteemed Tianxuan sect, the foremost sect in the southern region. Should you lay a hand upon us, the Tianxuan sect shall not let you go unpunished. The elder clad in black from the Tianxuan sect roared, his voice laced with both fury and trepidation. Despite his fear of Lin Shua's formidable strength during the tribulation phase, he remained resolute in his status as an elder of the premier sect of the southern region, convinced that invoking the name of the Tianxuan sect would deter Ye Chen and his companions from taking any drastic measures against him. Enough of this banter. Is the Tianxuan sect truly so powerful? Surrender your spirit stones and treasures willingly, lest you suffer physical torment. Ye Chen paid no heed to their sect affiliation. Could any of them rival the formidable Su Taixu? You ignorant youth, how dare you belittle the heavenly transformation sect? You shall undoubtedly come to regret your folly. The elder in the black robe of the heavenly transformation sect gritted his teeth in anger. Alas, it seems that a lesson must be imparted to you. With that, Ye Chen waved his right hand, producing a formidable wolf-toothed club. What do you intend to do? The peak master of the heavenly transformation sect gazed at Ye Chen in terror as he brandished the club, his eyes widening in fear and his voice trembling with apprehension. Ye Chen swung the wolf-fang club in his hand, sneering, What do you want? Of course, I intend to show you the might of this young master. With that, he mercilessly struck towards the black-robed elder of the heavenly transformation sect and the peak master. Bang! Bang! The club stirred a fierce gust of wind, crashing brutally into the faces of the two men. The two elders of the heavenly transformation sect, enveloped by Lin Shua's overwhelming aura of tribulation, found themselves powerless to resist, emitting chilling cries of agony. Ye Chen skillfully regulated his strength, inflicting only superficial wounds without harming vital areas, leaving the two elders battered and bruised. Chapter 82. Su Chen in disarray in the wind. Stop, please. We concede. The peak master of the Tianxuan sect hastily pleaded for mercy, disregarding all else. Ye Chen halted his actions, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at them. It would have been better to have acted this way from the beginning, rather than endure some hardship. The two elders felt a scorching embarrassment on their faces, not from physical blows, but from a profound sense of humiliation. As esteemed elders and peak leaders of the foremost sect in the southern domain, they had been thoroughly beaten by a mere youth, ultimately reduced to pleading for mercy while being surrounded by thousands of onlookers. They had tarnished the reputation of the Tianxuan sect, and from this day forth, they would be the subject of ridicule among the masses. At this moment, they could no longer afford to maintain their dignity. They hastily severed their connections with their storage artifacts and, trembling with trepidation, handed them over to Ye Chen. Lest they suffer further indignities, consider yourselves fortunate. I shall spare you this time, but should I encounter you again engaged in nefarious deeds, it will not be so simple. Ye Chen took the Tianxuan bag, examined it thoroughly, and nodded in satisfaction. The black-robed elder of the Tianxuan sect and the peak master, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, expressed their gratitude profusely and were about to flee the scene. Wait, Lin Shua called out to them. You have yet to deliver my spirit stones. Ye Chen and Su Chen, along with the other two, turned their gazes towards Lin Shua in unison, their faces a portrait of astonishment. The usually taciturn Lin Shua had surprisingly chosen to speak up today. Master brother, you have finally seen the light. Ye Chen, filled with excitement, raised his thumb, his face radiant with surprise. Lin Shua curled his lip and cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chen, pondering to himself. If it weren't for your miserly ways, would I be in this predicament? The black-robed elder and the peak master of the Tianxuan sect froze, their expressions laden with bitterness. Young master, we have exhausted our supply of spirit stones, lamented the black-robed elder, his gaze fixed on the two spatial bags in Ye Chen's possession. Lin Shua, observing the bags, realized that the two elders of the Tianxuan Sect were indeed out of spirit stones. His attention then shifted to the Grand Elder of the Tianxuan Sect, who had been fixated on his junior disciple with keen interest. There must be ulterior motives at play. The Grand Elder of the Tianxuan Sect met Lin Shua's gaze, his heart sinking with trepidation. You, just now, harbored intentions towards my junior disciple. A sum of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones would suffice to overlook the matter. Without hesitation, Lin Shua extended a finger towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's complexion darkened considerably. Lin Shua was being unreasonably demanding. He had merely entertained thoughts regarding Ye Chen's magical artifacts without taking any concrete actions, yet now he was being asked to compensate a staggering amount. However, the circumstances compelled him to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. Might I request a lesser sum, esteemed young master? The Grand Elder attempted to negotiate. No more trifling, 100,000. Not a single coin less. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. Lin Shua snorted coldly, dismissing any further bargaining. Senior brother, shall I assist you in imparting a lesson to him? We can split the spirit stones evenly. Ye Chen, with a cheerful demeanor, brandished the wolf-tooth club, full of eager anticipation. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's posture, the Grand Elder of Tianxuan Sect felt a surge of panic and quickly exclaimed, No, I shall provide it. Is that not sufficient? The pitiful appearance of the two elders from Tianxuan Sect lingered vividly in his mind, and he certainly wished to avoid receiving a similar beating from Ye Chen, only to part with his spirit stones afterward. With a reluctant grit of his teeth, he extracted 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lin Shua. Without hesitation, Lin Shua accepted the spirit stones, swiftly depositing them into his storage ring, as if fearing that Ye Chen might seize them. Hey, you! Ye Chen, feeling somewhat exasperated for not receiving any spirit stones, pointed at the Grand Elder of Tianxuan Sect and exclaimed, You lack principles. At least put up some resistance. The Grand Elder, with a pained expression, replied, How could I dare to resist? You are so formidable. I merely wish to depart in peace. What a dull affair, Ye Chen remarked. Ye Chen rolled his eyes and muttered, simultaneously gesturing for him to take his leave. Luo Qingqing looked at Ye Chen's money-obsessed demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ye Chen, you only know about spirit stones. You're almost becoming a petty slave to your own greed. She stepped forward and gently poked Ye Chen's forehead. How can this be called greed? It is simply having a keen sense for finance. Ye Chen grasped Luo Qingqing's hand, murmuring in dissatisfaction, You just love to chatter. Look at your avaricious demeanor. Do you not fear the ridicule of others? Luo Qingqing cast him a sidelong glance. Enough of that. We ought to return. Lin Shua interjected, interrupting Ye Chen just as he was about to speak. All right, enough of this. Everyone disperse. I still have to hurry back to my cultivation. Upon hearing Lin Shua's words, Ye Chen turned and waved his hand dismissively, resembling a figure attempting to shoo away flies, driving the cultivators at the secret realm's exit away. Lin Shua shook his head in exasperation. This young man truly never missed an opportunity to show off, no matter where he went. Let us proceed to Tianxing City, Lin Shua declared, taking the lead as he soared into the air on his sword. Ye Chen and the others swiftly followed, transforming into streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. Their destination was the eastern region, where they needed to travel to Tianxing City to utilize the teleportation array. In the heart of Tianxing City lies the largest teleportation array in the southern region. After exchanging spirit stones, they stepped onto the array, and in a whirl of celestial motion, Ye Chen and his companions found themselves back in Tianwu City. Upon their return, Ye Chen escorted Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman to the entrance of Baiwa Palace. Qingqing, Chuman, we shall take our leave now, Ye Chen said at the gates of Baiwa Palace. Understood, Luo Qingqing nodded, her enchanting eyes brimming with reluctance. At the moment of parting, Luo Qingqing could not help but softly call out to Ye Chen, gently grasping the sleeve of his garment. Ye Chen turned his head, gazing into Luo Qingqing's autumn-like eyes. His heart stirred. What is the matter? Luo Qingqing's delicate face flushed slightly, a hint of shyness evident. Yet, she mustered her courage and gently embraced Ye Chen. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon wrapped his arm around Luo Qingqing's slender waist, feeling a surge of emotion within him. If it weren't for the crowd surrounding them, he would have wanted to kiss her fervently. I shall take my leave for now. We shall meet again soon. Ye Chen whispered softly into Luo Qingqing's ear. Luo Qingqing gently nodded, her heart brimming with sweetness. Su Chen, witnessing this, felt a spark of excitement and gazed ardently at Yu Chuman, yearning for a similar embrace. They had spent half a year together beneath the chasms of the Tianxuan secret realm, and their feelings had undoubtedly intensified. However, upon meeting Su Chen's expectant gaze, Ye Chen felt a sudden rush of panic and hastily stepped back, avoiding his eyes. I shall take my leave. She stammered before dashing into the 100 Flowers Palace, leaving Su Chen in a state of confusion amidst the breeze. Although there was mutual affection between her and Su Chen, Ye Chen felt shy, still not ready to embrace publicly. Su Chen's outstretched hand lingered awkwardly in the air, his expression a mix of bewilderment and embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Young Su, you are rather eager, aren't you? The young lady is not quite prepared yet. Ye Chen mockingly ridiculed Su Chen, exclaiming, indeed, pursuing a girl necessitates a strategy. One cannot act so recklessly as you do. Lin Shua, standing nearby, chimed in with a playful jab. Chapter 83. No need for cultivation, truly lonely. With a look of deep resentment, Su Chen gazed at the two of them. Do you two possess no shred of compassion? Laughter erupted among the trio as they playfully bickered their way back to the heavenly profound sect. Master Su, we have returned. Ye Chen's voice echoed before his presence was even felt. Su Taixu, awakening from his meditation, beamed with relief upon seeing Ye Chen and his companions return safely. Ah, it's good to have you back. Master Su, do you see what delightful treasures I have brought for you? Ye Chen casually took out several rare treasures of heaven and earth. Well done, my dear boy. It is commendable that you have shown gratitude towards your teacher. Su Taixu received the treasures, displaying a sense of satisfaction. These were indeed rare treasures from the Canglan continent. However, given Su Taixu's esteemed status, he would typically disregard such offerings. Nonetheless, it was the first time this little disciple, who usually only sought to benefit from him, had shown him such respect. Overall, he felt a sense of contentment. Ye Chen cast a discreet sidelong glance at Su Taixu, for he, too, held a disdain for these rare treasures. Though precious, their value was merely significant within the realm of Canglan. After all, he had already taken advantage of the old demon Su on several occasions, and it was only fitting to express some form of gratitude. Should he seek to benefit again in the future, he would feel less awkward about it. By the way, why is your cultivation still at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Su Taixu suddenly furrowed his brow. As Ye Chen ought to have already established his foundation by now. Have you encountered any difficulties in your training? Su Taixu's expression turned grave. Encountering setbacks in cultivation was indeed a serious matter. What? Difficulties? No, that is impossible. Ye Chen feigned surprise and remarked. If my cultivation of the 9th level of the Great Ascension stage were to be revealed, Su Taixu and the others would likely regard me as a monster. Could it be that my master is incapable of sensing this? Su Taixu said, as he reached out to probe Ye Chen's cultivation. Master Su, please be gentle. I fear the pain. Ye Chen secretly chuckled, yet feigned an appearance of anxiety. Su Taixu meticulously inspected him, but found that Ye Chen's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, showing no signs of advancing to foundation establishment. How could this be possible? Su Taixu wore an expression of incredulity. Had he misperceived something? Old Demon Su, I am at a loss as well. I have been diligently cultivating, yet my progress remains stagnant. Ye Chen felt a surge of delight within, yet outwardly feigned a look of bewilderment. Su Taixu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Standing beside them, Lin Shua and Su Chen gazed skyward, finding it increasingly difficult to endure the situation. You who lie idle every day. When have you ever put in the effort to cultivate? They mused. Setting such thoughts aside, Su Taixu instructed, come with me. He then led Ye Chen to the forbidden area of the back mountain, the bamboo grove. Master Su, what brings me to this place? Ye Chen inquired with curiosity. There exists a technique here that may unveil the secrets that shroud you. Su Taixu replied, producing an ancient jade tablet from within his robe. Ye Chen took the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead, beginning to absorb the information contained within. After a brief moment, an odd expression crossed his face. In the past, such revelations would have left him astounded. However, he had now firmly established a connection between Su Taixu and the infinite Immortal Emperor. It was conceivable that Su Taixu was a senior brother he had never encountered before. The jade slip contained records of a secret, esoteric technique known as the Infinite Longevity Art, a unique cultivation method of the Infinite Immortal Sect. This technique demanded exceptionally high standards of aptitude, and only a select few within the sect were capable of mastering it. The cultivation technique practiced by Ye Chen is the 10,000 Methods of Longevity, adapted from the Infinite Longevity Sutra according to his own constitution. Su Laoma, this technique appears rather enigmatic. Can it truly be effective? Ye Chen curled his lips and glanced at Su Taixu. You little rascal, do not be so ungrateful. This is a treasured technique that I have meticulously preserved. Su Taixu shot him a warning look. Remember, do not let outsiders know of the existence of this technique. Very well. Then I shall retreat and attempt to comprehend it. Ye Chen chuckled softly as he departed from the back mountain, heading towards Qizhu Peak. Ye Chen stretched his limbs languidly and rose from the softness of his bed. How delightful. He stifled a yawn and surveyed his surroundings. This was no ordinary place. It was the uppermost chamber of his cherished Starry Soul Tower. Ever since receiving the infinite longevity technique from Su Taixu, Ye Chen had plunged headlong into the depths of cultivation. Yet, to describe it as cultivation would be an understatement. It felt more akin to a vacation. The most frequent activity he indulged in was finding a picturesque spot within the Starry Soul Tower to enjoy a blissful slumber. As for actual cultivation, that was an impossibility. Ye Chen was destined never to cultivate in this lifetime. All he needed was an ample supply of spirit stones, which he could place into the heavenly Tao Pearl. And by circulating his eternal longevity technique, he could refine and absorb the spirit stones to enhance his cultivation. Alas, the absence of true cultivation rendered his existence rather lonely. Ye Chen shook his head despondently, displaying a countenance devoid of hope. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the tower. Junior disciple, have you awoken? The Talented Youth Conference is about to commence. The voice of Su Chen echoed from beyond the door. The Talented Youth Conference? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing that the 3-month period of seclusion had seemingly come to an end. With drowsy eyes, he rose slowly and emerged from the Starry Soul Tower. I say, Junior brother, you haven't been asleep here for 3 months, have you? Su Chen gazed at the bleary-eyed Ye Chen, his expression one of incredulity. How could that possibly be? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. I have been diligently practicing, yet it seems my cultivation has not made any significant progress. With a look of helplessness, he shrugged his shoulders. What? Still at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Su Chen exclaimed in astonishment, nearly convinced he had misheard. Indeed, I share your frustration. Ye Chen feigned a look of deep sorrow. Su Chen, observing Ye Chen's demeanor, was filled with perplexity. Ye Chen had lingered at the 9th level of Qi refinement for over 2 years without successfully establishing his foundation. This might be acceptable for ordinary disciples. However, Ye Chen had demonstrated extraordinary talent by breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refinement within just 6 months. It was unfathomable that he remained at the same level for such an extended period. Despite Su Chen's keen observations, he perceived no changes in Ye Chen's cultivation. This was utterly astonishing. Could it be that Ye Chen had truly encountered a formidable bottleneck in his training? Su Chen, feeling a sense of urgency, promptly conveyed this matter to Su Taixu. Upon learning of the situation, Su Taixu was also greatly astonished. He personally visited Qingzhou Peak and meticulously examined Ye Chen's condition, yet he still found no irregularities. How could this be possible? Su Taixu furrowed his brow, perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation. Ye Chen's extraordinary talent for cultivation was something he had witnessed firsthand. Logically, given Ye Chen's innate abilities, coupled with the teachings of the infinite longevity technique, achieving a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage should have been a mere formality. Yet, why then had Ye Chen's progress stagnated? Su Taixu pondered this conundrum to no avail. Chapter 84. The Gathering of Talents. Ye Chen, you must be forthright with your master. Have you been diligently practicing over these past 3 months? Su Taixu inquired with a grave expression. Of course I have. With an expression of utter innocence, Ye Chen remarked. I exert myself diligently in my cultivation every day, without a moment's respite. Observing Ye Chen's demeanor, Su Taixu felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. Could it be that Ye Chen had encountered an insurmountable conundrum? Ultimately, he decided against further inquiry. In that case, for the time being, you should refrain from your cultivation and focus on preparing for the Talented Heroes Conference. Perhaps your lack of battle experience is the issue. A few fierce skirmishes may lead to your breakthrough, Su Taixu suggested, slightly narrowing his eyes and thoughtfully stroking his beard. The Talented Heroes Conference? I shall not participate, for my cultivation is insufficient, and I would surely be unable to prevail. Ye Chen shook his head vigorously, refusing to participate in the Tianjiao Conference. What a jest! He, a cultivator in the great ascension stage, competing in martial contests against mere children in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages? He was not so frivolous. Rather, he simply wished to conceal his cultivation level for the time being, to avoid complicating the matter of his betrothal annulment with Murong Shui. Ye Chen discerned that unless he possessed extraordinary talent, Morong Shui would undoubtedly overlook him. The union was merely a means to secure protection for their sect. No, you must go, Su Taixu asserted resolutely. You cannot afford to remain at the foundation stage. The greatest likelihood of stagnation stems from a lack of combat experience. It is only through battle that one can truly grow. Regardless of the circumstances, you must participate. Fine. I shall go. Is that satisfactory? Ye Chen, weary of Su Laoma's incessant prattle, reluctantly acquiesced. He understood that Su Taixu desired for him to swiftly establish his foundation, allowing him to showcase his talents upon the grand stage of the Canglan continent. Although he remained indifferent to fame and fortune, he felt compelled to comply. Given Su Taixu's request, in due course, he could simply feign ineptitude and gracefully withdraw when the moment arose. The following day, the Tianxuan Sect bustled with preparations for the upcoming talented gathering. Various sects arrived, bringing their disciples to participate in this grand competition, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity within the Tianxuan Sect. Ye Chen patiently awaited the arrival of the disciples from the 100 Flowers Palace outside the gates of the Tianxuan Sect, though in truth, he yearned for the presence of Luo Qingqing. This young couple had not seen each other for 3 months, and their longing surged like an unrelenting tide, each eager to behold the other once more. Look, there comes the procession of the 100 Flowers Palace, a voice exclaimed from the crowd. In the distance, a magnificent flying vessel gracefully descended from the sky. Upon this splendid craft, dozens of enchanting maidens, each possessing ethereal beauty and exceptional grace, descended as if they were celestial beings, captivating the gaze of countless onlookers. The 100 Flowers Palace, renowned as the foremost sect of beauties on the Canglan continent, truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. Indeed, each of these female disciples possessed a beauty that could rival that of fish sinking and wild geese falling, offering a feast for the eyes. Particularly noteworthy was the saintess Luo Qingqing, whose extraordinary grace and unparalleled visage were complemented by her remarkable talents. Oh, to marry a disciple of the 100 Flowers Palace would render one's life utterly worthwhile. The crowd buzzed with incessant chatter as many male cultivators stood transfixed, their eyes wide with admiration. Ye Chen also lifted his gaze, a wistful smile gracing his lips. The 100 Flower Palace, how long it has been, he mused silently, his eyes sweeping over the procession of the 100 Flower Palace, ultimately settling upon a captivating figure at the forefront. She was a woman clad in a flowing white palace attire, her beauty unparalleled, and her demeanor ethereal. She was none other than the saintess of the 100 Flower Palace. Luo Qingqing. Ye Chen soared into the sky, approaching the team of Baiwa Palace. The palace master, Yao Miaoi, led the disciples as they disembarked from the flying vessel. Elder Yao, I trust you have been well. Ye Chen slightly cupped his fists, a gentle smile gracing his face. Young friend Ye Chen, it has been quite some time, said Yao Miaoi, offering a subtle smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Luo Qingqing. Ye Chen nodded, and his gaze swiftly turned towards Luo Qingqing, warmth overflowing in his eyes. Luo Qingqing, too, looked back with her enchanting eyes, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. Yu Chuman glanced at Ye Chen, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as she observed the interaction between him and Luo Qingqing. Senior brother Yi called out Xiao Tao cheerfully from the side. Xiao Tao appeared to have blossomed in beauty even more. Ye Chen smiled as he gently tousled the hair of little Tao. Brother Ye Chen had a knack for bringing joy to others. Little Tao giggled in response. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ye Chen led the members of the 100 Blossoms Palace to their designated residence. Along the way, Luo Qingqing walked alongside Ye Chen, occasionally whispering softly, which drew the attention of the surrounding disciples. Little Tao chattered incessantly, sharing amusing anecdotes from the 100 Blossoms Palace during their recent days. This scene, observed by disciples from other sects attending the talent conference, was met with envy and jealousy. Some self-important disciples cast malevolent glances at Ye Chen, as if wishing to devour him whole. They pondered why Ye Chen had the audacity to be so close to the saintess of the 100 Blossoms Palace, Luo Xianzi. Ye Chen paid no heed to the gazes around him, treating them as though they were invisible. As long as they did not provoke him, all was well. Should any foolhardy individual dare to challenge him, Ye Chen would have no choice but to weep and seize an unexpected fortune. Soon, the group arrived at the residence arranged for the 100 Flowers Palace by the Heavenly Shen Sect. It was a picturesque courtyard, adorned with artificial hills and flowing waters, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. Senior, this is your 100 Flowers Palace's residence. Are you satisfied? Ye Chen inquired with a smile. Indeed, it is quite splendid. Ye Chen, you are thoughtful. Yao Miao Yi replied with a nod of approval. At that moment, Chu Man and Su Chun hurriedly approached, the latter calling out in a somewhat naive manner. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Yu Chu Man turned her head, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Su Chen, what brings you here? She asked. Scratching his head and smiling sheepishly, Su Chun replied, I came to see you. Ye Chen and Luo Qingqing exchanged a knowing smile and discreetly moved aside. Xiao Tao tilted her head, glancing back and forth between the two, nodding as if she had uncovered a significant secret. Moments later, a bonfire was set up in the courtyard, with the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Qingyin Pavilion of the Tianxuan Sect, Lu Qingyi furrowed her brow, revealing her apprehension regarding the matter of the marriage contract. Young Master Dongfang, this engagement must be deliberated thoroughly, she remarked. Dongfang Yunhai insisted that Murong Shui publicly annul her engagement with Ye Chen following the Tianjiao conference. Although the union between Murong Shui and Ye Chen had not been formally announced, it was widely known among the major sects of the Canglan continent. This was primarily due to the passing of the Qingyin Pavilion's tribulation period ancestor, leaving the sect without a formidable presence. Lu Qingyi feared that other sects would harbor malicious intentions and thus subtly hinted at Murong Shui's engagement with the Tianxuan Sect in order to deter any ill-disposed individuals. However, Dongfang Yuhai, being the heir of a reclusive celestial clan, held himself in high regard and was unwilling to allow rumors to circulate that he was seizing another's fiancée. As a young master of a hidden celestial clan, he could not afford such a blemish on his reputation. Master, what difficulty lies in this? Simply announce the annulment of the engagement, Murong Shui remarked nonchalantly, delicately lifting her teacup and taking a sip. Shui, this engagement was initially proposed by both of us to the Tianxuan Sect, and to publicly annul it now seems somewhat. Lu Qingyi hesitated, concerned that such an action would bring disgrace to the Tianxuan Sect. If Ye Chen were also a prodigy, it would merely be said that the Qingyin Pavilion had acted inconsistently. Yet, Ye Chen was a mediocre talent, having lingered at the 9th level of qi refinement for nearly 3 years without establishing a foundation. This would incite public scorn towards the Tianxuan Sect for uniting a mediocre disciple with a daughter of such high caliber. It would further mock Su Taixu, a dignified tribulation period expert, for mistakenly taking a worthless disciple under his wing. Realizing that Master Xuanji had once been an old acquaintance of Lu Qingyi and that her motives for arranging the marriage were somewhat self-serving, she was reluctant to place him in a difficult position. Master, you worry too much, Murong Shui countered, a cold smile gracing her lips. At 19, Ye Chen has yet to establish his foundation. Even if I publicly call off the engagement, he should possess the self-awareness to accept it. Despite her words, Lu Qingyi remained hesitant. Lady Lu, you need not be overly concerned, Dongfang Yuhai asserted confidently. With my Dongfang family backing, the Tianxuan Sect would not dare act against us. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Yuhai and Murong Shui, Lu Qingyi was troubled by her own thoughts, believing they viewed her as merely fearful of retaliation from the Tianxuan Sect. Young Master Dongfang is correct, but Lu Qingyi attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by Murong Shui. Master, this matter is settled. At tomorrow's Tianjiao conference, I shall publicly announce the annulment of the engagement, Murong Shui declared with resolute conviction. Seeing that Murong Shui had made up her mind, Lu Qingyi refrained from opposing her, letting out a resigned sigh. Ye Chen, should you dare to vie for a woman with me, I shall ensure you are humiliated at the Tianjiao conference. A glint of malice flickered in Dongfang Yunhai's eyes, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. At the same time, back at Qingzhou Peak, Ye Chen was also contemplating the annulment of his engagement with the Qingyin Pavilion. Ye Chen had no intention of publicly annulling the engagement. Rather, he sought to privately clarify his feelings to the Qingyin Pavilion, expressing that his heart belonged to another. He meticulously gathered an array of magical artifacts and rare treasures, preparing to offer them as compensation for the dissolution of the engagement. The following morning, the square of Tianxuan Sect was teeming with people, bustling with excitement. The decade-long heroic gathering was officially commencing today. Qingcheng, let us make our way there as well. Ye Chen arrived at the residence of the 100 Flowers Palace, stretching lazily and smiling as he spoke. Luo Qingqing gently nodded, walking alongside Ye Chen. In the center of the square stood a magnificent arena, surrounded by a plethora of colorful flags fluttering in the breeze, creating a festive atmosphere. The Talented One's conference only permitted disciples under the age of 20 to participate. Su Chen and Chu Man had already surpassed this age limit and were ineligible. Luo Qicheng, having attained the void refinement stage, looked down upon the idea of competing against a group of younger disciples, yet she was concerned that her brilliance might overshadow her true cultivation. Conversely, Ye Chen felt compelled to participate in the grand contest due to Su Taixu's insistence, though he never intended to engage earnestly in the competition. He merely sought to navigate through it with minimal effort. Enough of the preamble. I hereby announce that the Talented Ones Conference officially commences. A resonant voice echoed throughout the square. The speaker was none other than the sect leader of Tianxuan Sect, the esteemed Xianjizhen Ren. The first event will be the drawing of lots to determine opponents. At the command of Xianjizhen Ren, a disciple approached the arena, carrying a large wooden box. Inside the box lay hundreds of jade slips, each inscribed with a unique number. The disciples participating in the Talented Ones Conference stepped forward in turn to draw a jade slip from the box. Ye Chen also stepped onto the stage alongside the crowd, casually selecting a jade slip from the wooden box. Number 108. Ye Chen glanced at the numbers on the jade slip, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, revealing an enigmatic expression. 108. Who is your opponent? Luo Qicheng inquired with curiosity. Take a guess. He replied. Ye Chen wore a mysterious smile, choosing not to divulge the information directly to Luo Qicheng. Humph, if he refuses to speak, so be it. Luo Qicheng let out a delicate huff and turned her gaze elsewhere. Upon witnessing the situation, Ye Chen ceased to play coy and, with a smile, declared, My opponent is Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao? Luo Qicheng momentarily faltered, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao stared blankly at the numbered jade slip in her hand, unable to believe that her opponent was actually Ye Chen. Oh dear, it seems the match is over before it even began. Xiao Tao felt utterly deflated. Although she was at the 8th level of foundation establishment and Ye Chen was merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, she was acutely aware that Ye Chen's qi refinement level was merely a facade he wished to present to others. Xiao Tao had witnessed firsthand Ye Chen effortlessly overpowering cultivators at the integration stage. My junior, do not be disheartened. Even if you lose to Xiao Tao, it is not a matter of shame. Participation is what truly counts. Su Chen remarked, observing the numbered jade slip in Ye Chen's hand. As he patted Ye Chen's shoulder with a smile, Ye Chen curled his lips, unwilling to engage with Su Chen, who was making sarcastic remarks. Meanwhile, Luo Qicheng, Xiao Tao, and Ye Chen gazed at Su Chen with expressions of bewilderment. How could such an incompetent senior brother fail to recognize the prowess of his own junior? This was someone capable of effortlessly defeating those at the fusion stage and even dominating those at the great ascendant stage. Yet, this senior brother remained utterly oblivious. What kind of gaze is that? Am I wrong in what I said? Su Chen furrowed his brows. A look of confusion etched across his face as he regarded everyone around him. You are right. You are absolutely right, Ye Chen said, turning away without a backward glance. I am right. Then what does your expression imply? Su Chen asked, his face a mask of perplexity as he hurried after Ye Chen. As the grand competition commenced, the participating disciples ascended the stage in order according to their assigned numbers to engage in their matches. Ye Chen and his companions sat beneath the arena, observing the matches. Ye Chen found the children's play-like contest rather tedious, his eyelids growing heavy with fatigue. At last, in the afternoon, it was finally their turn to ascend the stage and compete. Ye Chen and Xiao Tao ascended the arena simultaneously. Senior brother Ye Chen, I humbly seek your guidance, Xiao Tao said, cupping her hands in greeting with a vibrant tone. Xiao Tao, I am merely at the qi refinement stage. Please be lenient with me. Ye Chen smiled cheerfully and winked, mimicking Xiao Tao's gesture of clasping her hands. Xiao Tao looked utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Ye Chen's intentions. You can easily defeat those at the fusion stage, yet you expect me, a mere foundation establishment disciple, to yield to you. Senior brother Ye Chen, you truly have a talent for jesting. I cannot possibly match your strength. Xiao Tao rolled her eyes, responding with a hint of exasperation. Junior sister, please enlighten me. Ye Chen assumed a stance of readiness for combat. Without further ado, Xiao Tao let out a determined exclamation, channeling her spiritual energy as she swung her palm towards Ye Chen. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Chen remained unperturbed, raising his palm in response. With a resounding clash, the two palms met, producing a muffled thud as they both staggered back a few steps. Chapter 86. The Misdeeds of the Old Demon Su. Truly a sin. Wow. My junior brother is indeed a genius, able to hold his own against the 8th level of foundation establishment, little sister Tao, Su Chen exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement as he observed the spectacle. Lo Qingqian's lips curled into a subtle, playful smile. She was well aware that Ye Chen was merely putting on an act. On the arena, Ye Chen and his opponent exchanged blows in a fierce contest, neither yielding an inch, creating an exhilarating stalemate. Su Chen, observing from the stands, felt his blood surge with excitement. Bravo! Splendid fight! Go, little junior brother! He shouted, fervently waving his fists. Yu Chu Man and Luo Qiqing exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in resignation. Is Su Chen truly such a fool? They mused. Those two are clearly performing, and yet he takes it all to heart. Furthermore, as an elder brother, he has utterly failed. He remains oblivious to the fact that his junior brother is a hidden powerhouse. This fellow is indeed a peculiar character, Yu Chu Man thought to herself. Possessing such formidable strength, yet choosing to conceal it. I simply cannot fathom his intentions. Little rascal, just how long do you intend to play this game? Luo Qiqing silently pondered as she gazed at Ye Chen. Ye Chen was oblivious to the thoughts of Luo Qiqing and Yu Chu Man, as he was presently struggling to fend off the relentless onslaught of Xiao Tao. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, Murong Shui observed the contest with an air of icy detachment. Although possessing some degree of strength, it still could not alter the fact that he remained an unremarkable individual incapable of establishing a foundation. A flicker of disdain passed through Murong Shui's eyes. Ye Chen and Xiao Tao had been performing on the arena for the duration of an incense stick. Junior sister Xiao Tao, your strength is indeed formidable. I find myself struggling to keep up. Ye Chen struggled to fend off Xiao Tao's relentless assaults while weakly uttering a few words. As he spoke, he collided with the palm strike that Xiao Tao had unleashed. Ye Chen appeared as though he had been struck with tremendous force, soaring off the stage and landing beneath it. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Tao gazed at her palm in astonishment, thinking, if you are to pretend, at least do so convincingly. I exerted barely any strength, yet you were propelled away. I have lost. Ye Chen rose from the ground, speaking feebly. Yu Chu Man and Luo Qiqing exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in helplessness. These two truly possessed a flair for dramatics. After 3 days of competition, the Celestial Talents Grand Tournament concluded, with Xiao Tao successfully securing first place. Most participants in the tournament were disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage, and given Xiao Tao's remarkable talent, her victory as an 8th-level Foundation Establishment disciple was hardly surprising. Generally, Golden Core stage disciples abstained from such contests. By the age of 20, those who entered the Golden Core stage with substantial backgrounds had already made a name for themselves, while those lacking such connections tended to remain hidden, further avoiding participation in the Grand Tournament. On the final day of the tournament, under the blazing sun and amidst a throng of spectators, disciples from various sects gathered in the square, eagerly anticipating the announcement of the final rankings and rewards. Soon, the rankings were revealed, and the rewards distributed. Today, Murong Shui, have an important announcement. Clad in white, Murong Shui gracefully ascended the platform, her clear voice resonating throughout the square. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, all awaiting the proclamation from the Holy Maiden of Qingyin Pavilion. Today, I shall dissolve the engagement with Ye Chen of the Tianxuan Sect, with all present as witnesses. Murong Shui's voice rang out once more, akin to a thunderclap, echoing in the ears of the crowd. What? I must have misheard. The immortal fairy is breaking off the engagement? The crowd erupted in astonishment, stunned into silence by Murong Shui's words. This revelation was nothing short of sensational. She should have announced this sooner. If she had, the engagement would have been dissolved long ago. Upon hearing Murong Shui's declaration, Ye Chen merely curled his lips in response, feeling a surge of delight rather than anger. Silence. Murong Shui commanded coldly, her overwhelming spiritual pressure swiftly subduing the entire assembly. I, Murong Shui, have entered the path through talent and proven my worth through strength. How could I bind my life to a waste who is still not yet at the Foundation Establishment stage at the age of 19? Her words dripped with icy disdain, devoid of any emotional warmth. Ye Chen, our connection was merely a union of sects, devoid of any affection. Now that I have found a suitable match, the engagement has clearly lost its relevance. Murong Shui regarded Ye Chen from her elevated position, her eyes filled with contempt and loathing. Ye Chen remained utterly unfazed. He had long been aware of Murong Shui's disdain for his lackluster talent. However, he had not anticipated that she would resort to such humiliation. He had prepared an abundance of precious materials to compensate for the dissolution of the engagement with Qingyin Pavilion. Yet the process turned out to be remarkably simple. Had he known it would be this effortless, he would have severed the engagement much earlier. As for the potential embarrassment and criticism stemming from a public cancellation of the engagement, Ye Chen was indifferent. His sole concern was the termination of the union. Murong Shui's public derision of him as a waste, a 19-year-old who had yet to establish his foundation, did not incite any anger within him. Ye Chen comprehends Murong Shui's sentiments, and his cultivation level is merely a fade. How could others perceive his true height? Those who stand atop the mountain seldom heed the whispers from the foot. In truth, given Ye Chen's background and innate talent, even 10 Murong Shuis would be unable to catch up. Murong Shui's acceptance of Dongfang Yunhai and her compliance with his public announcement of breaking off the engagement with Ye Chen is solely for the opportunity to ascend to immortality. Little does she know that the path she fervently seeks is effortlessly within Ye Chen's grasp. One day, when Ye Chen's true identity and innate gifts are unveiled, what will Murong Shui's feelings be? Will she regret her decision made today? Meanwhile, the venerable Xuanji, seated in the spectator area, turned ashen upon hearing the announcement of the broken engagement, trembling with fury. If Qingyin Pavilion wishes to sever ties, he could understand. However, to do so without a word and publicly humiliate the Tianxuan Sect is utterly intolerable. Master Liu, is this the stance of your Qingyin Pavilion? Xuanji's voice thundered as he abruptly turned to Liu Qingyi, who sat nearby. In the past, due to their shared history, he had always addressed her as junior sister and would usually acquiesce to her minor requests. Yet this time, Xuanji was truly enraged. His agreement to the alliance with Qingyin Pavilion had been tinged with personal sentiment. Otherwise, given the profound heritage of Tianxuan Sect, there would have been no necessity for such unions. Now, however, Qingyin Pavilion sought to humiliate Tianxuan Sect with a public declaration of breaking the engagement, something he could not abide. Xuanji Shixiao. This matter, Liu Qingyi's pallid complexion revealed her desire to explain, only to be interrupted by Xuanji. This matter, Tianxuan Sect shall never agree. Xuanji bellowed, unleashing a formidable pressure that engulfed the entire square. Alas, it is all the misdeeds wrought by that old devil Su. Truly a lamentable affair. Ye Chen gazed at the furious Master Xuanji and murmured, Master Xuanji, there is no need for such anger. To annul the engagement? I consent. Ye Chen rose to his feet and spoke aloud, his countenance devoid of any trace of anger, instead imbued with a hint of ease. Chapter 87. The Frog in the Well, gazing at the sky. Ye Chen, you. The true man of mystery stared wide-eyed, his face a portrait of astonishment as he gazed at Ye Chen. Ye Chen offered a subtle smile and gently waved his hand, signaling that Master Xuanji need not elaborate further. He then placed his hands behind his back, his gaze calm as he regarded Murong Shui, as if his eyes harbored boundless profundity. Did I hear correctly? Ye Chen actually consented. Has this young man lost his mind? The crowd below was once again astonished by Ye Chen's words. They had anticipated a furious outburst, yet he responded with such unhesitating agreement. What a peculiar fellow he is. Even Murong Shui was taken aback by Ye Chen's unexpected acquiescence, a flicker of surprise stirring within her heart. Just as the onlookers were still immersed in Ye Chen's decisive affirmation, Dongfang Yuhai ascended the stage with an air of triumph. Young man. It seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that you are unworthy of Shui heir. Dongfang Yuhai regarded Ye Chen on the platform with disdain, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Oh, I may have self-awareness, but pray tell, who do you think you are? Ye Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, his arms crossed over his chest, and his gaze filled with contempt. He could comprehend Murong Shui's public dissolution of their engagement. He could overlook the humiliation. However, when an ignorant fool dared to trample on him, Ye Chen was not one to be easily bullied. Ye Chen, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am the young master of the Eastern family, a hidden celestial lineage, not someone you can belittle. Dongfang Yunhai's face turned ashen with anger at Ye Chen's words, and he bellowed vehemently. The crowd below erupted in a flurry of whispers and gasps. Heavens! He is actually the young master of the Eastern family, a hidden celestial lineage. We cannot afford to offend them. Hidden celestial lineage? Is it truly so formidable? I have never heard of it before. What do you know, you fool? The Eastern family is a legendary existence. Their ancestors once ascended to immortality. Ye Chen has landed himself in deep trouble, having offended the young master of the Eastern family. His future days are bound to be difficult. The celestial lineage has always remained hidden from the world. Why has this young master suddenly appeared here? Is something significant about to transpire? Some astute cultivators furrowed their brows, contemplating the implications. Meanwhile, the murmurs in the audience surged and fell like a chaotic tide, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Hey, I thought it was someone of consequence. Turns out it is merely a frog in a well, daring to claim celestial lineage. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze filled with derision as he slightly raised his chin, exuding an air of disdain. The audience below was struck with terror at his words, as though he had uttered some blasphemous proclamation. How could Ye Chen be so audacious as to speak of the Dongfang family in such a manner? Was he unaware of their formidable reputation? They were, after all, a hidden celestial lineage. It seemed that Ye Chen had irrevocably offended the Dongfang family. In the midst of the crowd's panic, Dongfang Yunhai, consumed by rage, broke into a mocking smile. Ye Chen, you insolent fool, how dare you belittle my Dongfang family? Today, you shall pay a grievous price. As his words fell, he vanished in a flash, charging towards Ye Chen, powerful spiritual energy coalescing in his hands, manifesting as a fierce attack. Dongfang Yunhai, do not be presumptuous. Master Xuanji intervened, dispersing the spiritual energy that Dongfang Yunhai had gathered. What of your Dongfang family being a celestial lineage? My Tianxuan Sect fears nothing. Master Xuanji fixed his fiery gaze upon Dongfang Yunhai, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Dare you bully the weak with your strength, Master Xuanji? Dongfang Yunhai retorted with a cold smile, showing no fear as he met Master Xuanji's stare. The tension between them was palpable. Old man Xuanji, this matter concerns us youth. Allow me to handle it myself. Ye Chen smiled faintly at the enigmatic Master Xuanji before turning his gaze towards Dongfang Yunhai, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. The Dongfang family, who pride themselves on being a celestial lineage, must possess a wealth of spirit stones, one would presume. This presents an opportune windfall, undeniably worth seizing. Alas, it seems I am once again compelled to indulge in an unexpected fortune, which truly feels like an affront to my sensibilities, Ye Chen mused. Just as Master Xuanji was about to speak, Ye Chen interjected, rest assured. Master Xuanji nodded, falling silent and stepping aside. Dongfang Yunhai, you claim I am unworthy of Mu Rongxue. What of you? Ye Chen gazed at Dongfang Yunhai with a smile that was more mocking than sincere. His tone laced with derision. Ye Chen, you, a mere 19-year-old who has yet to establish a foundation, what right do you have to be worthy of Shui? Dongfang Yunhai declared, his face etched with disdain, arms crossed, his gaze brimming with contempt. As for me, Dongfang Yunhai, having attained the golden core at the tender age of 20, I am the chosen of heaven, truly a fitting match for Shui. He proclaimed with arrogant pride. I, Dongfang Yunhai, hail from a hidden celestial lineage, a status of great nobility, while you are but a lowly disciple of the Tianxuan Sect. He continued, his tone saturated with superiority. With your meager talents, how dare you vie for a woman with me? Dongfang Yunhai jeered, pointing a finger at Ye Chen. Laughter echoing in his voice. Ha ha. Ye Chen suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth infused with scorn and disdain. What are you laughing at? Dongfang Yunhai bellowed, incensed by Ye Chen's amusement. I laugh at you, truly a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. Ye Chen pointed towards Dongfang Yunhai and spoke loudly. In the realm of immortals, a 20-year-old at the golden core stage is as common as dust and hardly qualifies as a prodigy. Even in the Canglan continent, there are individuals like Su Taixu, who broke through to the nascent soul stage at the tender age of 20, and Luo Qingqing, who achieved the void refinement stage at merely 19. However, they have maintained a low profile and refrained from boasting about their accomplishments. Only someone like Dongfang Yunhai, who remains oblivious to the reality, considers himself the greatest genius of the Canglan continent simply for being a 20-year-old golden core practitioner. Dongfang Yunhai, infuriated and pale with rage, found himself at a loss for words. Do you truly believe you are a prodigy? In my eyes, you are merely a buffoon. Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully. Do you believe yourself to be the scion of a reclusive celestial clan? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a pampered scion who relies on his family's influence to bully others. Ye Chen continued, his tone laced with disdain. Dongfang Yunhai trembled with rage at Ye Chen's words, yet found himself unable to utter a single response. At the age of 20, still at the golden core stage, he dared to flaunt his achievements. Ye Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain as he crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head ever so slightly. Youngster, do not be so arrogant. At the age of 20, I have already attained the golden core stage, making me one of the most outstanding prodigies in the Canglan Realm. What right do you have to mock me? Dongfang Yunhai glared furiously, gritting his teeth. Outstanding prodigy? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a title? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what a true genius looks like. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze directed towards Su Taixu and Luo Qingqing, among others. Su Taixu and his companions exchanged knowing glances, stepping onto the arena. Su Chun was the first to unleash his cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. My second senior brother, at the age of 21, boasts a 5th level nascent soul cultivation. Following him, Ye Chen revealed her 9th level nascent soul prowess. The current head sister of the 100 Flowers Palace, under 30, is on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage. Luo Qingxing also displayed her 6th level nascent soul strength. Although she had already transcended the void refinement stage, she chose to conceal her true power to avoid drawing too much attention. Nevertheless, her demonstration of the 6th level of the nascent soul stage was already sufficient to strike at Dongfang Yunhai. The saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace, merely 19 years old, possesses a 6th level nascent soul cultivation. Chapter 88. No more pretenses? Is it time to lay it all bare? What of it? Can a frog at the bottom of a well still hold its own against a 20-year-old golden core? Ye Chen stood with his arms crossed, slightly raising his chin, his eyes brimming with mockery and a faint smile gracing his lips. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing this scene, Dongfang Yunhai's expression darkened significantly. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Su Chen and the others, his lips trembling ever so slightly. In that moment, his resolve was profoundly shaken. Having entered the golden core stage at the age of 20, he had considered himself the unparalleled prodigy of the Canglan continent. Yet today, 3 individuals with far superior talents had suddenly emerged, leaving Dongfang Yunhai struggling to accept the reality. No, my talent surpasses that of Ye Chen. I merely need to defeat him. True to his status as a prodigy who had reached the golden core stage at 20, Dongfang Yunhai quickly grasped the crux of the matter. A semblance of arrogance and disdain for Ye Chen returned to his face. Meanwhile, the crowd below erupted in astonishment, gasps of amazement reverberating throughout. Goodness, what kind of monstrous talents are these? To possess such cultivation at merely 20-something years of age is truly unheard of. The relatively low profile maintained by Su Chun and Luo Qingxing had kept their capabilities under wraps, but now revealed, it left many in shock, struggling to comprehend the existence of such geniuses on the Canglan continent. Murong Shui observed from below, her expression a tapestry of complexity. She sighed inwardly, recognizing that although she too was a gifted individual, she could not compare to the likes of Luo Qingxing and her companions. Nevertheless, she did not regret her choices. For after all, they were merely Ye Chen's companions, not possessing his innate talent. Yet even so, what of it? It does not alter the fact that you are still a waste. The foundation of my Dongfang family is beyond your imagination. A smirk curled at the corners of Dongfang Yunhai's mouth, an expression of haughty disdain in his eyes, his hands clasped behind his back. Luo Qingxing and Ye Chen exchanged glances of contempt, casting a disdainful look at Dongfang Yunhai. Were it not for Ye Chen's insistence on remaining concealed, he could easily crush you with a mere finger. My junior brother's talent far exceeds yours by 100-fold. He simply began his training later. Su Chen's eyes widened in indignation, his brows furrowed deeply as he extended a hand forward, gesturing emphatically, his face a portrait of frustration. Luo Qingxing and Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Su Chen's earlier assertion held merit. Ye Chen's innate talent indeed surpassed that of Dongfang Yunhai by a significant margin. Foundation? So, you mean to say that your Dongfang family possesses an abundance of spirit stones? Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and a greedy smile spread across his lips as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly gazing toward the eastern sea of clouds. Luo Qingxing, Ye Chen, and Su Chen simultaneously directed their attention to Ye Chen, recognizing that his insatiable desire for wealth had resurfaced, fixating once more on the treasures of the Dongfang family. However, the current focus should not be on breaking off the engagement or flaunting superiority. How could this conversation drift towards the topic of spirit stones? Even the young girl Xiao Tao, upon hearing Ye Chen mention spirit stones, hurriedly dashed onto the stage. Brother Ye Chen, are we about to amass a great fortune in spirit stones again? She exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation, her eyes sparkling, and her small fists clenched tightly against her chest. Ye Chen smiled and nodded, gently ruffling Xiao Tao's hair. Dongfang Yunhai was taken aback by Ye Chen's sudden transformation, then scoffed. You greedy fellow, you truly are an inconsequential character. To pass up on spirit stones is the act of a fool. Your Dongfang family is affluent. As the young master, you must possess considerable worth, no? Yet Ye Chen remained unfazed, chuckling as he spoke. Youngster, do not utter such nonsensical words. As the esteemed heir of the Dongfang family, I shall not permit you to humiliate me in such a manner. Dongfang Yunhai felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. Throughout his life, No one had ever dared to insult him in such a way. With a furious roar, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Ye Chen's face, the full force of his golden core stage spiritual power erupting without restraint, causing the surrounding air to seemingly be drained, creating a vacuum. Is this all? With a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, Ye Chen casually raised his right hand and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Dongfang Yunhai's face. The sharp crack of the slap reverberated throughout the square. And under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Dongfang Yunhai was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground beneath the arena. A profound silence fell over the assembly. One could hear a pin drop. Eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg whole. Su Chen stood frozen, and even the onlookers below were taken aback. Just 3 days prior, Ye Chen had been toppled by Su Taixu. How could he now send the golden core cultivator Dongfang Yunhai sprawling with a mere slap? Had Ye Chen concealed his true strength, or was Dongfang Yunhai simply too weak? Had the pretense been abandoned? Was he ready to reveal his true capabilities? Luo Qingqing gazed at the fallen Dongfang Yunhai, whispering with a smile. Senior brother Ye Chen is about to unleash his power. Su Taixu blinked her large eyes in admiration as she looked at Ye Chen, struggling to rise from the ground. Dongfang Yunhai gazed at his own hands in disbelief. How could he, a distinguished golden core practitioner, have been felled by a mere waste of talent? His cheek burned with pain, not just from the physical impact but from a deeper, more profound humiliation that pierced his very soul. As he witnessed Ye Chen's hand coming toward him, he had attempted to evade it, yet found himself utterly unable to escape. You dare to strike me? Your Tianxuan Sect shall be obliterated because of you. Dongfang Yunhai pointed accusingly at Ye Chen, his voice trembling with rage, his eyes brimming with malice. Huh? Obliterate the Tianxuan Sect? With your Dongfang family? Ye Chen clasped his hands behind his back, narrowing his eyes slightly to reveal a hint of scornful amusement. A mere Eastern family held no significance in his eyes. No matter how formidable, they were merely a flick of Su Taixu's hand. Since the last challenge he posed to Su Taixu, Ye Chen had come to understand that Su Taixu was not of ordinary strength. Boy, you are doomed. At that moment, 2 figures surged forth from behind Dongfang Yunhai, charging angrily towards Ye Chen. These 2 were Dongfang Yunhai's guards, both masters of the Great Ascension stage, tasked with safeguarding his safety. Witnessing their young master being struck, their fury ignited. Get lost. Hidden in the void, Lin Shua stepped forward, emitting a cold snort as he unleashed the overwhelming pressure of his tribulation stage. The 2 Great Ascension guards, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Shua, turned pale with fear, paralyzed in place. Lin Shua's oppressive force enveloped the 2 guards. Thud. Thud. The 2 Great Ascension guards could not withstand the terrifying pressure. Their knees buckled, and they collapsed to the ground, their faces as white as paper, beads of cold sweat streaming down. Hee, senior brother, your timing is impeccable. Ye Chen wore a playful grin, as if nothing had transpired. If you have something to do, then do it quickly. Lin Shua shot him a glance, irritation evident in his tone. Ever since the heist in the starry secret realm, Lin Shua had savored the thrill of plunder. It was truly exhilarating, no cost involved and swift profits. He found himself subtly inclined to pursue this path further. Chapter 89. The Mockery from Luo Qingqing. All right then. Ye Chen chuckled softly, his hands eagerly rubbing together, a look of exhilaration adorning his face. He stepped forward to stand before the somewhat pallid Dongfang Yunhai. Ye Chen, you are doomed. The depth of the Dongfang family is beyond your imagination. The Tianxuan Sect shall surely fall because of your actions, Dongfang Yunhai snarled. His visage twisted with malice as he glared furiously at Ye Chen. A sharp clap echoed through the air. Ye Chen's palm struck the other side of Dongfang Yunhai's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. How dare you threaten me? The Dongfang family, you must ensure your safe return. Ye Chen's lips curled into a slight, devilish smile, his eyes brimming with disdain. How dare the insignificant Dongfang family threaten him? Ye Chen was unperturbed by threats. You insolent fool! Dongfang Yunhai roared from the ground, akin to a volcano erupting, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, and the muscles on his face quivering violently with rage. As the young master of the Dongfang family, he had never been humiliated in his life, yet today he had been struck by Ye Chen not once, but twice. Both times across the face. His 2 attendants, in the advanced stage of their martial arts, could no longer contain themselves and shouted in unison, preposterous. How dare you treat the young master in such a manner? They were about to take action when Lin Shua let out a cold snort, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloping the 2 guards, rendering them immobile. Do you dare to be arrogant in my presence? Lin Shua's gaze was icy as he regarded the two attendants. Enough, Ye Chen, you have gone too far. At that moment, Morong Shui, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, her tone frigid and laced with a hint of anger. She believed that Ye Chen was merely acting out of humiliation for having their engagement annulled, intentionally seeking trouble with Dongfang Yuhai to salvage his pride before her. Morong Shui, what do you mean by that? The smile on Ye Chen's face gradually faded, and his gaze turned icy. What does it mean? You know it well, Morong Shui said coldly. I assure you, the decision to annul the engagement is mine alone and has nothing to do with young Master Dongfang. Why must you humiliate him so? A cold chuckle escaped Ye Chen's lips. Morong Shui, you overestimate yourself. Morong Shui's face turned ashen with anger, her finger pointing at Ye Chen. Yet she could find no words to express her indignation. Morong Shui, are you blind? From the very beginning, it was Dongfang Yunhai who humiliated Ye Chen. Can you not see that? Luo Qingqing crossed her arms, a smirk gracing her lips, her eyes filled with disdain as she cast a sidelong glance at Morong Shui. She had long been displeased with Morong Shui, who, driven by selfish desires, disregarded others' dignity. Now presented with an opportunity, she seized it to mock her and stand up for Ye Chen. The annulment could have been handled discreetly, yet Morong Shui insisted on making it public, turning it into a spectacle for all to witness. At that moment, Morong Shui fell silent, acknowledging that it was indeed Dongfang Yunhai who sought to suppress Ye Chen and instigate the conflict. Sigh. Some individuals are truly blind. They fail to recognize a rare gem, mistaking it for an ordinary stone. It is a pity to overlook such treasures. Luo Qingqing slightly lifted her chin, letting out a derisive laugh, her eyes brimming with mockery and satisfaction. With a delicate gesture of her hand, she seemed to lament Morong Shui's foolishness. Morong Shui stood frozen in place, rendered speechless by Luo Qingqing's ridicule. Ye Chen, who was merely a chi refinement stage cultivator incapable of forming a foundation, effortlessly sent the golden core stage Dongfang Yuhai flying. Could it be that Ye Chen was not a waste, but rather a prodigy? At this moment, Morong Shui's heart was in utter turmoil. She was uncertain whether her actions today were indeed the right course. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, his face revealing a hint of astonishment, surprised to discover this unexpected side of Luo Qingqing. Soon thereafter, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he stepped forward, gently taking Luo Qingqing's small hand in his own. He then turned to face Morong Shui, his gaze icy and resolute. Morong Shui, I can understand your desire to annul our engagement. I can overlook your public humiliation of me, but it is intolerable for anyone, regardless of their status, to trample upon my dignity. Ye Chen's gaze was as frigid as frost, his chin slightly raised, and the corners of his mouth drawn tight. One finger pointed towards Dongfang Yuhai, brimming with arrogance and determination. Morong Shui's expression darkened further, her lips tightly pressed together, rendering her speechless. Ye Chen, how dare you? At that moment, Dongfang Yunhai struggled to rise from the ground, pointing at Ye Chen and bellowing in anger. I am the young master of the Dongfang family. If you dare to harm me, my family will. Just as Dongfang Yuhai was about to reveal a significant secret, a commanding voice echoed from a distance. The young master of the Dongfang family is not someone you can humiliate. Immediately, a formidable aura from the tribulation stage descended, enveloping the entire square. Father. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dongfang Yunhai was filled with elation, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. The person was none other than the head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Qitian, Dongfang Yunhai's father. Ye Chen, you dare to insult my son. Today, I shall make you pay the price. Dongfang Qitian roared, extending his palm towards Ye Chen. Old fool, how dare you? Lin Shuo, witnessing this, was instantly enraged, stepping forward to shield Ye Chen, meeting the attack with a forceful strike. Boom. The collision of their immense powers produced a deafening explosion, causing the entire square to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Ye Chen, you shall wait for me. This matter is far from over. Unable to gain the upper hand, Dongfang Qitian bellowed in fury, turning away with Dongfang Yunhai and two bodyguards in tow. Humph, think you can leave so easily? Lin Shuo snorted coldly, preparing to pursue, only to be halted by Ye Chen. Senior brother, do not chase a desperate enemy. It is not worth stooping to their level. Ye Chen said with a grin. Let us first summon the old devil Su and discuss the matter of compensation with the Dongfang family. Compensation? Lin Shuo was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that Ye Chen intended to take advantage of the situation. Indeed, you see, I was injured by them. Surely, I am entitled to some form of recompense for mental anguish, lost wages, and nutritional expenses, aren't I? Ye Chen spoke earnestly, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Initially, he intended to extract a modest fortune from Dongfang Yunhai, but now, he found himself with ample justification to seek a substantial gain from the Dongfang family. Alas, these beneficent souls are compelled to bestow upon me such immense wealth. It truly is a transgression. Ye Chen spoke with his hands clasped behind his back. Slightly lifting his chin, a triumphant smile gracing his face, and his eyes gleaming with cunning. Lin Shua's lips twitched slightly. This little junior brother was indeed captivated by the allure of wealth. Nonetheless, he found himself quite fond of Ye Chen's demeanor at this moment. Ye Chen's assertion is not without merit. Indeed, the Dongfang family bears responsibility in this matter and ought to provide some form of compensation. Very well. I shall inform my master of this development. Lin Shu nodded, turning to seek out Su Taixu in the rear mountains. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed as Dongfang Qintian and his companions plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the arena and shattering it into a myriad of fragments, just swirling in the air. Chapter 90, The Art of Deception. Humph. You dare to humiliate my disciple and then attempt to flee? The figure of Su Taixu descended slowly from the heavens. With a cough, Dongfang Qitian spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with terror as the dust settled, revealing Su Taixu before him. How could this be possible? Dongfang Qitian was incredulous. Both he and Su Taixu were at the pinnacle of the tribulation transcendent stage. Yet Su Taixu had effortlessly intercepted him and inflicted injury. Master, you have arrived. Lin Shu exclaimed joyfully, rushing to Su Taixu's side and bowing respectfully. Su Chen followed closely behind, also offering his respects to Su Taixu. The surrounding members of the various sects stood in shock, gazing at Su Taixu in astonishment. They had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. With a single move, he had severely wounded Dongfang Qitian, a fellow at the peak of the tribulation transcendent stage. Had I not come, would you not have been bullied by this old fool? Su Taixu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shu, his tone laced with reproach. Hee, master. I was just about to seek you out. Lin Shu scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Humph, you were going to find me? The person had already fled. Su Taixu glared at Lin Shu, his voice tinged with irritation. Ere Lin Shu offered an embarrassed smile at a loss for words. Yet Ye Chen wore a face of discontent. I remarked, Old Demon Su, is this not rather ungracious of you? Ye Chen pouted, casting a look of grievance at Su Taixu. Su Taixu's lips twitched, gazing at Ye Chen with confusion. Could it be that this little disciple's mind has once again gone awry? I had originally intended to let them return, so I could seek compensation from the Dongfang family. Now that you have defeated them all, how am I to approach them for restitution? Ye Chen spoke with a face full of resentment. Compensation? The best compensation would be to eliminate them all. Su Taixu coldly snorted, unwilling to engage in conversation with his money-obsessed disciple. Oh, come now, old Su. They have yet to compensate me for my mental anguish, lost wages, and nutritional expenses. Killing them is not an option. Ye Chen intervened to stop Su Taixu, counting on his fingers with utmost seriousness. Humph. Su Taixu regarded Ye Chen's greedy demeanor with a cold snort. This little disciple was indifferent to everything. Neither competing nor coveting, yet he had an undeniable passion for spirit stones. Su Taixu, do not overstep your bounds. The Dongfang family is not to be trifled with. At that moment, Dongfang Yunhai struggled to rise from the ground, pointing at Su Taixu and shouting furiously. If you dare to harm us, the Dongfang family will soon have immortals. Before Dongfang Yunhai could finish his threat, he was interrupted by Dongfang Qitian. Slap. Dongfang Qitian struck Dongfang Yunhai across the face, reprimanding him fiercely. Silence. He glared at Dongfang Yunhai with great intensity. The matter of the immortals' arrival was the family's utmost secret, and it must not be disclosed before the immortals' descent. Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury and endure the pain coursing through his body, Dongfang Qintian slightly bowed towards Su Taixu. Taoist friend Su, today's events were indeed reckless on our part. What must we do to ensure our mercy? Whatever you request, the Dongfang family shall not refuse. He sought to negotiate with Su Taixu, hoping to exchange something else for their lives. Su Taixu was far too powerful. Dongfang Qitian was no match and could only temporarily acquiesce, waiting for the ancestors to descend with the immortals. At which point the insignificant Tianxuan Sect could be effortlessly annihilated. You wish to conduct business with me? Ye Chen suddenly interjected with a broad grin, his demeanor exuding an unmistakable sense of mischief, with a glint of cunning shimmering in his eyes. Dongfang Qitian turned his gaze towards Su Taixu, uncertain whether Ye Chen possessed the authority to make decisions, as he still required Su Taixu's assent. Ye Chen is indeed the pivotal figure in this matter. Su Taixu is aware that Ye Chen seeks to seize the opportunity to acquire spirit stones. He nodded in agreement, affirming that as long as Ye Chen is willing to dedicate himself to cultivation, all these matters shall be handled by him. I am prepared to offer you a substantial sum of spirit stones and resources, merely pleading for you to grant us a chance at survival, said Dongfang Qingtian, gritting his teeth as he spoke. He understood that, at this moment, apart from spending wealth to avert disaster, there was no other recourse. A substantial sum of spirit stones? How much would be considered substantial? Ye Chen stroked his chin, feigning a contemplative demeanor. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Dongfang Qingtian hesitated for a moment before declaring a figure. 10 million high-grade spirit stones equate to 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones, which is indeed a substantial sum, typically. Ordinary sects would be unable to produce such an amount, especially since high-grade spirit stones are quite rare in the Canglan continent. 10 million? Is that a mere pittance? Ye Chen curled his lips and, with an expression of disdain, remarked, "You, Dongfang Qingtian, nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. 10 million high-grade spirit stones, does that not qualify as a substantial sum? Enough of the idle chatter. 50 million high-grade spirit stones is the bare minimum, no less." Ye Chen extended a hand and declared emphatically, 50 million. Why don't you go and seize it? Dongfang Qingtian roared in response. Although his life lay in the hands of Su Taixu, the sum of 50 million represented the entirety of the Dongfang family's fortunes. Moreover, Dongfang Qingtian was convinced that Su Taixu would not dare to take his life. The Dongfang family's foundation was not something to be trifled with. He believed that with a little incentive, Su Taixu would surely release him. Seize? Am I not doing just that? Ye Chen spread his hands, wearing an expression of feigned innocence. Dongfang Qingtian, infuriated by Ye Chen's shamelessness, found himself at a loss for words. However, when his gaze met Su Taixu's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent, a chill ran down his spine. In that instant, he abandoned his earlier assumption that Su Taixu would not dare to kill him. It was evident that Su Taixu truly possessed the resolve to do so. Very well, 50 million it is. I shall comply. Dongfang Qingtian's countenance darkened. His teeth clenched as he trembled slightly while extending a hand, seemingly exerting every ounce of strength to arrive at this decision. He dispatched a subordinate at the ascendant stage to return to the clan and retrieve the spiritual stones. Preserving his life took precedence. The spiritual stones were merely a temporary sacrifice. Once the immortal arrived, he could reclaim the stones through their power. Upon the immortal's arrival, I shall undoubtedly raise the Tianxuan Sect to the ground, subjecting Ye Chen and Su Taixu to 1,000 tortures. Dongfang Qingtian lowered his head, his face a mask of malice. Indeed, Ye Chen suddenly realized that Dongfang Qingtian was wearing a storage ring. In the Canglan continent, it is customary for cultivators to use spatial pouches, making storage rings exceedingly rare. With a cunning smile, Ye Chen subtly moved his right hand, employing the art of misdirection, and deftly seized the storage ring that adorned Dongfang Qingtian's finger. Both Lin Shuo and Su Taixu were left utterly astonished by Ye Chen's sleight of hand. This technique of misdirection was a secret art of Su Taixu, one that he had not imparted to Ye Chen. He was bewildered by how Ye Chen had mastered it so adeptly. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the storage ring in Ye Chen's hand, which bore a striking resemblance to his own, Dongfang Qingtian glanced down and realized that his ring had vanished. An intense fury surged within him, his eyes widening in rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ye Chen, ready to unleash his wrath. "You little thief." However, upon hearing the term little thief, Su Taixu cast a disapproving glare at Dongfang Qingtian. Sensing the discontent in Su Taixu's gaze, Dongfang Qingtian abruptly withheld his words, suppressing the rising anger with great effort. Chapter 91. I shall consider this your betrothal gift to Qingqing. Ye Chen paid no heed to Dongfang Qingtian, not even lifting his head as he toyed with the storage ring he had just acquired. With 2 fingers brought together, he cast a spell, effortlessly breaking the restrictions on the storage ring. Dongfang Qingtian gazed at Ye Chen as he dismantled the barriers of the storage ring, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. For within that ring lay 2 treasured heirlooms of their Dongfang family, semi-divine artifacts. Ye Chen's divine consciousness delved into his storage ring, unearthing a considerable number of mid-grade spirit stones, along with a small portion of high-grade spirit stones. He hastily stowed the spirit stones into his own storage ring, fearing that the old demon Su might act unscrupulously and seize the stones away. Ye Chen fiddled with something before producing a sword that emanated a chilling light. He held the sword in his hand, examining it closely. Ye Chen quickly put down that Songlong sword. It is a treasured heirloom of our eastern family, not something you're entitled to touch. Upon seeing Ye Chen brandishing their ancestral treasure, Dongfang Yunhai's eyes widened in fury, his hand pointing at Ye Chen while his body trembled slightly with rage. The crowd erupted in a commotion upon hearing the term semi-immortal artifact. Even the renowned Dr. Yao Miao and the enigmatic Master Xuanji were taken aback, rising from their seats in astonishment. A semi-immortal artifact? Such a legendary treasure truly exists within the Eastern family. Among the spectators, some gasped in shock, their voices trembling. The emergence of a semi-immortal artifact is bound to stir up a tremendous uproar. The Canglan continent is likely to be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. An elderly man with white hair stroked his beard, his expression grave. Indeed, I wonder if Ye Chen will be able to protect this treasure. The leaders and elders of various sects wore diverse expressions. Some exhibited glimmers of greed in their eyes, seemingly contemplating how to lay claim to the semi-immortal artifact, while others appeared anxious, fearing that the ensuing conflicts over this artifact would disrupt the tranquility of their own sections. On the Canglan continent, magical artifacts are categorized into spiritual tools, spiritual treasures, and magical implements, further divided into upper, middle, lower, and exceptional grades. The semi-immortal artifact had never before come to light. TSK, your Eastern family is not all that impressive. Is this shabby piece of scrap metal truly worthy of being called a family heirloom? Ye Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile of disdain as he casually tossed the Songlong sword to the real person of Xuanji. Here, old man Xuanji. You may play with this broken sword. The real person of Xuanji instinctively caught the Songlong sword, momentarily frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Dongfang Yuhai. Witnessing Ye Chen's nonchalance in bestowing the Songlong sword upon the real person of Xuanji, widened his eyes in fury, ready to erupt in anger, only to be restrained by his father, Dongfang Qingtian. He communicated telepathically to Dongfang Yunhai, urging him to remain calm, assuring him that once the celestial being descended, everything would revert to order. Ye Chen, is this truly a semi-divine artifact you are offering me? The real person of Xuanji examined the Songlong sword from various angles, captivated by its allure yet struggling to believe that such a precious item had been so casually bestowed upon him. I give it to you. I have no interest in this worthless scrap. Ye Chen casually waved his hand and continued to examine the storage ring. The enigmatic Master Xuanji was momentarily speechless. A semi-divine artifact, which had never been seen in the Canglan continent, was being dismissed by Ye Chen as mere scrap metal. Observing Ye Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Master Xuanji silently stowed away the Songlong sword, for the allure of the semi-divine artifact was simply irresistible. Ye Chen once again rummaged through his storage ring, extracting a plethora of elixirs, medicinal herbs, and various items. The on-looking sects, still present, gazed enviously. These were invaluable cultivation resources, rare treasures for them. What a worthless trinket. Ye Chen casually discarded these pills and medicinal herbs to the side. His standards had risen considerably, although these pills were of superior quality. The inadequacies in alchemical techniques resulted in the presence of residual impurities, which could lead to pill toxicity if consumed over an extended period. Such exquisite pills were being squandered. A true act of wanton waste. At the very moment Ye Chen cast aside those pills, the representatives from various sects descended into a frenzy. They surged towards the heap of pills like a tidal wave, fearful that any delay would result in their being snatched away by others. However, the members of Baiwa Palace and Chenin Pavilion stood quietly to the side, refraining from participating in the chaotic scramble. Moments later, these pills and resources were divided among the elders of several prominent sects, who hastily took their leave, bidding farewell to Master Xuanji, anxious to avoid the wrath of the Dongfang family. After all, although these resources had been discarded by Ye Chen, they were originally seized from Dongfang Qingtian. They feared that the Dongfang family would transfer their enmity onto them, seeking retribution against their own sects in the future. Yet Ye Chen maintained an air of indifference, as if all of this bore no relevance to him. After the various sects departed, he retrieved a large bell from his storage ring, which was also a semi-divine artifact, inscribed with the 5 grand characters, Chaotic Heavenly Sound Bell. Those from Chenin Pavilion and Baiwa Palace, who had not yet left, gasped in astonishment at yet another semi-divine artifact. Ye Chen casually fiddled with the object for a moment, finding it rather uninteresting, before tossing it to Yao Miaoi. Senior Yao, this iron trinket seems more suited for you. Take it. Yao Miaoi's eyes widened in astonishment as she instinctively caught the chaos celestial bell that Ye Chen had thrown her way, her expression one of sheer disbelief. Ye Chen, this is absolutely unacceptable, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. This is a semi-divine artifact, worth a fortune. What's unacceptable about it? It's of no use to me. You might as well keep it, he replied dismissively. Ye Chen nonchalantly waved his hand. At that moment, the members of Baihua Palace and Qinin Pavilion were utterly astonished, their hearts filled with disbelief at Ye Chen's generosity. Very well, Ye Chen. I shall consider this your betrothal gift to Qiqing. Yao Miaoyi smiled and cast a satisfied glance at Luo Qiqing before accepting the Chaos Celestial sound bell. Master, what are you saying? Who would want to marry him? Luo Qingqing's face flushed crimson as she playfully retorted. Hiki, Senior Yao. It would be inappropriate to accept such shabby trinkets as a betrothal gift for marrying Qingqing. Ye Chen smiled and waved his hand cheerfully. Standing not far away, Lu Qingyi and Murong Shui observed this scene with complex expressions, surprised that events had unfolded in such a manner. At that moment, a celestial stage guardian from the Dongfang family arrived, accompanied by several others, to deliver the spirit stones. The guardian glanced at Dongfang Qitian, and upon receiving his approval, he handed the bag containing the spirit stones to Ye Chen. Ye Chen swiftly seized the storage bag, his consciousness probing within. Quite satisfactory, indeed. The quantity is just right. Ye Chen, with a beaming smile, tucked away the storage bag. After receiving the spirit stones, he allowed Dongfang Qingtian and his son to depart. However, Su Taixu's gaze remained fixated on Ye Chen, scrutinizing him back and forth. He was certain that Ye Chen's cultivation was still at the qi refining stage. Yet just moments ago, Ye Chen had effortlessly defeated Dongfang Yanhai, who was at the core formation stage. This left him utterly perplexed. Disciple, please tell me honestly, what on earth is going on with you? Su Taixu finally could not restrain himself and inquired. Ye Chen sensed Su Taixu's gaze upon him. Scratching his head in acknowledgement of having inadvertently revealed a fraction of his prowess, thus arousing Su Taixu's suspicion. Higi, old demon Su, it is nothing serious. I was merely incensed by that Oriental Yunhai earlier. Chapter 92. The Celestial Being Descends, Ye Chen's Breakthrough, and then? Su Taixu inquired further. Then, a surge of power began to rise steadily within me. Ye Chen began to spin fanciful tales. I felt as though I had suddenly acquired the strength of the Golden Core stage. As he spoke, Ye Chen intentionally revealed his cultivation level. Astonishingly, at the Golden Core stage, all present were left in utter disbelief. To leap directly from the Qi refinement stage to the Golden Core stage was an unprecedented spectacle. Luo Qiqing, Yu Chuman, and Xiao Tao all turned their heads away. They did not believe a single word of Ye Chen's claims. After all, they had witnessed him easily defeating those at the harmonization stage and even kicking aside those at the Great Ascension stage. How could a Golden Core practitioner possibly achieve such feats? How could this be? Su Taixu was also taken aback.